Chapter 1. All sects are nothing but fools. Beneath the blazing sun, the summer cicadas chirped incessantly. 8T this moment. Before the dilapidated gates of the Qingyun sect stood an 18-year-old youth clad in worn, coarse garments. All sects are a bunch of complete fools, utterly blind. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai stood before the moss-covered steps, gazing up at the tattered entrance of the Qingyun sect for quite some time. The Qingyun sect, the weakest sect within a radius of thousands of miles. It is rumored that the entire sect, including the sect master, comprises only a handful of individuals. A sect so feeble must surely have need for some menial labor. Like many others who had traversed realms, Jiang Xiaobai had been fortunate enough to acquire a system upon his arrival, believing he would ascend effortlessly, becoming a paragon, admired by all. Yet, to his dismay, a single task to join a sect had plagued him for a decade. In these 10 years, I have journeyed thousands of miles, attending numerous recruitment gatherings across various sects, only to find none willing to accept me. Not even as a mere errand boy. They deem me to possess a waste spirit root, inferior to an ordinary person. The system's task has a time limit of 10 years. Should I fail to complete it, the system will terminate our agreement, and I shall be left in despair. With less than a month remaining in this decade-long endeavor, if I cannot join the Qingyun sect, I will truly be finished and into my aspirations. Jiang Xiaobai surveyed the crumbling gates of the Qingyun sect, his brow furrowing slightly, before taking his first steps onto the moss-laden stairs. This time, no matter what, I must succeed in joining the Qingyun sect. A sect in such disrepair surely wouldn't reject me for my lack of talent. Would they? A sense of trepidation gripped Jiang Xiaobai's heart over the past 10 years. He had faced countless rejections from other sections after a considerable amount of time traversing the 10,000 steps. Jiang Xiaobai finally reached the dilapidated entrance of the Qingyun sect, breathless. Esteemed immortals of the Qingyun sect, is anyone present? Clap, clap, clap. Bang! Jiang Xiaobai's lips stiffened, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld the door shatter to the ground with but a few knocks, his heart sinking in disappointment. It's over. With a door in such a state, how could anyone possibly be within this sect? Jiang Xiaobai looked heavenward and lamented. What difference does it make if you have one more errand boy among you? I do not demand much. Even menial work will suffice. Once again, disappointment washed over him. He had originally thought that joining a sect to fulfill his system task would be a simple affair, yet it proved to be exceedingly arduous. Alas, since the Qingyun sect is deserted, I shall hasten to try my luck at another sect. I have heard that a few hundred miles away lies a sect devoted to dual cultivation. Rather, a sacred sect that studies the principles of yin and yang. With my physique and appearance, I ought to be suitable for menial work there. As he spoke, Jiang Xiaobai turned to depart, only to be interrupted by a figure suddenly appearing behind him, inquiring, "Who goes there? Am I imagining things? Did a voice as sweet as honey just call out to me? Who are you?" Jiang Xiaobai trembled, his heart racing, as he swiftly turned around. How adorable! Is this a porcelain doll? Jiang Xiaobai found himself utterly captivated by the young girl before him, completely forgetting his predicament. "I'm asking you a question. If you don't answer, do you believe I will strike you?" Buzz! Bang! As she spoke, the girl raised her small hand and with a swift motion, unleashed a terrifying beam of light that obliterated a distant mountain into dust. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock, and he began to breathe cautiously, stammering, I am Jiang Xiaobai here, to join the Qingyun sect." "Join our Qingyun sect?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded vigorously. The girl, seeing this, blinked her large eyes and scrutinized him for a long while. "I am not a celestial elder, I merely do menial tasks within the Qingyun sect." "What?" Jiang Xiaobai's face was filled with bewilderment, his eyes widening in disbelief at the revelation that this young girl was merely a servant of the Qingyun sect. "There's no need for such astonishment. I truly am just a worker at the Qingyun sect." Receiving her confirmation, Jiang Xiaobai swallowed hard, a chill coursing through him again. This defies logic. In such a shabby sect, how can a mere servant possess such power? How am I to join the Qingyun sect? Just as despair began to settle in, the girl asked again, "Do you wish to join the Qingyun sect?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded earnestly, and in an effort to fulfill his system task, he cautiously added, "Celestial elder, I have traversed 100,000 miles, solely to join the illustrious Qingyun sect. May I inquire how I can become a member of the Qingyun sect?" The girl gazed silently at Jiang Xiaobai, as if trying to discern his true nature. However, after a lengthy scrutiny, she could glean nothing of his background. Feeling the weight of her prolonged silence, Jiang Xiaobai's heart tightened, an unsettling sensation creeping back in. "How strange, why can't I discern anything about you? My strength has reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and logically, I should be able to see through you. Celestial Elder, please allow me to join the Qingyun sect, even as a servant. I assure you, not only will I not waste any of the sect's resources, but I will also keep the sect impeccably organized. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he studied the Qingyun sect's entrance for a long time, speaking urgently. You have an unclear background. I cannot discern anything about you. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a cold wave wash over him, his eyes filled with disappointment. Is this truly my fate? Is heaven determined to forsake me, Jiang Xiaobai? As the chosen one, possessing an extraordinary destiny, is this how it ends? Heaven must be blind, unable to see my excellence. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you show such disrespect to the heavenly path? Do you believe I want to extract your soul and refine it into lamp oil to light a celestial lantern? The girl's admonition caused Jiang Xiaobai to shudder involuntarily. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Leave the Qingyun sect at once, or do not blame me for my ruthless methods. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered, his throat constricting in discontent. After a deep breath, he declared, Fine, I shall hasten to that sect hundreds of miles away. As he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai turned abruptly, ready to depart, when a resounding voice echoed behind him. An elderly man clad in white robes materialized at his back. Young one, please hold. Just now you mentioned wanting to join the Qingyun sect. Was that sincere? Chapter 2. Completing the system task, awakening the madman system. Jiang Xiaobai, who had resolved to abandon hope, spun around upon hearing those words, only to find an old man gazing at him with a broad grin. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the elder, brimming with excitement, inquired again, Young man, do you truly wish to join our Qingyun sect? Meeting the elder's fervent and expectant gaze, Jiang Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Ha ha, splendid, wonderful. At last, we have another member joining our Qingyun sect. Xiaoman, do hurry and retrieve the sect master's seal. This young man might flee at any moment. At this, Xiaoman hesitated, her large eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaobai, signaling him discreetly. However, Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious. Noticing Xiaoman's indecision, the elder admonished her urgently. Xiaoman, why are you still dawdling? Go fetch the sect master's seal at once. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman cast a glance at Jiang Xiaobai, shaking her head in resignation as she replied, Yes, Steward Fu. As Xiaoman departed, Steward Fu swiftly grasped Jiang Xiaobai's hand, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Such a fine young man. We cannot allow you to escape. Escape? Jiang Xiaobai felt somewhat bewildered. This was not how he had envisioned the situation. Shouldn't joining a sect first require an assessment of one's cultivation talent? Young man, what is your name? Where do you hail from? Do you possess a formidable background? The elder's gaze grew ever more fervent, his eyes fixated on Jiang Xiaobai, as if fearing he might indeed flee. Jiang Xiaobai, I am unaccompanied, lacking any familial connections. A splendid name truly, one befitting a future supreme being of unparalleled might. The elder's excitement evidently intensified upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words. Senior, should not joining the sect first necessitate an evaluation of one's innate spiritual roots? Is my admission to the Qingyun sect already assured? Steward Fu paused, momentarily taken aback, before theatrically assessing Jiang Xiaobai's spiritual roots. Indeed, a child of destiny, exceptionally gifted, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of confusion, a foreboding stirring within him. Previously, numerous sects had determined his roots to be false, deeming him a waste, yet here was Steward Fu proclaiming him gifted, which struck him as decidedly amiss. Before he could process this further, Xiaoman returned, holding a large seal in her hands. Seeing this, Steward Fu swiftly snatched the sect master's seal from Xiaoman and produced a sheet of paper inscribed with unknown characters. With a swift, precise, and ruthless motion, the steward pressed Jiang Xiaobai's hand onto the paper and finally stamped it with the great seal of the Qingyun sect. Ha 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 ha! Jiang Xiaobai, congratulations on becoming the 100,000th disciple of the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai, utterly bewildered, widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Steward Fu, and voiced his inner confusion. Is this it? I have successfully joined the Qingyun sect just like that? Is it really so hasty? But I am a pseudo-spiritual root. Esteemed elder, could you not check again? Jiang Xiaobai couldn't shake the feeling that joining the Qingyun sect was far too easy, in stark contrast to the numerous sects he had encountered previously. Could it be that the Qingyun sect is in decline, so desperate for fresh blood? As he pondered this, a realization struck him. Elder, did you just say that I am the 100,000th disciple of the Qingyun sect? Steward Fu suddenly released Jiang Xiaobai's hands, his demeanor turning cold. and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai, you're the 100,000th disciple to join the Qingyun sect in the past 10,000 years. 10,000 years? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, his eyes trembling as he surveyed the entire Qingyun sect. 10,000 years? Shouldn't the Qingyun sect have become a grand sect that resonates through the ages? Why does it appear so dilapidated? Moreover, if I am the 100,000th disciple, where have the other 99,999 disciples gone? They are all dead. Suddenly, the petite figure of Xiao Man, who had been standing behind Jiang Xiaobai, spoke up, causing him to shudder. All dead? Indeed, over the past 10,000 years, aside from a few surviving disciples, the rest perished within the first year of joining the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened, and he unconsciously swallowed hard, asking, "How did they die?" "Fear not, Jiang Xiaobai. You will soon learn all there is to know. Now let us swiftly guide you into the sect. We must first take you for a cleansing." Steward Fu grasped Jiang Xiaobai's hand firmly, this grip more insistent, his urgency palpable, causing Jiang Xiaobai discomfort. "Steward Fu, you're hurting me. Please let go." "Haha, I cannot release you. What if you attempt to flee? What shall we eat tonight?" Steward Fu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. His words struck like thunder, reverberating in Jiang Xiaobai's mind, causing his complexion to drain of color, his eyes trembling. "Indeed, I suspected as much. Your eagerness to have me join the Qingyun sect was not without ulterior motives." Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's pallor and panic, Xiao Man shook her head and said, "I offered you a chance to leave, yet you shamelessly insisted on joining the Qingyun sect. Now, it is too late for regret. Prepare to become our feast." "Xiao Man, do not speak such nonsense. You'll frighten Xiaobai, which would spoil the flavor." Jiang Xiaobai, in a state of alarm, felt a tremor run through him as he contemplated escaping. Yet, that voice he had longed for over the past decade suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. After 10 years, you have successfully completed the system's designated task." "Ding! The system has been successfully unlocked and has now formed a contract with the host." "Beep! Congratulations to the host for receiving the newcomer gift pack, which includes the invulnerable body of all laws, the devouring divine ability, and 100 million true chi." "Beep! The newcomer gift pack has been delivered to the system space. The host may claim it at their convenience." "Beep! This system is a madcap system. Upon the host's completion of designated tasks, the system shall reward the host according to the extent of task fulfillment." Initially, Jiang Xiaobai's expression was one of terror, but upon hearing the system's words, a smile began to grace his lips as he gazed skyward and let out a triumphant roar. 10 years! I have waited 10 long years, and finally, my hopes have been realized." Butler Fu and Xiao Man were taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's trembling form and ecstatic shout. Exchanging a glance, they remarked, "This fellow, is he utterly terrified?" Butler Fu, given his state of fright, "Perhaps we should let him go." "What? Xiao Man, did I hear you correctly? You want me to release him? How will I survive? That old man decreed that I could only indulge once a year. Do you have any idea how torturous the past 100,000 years have been for me?" Butler Fu erupted in an irate roar at Xiao Man, saliva dribbling from his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Man immediately turned her face away. "Jiang Xiaobai, hurry back to our sect with us, so we may serve you well and cleanse you thoroughly," Butler Fu said, his gaze fixed on the still ecstatic Jiang Xiaobai, his expression fervent and eyes filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. Then he turned his gaze to Butler Fu, a mischievous grin revealing his pearly whites, as he replied, "Very well, let us return at once." Chapter 3. The Madcap System, Driving a Villain to Madness for Rich Rewards. Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's apparent excitement, Xiao Man felt a sense of confusion. "Jiang Xiaobai, he is planning to devour you. Why are you so exhilarated? Have you been frightened into foolishness?" "Xiao Man, stop your nonsensical chatter. How could I possibly consume Jiang Xiaobai?" Butler Fu, observing Jiang Xiaobai's fervent demeanor, seemed eager to swallow him whole, rendering his protests feeble. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he looked at Xiao Man and inquired, "You would eat me? Why would I? I too am human. Come now, enough with the idle chatter." Butler Fu insisted, pulling Jiang Xiaobai insistently toward the Qingyun sect. Seeing this, Xiao Man could only shake her head in resignation and follow Jiang Xiaobai's lead. As they walked, Jiang Xiaobai carefully surveyed the entirety of the Qingyun sect. It was undeniably vast, yet everywhere he looked, he saw ruins, which hardly resembled an ancient sect that had existed for 100,000 years. "Where are you taking me?" "Hee, do not fret, we shall arrive shortly," Butler Fu replied, gripping Jiang Xiaobai's hand tightly, not daring to loosen his hold for a moment. "Yes, the year draws to a close. I thought I would have nothing to eat this year." "Thanks to you, Jiang Xiaobai, I would have likely had to wait until next year for sustenance, he added as they walked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Butler Fu, who appeared aged, yet possessed a remarkable vigor, as if a powerful force could erupt from him at any moment. That little beauty is at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, a formidable powerhouse in the celestial Xian realm. Does that not imply that Butler Fu is also remarkably strong? Upon contemplating this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly inquired of the system. System, is the immune law body powerful? Ding. Host, the immune law body can disregard all rule-based attacks and damage. The rules constitute the supreme force. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a smile. System, grant me the immune law body. Ding. Host, the immune law body has been bestowed. Buzz. In an instant, a mysterious and formidable power surged within Jiang Xiaobai's body. This power was so terrifying that even Xiaoman and Butler Fu failed to perceive it. Wait a moment, system. Why do I feel no difference? I seem no different than before. Ding. Host. The body of the myriad laws is impervious. Its effects shall only manifest when the host is subjected to the assault of other forces of law. Under ordinary circumstances, the host bears no distinction from an average individual. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. What should he do next? If Butler Fu was intent on devouring him, it was likely that the spirited girl would not come to his aid either. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xiaobai anxiously inquired, System, is the devouring technique formidable? Ding. Host, by employing the devouring technique, you can assimilate the innate abilities and spiritual roots of any adversary, thereby swiftly enhancing your own innate talents and spiritual roots. With no upper limit. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement, yet he remained unable to resolve the crisis he currently faced. The devouring divine ability could not immediately extricate him from his present predicament. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze grew solemn as he turned his eyes toward Xiaoman. Xiaoman, I find myself longing for my parents. Might you escort me back home? Xiaoman, who had been trailing behind Jiang Xiaobai and Butler Fu, paused momentarily upon hearing his words, merely shaking her head without offering a reply. Heh, Jiang Xiaobai, there is no need for your cunning schemes. Xiaoman cannot contend with me. Were it not for that old wretch forbidding me from approaching her, I would have claimed her long ago. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered, and his breath quickened once more as he urgently inquired of the system. System, can 100 million true energy points elevate my strength to the level necessary to defeat this creature? Ding. Host, it is not possible. Ding. The individual before you has transformed from the ancient beast, Tao Tai. It possesses an insatiable appetite and can consume anything. Even if the host were to expend 100 million true energy points to enhance their cultivation, it would not suffice to overcome it. The system advises the host to employ wit. Wit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Butler Fu intently. How does one employ wit? We're here. Guoguo, hurry out to work. Before long, Jiang Xiaobai was led by Butler Fu into a small courtyard. Whoosh. As soon as they entered the courtyard, a figure appeared with incredible speed, materializing before Xiaoman in an instant. Xiaoman, the weather is delightful today, yet it pales in comparison to your beauty. Might I take a glimpse at the undergarment you are wearing today? A 1-meter-tall white turtle, with a round head and large blinking eyes, gazed at Xiaoman with heartfelt longing. Bang! Boom! Get lost! Jiang Xiaobai stared in bewilderment at the scene before him, unable to react in time as the white turtle was sent flying several miles away by a single slap from Xiaoman. Xiaoman, why did you strike the pot? It merely wished to see what kind of undergarments you don today. It's hardly a matter of great consequence. Now that you've sent the pot flying, you must tend to the fire and steam. Jiang Xiaobai. Remember to wash thoroughly before steaming. I have developed a bit of a cleanliness obsession over the years. Upon finishing, Butler Fu immediately released Jiang Xiaobai. What does this have to do with me? It's not as if I am consuming Jiang Xiaobai. Whoosh. Just as Xiaoman finished speaking, the figure of the pot reappeared before the group, leering as it said, Oh dear, Butler Fu, please do not be angry. This is not Xiaoman's fault. There is a saying among humans, to strike is to hurt, to scold is to love. Xiaoman acts out of affection for me. Jiang Xiaobai stood aside, his lips twitching incessantly. He had encountered turtles before, but never had he seen such a lascivious and lecherous white turtle. Ah, my dear young friend, you must have just joined our Qinyan sect. Haven't you? You are quite handsome, the turtle exclaimed. Guoguo shifted his attention to Jiang Xiaobai, circling around him. Indeed, he was quite striking. Yet he was merely a naive fool, choosing to join our Qinyan sect when he could have gone elsewhere. All right, Guoguo. Hurry and wash the pot while raising the fire. After a year, I can finally indulge tonight, Butler Fu remarked, continuously glancing at Jiang Xiaobai and occasionally licking his loose lips. All right then, Butler Fu, you can leave it to Guoguo. Young man, will you wash it yourself? Or shall Guoguo assist you? Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered as he scrutinized the three individuals before him. In an attempt to buy some time, he inquired, why are only the three of you from the Qingyan sect? Where are the others? Do not concern yourself with them. They have long been absent from the sect, and you will not have the fortune of encountering them. Hurry and wash up. Guoguo will assist Butler Fu in preparing you, one of them retorted. At that moment, Xiaoman stepped forward and said, allow me to deal with him first. After all, we share the same bloodline, and I cannot bear to see him suffer a slow demise at your hands. That is out of the question. I must ensure his survival while he is cooked. It is essential to preserve the tenderness of the meat. Xiaoman, do not act recklessly, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze intently on Butler Fu and declared, what a glutton you are, so obsessively devoted to food. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Chapter 4. The Art of Pretense, the bewildered and intimidated Butler Fu. With a surge of courage, Jiang Xiaobai shouted at Butler Fu, causing the previously excited butler to freeze momentarily, his expression stiffening in place. Meanwhile, both Xiaoman and Guoguo gazed at Jiang Xiaobai in utter astonishment. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately boasted, how dare a mere beast presume to consume me? Upon my master's return, I shall ensure that you are skinned alive. Jiang Xiaobai's mind raced swiftly, recalling every sight and sound from the moment he arrived at the Qingyan sect. Upon hearing his words, Butler Fu and the others involuntarily shuddered. What did you just say, Jiang Xiaobai? Are you a newly accepted disciple of that old fellow? Butler Fu's disbelief was palpable as he fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Xiaobai. What else could explain my audacity to venture alone into the Qingyan sect? Moreover, how else would I know that you are a beast, an ancient Taotai? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that he might not be able to intimidate the beast before him, which would spell his doom. Every step he took was of utmost significance. He had to maintain an air of composure and could not afford to display the slightest hint of panic. Steward Fu's eyes were filled with confusion as he scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai intently. Even Xiaoman and Guoguo were fixated on him. Had the sect master taken on new disciples? Why was he not chosen? Xiaoman suddenly shouted at Jiang Xiaobai, her expression brimming with excitement, catching him completely off guard. System, is it possible to access detailed information about Steward Fu and the others? Ding, the answer is affirmative, host. Very well, let me immediately examine Xiaoman's specific details. In no time, Xiaoman's personal information unfolded before Jiang Xiaobai's eyes. Character, Gu Xiaoman age, 1888 years strength. Pinnacle of the Emperor Realm personality, proud, with an intense yearning for love and attention background. Orphan, harboring a deep-seated grudge for the annihilation of her clan weakness. Fondness for food. Gluttonous objective, to become a disciple of the Qingyan sect's master and avenge her family's demise. Jiang Xiaobai gaped, his gaze incessantly scrutinizing Gu Xiaoman. A look of astonishment etched upon his features. Jiang Xiaobai, I am addressing you, he exclaimed. Why did he choose you as his disciple and not me? It has been 1880 years since I joined the Qingyan sect, yet he remains unwilling to accept me as his apprentice. Why is this? What could possibly be the reason? Jiang Xiaobai observed Gu Xiaoman as she vehemently shouted at him in a fit of desperation. He took a deep breath and, feigning composure, replied, Gu Xiaoman, you are consumed by your obsessions. Your heart is filled solely with hatred. How could the master ever take you as a disciple? Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai resonated like thunder, reverberating not only in Gu Xiaoman's mind, but also affecting Butler Fu and Guoguo. Are you truly the disciple of that old man? Butler Fu appeared reluctant to accept Jiang Xiaobai's assertion, his gaze fixed intently on him, filled with unwillingness. System. Retrieve the detailed information on this Taotai. Ding. Host. The information on this Taotai has been accessed. Fumanlu. Ancient Taotai age. Strength. Sealed at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Personality. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, gluttonous and slothful, with an obsessive cleanliness to an extreme degree, and a love for freedom. Background. Qingyan sect weaknesses, gluttony, excessive sleepiness, and a fear of those more powerful than itself. After perusing the details of Fumanlu, Jiang Xiaobai's presence surged. Fumanlu. Your master has imposed the rule that you may only consume meat once a year to correct your gluttonous tendencies, and you have adhered to it commendably for the past 100,000 years. However, Fuminlu, your other weaknesses are glaringly apparent. It seems that true freedom will elude you for this lifetime. Buzz. Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, the three members of Fuminlu trembled involuntarily. Indeed, you are the newly accepted disciple of that old curmudgeon, that accursed old man. Did he not previously declare that he would no longer take on disciples? How then? Has he taken on another? Moreover, a worthless individual devoid of any spiritual roots. Fuminlu was filled with resentment, his tongue incessantly flickering against his slackened lips. Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, surveying the three individuals before him for a moment, then arrogantly proclaimed, "Humph. You three, listen closely. Before leaving, my master entrusted the management of Qingyun's sect to you. Open your eyes wide, and behold what has become of Qingyun's sect now. You should just await my master's return and the punishment that awaits you." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the trio from Fuminlu trembled once more. Their expressions a complex mixture of emotions. Is that old coot really coming back? Is Jiang Xiaobai speaking the truth? Fuminlu appeared skeptical, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaobai with a doubtful gaze. Is he truly returning? Is this real, Jiang Xiaobai? Gu Xiaoman exclaimed with excitement, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment as her gaze remained fixed on him. Let him come back if he wishes. The sect leader has not returned for a millennium and a half. Even his few disciples have not made an appearance for the same length of time. Were it not for their peculiarities, Guoguo would have thought they had long since perished. Guoguo seemed rather indifferent, her large eyes darting mischievously as she occasionally stole glances at Gu Xiaoman. With this, Jiang Xiaobai finally felt a slight sense of relief. He had successfully intimidated the members of Fuminlu. As for the sect leader of Qingyun, he was unconcerned. After all, he had already completed the system's mission and successfully bound himself to it, allowing him to roam freely in the Tianxian realm. Despite the mysterious aura surrounding Qingyun's sect, he truly did not regard it with much seriousness. With the system in my grasp, the world is mine. Little junior brother Jiang, how did you manage to become a disciple of the sect leader? Guoguo inquired, her eyes blinking with curiosity as she looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Fuminlu and Gu Xiaoman also turned their expectant gazes toward him. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai began to boast once more. It is undoubtedly my extraordinary talent that has captivated my master. You are all unaware that my master pleaded with me for a full 3 years to accept him as my mentor. Gu Xiaoman and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai with disbelief. How could you not recognize the talent of our junior disciple? Might you demonstrate it for us? Gu Xiaoman's eyes sparkled mischievously, the corners of her mouth curling upward, revealing a somewhat unscrupulous demeanor. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai found himself internally berating the turtle. This cunning turtle, it must be intentional. System, please retrieve the information on Gu Xiaoman. Ding. The profile of Gu Xiaoman has been opened. Gu Xiaoman, ancient divine beast Xuanwu age. Strength, suppressed at the peak of the Emperor Realm personality, extremely avaricious and lascivious, lewd, scheming, enjoys creating chaos, favors ambush tactics, and is adept at framing others. Background, Qingyun sect weakness, intensely lustful and greedy, bullies the weak while fearing the strong, afraid of Gu Xiaoman. After perusing the information regarding Guoguo, Jiang Xiaobai fell into silence. Little junior brother, could you perhaps showcase your extraordinary talent for us? Guoguo, along with Butler Fu and Xiaoman, expressed a keen desire to witness it. Guoguo's mischievous, large eyes twinkled once more as she turned to gaze at Jiang Xiaobai with a smile. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the three individuals known as Guoguo for a moment before speaking. Do you truly wish to see? Upon hearing this, the trio nodded in unison, their eagerness palpable. If you wish to witness it, we must await the return of our venerable master. For only he possesses the power of the laws that can unveil my extraordinary talents. Jiang Xiaobai's words struck like thunder, leaving the three in utter astonishment. What? The power of the laws? Chapter 5. Dual-line system quest. Forge the strongest sect and avenge Butler Fu. As he observed the trio's astonished expressions, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of assurance within. He then proceeded to boast once more. The power of the laws is supreme and immensely powerful. I trust you are all aware of this. To solidify their belief, he declared, today, I shall allow you to witness the might of the power of the laws with your own eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's proclamation, the trio held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation as they focused intently on him. Noticing this, a slight smile emerged on Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he inwardly addressed the system. If I were to expend 100 million vital energy points, to what heights could my strength ascend? Ding. Host, considering your physical condition as a naturally deficient body, it is advisable to utilize 50 million vital energy points to cleanse your marrow and refine your dantian. Only by solidifying your foundation thoroughly can your future cultivation proceed more smoothly. Aside from knowing that the cultivation levels of the heavenly mystic realm are divided into 9 stages, each of body refinement, chi refinement, spirit refinement, venerable, saint, celestial being, ultimate, and emperor, Jiang Xiaobai lacks substantial experience in this domain. The system is certainly not deceiving him. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly assumed a lotus position. With an air of pretentiousness, he lifted his head and bellowed towards the heavens. O revered, beloved, and magnificent master, I beseech you to bestow upon me the power of the laws and solidify my foundation. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xiaobai immediately addressed the system. Utilize 50 million true energy points to cleanse my marrow and strengthen my dantian. Ding. Understood, host, came the reply. Before the astonished gazes of Xiaoman and the others, a wondrous force enveloped Jiang Xiaobai. This power emanated a mysterious glow, rendering him enigmatic and unfathomable. Xiaoman and the others stared in awe, their mouths agape and eyes wide. In their sight, an unpleasant odor began to emanate from Jiang Xiaobai as a torrent of refuse expelled from his body. Meanwhile, his dantian gradually expanded and solidified. This was the first time Guoguo had witnessed such a miraculous phenomenon. Little junior brother Jiang Xiaobai is truly favored by the sect master, he thought, his face brimming with envy as he gazed at him with wide eyes. Humph, that old fellow is utterly untrustworthy. He once proclaimed before so many witnesses that he would no longer take on disciples. Look, now he has accepted this lad. Fumanlu was evidently displeased, but dared not act against Jiang Xiaobai. That fraud. When he returns, I shall compel him to accept me as his disciple, even if I must cling to him relentlessly. Xiaoman thought, her eyes filled with jealousy as she regarded Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the words of Xiaoman and her companions, engrossed in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he had immersed himself in his practice for 7 days. By this time, his physical form had been thoroughly solidified, aptly described as flawless. Moreover, his dantian had expanded thousands of times and had become remarkably sturdy. In these 7 days, this young man had purified his physique to perfection. How delightful it would be to consume Jiang Xiaobai. Fu Manlu gazed at him with fervent eyes, yearning to devour him at that very moment, continuously licking his relaxed lips. While his physical body had reached an immaculate state, his spiritual root remained a mere pseudo-spiritual root, limiting his achievements far below that of Xiaoman. Guoguo cast a glance at Xiaoman, showering her with extravagant praise. Humph. Is that all? I expected something extraordinary. With a teasing tone, he added, Hee, Xiaoman, do not be upset. When the sect master returns, I shall implore him to accept you as his disciple. Even though Jiang Xiaobai's physique was flawless, his pseudo-spiritual root would likely prevent him from ever cultivating successfully. Perhaps I should just consume him instead, Guoguo mused. But Fu Steward, do you dare to eat him? Guoguo's eyes widened as he questioned Fu Manlu. Fu Manlu continued to lick his lips. But the thought of that terrifying old man dampened his enthusiasm. I simply cannot comprehend it. Even if Jiang Xiaobai's physique is perfect, he possesses a pseudo-spiritual root. A pseudo-spiritual root is akin to having no spiritual root at all, rendering cultivation impossible. Why would the sect master take him as a disciple? Xiaoman voiced her doubts, prompting Fu Manlu and Guoguo to once again cast their gazes upon the cultivating Jiang Xiaobai. Could it be that Jiang Xiaobai is the sect master's illegitimate son? Guoguo speculated, receiving an eye roll from Xiaoman in response. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before the three of them, emerging suddenly from Jiang Xiaobai. System. Allocate the remaining 50 million true chi points to enhance my cultivation. Ding. Understood, host. Buzz. An overwhelming force surged forth from Jiang Xiaobai. In an instant, he transitioned from an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation to one rapidly acquiring it. Furthermore, his progress soared directly from the first stage of body refinement. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiaoman and the others exclaimed in disbelief, "This is impossible. How can this be? A pseudo-spiritual root cultivating? Oh no, the sect master is breaking the rules. We are doomed. Not just the sect master, even I, Guoguo, might face calamity." What secret does Jiang Xiaobai harbor? It is known that in the Tianxian realm, one cannot cultivate without a spiritual root. Spiritual roots in the Tianxian realm are categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and top-grade roots. Jiang Xiaobai, being a pseudo-spiritual root, was deemed inferior even to the lowest grade, a true waste. Fumantang was genuinely unable to discern the situation of Jiang Xiaobai, and it found the reality quite hard to believe. Amidst their conversation, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation level astonishingly ascended to the 9th stage of qi refinement, and he showed no intention of halting his progress. In a swift turn of events, his prowess directly broke through to the 1st stage of spirit refinement. It was at this moment that the aura emanating from Jiang Xiaobai ceased its elevation. Buzz. The realm of spirit refinement is characterized by the cultivation of consciousness and spirit. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai's awareness could envelop an expansive radius of 1,000 meters. How remarkable! Is this what cultivation truly entails? Jiang Xiaobai had yet to fully appreciate the cultivation he possessed when the voice of the system unexpectedly resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cultivating. The system will now issue new tasks based on the host's current situation. Ding! The system has released a main quest. Please transform the Qingyun sect into the strongest sect. There is no time limit for this task. The rewards for the main quest are as follows. For each disciple the host recruits, a reward of 10,000 true energy points will be granted. Furthermore, the greater the talent of the disciples recruited, the more true energy points will be awarded. Ding! The system has also issued a side quest. The Fumin Building, where the ancient ferocious beast, Tao Tai, perpetually yearns to devour the host. As the destined child, how can the host allow such a beast to covet them? What the host can endure, the system cannot. Therefore, the host must devise every possible means to exact a profound revenge on Fumin Building within the coming month, demonstrating that the host is not to be trifled with. Chapter 6. A moment of arrogance brings endless delight. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed in excitement thereafter. To transform the Qingyun sect into the mightiest sect? The Tianxian realm is teeming with formidable beings, and there are mountains beyond mountains, heavens beyond heavens. This task is indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, this main quest lacks a time constraint. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze swept over the entirety of Qingyun sect, the dilapidation of the place causing a slight furrow in his brow. As for the side quests, Jiang Xiaobai smirked, his gaze shifting to the still stunned Xiaoman and the others, his amusement growing as he beheld the Fumin Tower. What do you mean by looking at me and smiling like that? Fumin Tower noticed Jiang Xiaobai's crooked smile directed at it, instilling a sense of unease within the ancient beast. You all must now believe that I am a newly accepted disciple of the master. Jiang Xiaobai regarded Xiaoman and the others with a calm demeanor. But what difference does it make? Before leaving, the sect master sealed off Qingyun sect, and Guoguo cannot venture outside. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by Guoguo's words. Qingyun sect is sealed? How is that possible? It was evident that Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily at a loss. How had he entered Qingyun sect if it was sealed? Indeed, Qingyun sect has been sealed. Otherwise, how could it be in such disrepair? Fumin Tower expressed its dissatisfaction. At this point, Jiang Xiaobai's mind began to race, and after a brief moment, a realization dawned upon him, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile as he spoke. In truth, my esteemed master summoned me back for a matter of utmost importance. Jiang Xiaobai's pretense astonished Xiaoman and the others. What did that old fellow summon you back for? Fumin Tower voiced their shared curiosity. In response, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly raised his head, his eyes narrowing as his tone grew somber. This is a matter of heavenly secrets. My master has foreseen that a cataclysmic crisis will soon befall the Tianxian realm. A cataclysmic crisis? The term left Xiaoman and the others utterly perplexed. Indeed, a cataclysmic crisis. My master has stated that the Tianxian realm will soon encounter a crisis of annihilation that occurs once every 100,000 years. At that time, the entire Tianxian realm may very well. Jiang Xiaobai sighed. My master possesses a benevolent heart, always considering the well-being of all beings. Fumin Tower and Guoguo, having lived for countless ages, and Xiaoman, who was over 1,000 years old, appeared to harbor skepticism regarding Jiang Xiaobai's claims of a cataclysmic crisis. I have lived for countless years without encountering any cataclysmic crisis. Just because you haven't encountered one doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Are you more powerful than the master? Can you foresee the future? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Fumin Tower's expression shook, and it fell silent. In order to prepare for the impending cataclysmic crisis, my esteemed master has instructed me to return and establish the sect to recruit disciples. Establish the sect to recruit disciples? Xiaoman and the others were once again taken aback. Indeed, to establish the sect and recruit disciples, my esteemed master aims to forge the most formidable sect. The most formidable sect? Jiang Xiaobai nodded slightly, his gaze shifting towards the three of them as he reiterated, my esteemed master has instructed you to collaborate with me and lend your assistance. How are we to cooperate with you? They replied, we cannot step away from Qingyun sect even for a moment. In fact, even Guoguo wishes to venture into the nearby town to catch a glimpse of the lady's undergarments, yet is unable to do so. Guoguo finds himself rather lonely. Jiang Xiaobai, how do you expect us to assist you? It was evident that Xiaoman had completely placed her trust in Jiang Xiaobai's words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment, he spoke. Establishing a sect and taking in disciples necessitates a considerable amount of resources, particularly spirit stones. The Qingyun sect has existed for 100,000 years. Surely, there must still be a wealth of resources at your disposal? As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Guoguo. Upon hearing this, Guoguo began to stealthily retreat. Guoguo, my master has explicitly informed me that the treasury of the Qingyun sect is under your control. What? Little junior brother, do you have a penchant for undergarments as well? Guoguo exclaimed, delighted to find a kindred spirit. As Guoguo pulled out several pairs of pink undergarments to offer to Jiang Xiaobai, Xiaoman suddenly erupted in anger, exclaiming, aren't these the undergarments I lost? Guoguo. Xiaoman's face was a mask of fury as she glared fiercely at Guoguo. Ah, Xiaoman. These are the ones Guoguo found in the back courtyard, and I was just about to return them to you, Guoguo stammered. Xiaoman's expression darkened. Her eyes filled with a murderous intent directed at Guoguo. Enough, Guoguo. Quickly present all the spirit stones of the Qingyun sect to me. This is a directive from our revered master. Do you dare to defy him? Jiang Xiaobai feigned a reprimand. Upon hearing this, Guoguo instinctively recoiled, reluctantly producing a spatial ring and presenting it to Jiang Xiaobai. Currently, the Qingyun sect possessed but a meager sum of spiritual stones, 1 million premium-grade spiritual stones. 1 million premium-grade spiritual stones. Jiang Xiaobai felt his throat constrict at the mention. 1 million premium-grade spiritual stones. In the realm of Tianxian, spiritual stones are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and premium grades. Premium-grade spiritual stones are the most valuable and exquisite in Tianxian. Having traversed the realm for a decade, Jiang Xiaobai had only ever glimpsed a low-grade spiritual stone, and that was merely as he observed other cultivators using it for purchases. Jiang Xiaobai breathed heavily, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the spatial ring from Guoguo. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, Guoguo mistook his agitation for anger and lowered his head, speaking in a soft voice. Indeed, the Qingyun sect once possessed several 100 billion top-tier spirit stones, but over the past millennium, I have had nothing else to consume and could not leave the Qingyun sect, so I devoured them. What? You consumed several 100 billion top-tier spirit stones? Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned to one of utter disbelief, his lips twitching incessantly. Several 100 billion spirit stones. How could this be? Jiang Xiaobai, the Qingyun sect is sealed. How do you intend to establish the sect and recruit disciples? Xiaoman asked, her face etched with confusion as she looked at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, filled with curiosity, promptly inquired of the system, if the Qingyun sect is sealed, how am I to accept disciples? Ding. Host. The Qingyun sect is enveloped by a formidable force of law, yet this power is solely directed at the trio of Fu Manlu. Others may freely enter the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, how could Fu Manlu have consumed so many? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai finally grasped the situation. It became clear that the sect's master was likely wary of the potential havoc these three individuals could wreak upon the Tianxian realm. After all, each of these three possessed peak emperor-level power. Should even one of them venture forth, they could undoubtedly upheave the entire Tianxian realm. Jiang Xiaobai directed his gaze towards the trio of Xiaoman, pondering for a considerable time before lifting his eyes to the heavens. He proclaimed with a touch of bravado, my esteemed master has revealed to me the method to lift the seal. Is that truly the case? The three of them exclaimed in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement as they fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. Indeed, it is authentic. Do the three of you wish to escape from Qingyun sect? Chapter 7. The Qingyun Compendium. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's assertion that he could indeed facilitate their departure, the trio of Xiaoman was invigorated. Jiang Xiaobai, do you speak the truth? Without a doubt, it is as true as the sun rises, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a grin. Guoguo observed his smile, feeling that he did not appear to be a virtuous character. When shall the master return? Jiang Xiaobai was left in a state of bewilderment. His smile seemed somewhat disingenuous. He immediately remarked, well, my master said that once we have established the Qingyun sect with a semblance of grandeur, he will naturally return. Eagerly, Fu Manlu urged, then let us hasten to break the seal and release us. I yearn for a feast. However, the response came swiftly, not yet. My master has decreed that only after I transform the Qingyun sect into a formidable power can your seals be undone. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman and the others wore expressions of discontent. Jiang Xiaobai, noticing their gloom, added, you have been sealed for so long. Does a little more time truly matter? Rest assured, within 3 years, the Qingyun sect will undoubtedly become a major sect within tens of thousands of miles. Xiaoman retorted, even if we desired to assist you, we are powerless to do so. We cannot leave the Qingyun sect. This remark plunged Jiang Xiaobai into deep contemplation. It's fine, with my master and senior brother absent. You merely need to maintain order. Maintain order? What does that entail? Came the query. It means safeguarding the sect. Should anyone attempt to bully the Qingyun sect, you must teach them a lesson. At this, Xiaoman and the others nodded in agreement. That seems manageable. It has been ages since anyone visited the Qingyun sect. Junior brother, you should descend the mountain to recruit disciples. The more, the better, especially female disciples. Guoguo chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaoman's expression darkened at this suggestion. Very well, there's no time to lose. I shall head down the mountain, Jiang Xiaobai concluded, promptly turning to leave. As they watched Jiang Xiaobai hastily depart, Fu Manlu and the others fell into contemplation. Is it possible he is deceiving us? Look at how anxious he seems. I can't shake the feeling that he is rather crafty, Fu Manlu remarked, keeping a keen eye on Jiang Xiaobai as he left. I doubt it. Who besides the sect master and a select few would know our predicament? Guoguo countered, believing Xiaoman was correct, asserting, Jiang Xiaobai must be the sect master's illegitimate son. Guoguo, do not speak such nonsense. That old man could not possibly have offspring. Fu Manlu firmly dismissed her speculation. Meanwhile, after descending the myriad steps of the Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai exhaled deeply, relieved that those 3 elders chose to trust him. Goodness, I would have perished if any of those peak emperor-level beings had directed their breath at me. Reflecting on the encounter sent shivers down his spine. System, can we perhaps exchange the main and side quests? He inquired. Ding. Host, once a task is issued, it cannot be altered, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath and cast his gaze over the entirety of Qingyun sect, reiterating, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Let us first venture to Qingyun city, which lies 100 miles away. With that, he immediately rose from his spot and departed. Qingyun city, the largest metropolis within a radius of several thousand miles, sprawls over an impressive area of 5,000 square kilometers and boasts a vast population. At the grand entrance of the city, bustling with activity, Jiang Xiaobai found himself standing not far from the gates, immersed in the lively atmosphere. Jiang Xiaobai stood still for a moment, muttering to himself, before promptly setting off towards the city. Just as he began to move, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder, followed by a greasy voice behind him exclaiming, oh, my. This brother looks quite familiar. Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately turned around, encountering a chubby young man of similar age. Who are you? Jiang inquired. Hee, my brother, I am Wang Dayton. The man replied, flashing a broad grin that revealed his gleaming gold teeth, almost blinding Jiang Xiaobai. Wang Dayton? Yes, indeed, I am Wang Dayton. What can I do for you? Jiang Xiaobai, maintaining a vigilant gaze, questioned him. Brother, I have some items for sale. Not interested, Jiang Xiaobai interjected, cutting him off mid-sentence. As Jiang Xiaobai commenced his journey, Wang Dayton once again halted him, exclaiming, Brother, do not be hasty. I am not here to sell you anything. To which Jiang Xiaobai inquired, what do you mean then? Upon hearing this, Wang Dayton's small eyes darted around a few times before he leaned in close to Jiang Xiaobai's ear and whispered, Brother, I possess exquisite spiritual elixirs that, once ingested, will enable you to cultivate successfully without delay. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Darren, asking, "Are you deceiving me?" "No, no," Wang Darren replied earnestly. "I truly possess a miraculous elixir. It merely requires 100 low-grade spirit stones." Jiang Xiaobai remained silent this time. After a prolonged contemplation, he mentally addressed the system. "System, please retrieve the information on Wang Darren." Ding. Host, the specific details regarding Wang Darren have been obtained. Name, Wang Darren. Age, 18. Strength, 8 stage of Qi refinement. Spiritual root, medium-grade spiritual root. Personality, greedy, yet upright and just, with a hint of selfishness. Background, none. An orphan harboring a vendetta against an entire clan. Weakness, greed. Jiang Xiaobai gazed intently at Wang Darren's profile, his eyes narrowing as he inquired, "System, could you possibly be mistaken? This individual is described as upright and just." Ding. Host, the system is never wrong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then began to scrutinize Wang Darren with great care. What do you think, my brother? With merely 100 inferior spirit stones, your dream of cultivation can be realized." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Fatty, you harbor a deep-seated vendetta against an entire clan. Would you be interested in joining a formidable sect?" At Jiang Xiaobai's words, Wang Darren, who had been grinning from ear to ear, felt a tremor run through his corpulent frame, and his gaze immediately fixated intensely on Jiang Xiaobai. "How do you know I have a vendetta against an entire clan?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked. "Because I possess great strength." Wang Darren fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, he inquired, "In what way are you strong?" "You possess no cultivation at all. Moreover, my spiritual root is merely of average quality. Would any great sect truly accept me?" "Indeed, as long as you are willing, nothing is impossible." "Which great sect?" Wang Darren exclaimed, clearly intrigued and captivated by the prospect. Jiang Xiaobai lifted his gaze to the vast sky, subsequently producing a chart that emanated a mysterious glow. He handed it to Wang Darren and arrogantly proclaimed, "If you inscribe your name on this azure cloud codex and let a drop of your blood fall upon it, you shall ascertain the truth of my words." Upon hearing this, Wang Darren was momentarily taken aback, but he promptly accepted the Azure Cloud Codex and began to scrutinize it with great interest. "What is this?" he inquired, his face alight with curiosity. "It feels remarkably exquisite and radiates an enigmatic luminescence." Jiang Xiaobai naturally would not disclose to him that this was a product of the system, the Qingyun Codex. Anyone, be it a person or a beast, who joins the Qingyun sect and inscribes their name in the codex, will pledge eternal loyalty to Jiang Xiaobai, never to betray him. This is a treasure of the heavens and earth, imbued with formidable power. "Wang Darren, I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to ponder. Will you join the grand sect?" Upon hearing this, Wang Darren fell into silence once more. After a brief moment, he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Can I truly join the grand sect?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded and promptly produced a remarkable spirit stone, extending it towards Wang Darren. "Take this exquisite spirit stone," he said, "and if I deceive you, consider it yours to keep." An exquisite spirit stone. Wang Darren gazed in astonishment at the sizable purple gem in Jiang Xiaobai's hand. He had never before touched such a precious stone. With great care, he accepted the spirit stone, his heart brimming with excitement, and he quickly declared, "Very well, I shall join the grand sect." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and said, "Then hasten to inscribe your name, and let a drop of blood fall upon it." Wang Darren, gripping the exquisite spirit stone tightly in his left hand, fearing that Jiang Xiaobai might renege on the agreement, promptly signed his name on the Qingyun map and allowed a single drop of his blood to fall upon it. In an instant, a mysterious force enveloped Wang Darren's entire being. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but smirk, exclaiming, "Hee. Acquiring the title of the foremost disciple is such an effortless endeavor. May I inquire about your esteemed name, senior brother? Where is our sect located?" Wang Darren inquired with an expression full of curiosity. Jiang Xiaobai swiftly snatched the exquisite spirit stone from Wang Darren's grasp and, with a sly grin, remarked, "Our sect is just ahead. If you proceed 100 miles in that direction, you will find it." Upon hearing this, Wang Darren was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Qingyun sect? That dilapidated and shabby sect?" Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Wang Darren's perplexed expression and chuckled, nodding in agreement. "It is quite natural for you to look that way. Come with me. Let us continue to recruit more disciples. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he turned without hesitation and headed towards Qingyun City, leaving Wang Darren standing there in bewilderment. No, I want to withdraw from the sect. Wang Darren shouted at Jiang Xiaobai. Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning appeared, striking Wang Darren and causing smoke to billow from him. Once the Qingyun Codex was signed, betrayal was forbidden for eternity, and withdrawal was utterly impossible. Chapter 8. The Qingyun sect opens its doors to disciples. Shocking the surrounding thousands of miles within Qingyun City, a bustling marketplace thrived with a constant flow of people, and Wang Darren, with a face full of resentment, trailed behind Jiang Xiaobai. Recently ensnared into the Qingyun sect, he felt an immense reluctance. Yet Jiang Xiaobai had informed him that once the Qingyun Codex was signed, one would be bound to it for eternity, unable to betray or withdraw. The thought of the dilapidated Qingyun sect made him despair. I say, my chubby friend, you need not be so disheartened. Trust me, within 3 years, the renown of our Qingyun sect will resonate throughout the southern domain. The Tianxian realm is divided into 5 major regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central, along with vast and boundless seas. The southern domain alone spans countless square kilometers. Renowned throughout the southern domain? I fear I may not even witness its fame extending 100 miles, Wang Darren replied. Chubby, you must have faith in me. It's not a matter of whether I have faith in you. It's that the Qingyun sect has already been disbanded. To re-establish and recruit disciples, we must gain the consent of those powerful factions. Otherwise, we may gather few disciples before meeting our demise, Wang Darren said, his face etched with concern. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening. Is there truly such a matter? You mean to say that you are unaware of this, yet you dare to take on disciples? I am genuinely astounded by your audacity. Jiang Xiaobai was indeed at a loss. He had initially planned to set up a stall to recruit a few disciples, but after this unexpected turn of events, how was he to proceed? After a long moment of contemplation, a wry smile crept upon Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he resolved. Never mind, I shall devise a way to recruit thousands, if not tens of thousands, of disciples. What? You still intend to recruit disciples? Don't drag me into this madness. Wang Darren's face was a mask of sheer terror, wishing he could flee at that very moment. Stop dawdling. Come help me set up the stall to gather disciples. With that, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly produced a pre-prepared banner along with a chair and table to commence his endeavor. Upon witnessing this, Wang Darren's plump face began to twitch uncontrollably, his expression one of utter bewilderment. You are genuinely going to establish a sect and recruit disciples? This is the end. Enough chatter. Take this and start calling out as instructed, Jiang Xiaobai commanded, handing Wang Darren a sheet of paper and a simple wooden horn. After receiving the items from Jiang Xiaobai, Wang Darren was left even more perplexed. What is this contraption? In response to Wang Darren's inquiry, Jiang Xiaobai explained, align your mouth with the small opening. Draw in your breath deeply and shout according to the words on the paper. Upon hearing this, Wang Darren glanced at the text on the paper. Qingyun sect is now open for disciples. Any successful recruit will be rewarded with 100,000 premium spirit stones. Buzz. Upon reading the note, Wang Darren's mind exploded with disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. 100,000 premium spirit stones? His eyes widened as he stared intently at Jiang Xiaobai. Do you truly possess 100,000 premium spirit stones? Is that a substantial amount? Stop dawdling and shout, or I shall strike you with lightning, Jiang Xiaobai warned. At the mention of lightning, Wang Darren trembled. He had just experienced a jolt, and that sensation was one he dared not endure again. Clearing his throat several times, Wang Darren complied, shouting toward the bustling marketplace. Come one, come all, dear villagers. I bring splendid news, an extraordinary announcement. The Qingyun sect is now open for disciples, and any successful recruit shall be rewarded with 100,000 premium spirit stones. Hurry and try your luck. You might just walk away with those spirit stones. Boom. Wang Darren's words reverberated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all who heard. In an instant, the once vibrant marketplace fell into an eerie silence. Every gaze turned toward Wang Darren, as if they were observing a fool. Ugh. Today must be my unlucky day, encountering such a simpleton right after stepping out. Who is this fool? Claiming to recruit disciples with promises of 100,000 premium spirit stones? Has his mind been befuddled by a beast? Wang Darren's lips twitched incessantly as he cast a resentful glance at Jiang Xiaobai. Look at this. Which fool would be willing to believe your words? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a smirk, he remarked, "It's a trivial matter." "A trivial matter? Can you not be more realistic? If not, let us first apply to establish a sect and recruit disciples. What a waste of time." Bang! With that, Jiang Xiaobai produced a substantial pile of exquisite spirit stones, placing them prominently before the stall. It was midday, and the multitude of gleaming purple spirit stones instantly captured the attention of passers-by. Soon, a considerable crowd gathered, their faces alight with fervor, greedily fixated on the splendid spirit stones displayed. Wang Dabin was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, You truly possess so many exquisite spirit stones? Quickly, put them away. Are you trying to court danger? It's a trivial matter. Just shout as we discussed. Hurry. Jiang Xiaobai urged. Wang Dabin swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before seizing a wooden trumpet and began to bellow. Everyone, come quickly to witness. Qingyun sect is recruiting disciples. Anyone who successfully joins the Qingyun sect will be rewarded with 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. No limits. Jiang Xiaobai added loudly. The moment those words left his mouth, the scene erupted with excitement. Every individual fixated intently on the vast array of exquisite spirit stones, eager to seize the opportunity. Qingyun sect? Isn't that the dilapidated sect that has languished for thousands of years, located 100 miles away? How can they be recruiting disciples? Indeed, that shabby sect is actually recruiting disciples now. Who sanctioned this? How can such a rundown sect suddenly begin accepting disciples? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the crowd, bustling with excitement, and said with a smile, Our Qingyun sect has remained hidden for many years, and now we are opening our doors to accept disciples. This presents a tremendous opportunity for all. Those who successfully join the Qingyun sect will be rewarded with 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. I guarantee it with my own integrity. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's earnest declaration, someone immediately inquired, What must one do to join the Qingyun sect? It's quite simple, he replied. All that is required is for me to assess your spiritual roots. There is no limit. Anyone who meets the criteria can instantly become a member of the Qingyun sect. At this announcement, the atmosphere surged with excitement. One exclaimed, 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. What immense wealth. Another chimed in, Indeed, I wish to enroll. And yet another added, I too wish to join. The Qingyun sect must be incredibly powerful with such riches. As Jiang Xiaobai observed a multitude of individuals eager to enroll, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He cheerfully proclaimed, Please form an orderly line to register, one at a time. Anyone who successfully joins the Qingyun sect shall be rewarded with 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. Allow me to go first. I possess a medium-grade spiritual root, though I wonder if it will suffice for admission into the Qingyun sect. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, an eager 18-year-old youth immediately stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly produced a substantial collection of Qingyun illustrations and handed them to Wang Daden. Here, take this. As Wang Daden accepted the illustrations from Jiang Xiaobai's hands, his expression immediately became stiff, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. I have an unsettling feeling. Everyone, please line up, one by one. Congratulations. You have successfully joined the Qingyun sect. Kindly inscribe your name on this Qingyun illustration and drop a drop of blood to officially become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. You will also receive a reward of 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. Jiang Xiaobai's words invigorated the young man, who gazed at him in disbelief. Thank you, senior brother. This is wonderful. I have joined the Qingyun sect, along with 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. The young man, filled with excitement, approached Wang Daden. Observing this, Wang Daden remarked, Brother, perhaps you should reconsider? Reconsider what? Do you intend to obstruct my path to wealth? The young man questioned, his tone accusatory. Wang Daden's face darkened at this, and he promptly presented a Qingyun illustration to him. Quickly sign it, and drop a drop of blood. The young man swiftly seized the Qingyun illustration from Wang Daden and, without hesitation, signed and pricked his finger, causing a mysterious force to envelop him instantaneously. Here you go. This is your 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. Jiang Xiaobai casually tossed a storage pouch to the young man before continuing, others wishing to join the Qingyun sect. Please line up swiftly. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, particularly the young man who had just joined the Qingyun sect. Wang Daden, witnessing this, felt his lips twitch incessantly, and he chose to remain silent, shaking his head in resignation. Listen carefully. Anyone who joins the Qingyun sect will be able to claim 100,000 exquisite spirit stones upon returning to the sect. I do not possess that many spirit stones at the moment, so those who wish to join the Qingyun sect, please line up promptly. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai spoke, a multitude of people immediately surged forward, forming an extensive queue that resembled a majestic dragon, winding through the bustling streets of Qingyun City. At that moment, a figure appeared. Standing silently at a distance, intently observing the scene. Qingyun sect? Has this sect been disbanded for many years? And yet, it seems so affluent. Perhaps this young man has unearthed the treasures of Qingyun sect. No, I must return swiftly to inform the lord of the city. After uttering these words, the figure vanished without a trace. The news of Qingyun sect recruiting disciples swiftly spread throughout the entire Qingyun city. Chapter 9. Trouble approaches. The recruitment of disciples by Qingyun sect was in full swing, attracting an ever-increasing number of individuals drawn by the commotion. In merely half a day, Jiang Xiaobai amassed a staggering crowd of over 5,000 individuals. Alas, at this pace, it seems improbable that he will attract 10,000 by the end of the day. Sitting pensively, he stroked his chin in deep contemplation. Behind him, a throng of young people, all aged between 18 and 20, gathered, their expressions brimming with excitement and fervor. Oh my heavens, I have longed to join a sect. This has been my dream, and I never imagined it would come to fruition today. One exclaimed. Indeed, I feel the same. With my medium-grade spiritual root, ordinary sects have little interest in accepting me. Yet, the Qingyun sect not only welcomes me, but offers a bounty of 100,000 premium spirit stones. That is a remarkable sum. Another chimed in. With these 100,000 premium spirit stones, and my superior spiritual root, I shall undoubtedly thrive within the Qingyun sect. This sect is indeed a hidden gem, brimming with wealth. What do you mean by this Qingyun sect? It is our Qingyun sect now that we have joined. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Brother Jiang Xiaobai is correct. It is our Qingyun sect. What do you mean by brother? Address me as little master uncle. Would you dare call me brother? Jiang Xiaobai retorted, prompting immediate realization among the crowd. Yes, Master Uncle Jiang Xiaobai. They responded in unison, much to his satisfaction. Now, everyone listen closely. All of you must exit the city and proceed eastward for 100 miles. That is where our Qingyun sect resides. Everyone, return to the sect without delay. Those who disobey shall face dire consequences. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck down upon Wang Dadong, who stood nearby, causing him to emit smoke. The sight left everyone gasping in shock, their gazes toward Jiang Xiaobai filled with awe. Yes, Master Uncle Jiang Xiaobai. Let us hurry. Remember, upon reaching the Qingyun sect, do not enter the sect immediately. Otherwise, should you be devoured, do not blame me for not warning you. The words of Jiang Xiaobai sent a shiver through the crowd. First, lend me 100,000 premium spirit stones. I shall return them upon my return to the sect, as I need to procure materials for constructing the sect. Yes, little master uncle. Thousands of newcomers to Qingyun sect were thus convinced by Jiang Xiaobai to return to the sect, observing the throng moving towards the city gates. A smirk played on Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he remarked, in the realm of cultivation, the ability to paint grand visions is the most fundamental skill to ascend above others. You are truly infuriating. Why do you keep targeting me? Wang Dabin, clad in tattered garments and with disheveled hair, glared at Jiang Xiaobai. As the eldest disciple of this generation at Qingyun sect, what's wrong with contributing a bit to the sect? Is it really necessary to be so petty? Absolutely. You should try it on yourself. Wang Dabin shot back, his eyes blazing with indignation. With no other choice, Jiang Xiaobai once again attempted to placate Wang Dabin with grand promises. All right, look at you, wallowing in mediocrity. I shall compensate you once we return to the sect. Really? Wang Dabin expressed his skepticism. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? You've tricked me twice today. Who told you to set up a sect and recruit disciples here? Disperse quickly, or face the consequences. A middle-aged man, whose strength had reached the first stage of divine refinement, appeared, leading dozens of Qi refinement soldiers. Upon seeing this, the crowd hastily retreated. Isn't that someone from the city lord's mansion? Isn't he Commander Fong? This is bad. I haven't even joined Qingyun sect yet. And now the city lord's men have shown up. Stop talking nonsense and retreat at once. I have a foreboding feeling that a great battle is imminent. Jiang Xiaobai squinted his eyes, fixating on the dozens of individuals before him. His worst fears had, at long last, come to fruition. Wang Daden, you should retreat behind me. Jiang Xiaobai began to speak, but his gaze swiftly shifted to Wang Daden, only to discover that the fellow had already melted into the crowd. His head raised to the sky, bearing an utterly indifferent demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This fellow, is it you who is here to establish a sect and take in disciples? Commander Fong suddenly stepped forward, questioning Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized Commander Fong for a considerable time. Then, with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, spoke. It is I. Who permitted you to recruit disciples within the confines of Qingyun City? Jiang Xiaobai understood that today would not conclude easily. His gaze sharpened as he proclaimed, "What business is it of yours?" Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai detonated in the minds of everyone present, leaving each individual with a visage of shock and disbelief as they gazed upon him. How audacious! It was evident that he relished such boldness. Yet, what good would this bravado do? This young man was likely to find himself in dire straits today. Indeed, the Lord of Qingyun City would not easily let this transgression go unpunished. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's declaration, Commander Fong's countenance darkened, exuding an aura of menace. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? I could say it 1,000 or 10,000 times. It remains unchanged. The Qingyun sect's recruitment of disciples is none of your concern, Jiang Xiaobai steadfastly retorted. As the onlookers witnessed his unwavering stance, they collectively held their breath, silently observing him. Very well. This individual has blatantly violated the regulations of Qingyun City by clandestinely accepting disciples, posing a grave threat to the safety of our city. Bring this man forth and escort him back to the Lord's residence for interrogation. I am eager to discover who possesses such audacity to openly defy the edicts of the Lord's estate. With Fong's words, dozens of soldiers behind him swiftly encircled Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. Are you certain you wish to take action? There are so many witnesses. What are you waiting for? Seize this scoundrel at once. Yes. Dozens of soldiers, armed with rifles, charged toward Jiang Xiaobai at breakneck speed. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaobai sprang into action. An immense force erupted from within him, radiating with unparalleled power. In an instant, he sent all the soldiers flying, their bodies crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth as they sustained grievous injuries. Are you truly a fool, sending a bunch of Qi refinement experts to confront me? A transcendent being? Are you deliberately sending them to their doom? What are your intentions? Suddenly confronted by Jiang Xiaobai's accusations, the commander was taken aback. His murderous intent palpable. Scoundrel, cease your nonsense and prepare to die. With that, the commander unsheathed his longsword and lunged toward Jiang Xiaobai with great speed. Jiang Xiaobai remained remarkably calm. His physical form had already achieved perfection. Faced with a foe of the same realm, he felt no pressure whatsoever. He simply extended his hand and delivered a punch toward the commander. Bang! Boom! Fast, steady, precise, and lethal. Jiang Xiaobai struck Commander Fong squarely in the chest with a single fist, sending him flying through the air in an instant. You dare to retaliate. You are doomed. The Lord of the city will not spare you, nor will my uncle. The entire Qingyun sect awaits annihilation at the hands of my uncle. Fool! Wang Dabin, drag him away. We shall return to the Qingyun sect. Chapter 10. The fury of Fumantang alters the heavens upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words. Wang Dabin finally grasped the situation, much like everyone present, genuinely astonished by Jiang Xiaobai's formidable power. Fatty, why are you still dawdling? Jiang Xiaobai said, moving towards Commander Fong. Removing the spatial ring from his finger and addressing Wang Dabin. Reluctantly, Wang Dabin approached the already severely injured Commander Fong. Hesitating for a moment, will taking him away provoke the wrath of the Lord of the city? After all, he's the Lord's own nephew. Wang Dabin expressed his concern. However, Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed, insisting, hurry and bind him tightly. You take him back to the Qingyun sect. No more delays, or we shall find ourselves unable to leave. At his command, Wang Dabin swiftly took action. As he escorted Commander Fong away, Jiang Xiaobai addressed the gathered crowd. The Qingyun sect welcomes all who wish to join. You may come forth to register, as long as you meet the requirements. You are welcome to become part of the Qingyun sect. The words of Jiang Xiaobai invigorated everyone present once more. Excellent. I shall make my way to the Qingyun sect. Is anyone willing to accompany me? Let us go. Who knows? We might even gain admission to the Qingyun sect. Consequently, a multitude surged towards the Qingyun sect. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, Hee, establishing the mightiest sect is not as daunting as it seems. Soon, he departed from the original spot. After a considerable time, he arrived at the entrance of a grand establishment known as the Duobao Pavilion. Gazing at the bustling doorway and the opulence of the Duobao Pavilion, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "It won't be long before our Qingyun sect surpasses even this in grandeur and magnificence." With that, he strode directly into the Duobao Pavilion. "Oh my, isn't this the esteemed brother from the Qingyun sect? Welcome to my Duobao Pavilion. Is there something you require?" A strikingly beautiful young woman with an alluring figure suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai. "You recognize me?" Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon the woman and inquired, "Of course. Who in the entirety of Qingyun City does not know you, Jiang Xiaobai?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but after some contemplation, he quickly discerned the reason. "I wish to purchase a substantial amount of construction materials. Do you have any at Duobao Pavilion?" As he spoke, Jiang Xiaobai carefully surveyed the entirety of Duobao Pavilion, which only deepened his astonishment. He thought to himself, "How wonderful it would be if this Duobao Pavilion were mine." "Yes, of course. What type do you require?" "I want the finest quality available. Do you have any in stock?" "There are some items available, though not in great quantity." "I'll take them all. Additionally, do you have any animal hides?" "Animal hides?" The woman was momentarily surprised. "Yes, that is not a rare commodity. I shall gift it to you, Brother Jiang." As she spoke, she cast him a flirtatious glance. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and replied, "Thank you, sister." "Oh, there's no need for such formality. Here is a portion of the construction materials." Jiang Xiaobai took the spatial ring into his hands and was immediately taken aback by the sight within. An abundance of construction materials filled the entire space of the ring. "How many spirit stones?" 1,000 exquisite spirit stones. "What? Such a low price?" This revelation caught Jiang Xiaobai off guard, as he had not anticipated that construction materials would be so affordable. Indeed, Brother Jiang is truly deserving of being a member of the Qingyun sect. He must come to support his sister's business more often. "My sister's name is Yi Linglong." As she spoke, Yi Linglong leaned closer to Jiang Xiaobai, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him. "No need to mention it," Jiang Xiaobai replied, feeling a bit awkward as he took a few steps back. Subsequently, he made an extensive purchase at the Baobao Pavilion, acquiring a vast array of daily necessities and some cultivation resources, spending a total of 500,000 exquisite spirit stones. With such an abundance of resources, it should suffice for the needs of over 5,000 individuals for quite some time. Jiang Xiaobai felt increasingly troubled. He had initially believed that establishing the most formidable sect would be a straightforward endeavor, yet it now appeared far more complex than he had anticipated. After departing from the Duobao Pavilion, he made his way to the finest tavern, and once he had satisfied his hunger and thirst, he summoned the waiter. "Young man, please prepare some of these items for me." The waiter was taken aback momentarily but quickly nodded. "Yes, esteemed guest, I shall fetch them for you at once." As he watched the waiter leave, a smirk crept upon Jiang Xiaobai's lips, and he mused, "Fumin Tower, I shall bring you a gift upon my return." In the city lord's mansion of Qingyun City, a sudden explosion of power erupted from City Lord Fang Tianji as he vehemently shattered the teacup in his grasp, glaring fiercely at the two elderly men before him. "Who has taken my nephew?" "Reporting to you, my lord, it was one of Jiang Xiaobai's men, who seems to belong to the Qingyun sect." One of the elders promptly recounted the details of Jiang Xiaobai's recruitment of disciples within Qingyun City. With each word, Fang Tianji's expression grew increasingly dark. "How bold! A decrepit sect, long since stripped of its status, dares to provoke us in Qingyun City. Do they presume Fang Tianji to be a pushover? Summon half the strength of the city lord's mansion at once. We shall march upon the Qingyun sect and obliterate it." "My lord, please reconsider." The other elder, who had remained silent until now, interjected to halt him. "Zhang Yun, what do you mean by that?" "Please, my lord, do not be enraged. Allow Zhang Yun to explain. Jiang Xiaobai has demonstrated extreme generosity. He must possess a considerable treasure." Upon hearing this, Fang Tianji was taken aback and immediately inquired, "Do any other factions know of this?" "My lord, it is likely that this news has already spread among the major factions within 1,000 miles. Fang Tianji's expression turned icy. "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly, let us crush the Qingyun sect and seize the treasures." "My lord, we must not act blindly. Such rashness may lead to disastrous consequences. And it is a grave taboo in warfare," Zhang Yun urged earnestly. "What then shall we do?" "My lord, do you not possess a pawn in your hand? After all, She is the illegitimate daughter of your sworn enemy. Why not send her to infiltrate the Qingyun sect and investigate thoroughly? Even if she is discovered and perishes, it would serve to draw your rival's ire towards the Qingyun sect. A sinister smile spread across Fang Tianji's face upon hearing this. Is it truly necessary to mobilize such forces against a feeble sect? My lord, indeed there is. And I possess a secret regarding the Qingyun sect that has been kept for many years. Meanwhile, after departing from Qingyun City, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly caught up with Wang Dabin. At that moment, Wang Dabin, with a face full of melancholy, was escorting the severely injured Commander Fang towards the Qingyun sect. Wait a moment, my friend, he called out. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly appeared, blocking Wang Daren's path. How could you catch up so swiftly? Wang Daren exclaimed, taken aback. He had departed from Qingyun City half a day earlier, never anticipating that Jiang Xiaobai would be so fast. Isn't that a redundant question? My cultivation level far surpasses yours. Not to mention you carry a burden. Commander Fang, rise and stop pretending to be dead. Seeing that Commander Fang still showed no intention of rising, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly remarked, if you do not get up soon, I might just be unkind to your old flame. What do you intend to do, Jiang Xiaobai? Commander Fang, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, immediately awoke and glared at him, demanding, what do you mean? I wish for you to assist me with a certain task. If you agree, not only will I spare your beloved from trouble, but I shall also grant you your freedom. Are you serious? Commander Fang appeared somewhat incredulous. Is there any need for me to deceive you? I could take your life at any moment. Upon hearing this, Commander Fang fell into silence, acutely aware that Jiang Xiaobai could easily end his life, and he had ample justification for doing so. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally said, speak then. What is it that you wish me to do? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, with this item in hand, once we arrive at the Qingyun sect, I expect you to catch an old man off guard and strike him with it. Furthermore, take this pill. Chapter 11, Jiang Xiaobai, together. Let us strengthen the Qingyun sect. As Jiang Xiaobai revealed the pill, Commander Fang was momentarily taken aback, his expression rife with uncertainty. Consume this pill, or I shall end your life immediately. As for your old companion, Jiang Xiaobai trailed off, fixating his gaze upon Commander Fang. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Fang involuntarily shuddered. After a brief silence, he promptly ingested the pill offered by Jiang Xiaobai. What is this? He inquired, confusion etched across his features. You need not concern yourself with its nature. Just remember, there is an old man within the Qingyun sect. Once we enter, find a way to strike him with this item. Commander Fang, feeling the round and firm beast hide in his hand, narrowed his eyes in contemplation before ultimately deciding to stow it away. Let us hasten back to the Qingyun sect to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. The trio swiftly departed from their location. At the Qingyun sect, over 5,000 individuals suddenly materialized before the grand staircase, none daring to approach. Is this truly the Qingyun sect? How dilapidated it appears. Could Master Jiang be deceiving us? I suddenly feel something amiss. Indeed, the Qingyun sect has fallen into disrepair. It has been over a millennium since anyone has graced its halls. Yes, the Qingyun sect was disbanded many years ago. We must trust Master Jiang. Right. Master Jiang warned us not to venture inside the Qingyun sect. It harbors great terrors. As the crowd stood before the mountain gate of the Qingyun sect, they engaged in fervent discussions, unaware that within the sect, a pair of eyes was intently fixated upon them, saliva dripping from its lips. Housekeeper Fu, are you not even going to pretend? Such an obvious expression will scare them away. Guoguo, you know I have not eaten in a year. Meat, oh, such tender and juicy meat. Observing Fu Manlu drooling, Xiaoman stood nearby, her demeanor icy as she stated, you may only have one. One is sufficient. I shall savor it slowly and relish every bite. Utterly hopeless, I shall not assist you in cooking. Xiaoman seated herself aloofly, disregarding Fu Manlu. Undeterred, Fu Manlu continued. How peculiar. Why do they linger at the mountain gate? Come in, come in. As he spoke, he smacked his lips, occasionally licking his slackened lips with his tongue. Why are they all men? Guoguo wishes to see girls. Just as Guoguo and the others were engaged in idle chatter, Jiang Xiaobai, accompanied by Wang Dabin and Commander Fang, entered their line of sight. Why is it Jiang Xiaobai? What brings him back? Fu Manlu expressed his annoyance. Jiang Xiaobai has always been one of our Qingyun sect members. His return is quite natural, isn't it? Listening to Xiaoman's words, Fu Manlu recalled what Jiang Xiaobai had said upon his departure. This lad clearly exuded an air of untrustworthiness. and he could hardly fathom why that old fellow would take him as a disciple. Indeed, among the disciples he had taken, who was not a prodigious genius defying the heavens. Aside from Jiang Xiaobai's flawless physical transformation, he appeared particularly shrewd and cunning. If Jiang Xiaobai were to overhear Xiaoman's remarks, he would undoubtedly be incensed. Shrewd and cunning? Meanwhile, the crowd gathered outside the gates of Qingyun's sect, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, immediately bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Master Jiang." Jiang Xiaobai cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly and nodded, proclaiming, "Esteemed colleagues, from this day forth, we shall be united as comrades, as a family. Despite the current dilapidation of the Qingyun sect, this is but a temporary state. In the near future, you shall witness a Qingyun sect that resonates through the annals of time. Together, we shall strive to elevate the Qingyun sect to greatness. Indeed, Master Jiang, to greatness. Excellent. It is imperative that you heed my words. Upon entering the Qingyun sect, there are 3 individuals you must never provoke," Jiang Xiaobai reiterated with emphasis. "Master Jiang, what of the sect leader and the others? They have ascended and are journeying above, seldom returning," Jiang Xiaobai remarked, gesturing towards the sky with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as they swallowed hard in disbelief. Heavens, they have all ascended. The Qingyun sect is indeed formidable. Precisely. No wonder such an extraordinary talent as Master Jiang has emerged from here. Master Jiang, does that mean you and the 3 seniors are the only ones left in the entire Qingyun sect? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he spoke. "No, there are still some of your senior brothers who have gone out to train. As for when they will return, I cannot say." With that, he commanded, "All right, everyone follow me. We shall return to the sect." Immediately, the group fell into step behind Jiang Xiaobai, making their way towards Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, within the confines of Qingyun sect, the expressions of Xiao Man and her companions, who had just heard Jiang Xiaobai's words, were notably stiff. "I told you this fellow is no good. Just look at how easily he has deceived so many into joining Qingyun sect," Guoguo nonchalantly remarked. "It would be splendid if junior brother Jiang could entice some female disciples to return." "Guoguo, enough of that," Xiao Man retorted. "All right then, Xiao Man," Guoguo replied with a chuckle. "With so many new disciples suddenly joining, I could certainly share a meal with Jiang Xiaobai. He wouldn't mind, would he?" Before she could finish her thought, Fu Manlu vanished from sight. Observing this, Guoguo and Xiao Man hurried to catch up with Jiang Xiaobai. Soon, the trio reappeared before the crowd. "Hey, so many people," exclaimed Fu Manlu. "Jiang Xiaobai, you." "Silence," Jiang Xiaobai abruptly interrupted, causing Fu Manlu to freeze in place. Moments later, Xiao Man and Guoguo joined them in front of the assembly. "Allow me to formally introduce these 3 esteemed individuals, the steward Fu Manlu, the chef Xiao Man, and our sect's guardian beast, Guoguo. Let us pay our respects to the 3 seniors." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, everyone immediately bowed in unison. Disciples pay their respects to the 3 seniors. Fu Manlu and the others were momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Jiang Xiaobai. "Very well, from now on we are all fellow disciples, united as one family," Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed, his gaze shifting toward Captain Fong. This caused Captain Fong to pause, and upon grasping Jiang Xiaobai's intent, he stealthily approached Fu Manlu. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai promptly declared, "Everyone, immediately approach the 3 esteemed elders and extend your hand in respect." Yes, over 5,000 individuals eagerly made their way towards the trio at Fu Manlu, extending their hands in greeting. The 3 at Fu Manlu were momentarily taken aback by this display, as they found themselves continually engaged in handshakes with the multitude of over 5,000. Jiang Xiaobai stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene before him, his peripheral gaze still fixed upon Commander Fong. After shaking hands with the 3 esteemed elders, everyone promptly arranged themselves in a straight line. "As I have an important announcement to make shortly." As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he kept a vigilant eye on Fu Manlu and Commander Fong. Soon, when Fu Manlu was momentarily distracted, Commander Fong stealthily approached from behind, unbeknownst to him. Fu Manlu was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and to ensure Commander Fong could successfully complete his task, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly shouted, "Fu Manlu!" Bang! Just as Jiang Xiaobai uttered those 3 syllables, Commander Fong abruptly hurled the object entrusted to him by Jiang Xiaobai, striking Fu Manlu with tremendous force. An overwhelming stench permeated the air instantaneously, leaving everyone in a state of shock. their expressions a mix of disbelief as they witnessed the unfolding scene. At that moment, Fu Manlu was entirely covered in repugnant excrement, splattering those nearby, including the pot and the petite girl. Wang Dabin stood beside Jiang Xiaobai, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he stared at him. How dare the thief infiltrate our Qingyun sect and launch a surprise attack on our esteemed elder? Buzz, bang, rumble. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly appeared before Commander Fong, delivering a single punch that sent him flying hundreds of meters away. What are you all standing there for? Go capture that scoundrel. Chapter 12. A grievous encounter as the heavens darken. The scene froze, and with Jiang Xiaobai's furious roar, everyone finally reacted. Several disciples hastily rushed to retrieve Commander Fong. But by that time, he had already breathed his last, lifeless and beyond salvation. Gazing at the still form of Commander Fong lying on the ground, Jiang Xiaobai feigned anger, exclaiming, "He is actually dead? How infuriating! This is too lenient for the scoundrel. Fatty, drag him out and feed him to the dogs. Such a vile creature. Who else but dogs would consume him?" Wang Dadong watched Jiang Xiaobai's pretense of rage, utterly bewildered, knowing well that Jiang Xiaobai was behind it all. Just as Wang Dadong was about to approach and remove Commander Fong's corpse, a sudden tempest arose high in the sky above Qingyun sect. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately turned his gaze towards the trio. Guoguo and Xiaoman appeared relatively unscathed, albeit with somber expressions, while Fu Manlu's countenance was twisted with fury, his eyes fixated on the fallen Commander Fong. In no time, a terrifying aura erupted from Fu Manlu, engulfing the atmosphere in an overwhelming dread. Guoguo and Xiaoman quickly retreated 100 meters, sensing the impending doom. It had been a long time since Guoguo had witnessed such wrath from Butler Fu. Jiang Xiaobai was courting disaster. Did he not recognize Butler Fu's fastidious nature? The oppressive aura emanating from Fu Manlu left the newly initiated members of the Qingyun sect in a state of sheer terror. Every individual trembled uncontrollably, their eyes reflecting sheer panic. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he remarked, "Truly, one cannot underestimate a top-tier powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Their strength is genuinely terrifying. Have I perhaps overstepped my bounds? Jiang Xiaobai, do you believe that just because you are the newly accepted disciple of that old man, you can act with impunity?" At this moment, Fu Manlu's eyes had turned blood red, radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Observing this, the crowd swiftly retreated behind Jiang Xiaobai, their throats dry and their bodies trembling with fear. "Master, uncle, please save us. This has nothing to do with us. It is too frightening. I am terrified." Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at Fu Manlu and remarked, "Butler Fu, what relevance does this have to me? I was unaware that someone would infiltrate the Qingyun sect. Fatty, do you recognize this spy?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dabin appeared utterly bewildered, his expression one of impending doom. He is the leader of Qingyun City, and I believe his surname is Fong. Esteemed senior, this does not concern Uncle Jiang, I assure you. Isn't that right, everyone? The others nodded in agreement. This leader Fong has harbored animosity towards Uncle Jiang ever since his time in Qingyun City, and he even resorted to violence. As Wang Dabin spoke, cold sweat streamed down his face. Is what this hefty fellow says true? Just as Fu Manlu finished speaking, an immense phantom, towering 10,000 meters, erupted behind him, a primordial Taodai. Upon witnessing this, everyone fell to the ground in terror. "I am inquiring of you. Are you deaf, or do you wish for death?" I report to you, esteemed senior, that what Fatty Shixiang has said is indeed true. Yes, esteemed senior, this truly does not concern Uncle Jiang. This leader Fong had caused trouble for Uncle Jiang while in Qingyun City. Indeed, at that time, he even sought to take Uncle Jiang's life. Had it not been for Uncle Jiang's formidable strength, he might have already met with misfortune. Esteemed senior, we would never dare to deceive you." Listening to the words of the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai smirked, gazing at Fu Manlu, and said, "Fu Manlu, you need not seek so many excuses to kill me. I stand upright. Should I commit any wrongdoing, I would never admit it. If you wish to take my life, then do so. Regardless, my esteemed master shall return before long, and upon my demise, he would merely use your bones for broth, your skin for carpets, and your flesh to feed dogs." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's brazen threat to Fu Manlu, everyone present swallowed hard, including Guoguo and Xiaoman. Guoguo even discreetly gave Jiang Xiaobai a thumbs up. The atmosphere was palpably tense as Fu Manlu exuded a formidable aura, fixating his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai, who stood tall and unflinching, unwavering in his composure. After a prolonged stalemate, Fu Manlu, in a fit of rage, commanded, Guoguo, while the body is still warm, drag this fellow away, clean him up, and prepare him for steaming. Of course, Master Fu. Should we add a pinch of salt? Guoguo promptly inquired. No need. Guoguo swiftly began to drag the corpse of Commander Feng away, while Fu Manlu continued to glare at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, you had best refrain from harboring any crooked thoughts, or else, even if it means facing punishment from that old man, I shall devour you. Fu Manlu threatened before turning to leave. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai's voice rang out. Fu Manlu, you would do well to refrain from any ill intentions toward each disciple I accept in the future, or I shall certainly inform my master. At Jiang Xiaobai's threat, Fu Manlu halted momentarily, greedily eyeing everyone present, his tongue flicking over his slack lips as he said, that depends on my mood. With that, he turned and departed. Witnessing this, the crowd gulped nervously, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they looked to Jiang Xiaobai. Uncle Jiang, may I choose to withdraw? Buzz. Thunder rumbled. Just as this disciple's words trailed off, a bolt of purple lightning struck him, enveloping him in smoke as he lay trembling on the ground. Frothing at the mouth. With the Qingyun Tujin's decree, those who are born as disciples of the Qingyun sect shall die as spirits of the Qingyun sect. No one can withdraw. A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present, their faces blank with shock. Wang Dadong, seeing this, stood helplessly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Yet, another voice suddenly broke the silence. Uncle Jiang, when may I claim my 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? The scene fell into a profound silence. All eyes, including Xiaoman's, fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. He then flashed a crooked smile and replied, rest assured. All of you shall receive those 100,000 top-grade spirit stones within a century. Silence. The atmosphere became profoundly silent, with every individual frozen in place, save for Wang Dabin, who had long anticipated that, given Jiang Xiaobai's character, the promise of 100,000 exquisite spirit stones was an impossibility. As expected, my prediction proved correct. Just then, Jiang Xiaobai's voice resounded once more. Rest assured, everyone, and trust in me. 100,000 exquisite spirit stones are merely a trifle, and I, Jiang Xiaobai, solemnly swear to ensure that each of you receives your share. Should I fail to deliver, may the Fumin Tower meet an untimely demise. Jiang Xiaobai, do not go too far. The roar of Fumin Tower suddenly echoed deep within the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai, with an air of nonchalance, promptly produced a copious amount of construction materials, declaring, what's the big deal? As long as Qingyun sect becomes the most formidable sect. Are 100,000 top-grade spirit stones truly excessive? Look at your expressions. Can't you aspire for something greater? Everyone, let us commence at once. We shall forge the strongest sect and refuse to languish in mediocrity. Yet, no one moved. They stood in silence, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai. Observing this, Wang Dabin approached Jiang Xiaobai and murmured, to motivate the oxen, shouldn't we first provide some fodder? Chapter 13. A public breakthrough. Third stage of spirit refinement money? In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai comprehended Wang Dabin's insinuation. However, to demand Jiang Xiaobai's money? Such a notion was preposterous. While they could take his life, they could not lay claim to his wealth. Realizing that his words fell on deaf ears, Jiang Xiaobai understood that he must resort to extraordinary measures. He desperately needed to elevate his stature in the eyes of the crowd. System, how much true energy value do I currently possess? Beep. Host, you now possess 59,880,000 true energy value. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement and promptly addressed the crowd. I never anticipated that I would gather a band of sycophants. Nor did I foresee your short-sightedness. Is this meager sum of spirit stones all that you see? Do you not aspire to become powerful? Do you not wish to surpass the likes of Fumin Lu? As the crowd listened, they all lowered their heads. Who wouldn't desire strength? Yet, mere words were insufficient. Without resources, how could one grow stronger? Silence enveloped them. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai spoke to the system. System, immediately utilize all my true energy value to enhance my cultivation strength. Beep. Understood, host. Buzz. A formidable aura erupted instantaneously from Jiang Xiaobai, leaving everyone astonished and incredulous. Even the likes of Xiaoman were no exception. The aura emanating from Jiang Xiaobai suddenly intensified, prompting exclamations of astonishment from the onlookers. Is he about to break through in his cultivation? Uncle Jiang is impressive. Can one truly advance in cultivation so effortlessly? This fellow. No wonder the sect leader took him as a disciple. Jiang Xiaobai's talent is indeed formidable. Little man gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the aura surrounding Jiang Xiaobai was rapidly escalating, and before long, his cultivation level astonishingly ascended to the second stage of the divine refinement realm. Just when the crowd believed Jiang Xiaobai's progression had reached its limit, his aura began to surge once more. In mere moments, his cultivation level swiftly climbed to the pinnacle of the second stage of the divine refinement realm. To the astonishment of the spectators, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation prowess instantaneously broke through to the third stage of the divine refinement realm. Is this truly the third stage? It feels as though Uncle Jiang's advancement is as simple as drinking water. Remarkable. Uncle Jiang is extraordinary. I foresee great achievements for him in the Qingyan sect. I've resolved to follow Uncle Jiang from now on. I, too, am in awe of Uncle Jiang, effortlessly elevating his strength by 2 minor levels. Few can achieve such feats in the heavenly profound realm. A wave of admiration surged forth, and upon hearing these praises, Jiang Xiaobai inwardly chuckled to himself. He thought, I've successfully impressed them. Want money? Not a chance. Seeing that the crowd was already captivated by his display, Jiang Xiaobai rose to his feet and, with a flourish, proclaimed to everyone, "Would you all like to break through in cultivation as effortlessly as drinking water?" Upon the utterance of these words by Jiang Xiaobai, everyone gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "Master Jiang, could it truly be?" He replied, "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" With unwavering composure, Jiang Xiaobai continued to address the crowd. "As long as our Qingyun sect achieves sufficient strength, even the gatekeeper may ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. I am not boasting. Did you not witness that white tortoise just now?" Jiang Xiaobai quietly observed the crowd. The white turtle? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged incredulous glances before turning their attention to Jiang Xiaobai, who was met with a chorus of astonished inquiries. "Master Jiang, could it be that the white turtle is?" "Indeed, you have all guessed correctly. That white turtle is none other than the guardian beast of our Qingyun sect, its cultivation prowess having reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm." Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai resonated like thunder, erupting in the minds of all present. The pinnacle of the emperor realm. Such a status is exceedingly rare within the entire Tianxian realm. Every throat involuntarily constricted, and even their breaths quickened. The pinnacle of the emperor realm. In my lifetime, I have scarcely encountered even a handful of formidable beings above the divine refinement realm, let alone those at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Indeed, Master Jiang did not deceive us. Our Qingyun sect is truly formidable. Master Jiang, I apologize. It was my folly to doubt you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai, embodying the essence of a benevolent figure, remarked, "What is there to fret about? Let us strive together and put forth our utmost efforts to elevate the Qingyun sect to greatness. In due time, every member of our sect will be an emperor." As these words resonated, the expressions of those present instantly brightened, and they echoed in unison, "Let us work together to achieve greatness. Everyone shall be an emperor." Standing aside, Xiaoman appeared utterly bewildered, her lips twitching in disbelief. Having lived for over a millennium and reached the pinnacle of imperial power, she had encountered more individuals than the hair on her body. Yet, she had never before witnessed someone as shameless and eloquent as Jiang Xiaobai. What could have compelled the sect leader to accept such a person as a disciple? Before Xiaoman could conclude her thoughts, Jiang Xiaobai's voice rang out once more. "All right. Everyone, please settle down. I have matters to discuss with you. The Qingyun sect has recently faced certain tribulations, resulting in our current disarray. As a member of the sect, I feel a profound sense of responsibility. Therefore, our next endeavor is to rebuild the Qingyun sect. We shall forge it into the most formidable sect imaginable. Do we have the confidence to do so?" "Yes." Jiang Xiaobai cast a fleeting glance at the assembly before gesturing towards the construction materials. He presented a blueprint to Wang Dabin and declared, "My friend, the monumental task of reconstructing the Qingyun sect now rests upon your shoulders." Wang Dabin, bewildered as he accepted the blueprint, remarked, "Well, it seems I've truly been relegated to the role of a laborer." Jiang Xiaobai, unfazed by his words, shifted his gaze to the crowd and urged, "Everyone, let us mobilize swiftly. The restoration of the Qingyun sect is entrusted to you all. I have other pressing matters to attend to, not to mention my endeavors. Rest assured, Master Jiang, we shall undoubtedly rebuild the Qingyun sect, they replied with determination. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Xiaoman, approaching her and inquiring, "Dearest, lovely, and kind Xiaoman, might I request your assistance with a certain task?" Jiang Xiaobai's sudden shift in tone left Xiaoman momentarily taken aback. "Speak," he exclaimed. "Hee, I knew that Xiaoman is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted." "Shut up. If you have nothing to say, just leave me alone and don't bother me." Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, "In truth, there is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to ask Xiaoman for a favor, to keep an eye on Fumanlu. You are concerned that Fumanlu might devour them all, are you not? In this matter, seeking my assistance is futile, as I am unable to intervene." Upon hearing the words, Jiang Xiaobai immediately fell silent. Just then, a melodious female voice suddenly resonated from the heights of 10,000 meters. "Oh my, when did our Qingyun sect become so lively?" In the vast expanse of the Qingyun sect, a sweet and clear voice pierced through the air. A young woman, possessing both exquisite beauty and grace, stood serenely in the sky, gazing down upon the entire sect. Xiaoman trembled at the sound of the voice, and Jiang Xiaobai caught sight of her startled reaction. How could this woman have returned? Xiaoman's expression was one of panic as she swiftly hid behind Jiang Xiaobai, leaving him perplexed. "Xiaoman, who is she? You don't know her? Aren't you the newly accepted disciple of the sect leader? How could you not know her?" Xiaoman replied, her gaze cautiously fixed on the young woman in the sky. "How would I know? Aside from our esteemed master, I have not encountered anyone else in the Qingyun sect," Jiang Xiaobai admitted, forcing himself to maintain composure. "Xiaoman, it's been years since we last met. Why do you hide upon seeing me?" Before she could finish her sentence, the woman's figure suddenly appeared beside Xiaoman, startling Jiang Xiaobai and leaving everyone in the Qingyun sect in utter astonishment. "Xiaoman, I'm speaking to you. If you ignore me, I might just have to spank you." The mere mention of this made Xiaoman tremble involuntarily, and she nervously replied, "Xiaoman greets the senior sister." Her expression was somewhat forced, as it was clear Xiaoman did not wish to see her. The senior sister gently grasped Xiaoman's chin, lifting it slightly, making Xiaoman too intimidated to speak. "Senior sister, this is Jiang Xiaobai, the newly accepted disciple of the sect leader." "Jiang Xiaobai, come forth and greet the senior sister." Xiaoman deliberately shifted the senior sister's attention to Jiang Xiaobai. This left Jiang Xiaobai utterly bewildered. Even Xiaoman, at the peak of the emperor realm, was so fearful of the senior sister. One could only imagine the extent of her formidable power. With a swift thought, Jiang Xiaobai devised a plan. Senior sister, I have finally met the revered senior sister whom our master speaks of day and night. You are truly beautiful, just as our esteemed master described. Not only are you lovely, but you also possess a kind heart. Flattery, how sweet your words are. I like it, the senior sister replied, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaobai. Has the old man taken on another disciple? You are quite handsome, but I am not human. With discerning eyes, the senior sister saw through all of Jiang Xiaobai's secrets, continuing, a flawless physical body, and a pseudo-spiritual root capable of cultivation, elevating your realm to the third stage of the spirit-refining realm. How peculiar. I have never encountered such an extraordinary individual before. You are Jiang Xiaobai, correct? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly responded with a smile. Indeed, the enchanting and beautiful senior sister. I am Jiang Xiaobai, your junior brother. Meeting the legendary senior sister fills me with great excitement. The young junior brother certainly possesses a sweet tongue. What is the story behind these individuals? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, his gaze shifting towards the crowd that stood frozen in place. He promptly exclaimed, "What are you all standing there for? Come forth to pay your respects to your esteemed master uncle." Suddenly admonished by Jiang Xiaobai, the previously dazed onlookers quickly regained their composure and bowed in unison towards the elder sister, saying, "We pay our respects to master uncle." Has the old man's temperament shifted? Does he now revel in the hustle and bustle? The Qingyun sect has suddenly gained so many disciples. The elder sister's beautiful eyes narrowed as she quietly observed the crowd for a prolonged moment, and the atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Xiaobai's forehead. He was hardly a disciple of the Qingyun sect's master. He dreaded the thought of being seen through by the formidable senior sister before him. After a few uneasy gulps, Jiang Xiaobai immediately exclaimed, "Senior sister, this was the idea of your junior disciple." The idea of the junior disciple? Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and, with an air of pretentiousness, explained, "Senior sister, Upon my arrival at Qingyun sect, I was disheartened to find the entire place in ruins. Our revered master, along with esteemed brothers and sisters, are unparalleled beings worthy of veneration by countless admirers. How could Qingyun sect be in such a dilapidated state? Hence, I took it upon myself to establish the sect anew and recruit disciples. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai discreetly stole a glance at the senior sister's expression, hoping to gauge her reaction. Noticing her demeanor remained composed, he continued, "Oh, enchanting senior sister, I trust you do not hold my impulsive actions against me." Jiang Xiaobai feigned the demeanor of a wayward child, gazing eagerly at the senior sister. "Hee, little junior, your words are so sweet. It has been ages since I felt this joyous," she remarked. As for the matter of accepting disciples, the senior sister left it to the old codger. It was up to the junior brother to explain it upon his return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of relief wash over him and immediately addressed everyone. "Let us express our gratitude to the enchanting and kind-hearted senior sister. I, the disciple, extend my heartfelt thanks to the beautiful and benevolent master." Upon hearing this, the senior sister's eyes sparkled, and her melodious laughter echoed throughout the Qingyun sect. Just then, Fuminlu and Guoguo suddenly dashed forth from the depths of the Qingyun sect. Fuminlu pays respects to the senior sister. Guoguo pays respects to the senior sister. Fuminlu and Guoguo approached the senior sister, bowing their heads as their bodies trembled slightly. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's understanding of the senior sister deepened significantly. The presence of an ancient ferocious beast and an ancient divine creature, both of whom exhibited such fear towards the senior sister, made Jiang Xiaobai's throat involuntarily constrict once more. "What are you two doing in there? It's a mess." Fu Manlu and Guoguo trembled at the words. "Reporting to you, senior sister, we are preparing food," Fu Manlu stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The senior sister maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, causing both of them to feel increasingly flustered and uncertain. At that moment, a booming voice suddenly resonated from outside the gates of Qingyun sect. "All members of Qingyun sect, I give you a quarter of an hour to surrender all treasures, spirit stones, weapons, and more to me." Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and he chuckled softly. How amusing, a harbinger of doom arrives at such a time. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at his senior sister, feigning a sense of grievance as he implored, "Beautiful senior sister, you must advocate for me, your junior. I have been wronged." Upon finishing his words, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly stepped forward, tightly grasping his senior sister's delicate hand, gazing at her with earnest eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, Fu Manlu, Guoguo, and Xiaoman widened their eyes in astonishment, their mouths agape as they stared at Jiang Xiaobai. Never had anyone dared to hold the hand of the senior sister, not even that old man. Fu Manlu was somewhat bewildered, as his understanding of Jiang Xiaobai deepened significantly. "Do not worry, junior brother. The senior sister will take care of you." With a resounding hum, the senior sister unleashed her formidable power, instantly darkening the skies within 100 miles of the Qingyun sect. All present were immediately struck with fear and drew closer to Jiang Xiaobai. Her strength seemed to have escalated to an even more terrifying level. Guoguo thought it prudent to discard the word seemed. At that moment, with a flick of her wrist, a venerable elder, whose strength had reached the first stage of the respect realm, was abruptly lifted into the air, 100 meters above the crowd. Struggling desperately as he exclaimed, "Ah, esteemed senior, spare me. I was blind to your greatness," before he could finish his plea, his entire being was transformed into a mist of blood, while his soul was seized by the senior sister. With a swift motion, she consumed his soul, declaring, "What a disappointment. This fellow's soul is rather foul." Chapter 15. The formidable senior sister Liuqi, Fu Manlu said to strike when necessary. Thus, a powerful being of the first stage of the respect realm met his demise. The path to the respect realm follows the three major stages: the 9th stage of body refinement, the 9th stage of chi refinement, and the 9th stage of spirit refinement, culminating in the 9th stage of the respect realm. The crowd, upon witnessing this spectacle, was utterly terrified. There were scarcely a handful of respect realm experts in the entire Qingyun city. Upon realizing the situation, Jiang Xiaobai promptly addressed the system, requesting, "System, please retrieve the information on the master sister." Ding. Host, the information on the master sister has been successfully acquired. Character, Liuqi resurrection of the demon ancestor age, power, personality, capricious, intricate, ruthless, prone to taking lives, be it human or beast, at the slightest provocation. Background, Qingyun sect. The entirety of the demon clan weakness. The only weakness is the absence of a weakness objective. To penetrate the heavenly profound realm, having perused the details regarding the Master Sister, Jiang Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. System, why does the Master Sister's power manifest as a series of ellipses? Ding. The host's power is exceedingly feeble. The system lacks the authority to access further information. Jiang Xiaobai's throat rolled, and his eyes trembled as he immediately turned his gaze towards Li Yuqi, who was still licking her lips. I had thought that formidable figures like Fu Manlu, Guoguo, and Xiao Man, at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, were exceedingly powerful. Little did I know that the senior sister was the true powerhouse. No wonder Guoguo and the others appeared so terrified upon encountering her. They were evidently overwhelmed by her terrifying prowess. Once Jiang Xiaobai had composed himself, he inquired once more of the system. System, has a portion of the side quest already been deemed complete? Ding, indeed, host. The side quest has a duration of 1 month. Within this period, as long as the host fulfills the tasks, rewards can be settled at any time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai finally grasped the situation. Does this mean I can continue executing tasks? Ding, that is correct, host. Then, if I persist in executing tasks, will the rewards be greater? Ding, host. That is contingent upon the extent to which you complete the tasks. The higher the rating of the tasks you accomplish, the more substantial the rewards you shall receive. With this revelation, a smirk crept upon Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he remarked, in that case, I need not rush. Jiang Xiaobai turned to his senior sister, Li Yuqi, and suddenly feigned a look of profound grievance as he lamented to her, my esteemed senior sister, you must advocate on behalf of your junior brother. The sudden arrival of Jiang Xiaobai snapped everyone out of their astonishment, and all eyes turned towards him. What troubles you, junior brother? Reveal to your senior sister who has caused you distress, and I shall confront them. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively swallowed hard, their gazes fixed intently on Jiang Xiaobai. Yet, he feigned fear, lowering his head and avoiding eye contact with Li Yuqi. Senior sister, you possess a kind heart and exquisite beauty. I wish not to bring you any sorrow. Jiang Xiaobai wore a pitiful expression, leaving everyone perplexed, especially the little pots. Why did they sense that something ominous was about to unfold? Little pots do not utter nonsense, Fumanlu remarked, though internally, he too felt a wave of unease. Junior brother, if you do not confide in the senior sister, it will only deepen my discontent. Please inform her of who has wronged you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt the moment had arrived. He raised his head, feigning terror as he gazed at Fumanlu, and plaintively exclaimed, Master sister, it is he. Upon hearing this, Fumanlu involuntarily trembled, his face a mask of horror as he hastily clarified, Master sister, it is a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. What is happening? Li Yuqi's eyes narrowed, fixating intently on Fumanlu, causing the atmosphere to grow chillingly tense. Master sister, it is he who has bullied the junior disciple. You must stand up for him, otherwise. If you are not present in the Qingyun sect, I shall be in dire straits. Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his voice choked with emotion, his expression one of sheer dread. Wang Dadong observed from a distance, shaking his head repeatedly. Do not provoke Uncle Jiang. Master sister, it is a misunderstanding, genuinely a misunderstanding. The junior disciple has misinterpreted the situation. Fumanlu approached Li Yuqi, fervently explaining while trembling. Junior disciple, please, speak up. Today, Master sister will advocate for you. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's previously aggrieved expression instantly transformed. Master sister, this beast, when my junior brother first arrived at Qingyun sect, sought to devour me. For these past few days, my junior brother has lived in constant fear, dreading the moment it might steam me for a meal. Just yesterday, it even threatened me, warning that if it were in a foul mood, I might become its next dish. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly fell silent. And what else? Master sister. I dare not say. With me here, what is there to fear? Speak up. At this moment, Fu Manlu was drenched in sweat, visibly terrified. Master sister, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Fu Manlu, is it not true that when I first arrived at Qingyun sect, you intended to eat me? Jiang Xiaobai asserted with unwavering conviction, leaving Fu Manlu at a loss for words. What? Have I struck a nerve? Guoguo and Xiaoman can attest to this. Everyone present can testify. Is what my junior brother says not true? Li Yuqi's gaze shifted to Guoguo and Xiaoman, both of whom hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Master sister, this creature not only wishes to consume my junior brother, but it also shows utter disdain for our master. Moreover, It holds you, master sister, in equal contempt. Misunderstanding? I was merely jesting with my junior brother. It should not be taken seriously. A misunderstanding? Fu Manlu, can you truly dismiss the matter with such a term? Can your mere claim of misunderstanding soothe my nearly shattered heart? Can it erase your disrespect towards our master and master sister? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai posed a series of soul-searching questions, leaving Fu Manlu momentarily at a loss for words, as these statements had been made in the presence of Jiang Xiaobai, Guoguo, and Xiaoman. Fu Manlu, I, Jiang Xiaobai, am upright in my conduct and speak only the truth. Jiang Xiaobai continued, senior sister, Guoguo and Xiaoman were both present at the time. You must advocate for your junior brother. After speaking, Jiang Xiaobai feigned a look of deep grievance. Fu Manlu, realizing that any further explanation was futile, slumped down in place, his body trembling uncontrollably. Guoguo, Xiaoman, what my junior brother has said is indeed the truth. Li Yuqi's expression remained remarkably calm, yet the skies above Qing's insect darkened ominously. Witnessing this, everyone tensed up once more, and both Guoguo and Xiaoman nodded in agreement with Li Yuqi. They dared not tell a falsehood. Fu Manlu had indeed uttered such words and had long harbored the desire to devour Jiang Xiaobai. Fu Manlu, you possess quite the audacity. Not only do you wish to consume my junior brother, but you also disregard both the old man and myself. Senior sister, it's all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Please show mercy. Mercy? What do you take me for? A hum reverberated through the air as, amidst Li Yuqi's words, two colossal black hands suddenly emerged in the sky above Qing insect, hurtling toward Fu Manlu. Terrified, Fu Manlu crawled backward in desperation. Senior sister, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again. Fu Manlu, while I may not be able to kill you, tormenting you to the point of wishing for death is a simple matter. No. Chapter 16. Fu Manlu's 10-year imprisonment to the west of Qingyun City. A mountain range stretches for thousands of miles. At this moment, in a dense forest, an elderly man and a middle-aged man were engaged in a serious discussion. Did you not tell me 10 years ago that Saint Jiang had been dealt with? Why do you now claim he may still be alive? The elderly man questioned, causing the middle-aged man to shudder, and he hastily explained. I report to the saint that I indeed killed Saint Jiang Xiaobai 10 years ago, and it was I who personally confirmed his death. Buzz. Upon hearing this, the elderly man erupted with a terrifying peak-level power, leaving the middle-aged man drenched in cold sweat. Saint, every word I speak is the truth. I would not dare utter any falsehood. Then what brings you before me now? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately began to clarify. Saint, please allow me to explain. Speak. Yes, the matter is as follows. I confirmed that I personally killed Saint Jiang Xiaobai and verified that his soul was extinguished. The reason I sought out the saint is due to an inexplicable and bizarre occurrence that has left me utterly perplexed. At this point, the middle-aged man fell silent. Observing this, the elderly man pressed. Why have you ceased speaking? Saint, this matter seems peculiar to me, and I am uncertain whether I should speak of it. Noticing the hesitation of the middle-aged man, the elder pressed him again. Speak. After a brief moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man continued. Saint, the situation is as follows. A few days ago, during my travels to Qingyun City, I encountered an individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to the Holy Son Jiang Xiaobai. And astonishingly, his name is also Jiang Xiaobai. What? Did you not claim that Jiang Xiaobai had perished? Upon sensing the elder's murderous intent, the middle-aged man hastily clarified. Saint, indeed, a decade ago, I personally ended Jiang Xiaobai's life. However, the enigma lies here. The person I encountered recently resembles the Holy Son Jiang Xiaobai to an extraordinary degree. Although 10 years have elapsed, I am certain that he is indeed Jiang Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he inquired once more, since you were certain that Jiang Xiaobai was slain and his soul obliterated, could it be that the individual you encountered is not Jiang Xiaobai? The middle-aged man shook his head in denial, asserting no. I am confident he is the Holy Son Jiang Xiaobai, for I discerned a birthmark upon him that is identical to that of Jiang Xiaobai. At this revelation, the elder was immediately taken aback. What? Are you certain? The middle-aged man affirmed. I am indeed certain, otherwise I would not dare risk your wrath to disclose this information. The elder's gaze grew cold, emanating a palpable aura of menace. A soul obliterated cannot possibly be alive. How has Jiang Xiaobai survived to this day? It must be remembered that when the Holy Master commanded us to eliminate him, he was but 8 years old. This matter remains a mystery to me. The strangeness lies precisely here, the middle-aged man hastily explained. Observing this, the elder fell silent once more, and after a lengthy pause, he asked, "Is there anyone else aware of this?" Reporting to the saint, "I have only shared this with you. No one at the Holy Land is aware." "Good. It is fortunate you have not divulged this to others. Otherwise, we would be doomed. If the Holy Master and others at the Holy Land were to discover that Jiang Xiaobai still lives, we would both face death." At these words, the middle-aged man trembled, urgently asking, "Saint, what shall we do next?" "After the Holy Master incapacitated the Holy Son Jiang Xiaobai, we were instructed to execute him in secrecy. Yet now he remains alive, thus, we—" At this point, the middle-aged man could no longer continue. "Where is Jiang Xiaobai currently?" "He is merely over 1,000 miles away at Qingyun sect." "Qingyun sect?" "Yes, Saint. Qingyun sect is a dilapidated sect that has been disbanded for many years." The elder, upon hearing this, pondered briefly, his eyes sharpening as he declared, "Let us proceed. This time, we must ensure Jiang Xiaobai is dealt with decisively and cannot escape alive. Otherwise, should the Holy Lord in the sacred land discover our past inefficacies, our demise would be inevitable." Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man trembled, his complexion paling in fear. And he replied anxiously, "Yes." With that, the two hastened toward the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun sect, everyone was taken aback as they beheld Li Yuqi mercilessly punishing Fu Manlu. "Spare me, senior sister. I shall never dare again." Fu Manlu was lifted high into the air by Li Yuqi, engulfed in darkness that enveloped his entire being, with his anguished cries resonating from the grasp of the shadowy hand. Not only the others, but even Jiang Xiaobai felt profoundly stunned. Goodness, such ruthless methods are enough to send shivers down one's spine. "Junior brother, what do you think of senior sister's way of teaching him a lesson?" Li Yuqi suddenly inquired, leaving Jiang Xiaobai momentarily speechless before he responded, "Senior sister, he must be terrified now. Perhaps you should consider releasing him." Jiang Xiaobai feigned a look of reluctance, yet within, he harbored the desire for Li Yuqi to eliminate Fu Manlu. What a pity, though, Li Yuqi is incapable of slaying this gluttonous beast. "My dear junior brother, your kindness is still too profound. How about this? Although I cannot destroy it, I can imprison it for a decade. If my sister confines it in darkness for 10 years, would that not bring you some solace?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's heart surged with excitement. However, he remarked, 10 years. I wonder if it will seek vengeance upon me after that duration. If, after a decade, both the senior sister and the master are no longer present, and my strength remains feeble, will it not consume me at once?" As he spoke, a facade of fear overtook him, despite it being a mere act, yet he appeared genuinely terrified. "Junior brother, the senior sister is also powerless in this regard. My current abilities can only confine it for 10 years. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai lamented internally, "What a pity. If only I could imprison it for a millennium or more, the level of my completed side quests would surely be elevated." Thus, he resolved to confine it for a decade, expressing gratitude towards the senior sister. Buzz, Li Yuqi suddenly formed hand seals, and the once darkened sky instantly morphed into a cage, enclosing the Fortune Pavilion. Subsequently, both the dark prison and the Fortune Pavilion vanished completely from sight. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt a tightening in their chests, their expressions tinged with terror, particularly the pot and the little barbarian. Per Steward Fu, it's fortunate that the pot did not previously bully the junior brother. After imprisoning the Fortune Pavilion, Li Yuqi turned her beautiful gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai and said, "Junior brother, the senior sister is merely passing through the sect. I have other pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, a profound sense of disappointment washing over him. Is she really leaving? Such a significant figure, it is truly a pity. "Ah, senior sister, you are departing? I find it hard to bid you farewell. You are so beautiful, and I have yet to fully admire you." He, little junior brother. Your words are so sweet. Rest assured, senior sister will return to visit you whenever she has the time. Buzz. As soon as the words left her lips, Li Yuqi's figure vanished completely from sight. At this, everyone, except Jiang Xiaobai, breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the master uncle has finally departed. It was quite terrifying. Indeed. Who would have thought that our Qingyun sect would be so formidable? I am glad I chose to join the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, I would have regretted it immensely. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, Wang Dabin suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Master Uncle Jiang, what shall we do next? What else can we do?" Fatty. Gather everyone and commence work immediately. According to the blueprints I provided, we shall construct the Qingyan sect. Wang Dabin was taken aback by this and responded, Master Uncle Jiang. The blueprints you gave me are impractical. What do you mean impractical? Master Uncle, just take a look. How can we possibly suspend such large buildings in midair? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fell into a contemplative silence. He had based his designs on the celestial depictions from his previous life's journey to the west, neglecting the realities of the present. In that case, you should discuss with Xiaoman and Guoguo and proceed with the construction of the original Qingyan sect. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman immediately protested, I have no time. Senior sister, Xiaoman is bullying me. I am available. In response, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and addressed the others. Why are you all still dawdling? Get to work. Yes, Master Jiang. Observing the flurry of activity, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction and then made his way towards the gates of the Qingyan sect. With his true energy depleted, it was time to recruit more disciples. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he made his way towards the gate of the Qingyan sect, unaware that he was about to encounter the most formidable crisis since his arrival in this realm. Chapter 17. The Emergence of Crisis, Completion of Side Quest. As Jiang Xiaobai approached the gate of Qingyan sect, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, on flawlessly completing the side quest. The completion level is deemed perfect. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 50 million true energy points and the ability of spatial traversal. Ding. The spatial traversal ability, as its name implies, allows the host to traverse through space. The distance of each traversal will increase as the host's strength amplifies. The spatial traversal ability has been granted. Buzz. A mysterious and potent force instantaneously enveloped Jiang Xiaobai. He emanated an unparalleled aura of enigmatic power, and an astonishing scene unfolded within his mind. A mysterious figure ceaselessly leaped and traversed, inundating Jiang Xiaobai's consciousness with a torrent of information. In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai felt as though his body had merged with the very essence of the universe, as if he were an integral part of the cosmos. A wondrous spectacle unfolded before him. His form abruptly vanished from sight, leaving not a trace of his presence. When he reappeared, he found himself 1,000 meters away. My goodness, this ability to traverse space is truly remarkable, a masterful technique for evading danger and launching surprise attacks. Jiang Xiaobai's expression was filled with fervor and excitement. He never anticipated that a mere side quest could grant him such formidable divine abilities. Currently, my cultivation level is merely at the 3rd stage of the spirit refinement realm. If I were to ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, would I not be capable of traversing to other realms in an instant? Jiang Xiaobai grew increasingly excited. Let me give it a try. I wonder how long it will take to reach Qingyan City from here. With that, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once more, swiftly traversing toward Qingyan City. However, he had underestimated the situation. Damn, I was too optimistic. It turns out that each use of this spatial translocation technique consumes a significant amount of vital energy. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai's Dantian was utterly devoid of energy. Within the confines of his 3rd tier of the spirit refinement realm, the concentration of true qi surpassed that of his peers by more than tenfold. Nonetheless, even with such an abundance, his ability to traverse through space was limited to merely several dozen miles. It would be prudent to restore his true qi first, otherwise, he would be left vulnerable in the face of danger. Jiang Xiaobai produced an impressive array of exquisite spiritual stones and promptly settled into a meditative position, swiftly activating his devour technique. A formidable vortex materialized above his head, and within moments, hundreds of premium spiritual stones were entirely consumed. The true energy within his Dantian was replenished once more. The devour technique proved to be remarkably potent. Ordinarily, it would require at least half a day for an average person to refine such a multitude of exquisite spiritual stones. Yet he accomplished it in less than a quarter of an hour. Now he possessed an additional 50 million points of true energy, though it would likely elevate his cultivation to merely the 5th tier of the divine refinement realm. This was insufficient. He needed to urgently recruit more disciples to join the Qingyan sect, for his current strength felt alarmingly inadequate. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai immediately rose and headed towards Qingyan City. However, he had scarcely made any progress when 2 formidable figures obstructed his path. Ah, what a coincidence! A sage. It appears we need not venture to the Qingyan sect after all, as the esteemed Jiang Shengzi has graciously delivered himself to us, they mocked. Jiang Xiaobai, taken aback, narrowed his eyes, warily scrutinizing the two individuals before him. Who are you? Haha. Jiang Xiaobai, it has been quite some time. Have you truly forgotten me? The middle-aged man laughed heartily, gazing at Jiang Xiaobai. This only left Jiang Xiaobai more bewildered, for he had never encountered this middle-aged man before. I do not recognize you. Step aside. Ah, Jiang Xiaobai, you truly have a penchant for forgetting your benefactors. A decade ago, I was the one who aided your escape. Do you truly not recall? As he spoke, the middle-aged man brandished a large blade. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered with apprehension as he cautiously observed the two individuals, retreating step by step. System, retrieve the information on these two individuals. Ding. Host, the profiles of the two have been acquired. Character, Li Zizhong, age, 68, strength, 8th stage of the sovereign realm, personality, ruthless and cruel background, ancient dragon, sacred land, weakness, fear of death. Character, Zhang Zikuan, age, 189, strength, 9th stage of the saint realm, personality, deceitful, suspicious, cruel, and merciless background, ancient dragon, sacred land, weakness, greedy and lecherous. After perusing the profiles of the two individuals, Jiang Xiaobai immediately expressed his bewilderment. The ancient dragon, holy land? What sort of place is that? It appears that these two are acquainted with me, yet I have no recollection of them. Wait a moment, they mentioned a decade ago, which coincides with the period when I first traversed into this world. Could it be that these two are familiar with my former self? As Jiang Xiaobai pondered, he increasingly sensed the likelihood of a grim fate. Upon his arrival in this body, the previous soul had been extinguished, leaving no memories, and thus Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the specifics of that former existence. Sensing the palpable hostility emanating from the two figures before him, he inquired, Do you intend to take my life? Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the saint of Jiang. Your perceptiveness is remarkable, chuckled the middle-aged man. I am quite curious. How did you manage to survive back then? After all, Li Zizhong obliterated your soul, and by all rights, you should not be alive. The elder fixed his steely gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai, demanding an answer. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai had no intention of responding. His mind was consumed with thoughts of devising an escape back to the Qingyun sect. The strength of these two far surpassed his own, and a direct confrontation would undoubtedly spell danger, potentially leading to his demise. After a lengthy contemplation, a sly smile crept across Jiang Xiaobai's lips. Do you truly wish to know? He teased. Hee. I am merely curious, and whether you choose to speak or remain silent, your impending death is inescapable. The elder brimmed with confidence, convinced that today would mark the end of Jiang Xiaobai's life. However, the latter suddenly chuckled. No way. You genuinely believe you can kill me? Master, they have grossly underestimated you. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze flickered excitedly toward the rear of the two assailants. Momentarily taken aback, the duo paused, their eyes fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. Yet, upon observing his animated demeanor, they swiftly turned to see what he was gazing at, only to find nothing amiss. In that fleeting instant, Jiang Xiaobai had activated his spatial traversal abilities and was making a rapid escape toward the Qingyun sect. Not good, he is escaping. One of them exclaimed. Saint, what should we do? Jiang Xiaobai had vanished without a trace. Humph. The monk may run, but the temple remains. Let us pursue him to the Qingyun sect. In no time, the two were hot on Jiang Xiaobai's heels, racing toward the sect. Jiang Xiaobai continuously employed the art of spatial traversal, hastening towards the Qingyun sect with remarkable speed. However, Li Zizhong and his companion matched his pace, remaining just a few miles behind him. After half an hour, Jiang Xiaobai finally returned to the Qingyun sect, breathless and in a state of panic. The onlookers were taken aback by his frantic demeanor. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly urged Guoguo and Xiaoman, saying, Guoguo, Xiaoman, quickly conceal your powers. If the fish see you and are frightened, they will not take the bait. Chapter 18. The Grudges of the Past. A new side quest as Jiang Xiaobai fled back to the Qingyun sect. The voice of the system resounded once more, transforming his initial panic into a sudden thrill. Ding. The system has detected that malicious individuals intend to harm the host. As the chosen one, the host may endure, but the system cannot. Ding. This system hereby issues a new side quest. The host is to employ every possible means to first drive the enemy to madness and then eliminate them. Ding. The completion levels of this side quest are categorized as poor, barely acceptable, good, and perfect. The higher the completion level achieved by the host, the more substantial the rewards will be. As Jiang Xiaobai made his way back to the Qingyun sect, a brilliant idea struck him. Upon entering the sect, he immediately instructed Guoguo and Xiaoman to conceal their presence. Although they were filled with apprehension upon hearing his words, they complied without hesitation. Fearing that Jiang Xiaobai might speak unfavorably of them in front of Liu Qi, the events at Fumanlu still lingered in their minds, leaving them with a sense of lingering trepidation. As Jiang Xiaobai observed that Guoguo and Xiaoman had concealed their formidable prowess at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, a wry smile crept across his lips. "Everyone, cease your tasks and accompany me to welcome our esteemed guests," he declared. "Yes, Master Jiang." In no time, the assembly followed Jiang Xiaobai to the entrance of Qingyun sect. "What mischief is our junior disciple up to this time?" Xiaoman inquired. "I am uncertain," Guoguo replied. While they exchanged banter, two figures suddenly soared towards Qingyun sect with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle. We must safeguard Qingyun sect at all costs." "Yes, Master Jiang." Guoguo and Xiaoman exchanged bewildered glances, and just then, the two figures reached the foot of Qingyun sect. Guoguo and Xiaoman, now utterly speechless, remarked, "I believe I understand Jiang Xiaobai's intentions," Xiaoman said, directing her gaze towards the two individuals below. Guoguo, taken aback, began to comprehend Jiang Xiaobai's meaning. "You two rascals have audaciously pursued me to Qingyun sect. Are you not afraid of death?" Jiang Xiaobai suddenly puffed out his chest, exuding an air of authority as he vehemently chastised Li Ji and Zhong Liang. "Stand right there. Should you dare to take another step forward, do not blame the Qingyun sect for being ruthless." Though Jiang Xiaobai outwardly spoke with bravado, he was inwardly engulfed by anxiety, fearing that the two would not enter. "Heh, Jiang Xingzi, there's no need for your pretense. You cannot intimidate us." Jiang Xiaobai, "Had you not fled, I would have limited my wrath to you alone. However, your retreat back to this dilapidated sect compels me to eradicate the entire Qingyun sect." Jiang Xiaobai, "The lives of over 5,000 souls from Qingyun sect have been extinguished because of you." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to the crowd behind him, proclaiming, "Are you afraid of death?" "Not afraid," they resounded. "Since you fear not death, how shall we confront the invading foes?" "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Over 5,000 voices roared, shaking the heavens. Li Zizhong and his companion were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! A horde of ants. No matter how many come, they are no match for the might of this saint." "Saint, this Qingyun sect appears rather dilapidated. Could it be a ruse?" Zhang Zikuan's eyes narrowed at this remark, instantly unleashing his divine sense to envelop the entire Qingyun sect. After a considerable pause, he declared, "Fear not, the Qingyun sect harbors no formidable adversaries. Jiang Xiaobai is merely attempting to intimidate us. Let us proceed at once and eliminate everyone, to avert further complications." The two set forth toward Jiang Xiaobai, who glanced at Guoguo and Xiaoman, both of whom nodded in affirmation. "Halt! Approach any closer, and you shall meet your demise." To instill trepidation in Zhang Zikuan and his companion, Jiang Xiaobai feigned fear while maintaining a facade of composure, his heart racing with excitement as he thought, "Soon, soon. Just 10 more meters. In 10 more meters, these two will step into the Qingyun sect." Moments later, Zhang Zikuan and his companion crossed the threshold into the Qingyun sect, brazenly disregarding those around them as they taunted, "He, son of the Saint Jiang, we have set foot in the Qingyun sect. What do you intend to do with us now?" "Jiang Xiaobai, I grant you a chance. Reveal to me how you survived all those years ago. Satisfy my curiosity, and I may grant you a swift end." Jiang Xiaobai observed the brazen demeanor of the two individuals, and his previously feigned expression abruptly transformed. A smirk appeared on his lips as he remarked, "Guoguo, bring them down, but remember not to take their lives." Buzz. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a terrifying and boundless phantom materialized high above the Qingyun sect. The overwhelming aura pressed down upon everyone, leaving them breathless. Zhang Zikuan and his companion were struck with astonishment. "This is bad. We must flee." Realizing the gravity of the situation, they attempted to escape the Qingyun sect, but alas, it was too late. "Trying to escape? Have you obtained the consent of Guoguo?" Guoguo swiftly pinned the two to the ground, rendering them immobile. "Ah, how infuriating. Jiang Xiaobai, why not face us in a one-on-one duel? What use is it to subdue us with external forces?" "Holy Sun Jiang, we were merely jesting before. Please do not take offense and let us go." Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze intently upon the two individuals before him, swiftly approaching them. I shall pose my inquiries, and you will provide your answers. Should I find your responses satisfactory, I may consider sparing you, for we are strangers after all, and I am not a man of cruel methods." The two, taken aback by his words, exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. "Why do you seek to take my life?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired. "It is not us who wish to end your life, but the Holy Master and the entire ancient dragon Holy Land that seek your demise." Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai, we are merely carrying out orders. We possess no knowledge of other matters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened slightly. The ancient dragon's sacred land. What manner of place is the ancient dragon's sacred land? Zhang Ziquan and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces etched with confusion. "Jiang Saint, do you not recall the events of those years past?" Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze intently upon the two individuals and stated, "I have already told you. I do not recognize you, nor do I recall anything about the ancient dragon's sacred land. Pray tell, why does your lord and the ancient dragon's sacred land seek to take my life?" The two, taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's inquiry, exchanged glances. "Holy One, have we made a mistake? Is he truly not the son of Jiang Xiaobai? I demand answers." Jiang Xiaobai insisted. "We are unaware of why our lord and the ancient dragon's sacred land wished to harm you. We were merely following orders back then." They continued. "The ancient dragon's sacred land is one of the 5 great sacred lands of the heavenly Xian realm, immensely powerful, with numerous formidable emperors within its domain." Zhang Ziquan, while speaking, observed the changes in Jiang Xiaobai's countenance, attempting to intimidate him with the might of the ancient dragon's sacred land. However, Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed and retorted, "Where is the ancient dragon's sacred land located?" "Reporting to you, Holy Son, the ancient dragon's sacred land resides in the central region." "The central region? Isn't that quite distant?" Jiang Xiaobai pondered. The heavenly Xian realm is divided into 5 major regions: east, west, south, north, and central, alongside vast, boundless seas. Currently, he found himself in the southern region, which was separated from the central region by an unknown distance. It was said that the central region is the mightiest of all, teeming with powerful beings and abundant spiritual energy. It seemed that the origins of his former self were quite extraordinary. Perhaps this was the cycle of cause and effect. "Where I have borrowed your body, yet must bear your grievances. Holy Son Jiang, we have disclosed everything that is pertinent. May we be released now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked. "Release you? How then am I to fulfill my system's task?" Chapter 19. The Terror of Devouring Divine Powers. The evolution of a pseudo-spiritual root into a mid-grade spiritual root. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's expression, Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan's demeanor abruptly stiffened. "Jiang Xiaobai, you cannot kill us. You lack the authority to do so. Indeed, Holy Son, should you slay us, you will be subject to relentless pursuit by the ancient dragon's sacred land until your very soul is extinguished." Their sudden threats left Jiang Xiaobai feeling quite unsettled. "At this juncture, you still dare to threaten me? Do you believe I possess a gentle disposition?" Jiang Xiaobai stepped closer to them, fixing them with an unwavering stare. "Jiang Xiaobai, we are not threatening you. We are merely stating facts. Indeed, Holy Son, we truly cannot be killed. If you do so, you will be hunted to death by the ancient dragon's sacred land." Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, observing that the two individuals did not appear to be lying. He subsequently inquired, "Why is that?" "Humph, Jiang Xiaobai, as the former Holy Son of the ancient dragon sanctuary, how could you be unaware of this?" Jiang Xiaobai retorted, "Why should I know? Let me reiterate, I am not the Jiang Xiaobai, the Holy Son, that you speak of." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai once again deny his identity, the two exchanged glances, bewildered. "Could it be that we have mistaken the wrong person? That cannot be, for I have witnessed the dragon soaring seal upon his right hand. He is indeed Jiang Xiaobai, the Holy Son." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he noticed the distinct dragon soaring seal on his right hand. He pulled aside the fabric covering it, revealing indeed the mark of the dragon soaring seal. "See, I told you he is the son of Jiang." The dragon soaring seal on his right hand is irrefutable proof of his identity. "Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai, will you still deny it?" "Very well," he retorted. "Even if I am this so-called son of Jiang, what prevents me from eliminating you?" Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's lingering doubts, the two individuals responded, "Son of Jiang, you truly cannot harm us. Our souls are bound within the ancient dragon's sacred land. Should you take our lives, the sacred land would be immediately alerted. Indeed, if the sacred land discovers that you have slain us, do you believe you could escape unscathed?" With this revelation, Jiang Xiaobai finally grasped the situation. Understanding why the two had dared to threaten him so openly, Jiang Xiaobai pressed his hand against his temple, closed his eyes, and with a wry smile, remarked, "Isn't that even more exhilarating?" Exhilarating? Li Zizhong and his companion stared at Jiang Xiaobai in bewilderment, and then, filled with dread, exclaimed, "Jiang Xiaobai, you cannot harm us, otherwise you and the entire Qingyun sect will face dire consequences. Indeed, young Saint Jiang, you must contemplate this carefully. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness jeopardize the entire Qingyun sect. What fools they are, truly lacking in wisdom." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he silently observed the two individuals for a brief moment, before suddenly invoking the devouring divine art. With a resonant hum, two black vortices materialized, enveloping the pair in an ominous embrace. "Ah, what is this? Jiang Xiaobai, release this holy one at once. I was wrong. Jiang Xingzi, I beg you, spare me. I am willing to join the Qingyun sect, to serve as a beast of burden if need be. I do not wish to perish." Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to the two individuals, his focus entirely absorbed in the operation of the devouring divine art. Upon witnessing this scene, both Guoguo and Xiaoman were taken aback. "Xiaoman, what is our junior brother doing?" "I have no idea." Just as the shock of the crowd and Guoguo reached its zenith, yet another astonishing occurrence unfolded before their eyes. They beheld a transformation in Jiang Xiaobai's aura. His previously pseudo-spiritual root began to sprout, as if coming to life, gradually expanding from nothingness. "No, Jiang Xingzi, what are you attempting to achieve? I feel as though my senses are dulling. Jiang Xiaobai, you are consuming this saint's spiritual root. You fiend." Indeed, at that moment, Jiang Xiaobai was employing the devouring divine art, incessantly absorbing the spiritual roots of the two. Guoguo and Xiaoman, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Our junior brother is actually devouring their spiritual roots. No wonder the sect leader chose him as a disciple. It all makes sense now. Xiaoman, our junior brother is. Silence. Guoguo's words were abruptly cut off by Xiaoman's reprimand, and at her command, Guoguo shrank back. Refraining from further comment, Jiang Xiaobai continued to relentlessly absorb the divine powers, his spiritual root gradually expanding, soon reaching the size of a pair of chopsticks, marking the emergence of a low-grade spiritual root. At this moment, his aura had significantly strengthened. Witnessing this transformation, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Little Master Uncle, truly remarkable. He had only recently advanced 2 minor levels, and now his prowess seems to have surged immensely. Indeed, he is worthy of the title Little Master Uncle. His strength is undeniably formidable. When will I ever be able to break through like Little Master Uncle, at will? Stop daydreaming. How could you possibly compare to Little Master Uncle? The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Jiang Xiaobai remained utterly focused on devouring the spiritual roots of Li Zizhong and the others. As their spiritual roots were consumed, their cultivation began to regress, instilling a deeper sense of dread within the two. "No, please, Jiang Xingzi, I realize my mistakes. I beseech you, spare me. Jiang Xiaobai, may you meet a wretched end for such malevolence. I curse you to a fate of misfortune." Zhang Zikuan, unable to accept the loss of his spiritual root and the continuous decline of his power, fell into a state of utter despair. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately intensified the operation of his devouring divine art. The resonating hum of power surged forth. The formidable force of absorption accelerated the growth of his spiritual roots, which continued to expand, nearing the threshold of a mid-grade spiritual root. Concurrently, his aura steadily ascended. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Zhang Zikuan suddenly produced a token, and with a boisterous laugh, he crushed it in his grasp. "Ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai. Prepare to be relentlessly hunted by the ancient dragon Holy Land. And as for everyone in the Qingyun sect, none shall escape." Ha ha ha. Zhang Zikuan's insanity intensified, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to hasten the activation of his devouring divine art. Before long, his spiritual roots transcended into the mid-grade realm. Simultaneously, Li Zizhong and his companion's spiritual roots withered completely, rendering them utterly useless. In an instant, their cultivation was obliterated, leaving them as mere shells of their former selves. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaobai, may you meet a wretched end. I curse you to a miserable fate, and the entirety of the Qingyun sect shall share your doom. Jiang Xiaobai, do not revel too much in your triumph. It won't be long before the Holy Land dispatches individuals to eradicate the entire Qingyun sect, including you, Jiang Xiaobai. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he gazed intently at the two individuals for a moment before speaking. Fatty, my little master uncle is here. Go to the back mountain, dig a deep pit, fill it with excrement, and bind these two within it to soak for 7 days and nights. Chapter 20. Has the breakthrough occurred? The fifth stage of the divine refinement realm in the central domain. The ancient dragon's sacred ground was surrounded by mountains that soared into the clouds, rich in spiritual energy, with powerful figures darting through the skies. Upon one of the colossal peaks stood a magnificent palace known as the Hall of Heroic Spirits. At the grand entrance of the hall, an elderly man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, two distinct shattering sounds echoed from within the hall. Upon hearing this, the old man instantly opened his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the shattered spirit tablets of Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan appeared in his palm. The destruction of their spirit tablets implied that they had encountered an unavoidable life-and-death crisis, and it was evident that they had shattered them of their own accord. After conveying this information, the elder swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning powerful glyphs before him. Moments later, he spoke again. To think that these two have ventured to the southern domain. What could have prompted their journey there? The southern domain was a considerable distance from the central domain. The elder's gaze sharpened as he commanded, "Summon someone." In a flash, a powerful figure appeared before the elder, bowing respectfully. Zhou Xiaotian pays respects to the ancient elder. The elder's eyes narrowed as he regarded Zhou Xiaotian, saying, "It has been a century since we last met. Your cultivation has indeed broken through to the celestial realm. Well done, you have not squandered your years." Residing within the sacred ground, Xiaotian dared not show any signs of complacency. The elder, satisfied with his response, nodded approvingly. "You must have recently achieved your breakthrough. Your aura still bears a hint of restlessness." The ancient elder, with keen insight, recognized that Xiaotian had indeed just solidified his foundation after a recent breakthrough. "Your foundation appears solid. Thus, I entrust you with a task. Journey to the southern domain and investigate the situation concerning these two." The elder handed the shattered spirit tablets of Li and Zhang to Zhou Xiaotian, continuing, "These two must have encountered a life-and-death crisis. If they are still alive, bring them back. If they are deceased, ascertain the cause of their demise and report back to the sacred ground." Acknowledging the elder's instructions, Zhou Xiaotian replied promptly, "Yes." Ancient elder. However, he hesitated, but, ancient elder, in that desolate southern domain, these two possess considerable strength. How could they have faced such a dire crisis? "You will know once you go." "Understood, I shall take my leave." After bowing in respect to the elder, Zhou Xiaotian swiftly turned and took flight from the location. The elder watched his receding figure, remarking softly, "This youth possesses commendable character and decent talent. In less than a millennium, the ancient dragon's sacred ground shall gain another emperor-level powerhouse." Upon finishing his words, the elder closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun sect, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's proclamation, Li Zizhong and his companion involuntarily shuddered. "No, Jiang Xiaobai, you wretched demon. Your methods are despicably shameless. May you meet a grim fate." Their laughter echoed ominously. "Ha, Jiang Xiaobai, revel in your arrogance. I have already shattered the token. It won't be long before the Holy Land sends formidable warriors. At that time, you and everyone in the Qingyun sect shall face a dire end." "A dire end indeed." "Athaha." Upon witnessing the two nearing the brink of despair, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, "I am indifferent. By then, you shall not behold it." He continued, "Well, since you have journeyed from the central region to slay me, it is only fitting that I offer you a token of my regard. Bestow gifts upon them." Li Zizhong and his companion were taken aback, their eyes void of clarity as they gazed at Jiang Xiaobai. Just as their confusion lingered, Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly settled into a meditative posture. At this sight, the other members of the Qingyun sect erupted in exclamations. What is our young master trying to accomplish? Could it be that he intends to break through his cultivation once more? Surely not. He has already surpassed his limits twice today. Is he truly attempting to defy the heavens? Jiang Xiaobai, oblivious to the astonishment of those around him, promptly settled into a meditative position and addressed the system. "System, expend all available energy to facilitate my breakthrough in cultivation." "Ding, understood, host." The aura surrounding Jiang Xiaobai suddenly intensified, and upon witnessing his astonishing breakthrough in cultivation, the expressions of those present turned to one of sheer astonishment. Even Guoguo and Xiao Man were profoundly shocked, unable to believe their eyes. "Xiao Man, How can our junior brother be on the verge of another breakthrough? Is he not concerned about the stability of his foundation? She pondered. Could it be that his foundation has always been remarkably stable? Just look at him. After hearing Xiaoman's words, Guoguo fixed her gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai. Increasingly alarmed. Heavens, how can this be possible? Is it because our junior brother possesses a flawless physical form that his foundation is so solid? Meanwhile, as Guoguo and Xiaoman debated, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation had successfully ascended to the 4th stage of the spirit refinement realm. He showed no signs of stopping, his aura continuing to rise rapidly. Impossible, this cannot be. How could anyone achieve 3 breakthroughs in a single day? I refuse to believe it. Jiang Xiaobai, do not attempt to deceive me with such illusions. The two were evidently struggling to accept that Jiang Xiaobai could achieve 3 consecutive breakthroughs in one day. Yet, scarcely had their words left their lips when Jiang Xiaobai's aura reached a critical point. Soon, he experienced yet another breakthrough, propelling him directly from the 4th stage of the spirit refinement realm to the 5th. I can hardly find words to describe the prowess of Master Jiang. He is beyond human, exclaimed one observer. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. At this rate, Master Jiang will undoubtedly become one of the most formidable beings in the Tianxian realm. When that time comes, our Qingyun sect will surely grow in strength. Indeed, with Master Jiang among us, how can we fear for the prosperity of the Qingyun sect? The crowd buzzed with excitement, and suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai's divine sense emanated, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Remarkable, his divine sense has grown immensely. After firmly establishing his foundation, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he turned to Wang Dadong and inquired, "My friend, how have you fared with the task I assigned to you?" "Reporting to you, Master Jiang." "The digging has already commenced," Wang Dadong replied. Upon hearing this, a smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Xiaobai's mouth as he glanced at Li Zizhong and jested, "So, what do you think of the gift I bestowed upon you? Surprised? Unexpected?" "Humph. Jiang Xiaobai, no matter how extraordinary your talent may be, the ancient dragon's sacred land will not afford you the luxury of time to grow stronger. Prepare for your demise," came the taunt. "Ha ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaobai, it won't be long before you and everyone from the Qingyun sect meet your end." Wang Dadong, "Swiftly lead them to the muck pit. Their words are far too foul." Jiang Xiaobai commanded. "Yes, Master Jiang. You too follow me," Wang Dadong promptly responded. "No, Jiang Xiaobai, you cannot treat us this way. You mustn't." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the 2 individuals being taken away by Wang Darren, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "I was inherently benevolent. Why must you compel me? What is the purpose of your coercion?" As Jiang Xiaobai muttered to himself, Guoguo and Xiaoman suddenly approached him with grave and solemn expressions, stating, "We have something of great significance to discuss with you." Chapter 21, The Taboo. Observing the serious demeanor of Guoguo and Xiaoman, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "What is this important matter? Please, follow us." Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment, but soon followed the steps of Guoguo and Xiaoman, and after a brief while, they arrived at a dilapidated house. As Jiang Xiaobai stepped into the dilapidated abode, Xiaoman immediately inquired, "Jiang Xiaobai, is it true that you can devour the spiritual roots of others to augment your own?" Her expression was grave, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Indeed, what is the issue with that?" Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. "The implications are far-reaching, junior brother. You do not grasp the gravity of this matter," Guoguo interjected anxiously. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, genuinely perplexed. "What makes this so serious?" "It's merely the ability to absorb someone else's spiritual roots," he retorted dismissively. Jiang Xiaobai, there exists an ancient legend within the heavenly profound realm that you likely have not encountered, Xiaoman continued. "A legend?" Upon hearing Xiaoman's words, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Are there not enough legends in the Tianxian realm?" Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's lack of understanding regarding the gravity of the situation, Xiaoman continued, "Please allow me to explain. It is said that in the primordial days of the Tianxian realm, demons ran rampant and the human race was weak. And then? What of it?" "Silence, let me finish. In the early days of creation, the human race was on the brink of extinction, nearly facing annihilation. Just as humanity teetered on the edge of eradication, a remarkable individual emerged, a defiant figure who established numerous powerful techniques and martial arts, thereby reversing the tide for humanity and preventing their obliteration. What does this have to do with me?" "Silence, let me complete my tale. This extraordinary individual, akin to yourself, possessed the ability to devour the spiritual roots of others to enhance his own. I see. History is often strikingly similar. Perhaps I too can become a great power in the future, Jiang Xiaobai remarked with a sense of pride. He is dead. What? Surely not. How could such an esteemed figure meet his end? In the past, the formidable warriors of the human race conspired with the powerful demons to orchestrate the downfall of this extraordinary individual. What? Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned to one of shock. Indeed, Guoguo has also heard that this great being was betrayed and slain by other powerful figures of the human race. Furthermore, this treachery plunged the already weakened human race back into despair. Jiang Xiaobai, while consuming the spiritual roots of others, may not inherently be wrong. It poses a significant issue as it is a taboo throughout the entire Tianqian realm. Should the knowledge of your ability to devour other spiritual roots be revealed, your demise will be most tragic. Indeed, it will be a most harrowing end. Upon hearing the words of Guoguo and Xiaoman, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze grew intense. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Jiang Xiaobai, remember this well. You must never let anyone else know that you possess the ability to consume another spiritual root, for dire consequences await you otherwise. Not even senior sister and the others can be informed. Xiaoman's expression became increasingly grave as she spoke. If they were to discover this, they would likely be the first to devour our junior brother. Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze upon Guoguo and Xiaoman, inquiring, why do you refrain from ending my life? To slay you serves us no advantage. Why would we do such a thing? Indeed, Guoguo is solely interested in viewing the undergarments of young ladies. Silence. Guoguo, if you do not amend this vile habit, I shall stew you. Startled by Xiaoman's words, Guoguo instinctively retracted his neck. Surely, the master sister and her companions have no reason to eliminate me either. Jiang Xiaobai, we are not akin to the master sister and her group. Are you aware of the reason behind that formidable individual's demise? It was due to his overwhelming strength, which instilled fear in others. You possess a certain astuteness, indeed. This is one of the reasons, but it is not the entirety of the matter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he inquired, are there other reasons? Indeed. They replied, those formidable individuals believe that by eliminating that powerful entity and seizing his spiritual root, they too could devour the spiritual roots of others to enhance their own. This revelation left Jiang Xiaobai taken aback. Are you suggesting that senior sister and her companions might contemplate such actions? Xiaoman and Guoguo nodded in affirmation, plunging Jiang Xiaobai into deep contemplation. It dawned on him that he had indeed underestimated the situation. What should I do now? He pondered. The entire Qingyan sect was aware of his ability to absorb other spiritual roots to augment his own. System, is there a way to erase these individuals' memories? Ding, the system responded. Every member of the Qingyan sect has signed the Qingyan Codex and has already infused their blood into it. Any being that signs the Qingyan Codex will never betray the host. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai relaxed his demeanor. Junior brother, Guoguo remarked, I believe it is imperative that you eliminate all 5,000 of them. Otherwise, should they inadvertently divulge this matter, it would spell your doom. Little man nodded in agreement after contemplating Guoguo's words. However, a smirk appeared at the corner of Jiang Xiaobai's mouth as he replied, there is no need for haste on their part. I have a request to make of you both. Guoguo and Little Man exchanged puzzled glances before inquiring, Junior brother, whatever you need, feel free to ask. Guoguo will certainly assist you in any way possible. Jiang Xiaobai continued, when you take on new disciples in the future, could you perhaps consider admitting more female students? Silence. Little Man immediately rebuked upon hearing Guoguo's remark. What is it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly produced 2 copies of the Qingyun diagram and handed them to Guoguo and Xiaoman, saying with a feigned air of sincerity, I wish for you both to join the Qingyan sect. I require your participation in a formality. Inscribe your names upon these pages and let a drop of your blood fall upon them. Jiang Xiaobai gazed earnestly at Guoguo and Xiaoman. Why the need for such an act when we are already members of the Qingyan sect? Xiaoman inquired, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaobai. Oh, you are unaware of the wonders contained within the Qingyan diagram. With but a signature and a drop of blood, one's desires are instantly realized, he replied. Fool. Xiaoman regarded Jiang Xiaobai as one might a simpleton. Guoguo, if you merely sign the Qingyan diagram and provide a drop of blood, I promise that when I next take on disciples, I shall accept only female apprentices. At this proclamation, Guoguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly so, my junior brother? Of course. Very well, I shall sign at once. Guoguo swiftly seized the Qingyun diagram from Jiang Xiaobai's hands and promptly inscribed her name and a droplet of blood upon it. Buzz. In an instant, a mysterious force enveloped Guoguo entirely. "This is the power of the laws," Guoguo exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She felt as though she was on the verge of a breakthrough, and her excitement rendered her exuberant. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman gasped, "The power of the laws? Guoguo, you are not deceiving me, are you?" "Xiaoman, why would Guoguo deceive you? The power of the laws truly resides within this Qingyun diagram." Guoguo cradled the Qingyun diagram as if it were a treasured artifact. Seeing this, Xiaoman swiftly snatched the Qingyun diagram from Jiang Xiaobai's grasp. "Hey, weren't you just saying you were reluctant to sign?" "Silence." Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he thought to himself, "Success." Just as he reveled in his quiet joy, Wang Dayton's rotund figure suddenly burst into the room, exclaiming in a loud voice, "Master Uncle, something has gone awry." Chapter 22. Everyone wants to join Xinyan's sect. All are spies. Observing Wang Dayton's panicked entrance, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, "As the elder brother of this generation in the Xinyan sect, how can you set an example while appearing so flustered?" Wang Dayton, still catching his breath, was immediately reprimanded by Jiang Xiaobai upon entering, prompting him to roll his eyes in response. "Master Uncle, it's not that I wish to panic. It's because a grave situation has arisen." Noticing Wang Dayton's urgent explanation, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly inquired, "What calamity has occurred?" "Master Uncle, you must hurry to the mountain gate and see for yourself. A multitude of people has surrounded our sect's entrance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing as he pondered for a moment before inquiring once more, "What exactly is going on?" "I am equally perplexed," came the reply. "Let us go and take a look together." Soon, Jiang Xiaobai, along with Guoguo and Xiaoman, hastened towards the mountain gate. Moments later, upon witnessing the throngs of people before the gate, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his confusion. "What brings all these individuals here?" "Reporting to you, Master Jiang. They all wish to join our Qinyan sect," responded a disciple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. "Isn't this wonderful? There must be at least tens of thousands of them." With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes and a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed, "Everyone in the Qinyan sect, prepare yourselves. Today marks the opening of our sect to new disciples." At the sound of his voice, the throng before the mountain gate fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him, expressions a tapestry of curiosity and anticipation. Moments later, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of whispers. "Is this Jiang Xiaobai? He appears so youthful." Indeed, at merely 18 years of age, Jiang Xiaobai embodied the very essence of youth. "Suehua, what do you intend to do?" came a voice. What else could it be? She is in need of Jiang Xiaobai's assistance, specifically his weapon. "Suehua, do you not reflect on your own appearance? Do you truly believe someone like Jiang Xiaobai would consider you? Leave it be. Mind your own business." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Jiang Xiaobai mused to himself. So many individuals wish to join the Qinyan sect? There must be at least tens of thousands here. How can I possibly sustain such a multitude? I currently possess only 500,000 exquisite spirit stones. No, I shall accept all who meet the criteria. I can devise a way to manage the spirit stones and resources later. With newfound resolve, Jiang Xiaobai tilted his head and bellowed to the crowd, "Silence. Today, the Qinyan sect is once again accepting disciples. Those who wish to join us, please form a line here. I promise that every individual who becomes a part of our sect will receive 100,000 exquisite spirit stones." Upon hearing this declaration, the expressions of the crowd transformed into fervent excitement. However, those disciples who had recently joined the Qinyan sect felt their faces darken. Observing this, Wang boldly cautioned everyone, "Mind your words. You know the methods of Master Jiang. Those two fellows are still wallowing in the muck at the back mountain." The crowd fell into stunned silence, refraining from further discussion. At that moment, a stunning 18-year-old woman approached Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "May I ask what the requirements are to join the Qinyan sect?" As her words echoed through the air, all eyes turned to Jiang Xiaobai. With a smile, he replied, "The criteria are quite simple. I will assess you. And if you are suitable, you may naturally join the Qinyan sect." The young woman eagerly responded, "I wish to join Qinyan." "Is that so? What motivates you to join the Qinyan sect?" he asked. "For the 100,000 exquisite spirit stones," she replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. pondering whether this woman was truly so pragmatic. Did she harbor no other aspirations? For instance, to become an unparalleled powerhouse? No. I only have an affinity for exquisite spiritual stones. A throbbing headache plagued Jiang Xiaobai as he contemplated the implications of this woman joining the Qingyun sect. Would she cause an uproar if she failed to acquire 100,000 exquisite spirit stones? System, please retrieve the information on the woman before me. Ding. Host. The information on this woman has been successfully acquired. Name, Fong Fong. Age, 18. Strength, 9th stage of divine refinement root. Superior spiritual root. Personality, aloof, assertive, and obstinate. Background, Fong family of the city lord's mansion in Qingyun. Weakness, fear of cats. Impatience for success. Objective for joining the Qingyun sect, to investigate the specifics of the Qingyun sect, seek out its treasures, and collaborate with the city lord's mansion to annihilate the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Fong Fong's personal profile, momentarily frozen in place. So it is Fong Fong, is it? Are you certain you wish to join our Qingyun sect? Is it truly possible to receive 100,000 top-tier spirit stones by joining? Indeed, I, Jiang Xiaobai, am never deceitful. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's solemn demeanor, Fong Fong remained silent for a while before responding. Then I choose to join the Qingyun sect. In that case, please stand aside for now. Next, a young man approached, looking at Jiang Xiaobai, and inquired, is the Qingyun sect truly as shabby as it appears, yet still formidable? Indeed. It is powerful. What is your name? Li Fu. What prompts your desire to join the Qingyun sect? Is it solely for the 100,000 top-tier spirit stones? No. I came here for you. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utter bewilderment. For me? Indeed. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai immediately inquired of the system, retrieve this person's information. Ding. Host, the information on this individual has been obtained. Name, Li Fu. Age, 19. Strength, 8th level of the spirit refinement realm. Spirit root, superior quality. Personality, exhibits a wide range of emotions, frequently succumbs to rage, and possesses a ruthless disposition. Background, heir to the Li family of Qingyun city. Weakness, prone to lust and avarice. Objective for joining Qingyun sect, to investigate the sect's treasures and find an opportunity to eliminate Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing this revelation, Jiang Xiaobai's expression immediately became rigid. After a moment of contemplation, he prompted the system to examine the personal profiles of others. To his astonishment, he discovered that these individuals were all spies from various factions within a radius of several thousand miles. These individuals were all drawn by the allure of the treasures of Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai found the situation increasingly amusing. Jiang Xiaobai, can you really afford to take in so many disciples? Xiao Man inquired, having approached him unannounced. Of course I can support them. Resources can always be conserved. He replied with a hint of nonchalance. After all, the wool is on the sheep. Xiao Man, upon hearing this, could only express her disbelief. She had witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's audacity firsthand. So many spies, how intriguing. Since you all enjoy this game so much, I shall indulge you. With that, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze to the crowd and declared loudly, everyone, quiet down. Those who wish to join the Qingyun sect, form an orderly line and approach one by one. Anyone desiring to become a member must sign the Qingyun Codex and provide a drop of their blood. Chapter 23, Jiang Xiaobai. No regrets in joining the sect. When Jiang Xiaobai presented a plethora of Qingyun codices, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. What exactly is this Qingyun Codex? They wondered. The Qingyun Codex is a contract. Signing it with your blood signifies your voluntary commitment to join my Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai explained with a smile. Is it possible not to sign? Came a voice from the crowd. No, if you refuse to sign, you may leave. I'll sign, unexpectedly. Fong Fong stepped forward, immediately signing and providing her blood on the Qingyun Codex. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, decisive. You are bound to achieve greatness. My Qingyun sect needs such resolute individuals. Who else wishes to join us? Come forth and sign with your blood. Jiang Xiaobai was once again indulging in grandiose visions. And upon witnessing this, others began to sign their names in blood on the Qingyun Codex. As more and more individuals joined the Qingyun sect, a subtle smile crept across Jiang Xiaobai's lips, and he exclaimed with excitement, 10,000, another 10,000, and yet another 10,000. Each person contributes 10,000 units of vital energy, 30,000, 40,000. Little Master Uncle, what do you mean by 10,000, another 10,000, and yet another 10,000? Wang Dabin, who had been standing beside Jiang Xiaobai, immediately inquired with confusion upon hearing those words. However, Jiang Xiaobai replied, "My dear friend, just imagine the scene if our Qingyun sect were to welcome 1 million members. And what kind of scene would that be? They would all starve to death." Wang Dabin retorted, rolling his eyes at Jiang Xiaobai's optimism. "What? All starve to death? Surely that cannot be the case. Little master uncle, have you never calculated the implications? You seem unaware of the concept of 1 million people. From what I've gathered since joining the Qingyun sect, our sect possesses no industries and lacks any sources of income. Not only cultivators, but even ordinary citizens require resources for their sustenance. Cultivators consume vast amounts of resources in their daily training. How can we avoid starvation?" Upon hearing Wang Dabin's words, Jiang Xiaobai fell into deep contemplation. In my eagerness to recruit disciples and amass vital energy, I overlooked these crucial details. It appears that sustaining a sect is indeed no easy task. Fatty, do you have any good ideas? At Jiang Xiaobai's inquiry, Wang Dabin quickly plunged into thought. And after a moment, he replied, "Resources. If we possess an abundance of them, all these problems will cease to exist. Isn't that rather obvious? What I seek to know is how to acquire a substantial amount of resources. By seizing, by stealing, or by earning them. We can seize resources from our enemies, steal from them, or devise ways to generate resources." As Wang Dabin spoke, a spark of inspiration illuminated Jiang Xiaobai's mind, and he nodded thoughtfully. "What a splendid idea. Little master uncle, I only mentioned it in jest. Please do not take it literally." Jiang Xiaobai chose not to elaborate further, casting a contemplative glance at everyone present. He reflected, "Many among us are spies sent by the various factions within a radius of thousands of miles, their aim being to seize the treasures of my Qingyun sect. Moreover, many not only seek to acquire the so-called treasures of Qingyun sect, but also harbor intentions to annihilate it. Given their designs, I shall not hold back. System. If an enemy signs in blood on the Qingyun chart, will they betray me? Ding. Host. Any living being that signs in blood on the Qingyun chart shall never betray the host." Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a slight smile once more. "Damn it, I am undoubtedly a kind-hearted person, yet I find myself resembling a villain. Master Jiang, all individuals meeting the criteria have already signed with their blood on the Qingyun Codex, totaling 8,699. A disciple approached Jiang Xiaobai respectfully, and upon hearing this, he immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Excellent. Inform everyone that we shall return to the sect." "Yes, young master." After a considerable time, over 10,000 newly initiated disciples stood in the original plaza of the Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai stood before them, declaring, "Welcome to our grand family of the Qingyun sect. And congratulations on becoming disciples of our esteemed sect. You have chosen a path of brilliance today, with a promising future ahead. As members of the Qingyun sect in life, you shall remain loyal even in death, forever forsaking betrayal." At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly broke into laughter. "Next, when I call your name, please step forward. Fong Fong. Wang Zizai Jiang Xiaoan." Jiang Xiaobai recited over 100 names in succession, leaving the assembled crowd bewildered, uncertain of his intentions. What is Master Jiang up to? Is he about to distribute 100,000 top-tier spirit stones? What are you thinking? Did Master Jiang not mention that it would take a century to distribute those spirit stones? What? A century? Damn, I've been duped. Indeed. How could it take a century for those spirit stones to be issued? Is this a trap to lure me into joining the Qingyun sect? Ridiculous. This Qingyun sect is truly shabby. It appears they genuinely lack such an abundance of spirit stones. That's right, since I joined the Qingyun sect, I have been meticulously observing its state, and it can only be described as utterly dilapidated. In an instant, the atmosphere grew agitated, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to narrow his eyes and declare, "Silence. Do you have any thoughts you wish to express? Speak freely. I shall accommodate your concerns." Jiang Xiaobai, you deceiver. Using the allure of 100,000 spirit stones as a facade to ensnare us into the Qingyun sect. What is your true intention? Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai. What is your ulterior motive in leading us astray in such a manner? You must provide us with a reasonable explanation, or this matter shall not conclude today. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai offered no explanation, for it was all within his anticipation. Has everything been said? He inquired. I mentioned a reward of 100,000 exquisite spirit stones. Yet did I specify that it must be given today? I believe not, since there was no such stipulation. How could I be accused of deceiving you? I, Jiang Xiaobai, refuse to comply. I wish to withdraw from the Qingyun sect. I too refuse. What is there to remain in this dilapidated sect? Suddenly, as these individuals voiced their intentions to leave the Qingyun sect, dozens of thunderbolts materialized from the sky, striking down upon them. The scene fell into an immediate silence. He. Once you join, there is no turning back. Those who become a part of the Qingyun sect are eternally bound. Betrayal is not tolerated, lest you face dire consequences. Gasped. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with dread. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw from the Qingyun sect? I am quite reasonable and can indeed accommodate you. No one dared to speak. All heads bowed in silence. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai reiterated, all those whose names I just read, step forward immediately or bear the consequences of your inaction. Before long, over 100 individuals stood forth, leaving the onlookers perplexed about Jiang Xiaobai's intentions. However, his next words astonished them all. Now, tell me, which factions do you represent? And what is your purpose in joining the Qingyun sect? Chapter 24, Wang Dayton's bold idea, kidnapping. The words of Jiang Xiaobai startled the crowd of over 10,000. Their gazes collectively fixed upon the more than 100 individuals. We are at a loss to comprehend your meaning. We joined the Qingyun sect, motivated firstly by the promise of 100,000 premium spirit stones, and secondly, under the impression that Qingyun sect was a grand sect of great repute. Alas, we have come to realize that this Qingyun sect is but a mere sham. Jiang Xiaobai, even if you wish to defame us, you ought to possess some evidence. Do you not? It is one thing that you have failed to provide us with the promised 100,000 premium spirit stones. But now you stand here slandering us. What is your true intent? Do you take us for fools? The assembly of over 100 individuals erupted in accusations, vehemently cursing Jiang Xiaobai, while he remained composed, observing them with an unwavering calmness. Jiang Xiaobai, why do you not speak? Are you perhaps feeling guilty and at a loss for words? You must elucidate your stance today, otherwise we shall not let this matter rest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai grinned with a crooked smile and said, do you wish for an explanation? Very well, allow me to provide you with a reasonable one today. Suddenly, over 100 bolts of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the multitude gathered before him, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. The sight caused all present to swallow hard, their faces pale with terror. Do you still require an explanation? Do you take me, Jiang Xiaobai, for a fool? Are you unaware that I know your true nature? He continued, I now offer you a chance to confess everything willingly. Otherwise, the next time I act, it will not merely be a matter of thunder. With that, Jiang Xiaobai turned to Guoguo, signaling for it to unleash its formidable aura. Guoguo, understanding the cue, nodded and immediately released a terrifying phantom that enveloped everyone in attendance. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the peak of the Empyrean realm left all present gasping for breath, causing the newly initiated disciples of the Qingyun sect to tremble involuntarily. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Such immense power. The Qingyun sect is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Jiang Xiaobai dares to recruit disciples. His background is truly formidable. Jiang Xiaobai observed the crowd in silence before speaking once more. I shall grant you one final opportunity to confess all your misdeeds. Otherwise, you shall become the feast for this divine beast today. Tomorrow, I shall come to annihilate all your sects. Upon hearing his words, a collective gasp echoed among the assembly, their faces etched with terror as they regarded him. In that moment, someone could no longer bear the pressure and stepped forward, exclaiming, I will confess everything. I am an enforcer from the Qinglong gang, 300 miles away, and I infiltrated the Qingyun sect to investigate its treasures. Another voice chimed in, please spare me. I am an enforcer from the Axe gang, 500 miles distant, and I joined the Qingyun sect for the very same purpose. Yet another pleaded, do not take my life. I confess, I am an inner disciple of the Luotian sect, 800 miles away, and I joined the Qingyun sect to uncover its treasures and to destroy it. One by one, individuals stepped forward to unburden themselves, leaving the others in profound astonishment and instilling in them a newfound reverence for Jiang Xiaobai. With each revelation, Jiang Xiaobai's expression grew colder, his murderous intent surging. After over half an hour, more than 100 individuals had divulged their secrets. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at them once more and inquired, disclose all the details of your faction's secrets. I may grant you a chance to abandon the shadows and embrace the light. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor was extremely frosty. He had merely intended to accept disciples, yet had inadvertently attracted numerous factions intent on his demise. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the throng of over 100 fell into a deep silence. They had already surmised his ulterior motive. Should they divulge the intricacies of their sects, it was inevitable that Jiang Xiaobai would seek retribution. Conversely, if they chose to remain tight-lipped, it seemed they would all meet their end at Qingyun's sect. The assembly found themselves ensnared in a dilemma, with no one willing to speak. Even if you refrain from speaking, I possess means to uncover the truth. Over 100 factions within a radius of several thousand miles wish to see me dead and desire the annihilation of Qingyun's sect. Should I refrain from taking action against you, the old lady would surely curse the heavens. I now extend to you one final opportunity. If you do not speak within a quarter of an hour, you shall be free to embrace death. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's declaration, the assembly hesitated, fear beginning to seep into some hearts. Jiang Xiaobai, how can we trust that you are not deceiving us again? What if we disclose the secrets of our factions, only for you to still seek our lives? They pressed further, Jiang Xiaobai. Do you dare invoke a solemn oath before the heavens? Should you renege on your word and slay us, may you meet a wretched fate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. The way of heaven? What is that? What exactly is the way of heaven? As soon as Jiang Xiaobai uttered those words, everyone present was immediately petrified, gazing at him with incredulous expressions. Little Master Uncle, the heavenly path is an existence of utmost supremacy. We must never speak of it lightly, let alone swear an oath against it. Wang Daden cautiously approached Jiang Xiaobai and said, System, what is the heavenly path? Beep. Host. The heavenly path represents the rules of a realm. It can also be regarded as the controller of that realm, wielding the power of its laws. Essentially, it is the most formidable being within that domain. I see, Jiang Xiaobai pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at Wang Daden. What would happen if I swore a malicious oath against the heavenly path and later regretted it? Upon hearing this, Wang Daden's expression instantly turned rigid. Jiang Master Uncle, you would likely meet a most tragic fate. Jiang Xiaobai gazed upwards at the heavens, his expression one of utter indifference towards the concept of divine justice. I swear, should I personally take your lives after you divulge the secrets of your power, may I suffer a most wretched fate. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's solemn vow directed at the heavens, the group of over 100 individuals finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that moment, they began to reveal the intricate details of their respective factions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, those who recognize the times are indeed wise, yet you who betray your own sect today will undoubtedly betray Qingyun's sect in the future. After speaking, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards Guoguo and continued, Guoguo, why do I sense that you harbor a strong aversion towards these individuals? Do you believe such people deserve to possess any cultivation? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's two inquiries, Guoguo immediately reacted. Little junior brother, I shall incapacitate them right away. With a hum, Guoguo unleashed a terrifying display of power, swiftly subduing the more than 100 individuals. No, Jiang Xiaobai, you swore to the heavens that you would not kill us. You cannot harm us, otherwise you shall meet a most dreadful fate, a truly ghastly one. Jiang Xiaobai, you scoundrel, may you suffer an unrelenting demise. Jiang Xiaobai, feeling somewhat impatient, addressed Guoguo, saying, Guoguo, they're truly bothersome. All right, little junior brother. In an instant, over 100 individuals had their cultivation rendered ineffective by Guoguo, creating a scene of profound shock. Jiang Xiaobai, you are a man of broken promises. May you meet an untimely demise. May you meet an untimely demise. The heavens will not spare you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiaobai, revel in your triumph while you can, for the heavens are poised to obliterate you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked slightly, proclaiming, that will not happen. The heavens will not strike me down, for I have not personally taken the life of any of you. With these words, the over 100 individuals immediately froze in place. At that moment, Wang Daben unexpectedly approached Jiang Xiaobai and said, Little Master Uncle, I have a splendid idea. Speak, replied Jiang Xiaobai. We could leverage them to threaten their own factions, compelling them to exchange resources or spirit stones for their lives. Chapter 25. Numbness. Jiang Xiaobai breaks through to the 7th stage of spirit refinement upon hearing Wang Daben's suggestion. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes brightened, and he nodded in satisfaction, saying, You have indeed reminded me, my portly friend. However, these individuals have already been stripped of their cultivation. They should be of little value now. Hee, little Master Uncle. Those factions remain oblivious to the fact that their powers have been rendered null. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, Fatty, I truly misjudged you. I never expected you to be so devious. Wang Daren, taken aback by his words, instantly froze in place. No, my dear junior uncle, I am merely considering your well-being and that of the entire Qingyun sect. Otherwise, we might face starvation. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, his gaze sweeping over the more than 100 individuals before him. He inquired once more, what is their worth in spirit stones? The young master replied, to cultivate an individual to the 9th tier of the divine refinement realm, it requires at least 50 million low-grade spirit stones. For this 9th tier of the divine refinement realm, we could demand 5 million low-grade spirit stones in exchange. Only 5 million? Did you not say he is worth 50 million low-grade spirit stones? Jiang Xiaobai found the demand of merely 500 low-grade spirit stones to be exceedingly insufficient. The young master cautioned, but what if they refuse to comply? Moreover, I fear they may act out of desperation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai nodded once more. Fatty, this crucial task is entrusted to you. Though it may be arduous, I need you to deliver the letters to each of their sects, urging every faction to prepare 5 million low-grade spirit stones in exchange for their people. Warn them that time waits for no one. If they fail to bring the spirit stones by the appointed hour, we shall rescind the agreement. However, Wang Darren was decidedly unwilling to undertake such labor. He immediately interjected. Little Master Uncle, there's no need to deliver letters to each sect individually. We can simply post a few announcements in Qingyun City. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Fatty, you have considered this thoroughly. I entrust this important matter to you. Both I and the entire Qingyun sect have faith in you. Do your best. With that, Jiang Xiaobai walked away towards others, leaving Wang Dabin in a state of utter bewilderment. Wait, little Master Uncle, why are you being so unreasonable? Let me handle this. Seeing that Jiang Xiaobai no longer paid him any heed, Wang Dabin had no choice but to prepare to head to Qingyun City to post notices. Just as he was about to leave the Qingyun sect, Xiaoman immediately stopped him, saying, if you go like this, you may never return. Wang Dabin was startled and promptly asked, Senior Xiaoman, what should I do? Simply write over 100 identical letters, and at the mountain gate, spend some spirit stones to find someone to deliver them to these factions. Upon hearing this, Wang Dabin's excitement surged. Thank you, Senior Xiaoman. He quickly departed the scene. Watching him leave, Xiaoman murmured to herself, how long has this guy known Jiang Xiaobai? He's already become as shameless as him. With that, Xiaoman turned her gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai in the distance, who was currently seated cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. This guy truly confounds me. What is his origin? Did the sect master accept him solely because of his talent? When will the sect master return? As Xiaoman pondered, Jiang Xiaobai's aura suddenly surged rapidly, startling even the usually composed Xiaoman, who exclaimed, what is happening? Is Jiang Xiaobai about to break through again? This guy must be a monster. At that moment, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards Jiang Xiaobai, each person displaying a different expression. No way, Master Uncle Jiang is simply beyond comprehension. How can he be breaking through again? Heavens, what kind of creature is our little Master Uncle? He breaks through at the drop of a hat. This is terrifying. His talent is truly astonishing. As everyone was in shock, Jiang Xiaobai's aura swiftly reached a critical point. Before long, his cultivation level advanced directly from the 5th stage of the God refining realm to the 6th stage. Yet, it did not end there. His aura continued to rise rapidly. Those who had witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's recent breakthroughs were now utterly numb, their astonishment beyond description. Jiang Xiaobai, I truly wish to know where your limits lie. The sect master must have had significant reasons for taking you as a disciple. After witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation ascend to the 4th stage of the God refining realm, Xiaoman began to muse aloud once more. At that moment, Guoguo approached Xiaoman and remarked, Xiaoman, our junior brother's background is quite extraordinary. In less than 2 days, he has already broken through 4 times. With a contemplative gaze, Guoguo fixed her eyes upon Jiang Xiaobai and spoke. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoman could not help but nod in agreement, remarking, it seems we shall only uncover Jiang Xiaobai's true identity upon the return of the sect leader. Even if we were to inquire directly, given his temperament, he would likely refrain from divulging anything. Furthermore, considering Jiang Xiaobai's nature, it is only a matter of time before he incurs the ire of even more formidable foes, akin to the previous encounter with the ancient dragon-sacred land. Should they dispatch their strongest warriors, I fear we would not withstand the onslaught. Xiaoman expressed her apprehensions, which prompted a grave expression on Guoguo's face as she suggested, perhaps we should advise our junior brother to maintain a low profile for the time being? Xiaoman shook her head, replying, do you truly believe Jiang Xiaobai possesses the capacity for subtlety? Guoguo blinked several times in response. It seems unlikely. What shall we do then? To which Xiaoman replied, we must take it one step at a time. We cannot leave Qingyun sect. Just as Xiaoman finished her statement, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged dramatically, and before long, his cultivation ascended from the 6th to the 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm. This unprecedented development astonished all present, and both Guoguo and Xiaoman exclaimed in unison. He is not human. Our junior brother is undoubtedly extraordinary. He is a true prodigy. Each disciple of the sect leader is more exceptional than the last. No wonder the sect leader did not take me as a disciple. After witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's extraordinary talent, my yearning has significantly diminished. Xiaoman's expression betrayed a hint of melancholy as she spoke. Xiaoman, when the sect leader returns, I shall join you in beseeching him to accept you as a disciple. Guoguo offered. That is unnecessary. Just then, as Xiaoman and Guoguo engaged in their light-hearted conversation, Jiang Xiaobai concluded his meditation. Having elevated his strength to the pinnacle of the 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm. Sensing the substantial enhancement in his power, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his satisfaction, stating, my strength has increased remarkably, and both my spirit and perception have grown significantly as well. Alas, I was so close to breaking through to the 8th tier of the spirit refinement realm. After carefully assessing his current cultivation strength, Jiang Xiaobai rose and addressed everyone. The matters we previously arranged require your immediate action. Let us strive to establish our Qingyun sect. When your respective masters return, we shall surely astonish them. Yes, little martial uncle. With that, the crowd sprang into action. Observing their enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaobai promptly made his way towards Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan. It is time to complete the side quest from the system. Chapter 26. Jiang Xiaobai. I am indeed threatening you. Either pay up, or I will tear up the ticket. At this moment, in the back mountains of Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai stood before Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan, pinching his nose. He quietly watched as the two of them wore foolish grins. Shaking his head as he remarked, those who take lies are invariably met with death. Should you encounter me, Jiang Xiaobai, in your next life, remember to keep your distance. Jiang Xiaobai unsheathed a long sword, swiftly sending the two individuals to the netherworld. You there, dispose of their corpses, he commanded. Yes, young master. After the remains of Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan were dealt with, the anticipated sound echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Achieving a perfect level of completion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 50 million true energy points, as well as the divine martial art, the World Deity Fist. The World Deity Fist has been allocated to the system space, and the host may claim it at their convenience. With a sudden surge of excitement, Jiang Xiaobai's spirits lifted. Divine martial arts. This is indeed divine martial arts. At last, I possess martial skills, and they are of the highest caliber. System. I wish to claim the divine martial art, the Realm God Fist. Jiang Xiaobai could hardly contain his eagerness. It marked the first time since his transmigration that he had acquired martial skills. Ding! Acknowledged. Host. A formidable force instantaneously enveloped Jiang Xiaobai, as the vast knowledge of the Realm God Fist flooded into his mind. Divine martial art, Realm God Fist, comprising 3 techniques, namely, Earth Shatter, Heaven Break, and World Annihilation. Earth Shatter, with a single punch, can fracture mountains and rivers. Heaven Break, with a single punch, can shatter the heavens and the earth. World Annihilation, with a single punch, can obliterate an entire realm. Upon realizing the immense power of the Realm God Fist, Jiang Xiaobai felt his breath quicken. How astonishing this Realm God Fist is. Particularly the 3rd technique, World Annihilation. To think that a single punch could annihilate an entire realm. How terrifying that must be. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke with fervor, he quickly settled into a cross-legged position to commence his training in the divine martial technique, the Godly Fist. Suddenly, an immensely powerful figure materialized within the recesses of Jiang Xiaobai's mind, and vivid scenes unfolded before his eyes. He beheld the supreme powerhouse relentlessly unleashing a barrage of formidable punches, each strike capable of shattering mountains towering thousands of meters high. The earth trembled violently beneath him as Jiang Xiaobai fixated on every subtle movement of the exalted figure, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Such overwhelming strength, truly. It was worthy of the title of divine martial arts. As Jiang Xiaobai diligently practiced the Realm God's Fist, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Thus, for over half a month, he immersed himself in the training of the Realm God's Fist. After this extensive period of cultivation, I have finally mastered the first stance. the earth-shattering strike. Today, let me witness the true power of this formidable technique. Jiang Xiaobai immediately rose to his feet, swiftly directing a powerful punch, the earth-shattering fist, towards a towering mountain looming in the distance. With a resounding hum, a terrifying shadow of his fist, measuring several meters in size, erupted from Jiang Xiaobai's right hand and hurtled towards the majestic mountain. With a thunderous crash, the earth-shattering fist struck the colossal peak, obliterating it into dust within moments. The very ground of the Qingyun sect trembled violently, startling all its inhabitants. What has transpired? Why has the earth begun to shake so violently? I do not know. That tremendous sound seemed to emanate from the rear mountain. Silence. It is merely our junior brother practicing his martial arts. Let us return to our tasks and expedite the completion of the Qingyun sect, remarked Xiaoman, observing the preliminary formation of the sect. Indeed, Senior Xiaoman. Jiang Xiaobai was utterly astonished to discover that the martial arts he had been cultivating had caused such a tremendous upheaval. Gazing at the shattered mountains before him, he felt a profound sense of disbelief. How formidable! My cultivation level has merely reached the peak of the 7th stage of the refining spirit realm. If I were to attain the pinnacle of the emperor realm like others, how immensely powerful would this single punch be? And what of the other 2 forms of the realm god fist? Would they not be even more formidable? As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his excitement was palpable, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. It struck him as peculiar. Why was he unable to cultivate the 2nd form of the realm god fist, the breakthrough style? Ding. Host. The power of the 2nd form of the realm god fist is too formidable. Your current physical body cannot endure the breakthrough style. Only upon reaching a certain level of cultivation will you be able to practice the 2nd form of the realm god fist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately understood and said, the first stance of the realm god fist, the earth-shattering style, has been sufficient for my use for quite some time. As Jiang Xiaobai had just finished speaking, the rotund figure of Wang Dayden came racing towards him. Observing Wang Dayden's labored breath, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and he inquired, "Why are you in such a haste, my portly friend? Even speaking seems to require a moment's respite." After catching his breath for a considerable time, Wang Dayden finally lifted his gaze to Jiang Xiaobai and said, "Little master uncle, grave news has arrived. What calamity now compels such urgency?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. Wang Dayden steadied his breath, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai, and replied, "Little master uncle, over 100 factions have dispatched their representatives to our sect's mountain gate, completely surrounding it." Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback and inquired, "Have they arrived so swiftly?" The junior master replied, "You have been cultivating for over half a month." "How is that swift? Have they brought spirit stones to redeem their kin?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dayden fell silent immediately, and after a prolonged pause, he finally said, "Junior master, perhaps it would be best for you to see for yourself." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. After a moment of silence, he swiftly turned and made his way toward the gates of Qingyun sect. Observing this, Wang Dayden immediately followed suit, his steps eager. Before long, the 2 arrived at the entrance of Qingyun sect, where everyone had already gathered. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai's arrival, the crowd erupted in spirited enthusiasm, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed junior uncle." Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards the mountain gate. Within a radius of several thousand miles, over 100 factions had gathered, with more than 10,000 individuals encircling the entire entrance of Qingyun sect. Upon Jiang Xiaobai's appearance, their eyes fixated on him with a fierce intensity. In response, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and said, "I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed friends who have traversed great distances. Let everyone from Qingyun sect applaud in greeting." Upon the conclusion of Jiang Xiaobai's remarks, a resounding applause erupted. The representatives of over 100 factions, however, wore grim expressions, fixating their gaze upon him. Once the clapping subsided, an individual stepped forward to interrogate Jiang Xiaobai, stating, "You are Jiang Xiaobai, are you not? Your Qingyun sect has inexplicably abducted individuals from our numerous factions. We demand an explanation." "An explanation?" Jiang Xiaobai smirked, a hint of disdain in his tone. "What manner of explanation do you seek? I must apologize, for I am not one accustomed to elucidating my actions. Jiang Xiaobai, you have acted against all moral principles, abducting over 100 individuals from our factions to coerce us into paying a ransom with spirit stones. How do you differ from the demonic clans?" In response, Jiang Xiaobai exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he chuckled and retorted, "Indeed, I am threatening you. Pay up, or I shall terminate the lives of your comrades." Chapter 27. A new side quest. Defend against the assault of the 100 clans and launch a counter-offensive. Jiang Xiaobai's words were uttered with an air of authority, invigorating the disciples of the Qingyun sect upon hearing him. One disciple boldly proclaimed, "Over 100 factions have dispatched spies to infiltrate our Qingyun sect. And yet you dare to speak here with such audacity. Our junior uncle has shown remarkable mercy by allowing you to exchange some spirit stones for your people." As soon as this disciple spoke, it incited a fervent backlash from the other disciples, who angrily rebuked those factions, exclaiming, "Indeed, a bunch of shameless scoundrels. How can they be so brazen as to utter such words? Bring forth spirit stones for exchange, or face dire consequences." The words of the Qingyun sect disciples rendered those from the rival factions visibly pale, their murderous intent palpable. "Jiang Xiaobai, we have no desire to engage in further disputes with you. We grant you one chance. Release our people at once, or we shall raise the entire Qingyun sect to the ground." With this declaration, tensions escalated, and both sides were poised for conflict, yet Jiang Xiaobai remained silent. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed again. Ding. The system detects that over 100 enemy factions intend to eliminate the host and annihilate the Qingyun sect. While the host may endure, the system cannot. The host is required to withstand the impending siege of the 100 factions against the Qingyun sect and devise every possible means to retaliate against them. Completing this side quest will yield substantial rewards. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai smiled faintly and remarked, "The most exquisite form of retaliation is to extinguish them completely." Jiang Xiaobai gazed upon those factions and inquired, "Are you truly unwilling to exchange spirit stones for the return of your people?" Following Jiang Xiaobai's words, the multitude of more than 100 factions fell into a profound silence. Realizing their inability to intimidate him, one individual stepped forward and declared, "Jiang Xiaobai, are you truly unafraid of death? Are you not concerned that we could unite to obliterate your Qingyun sect?" Jiang Xiaobai retorted, "Do you think I fear that you would spare my life? Do you believe I am afraid you would not annihilate our Qingyun sect?" His response rendered the speaker speechless. At this juncture, another person emerged and proclaimed, "Jiang Xiaobai, if you release our people and compensate each faction with 1 million top-grade spirit stones, we shall spare you and the Qingyun sect. Otherwise, do you truly believe that you and your sect can withstand our onslaught?" Jiang Xiaobai, evidently devoid of patience, gazed at those of influence and declared, "I have no desire to engage in futile banter with you. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either present me with spirit stones for an exchange, or I will eliminate them and subsequently eradicate you, thereby acquiring your spirit stones regardless." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere erupted in outrage, with the assembly vehemently denouncing Jiang Xiaobai. "Damn it, Jiang Xiaobai is insufferably arrogant, disregarding our myriad factions. Indeed, how could one so young as Jiang Xiaobai treat us with such disdain? If he continues to develop, he may well pose a genuine threat to us. Faced with this impasse, what course of action shall we pursue? Are we truly to allow Jiang Xiaobai to slaughter our kin? I have a plan. I wonder what you all think?" Li Shen proposed, narrowing his eyes. He scrutinized the crowd before shifting his gaze to Jiang Xiaobai and articulating softly, "We could first provide him with the spirit stones. Once we rescue our people, we shall unite to eliminate Jiang Xiaobai, annihilate the Qingyun sect, and eradicate the root of the problem." Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in unanimous agreement, exclaiming, "Li Shen's strategy is astute. Let us proceed accordingly." "I concur, but should we not report this to the higher-ups first?" "There is no need. Once we vanquish the Qingyun sect and slay Jiang Xiaobai, we will divide the treasures of the sect and then inform our organization. It shall be timely." "Indeed. At that juncture, our sect will surely reward us." After deliberation among the over 100 factions, they collectively resolved to exchange spirit stones for their comrades. At that moment, Li Shen stepped forward and addressed Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "Jiang Xiaobai, we consent to provide spirit stones in exchange for our people, but you must first release them." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze turned icy as he glared at Li Shen and scolded, "Fool! If you lack intelligence, refrain from stepping forward to babble aimlessly. You are merely wasting my time." Li Shen, infuriated, managed to restrain his anger and replied once more, "Jiang Xiaobai, how can you assure us that after we provide you with the spirit stones, you will not go back on your word?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and declared, "I can swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Should I take your spiritual stones and fail to release you, may I meet a most untimely demise." At the sound of Jiang Xiaobai's solemn vow to the heavenly Tao, The representatives of over 100 factions exchanged glances of astonishment. Very well, Jiang Xiaobai. We respect your integrity as a man. Within this is a sum of 1 billion lower-grade spiritual stones, gathered by our coalition of over 100 factions to secure the release of our people. Please, take a look. Li Shan tossed a spatial ring into Jiang Xiaobai's hands. Upon inspecting the contents of the ring, Jiang Xiaobai's expression brightened with excitement. Good heavens! With over 100 factions, each contributing 5 million lower-grade spiritual stones, this indeed amounts to nearly 1 billion. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze immediately shifted towards the representatives of the factions, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Jiang Xiaobai, the spiritual stones have been provided. Now where are our people? Quickly, surrender our comrades. Jiang Xiaobai did not respond immediately to Li Shan's words, but instead turned to Wang Dayton and said, Fatty, from this day forth, you shall be responsible for overseeing the finances of our Qinyan sect. Select 100 disciples to accompany you, and henceforth, you will serve as the elder in charge of managing our resources. Find a suitable location within the sect to construct a treasury, exclusively for the safekeeping of our treasures. And you shall manage the sect's income and expenditures. Wang Dayton was taken aback, unable to process Jiang Xiaobai's words at first. What are you still dawdling for? Do you not wish to take on this responsibility? Upon regaining his composure, Wang Dayton nodded vigorously, then shook his head. Elder Jiang, I assure you I will accomplish this task. Excellent. From this moment on, each disciple shall receive 100 low-grade spirit stones monthly for their cultivation. Yes, Elder Jiang. Wang Dayton was exceedingly thrilled. After accepting the spatial ring from Jiang Xiaobai, he hurriedly made his way toward the disciples of Qinyan sect. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai paid no further attention to Wang Dayton and shifted his gaze to those from the opposing forces. At that moment, the members of the opposing factions glared at Jiang Xiaobai with darkened expressions. Jiang Xiaobai, you must release our people at once. Observing Li Shan's furious demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, Why the haste? Are you eager to meet your fate? Jiang Xiaobai, you had better not be deceitful, or the consequences will be dire. Jiang Xiaobai gazed silently at Li Shan for a moment before shifting his attention to the disciples of Qinyan sect, stating, Bring forth those over 100 individuals. We must not neglect our guests. Yes, Junior Master. Moments later, more than 100 individuals from various factions were brought before Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing that their comrades had been stripped of their cultivation, fury erupted among them. Jiang Xiaobai, you promised us that you would not harm our people. You have betrayed your word and defied the heavenly oaths. You deserve death. When did I ever violate the heavenly oaths? I had already rendered them powerless before making any vows, Jiang Xiaobai retorted. So, what do you think, everyone? Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Chapter 28. Jiang Xiaobai. I apologize, but please wait for me to break through my cultivation before we engage. Indeed, it was both surprising and unexpected. The members from various factions glared at Jiang Xiaobai, their comrades now reduced to mere mortals, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Jiang Xiaobai, in turn, scrutinized them cautiously. Contemplating, among these individuals, the strongest possesses only the 6th stage of the sovereign realm. I wonder if I can contend with him. It seems these factions will not spare Qinyan sect. If so, there is no need for me to show them mercy either. As Jiang Xiaobai observed the more than 100 individuals advancing slowly towards their faction, his gaze turned cold, and he readied himself for action at any moment. However, just as he was poised to strike, those factions took the initiative, mercilessly slaughtering the entire group. Astonishing. They even executed their own, exhibiting a complete lack of humanity. Not only was Jiang Xiaobai taken aback, but the other disciples of Qinyan sect were equally astonished. These factions were indeed no good, willing to eliminate their own. What atrocities would they not commit? Indeed, I am fortunate not to have aligned myself with such a faction, otherwise, I would be oblivious to how I might meet my demise. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. You cannot fathom the true nature of these factions. Take the Qinglong gang, for instance. They frequently engage in arson, murder, and plunder, even trafficking women. Can such a faction possess any semblance of humanity? Moreover, there is the Luotian sect, which outwardly presents itself as a righteous entity, yet in truth, it is a demonic sect that leaves no survivors. As Jiang Xiaobai listened to the words of the disciples, his gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated the malevolence of these factions. It appeared that he had underestimated the brutality of the immortal cultivation world. Without strength, merely existing was a sin. Jiang Xiaobai, you and everyone from the Qinyan sect shall perish today, Li Shan declared, rising to point an accusatory finger at him. In response, Jiang Xiaobai addressed all the members of the Qingyan sect, saying, "Prepare yourselves. Once I have vanquished them, you may proceed to collect their corpses." The disciples of Qingyan sect were momentarily stunned and curiously inquired, "Junior Master, what do you mean by collecting corpses?" "Fools, it means to loot their resources," came the reply. Oh, Junior Master is impressive." The disciples of Qingyan sect were eager, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Witnessing this, the expressions of those from the opposing factions grew increasingly grim. Jiang Xiaobai, "In that case, you all shall die. Let us attack together and raze the Qingyan sect to the ground, dividing its treasures among ourselves," Li Shen proclaimed. His words ignited a greedy glint in the eyes of over 100 members from various factions as they charged towards the Qingyan sect. Just as they were about to enter, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly shouted, "Stop! I have something of great importance to say." Hearing his cry, everyone froze in their tracks, bewildered, all eyes fixed intently on him. "You need not waste your breath. Save your words for the underworld," one of them retorted. "Wait. There's no need to be so hasty. I apologize, but I can't help myself. Please wait until I have broken through my cultivation before you strike." Dumbfounded, everyone stood frozen, staring at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. At that moment, he had already settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. System. Expend all remaining energy to enhance my strength. Understood, host. Before the astonished gazes of everyone present, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged dramatically. The members of Qingyan sect, witnessing this, could only shake their heads in a daze, pondering, what is the limit of our junior master's talent? Could it be that his potential knows no bounds? How monstrous. If only I possessed a fraction of his talent. Not only were the other disciples stunned, but even Guoguo and Xiaoman gazed at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. "Xiaoman, is it true that our junior master has no limits?" Nodding, Xiaoman replied, "You should be aware of the terror possessed by that legendary figure. Jiang Xiaobai belongs to the same ilk." Upon hearing this, Guoguo chose to remain silent. Outside the gates of Qingyan sect, the factions, upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's breakthrough, were left in a state of shock. Goodness, how arrogant can Jiang Xiaobai be? He breaks through and yet flaunts it so ostentatiously. Absolutely. We must not allow him to successfully transcend his cultivation. Let us unite and eradicate the Qingyan sect today. Over 100 factions, comprising more than 10,000 individuals, swiftly advanced towards the Qingyan sect. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation level ascended to the 8th tier of the spirit refinement realm, and he showed no intention of halting. His aura continued to surge with remarkable speed. The members of the Qingyan sect, witnessing this, were unperturbed and merely observed Jiang Xiaobai's breakthrough in silence. Conversely, those from the factions gazed at the Qingyan sect with disdain, leading one to exclaim, "What is happening? Why are the Qingyan sect members so composed? Could there be a trick at play?" Upon hearing this, all those about to enter the Qingyan sect halted, their senses heightened. To err on the side of caution, a suggestion arose. Why not send 2 first-tier experts from each faction into the Qingyan sect to investigate? A splendid idea, I concurred. I too agree. Jiang Xiaobai is exceedingly cunning and shameless, so exercising caution is prudent. Consequently, over 100 factions dispatched approximately 300 first-tier experts into the Qingyan sect. They proceeded with vigilance, scrutinizing the surroundings, wary of any potential traps within the sect. Soon, they found themselves not far from Jiang Xiaobai. Is this dilapidated Qingyan sect truly devoid of any dangerous traps? Are we perhaps being overly suspicious? It seems there are no formidable experts here. Caution prevailed as they cautiously brandished their weapons, advancing slowly towards Jiang Xiaobai. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged once more, propelling his cultivation from the 8th to the 9th tier of the spirit refinement realm, swiftly reaching its pinnacle, on the verge of breaking into the respect realm. This individual, Jiang Xiaobai, is far too monstrous to be allowed to remain. Otherwise, we shall surely face annihilation at his hands in the future. Indeed, while his foundation remains unsteady, let us strike together and eliminate him. We shall spare no one from the Qingyan sect. Their treasures will then belong to us. With an imposing presence, the hundreds surged towards Jiang Xiaobai, yet all members of the Qingyan sect merely observed them in silence, as if watching a spectacle. This left the hundreds utterly bewildered. Just then, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly rose and addressed Guoguo, saying, "Guoguo, leave them alive but cripple their cultivation." Understood, junior brother. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Guoguo. The hundreds were instantly petrified in place, and as reality dawned upon them, someone shouted, "Run! The Qingyan sect harbors great terror." Chapter 29. None shall escape. The terrifying, groundbreaking technique. The terrifying aura of the Emperor of the Cauldron enveloped the several hundred individuals in an instant. By the time they realized what was happening, it was far too late. Escape was no longer an option. No, spare me. I acknowledge my transgressions and promise never to act against the Qingyun sect again. I implore you, grant me mercy, for I have dependents to support. The cries for mercy echoed, please do not take my life. I am not yet ready to die. With an indifference to their pleas. The Emperor of the Cauldron swiftly rendered their cultivation abilities null and void. This scene struck terror into the hearts of those who had yet to enter the Qingyun sect, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Some found their throats constricted, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Quickly, apprehend these several hundred individuals. They still hold value. The voice of Jiang Xiaobai instantaneously shattered the silence of the battlefield. Yes, little master uncle, he remarked. A crooked smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the hundreds of individuals being escorted. What do you think, everyone? Surprised? Unexpected? At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai appeared as a veritable demon in the eyes of those factions. Their gazes, once filled with disdain, had transformed into sheer terror. The Qingyun sect indeed harbored a formidable horror. We had underestimated it. What are we hesitating for? We must flee at once. As realization dawned upon them, the crowd frantically turned to escape. However, unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xiaobai had already positioned himself in their path of retreat. Flee. You have only just arrived. How could I possibly allow your departure? The first stance of the realm god fist, the earth-shattering strike, unleash. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelmingly powerful fist erupted from Jiang Xiaobai's right hand, hurtling towards those factions with terrifying speed. The dreadful aura of the realm god fist sent them scrambling to defend themselves at once. Quick, defend yourself. Jiang Xiaobai possesses terrifying power. We must defend ourselves. As they uttered these words, Jiang Xiaobai's fist had already reached their midst. Boom. In an instant, the ground trembled violently as the fearsome fist struck, claiming the lives of hundreds in a heartbeat. Chaos ensued, and every member of the factions was thrown into a frenzy, desperately attempting to escape. Run. Jiang Xiaobai is nothing short of a demon. Upon witnessing their frantic escape, Jiang Xiaobai immediately utilized spatial traversal, relentlessly slaying those of inferior strength. Within merely half an hour, over 10,000 individuals from more than 100 factions had suffered devastating losses at his hands. The battlefield transformed into a veritable river of blood. And the surviving members of the various factions cried out in terror, Jiang Xiaobai is a demon. He intends to spare no one today. Realizing their dire predicament, they resolved to fight back, even in the face of death. Indeed, all formidable warriors who have attained the esteemed realm, unite with me and confront Jiang Xiaobai. Hundreds of powerful beings swiftly congregated, their gazes fixated upon Jiang Xiaobai. In response, Jiang Xiaobai regarded them with disdain and proclaimed, I possess a celestial punch technique, which I shall bestow upon you today as a parting gift to the underworld. Buzz. Jiang Xiaobai summoned every ounce of his strength and leaped into the sky with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he soared hundreds of meters above the ground. After reaching the spirit refinement realm, one gains the ability to execute brief aerial leaps. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai suddenly appear above them, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, but soon reacted with shouts of alarm. Flee. Don't stay put. Hurry. As soon as these words escaped his lips, terrifying fists materialized above them, hurtling down with alarming velocity. Those with greater strength immediately fled with all their might. Boom. In an instant, several fearsome strikes enveloped the remaining foes from all directions. The battlefield was engulfed in a cloud of dust, and Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight. He had no intention of sparing any adversaries today. He was determined to eradicate them completely. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the enemy force of over 10,000 had dwindled to just over 100. Each of these survivors had reached the realm of respect, with the strongest among them at the 6th stage of this level. Their expressions were filled with terror as they frantically searched for the abruptly vanished Jiang Xiaobai. Yet despite their efforts, they could perceive neither his presence nor his aura. The members of Qingyun sect stood frozen in awe, having witnessed Jiang Xiaobai's combat prowess for the first time. Even Guoguo and Xiaoman, too, were witnessing his fighting capabilities for the first time. How formidable! My junior uncle possesses immense strength and remarkable combat awareness, they marveled. What kind of martial art is this? Just watching it sends shivers down my spine. I wonder if my junior uncle could teach us this technique. It's truly powerful. Xiaoman, can you discern what martial art my junior brother just employed? Guoguo inquired, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the battlefield, yet even he could not locate Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaoman, equally fixated on the scene, replied, I cannot say. However, it is indeed formidable. I have never witnessed our sect leader or other senior brothers and sisters utilize such a technique. Furthermore, it seems Jiang Xiaobai is employing a form of powerful martial art that enables brief spatial translocation. Upon hearing Xiaoman's words, Guoguo's eyes widened even further. My junior brother is becoming increasingly enigmatic. Even the sect leader has not demonstrated such a potent martial art. As the members of Qingyun sect discussed Jiang Xiaobai's might, the remaining enemies on the battlefield grew increasingly fearful. Jiang Xiaobai did not make an appearance, and they could not locate him, which intensified their fear and rendered them hesitant to act rashly. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, several miles away, was intently observing his adversaries. He was seated in a meditative posture, diligently seeking to master the art of devouring, continuously consuming and refining the exquisite spirit stones. Although this martial skill and divine technique were indeed formidable, the consumption of vital energy was excessively demanding. I had barely utilized it a few times before exhausting all the vital energy within my dantian. Jiang Xiaobai swiftly devoured and refined the exquisite spirit stones, transforming a substantial quantity into dense true energy that surged into his dantian sea. In merely a quarter of an hour, the once parched dantian sea was once again replenished with true energy. Alas, this time I was somewhat careless. Had I faced an adversary with overwhelming strength, would I not have found myself in peril today? As Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts deepened, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. After a moment of contemplation, his figure vanished once more from sight. When he reappeared, he was accompanied by a terrifying display of martial prowess, launching directly toward the remaining foes. Quick, defend yourself. That sly Jiang Xiaobai is at it again with his ambush. Boom. Did defense even matter? Jiang Xiaobai's formidable fist struck with relentless force upon his adversaries. The terrifying martial arts unleashed blow after blow, leaving them with no opportunity to retaliate. Before long, the once formidable enemy force of over 10,000 had been nearly obliterated by Jiang Xiaobai. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay desolate, stained with blood that soaked the earth, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the vanquished. Jiang Xiaobai fixed his gaze intently upon the mere three individuals before him, their prowess having ascended to the 5th and 6th tiers of the esteemed realm. Indeed, the disparity in their levels proved to be a formidable challenge, making their defeat far from an effortless endeavor. As Jiang Xiaobai had just finished speaking, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The three adversaries suddenly surged with an ominous energy, hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. Jiang Xiaobai, even if we must perish today, I will take you down with me. Upon witnessing this scene, Guoguo and Xiaoman were filled with terror, urgently shouting to Jiang Xiaobai, little junior brother, flee. They intend to self-destruct. Chapter 30, Examining Corpses. A bounty of spoils. Guoguo's frantic voice caused Jiang Xiaobai's gaze to sharpen. He turned his attention to the three foes racing towards him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Self-destruct? In my decade of traversing the realm of cultivation, I have yet to witness a cultivator self-destruct. How fascinating it is to witness such an event today. As the three adversaries were on the verge of pouncing upon Jiang Xiaobai, he continued to smile. The members of Qingyun sect, filled with urgency, cried out in alarm. Little uncle, run. They are going to self-destruct. It's over. Has our little uncle lost his mind? How can he remain there, foolishly smiling in such a dire situation? Little uncle, flee. Otherwise, it will be disastrous. What should we do? Who can awaken our little uncle? If he doesn't escape soon, it will be too late. Not only were the disciples of Qingyun sect anxious as they watched Jiang Xiaobai, but Guoguo and Xiaoman also felt a deep sense of urgency, unable to leave Qingyun sect to rescue him. What should we do, Xiaoman? We cannot leave Qingyun sect, and we cannot save our little junior brother. I don't know. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai remained rooted in place, smiling as he regarded the three enemies charging towards him. The three, infuriated by his apparent indifference, became even more frantic as they prepared to self-destruct. Jiang Xiaobai, you have gone too far. Even if we must die today, we will ensure you go down with us. Suddenly, the three produced a pill and consumed it, their energy surging once more. With the exploding spirit pill enhancing our self-destruction, you must perish today, no matter what. As they closed in on Jiang Xiaobai, just as they were about to seize him, his figure suddenly vanished before the anxious eyes of the crowd. When he reappeared, he stood at a distance, smiling at the trio. Oh dear, what exactly is the exploding spirit pill? What purpose does it serve? And what does self-destruction truly mean? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the three petrified individuals, their demeanor instantly crumbling under his scrutiny. Was our self-detonation too rash? How could we forget that this fellow possesses the ability to teleport? One of them pondered anxiously. Is it still possible to halt the self-detonation? It's too late. I have already ignited all the spiritual energy within my dantian, and my body has expanded to such an extent that it is irreversible. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Xiaobai, you are nothing but a demon. May you meet a dreadful end. With despair settling in, they resolved, if we cannot eliminate Jiang Xiaobai, then we shall take down the entire Qinyan sect. With that declaration, the trio hastened towards the sect. Observing their approach, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, disdain etched across his face. To Qinyan sect you go, you shall meet your demise even more swiftly there. Indeed, as panic spread among the disciples of Qinyan sect, the moment the three intruders set foot within, they were immediately subdued and sealed by Guoguo. A thunderous explosion ensued, followed by three powerful self-detonations, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the sect members. Phew, that was terrifying. Thankfully, we had Senior Guoguo and Senior Xiaoman. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Indeed. It was a close call. Junior Uncle truly frightened me just now. I was foolish to doubt Junior Uncle's prowess. How could anything happen to him? Exactly. How could you think he was mad? Jiang Xiaobai's figure had inexplicably appeared behind them, startling them into lowering their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and clear the battlefield. Yes, Junior Uncle. Remember, not a single spirit stone should be left behind. Do you understand? We understand. Junior Uncle. Soon, over 10,000 members of Qinyan sect swiftly set to work clearing the battlefield. As Jiang Xiaobai surveyed the blood-soaked ruins, he couldn't help but lament. The cultivation world is indeed a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. It is exceedingly cruel. Junior Uncle, how should we handle these few hundred individuals? The remnants of those they had spared were brought before him once more. Observing the feeble breaths of the hundreds, Jiang Xiaobai promptly assessed their spiritual roots. Only to express disappointment. I had not anticipated that, after being rendered powerless, their spiritual roots would wither as well. It seems that cultivation and spiritual roots are intrinsically linked. Jiang Xiaobai originally intended to consume the spiritual roots of these 300 individuals, only to discover that their roots withered as their cultivation was rendered useless. Eliminate them all. They are nothing but an eyesore. Yes, Master Uncle. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's decree of death, the 300 individuals were immediately engulfed in terror, frantically pleading for mercy. Jiang Xiaobai, no, Grandfather Jiang, I beg you to spare me. My cultivation has been destroyed. I pose no threat to you now. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Just spare my life. Jiang Xiaobai, no, you cannot take my life. I will curse you. If you slay me, you shall be doomed to suffer the consequences. Jiang Xiaobai wore an expression of indifference as he listened to the incessant pleas of those around him, devoid of any compassion. Had it been him who faced the loss of his cultivation today, these very individuals would have devoured him to the bone. Their clamor was unbearable. They needed to act with swiftness. Yes, Master Uncle, they responded. In a short while, 300 individuals were escorted away, and soon thereafter, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted. Guoguo and Xiaoman approached Jiang Xiaobai, their faces etched with concern. Junior brother, the events of today will likely spread across thousands of miles in no time. You must exercise greater caution in your dealings, Xiaoman admonished. The ancient dragon's sacred land is no trifling matter. There are many formidable beings there, stronger than both Guoguo and myself. I am uncertain of the enmity that exists between you and the ancient dragon's sacred land, yet should they dispatch their true powerhouses, our entire Qinyan sect could find itself in irreparable peril. As Xiaoman spoke, her demeanor was grave, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to ponder deeply. The ancient dragon's sacred land posed a significant threat. He could only hope they had yet to uncover his involvement in the deaths of Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan. Presently, Jiang Xiaobai lacked the means to contend with the ancient dragon's sacred land, as the disparity in power was overwhelmingly vast. How he wished his senior sister were still with the Qinyan sect. If she were here, you might perish even quicker. Never disclose the fact that you can devour other spiritual roots to enhance your own, Xiaoman cautioned, her small face reflecting her worry. In response, Jiang Xiaobai nodded solemnly. At that moment, the disciples who had gone to clear the battlefield returned, each one bubbling with excitement. Master Uncle, the battlefield has been cleared. We have reaped tremendous rewards this time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the crowd and said nonchalantly, "Look at your meager ambitions. How many spirit stones can you possibly possess?" Chapter 31, Come on. I require your assistance with a swift draw of your weapon. Jiang Xiaobai observed the excitement radiating from the crowd and inquired, "Fatty, could you tally the gains we have made this time?" "Certainly, little master uncle," Wang Daiden replied, his expression brimming with enthusiasm as he promptly instructed everyone to present their acquisitions, gazing upon the mountainous heap of assorted resources. Even the disciples of Qingyun sect were taken aback, not to mention Jiang Xiaobai himself, who was utterly astonished. Goodness, so many resources. If we were to annihilate over 100 factions, would that not be? At this juncture, a smile crept upon Jiang Xiaobai's lips, his mind already resolute. However, he pondered whether these factions possessed individuals strong enough to reach the sacred realm. As it stood, his overall strength was likely at the 7th tier of the venerable realm. Should he encounter foes at the 7th tier or above, he would find himself in a precarious position. As Jiang Xiaobai stroked his chin in contemplation, a moment later, he cast his gaze towards Guoguo and remarked, "How wonderful it would be if Guoguo could depart from Qingyun sect." With this thought in mind, Jiang Xiaobai promptly inquired of the system, "How can I break the seal on Guoguo?" Ding. Host, in order to shatter the seals on Guoguo and Xiaoman, you must master the power of the loss. The power of the loss? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Did he not possess the body impervious to all loss? System. Do I not have the body impervious to all loss? Can it not break the seals on Guoguo and Xiaoman? Ding. Host, that is not the case. The body impervious to all laws merely grants immunity to the host against any infringement of the power of the laws. It cannot dismantle the seals of the laws. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a tinge of disappointment. The so-called indomitable law body seemed rather inconsequential to him at this moment, just as he was lost in contemplation. Wang Daiden exuberantly approached, brimming with excitement. "Little Uncle Master, can you guess how much we have harvested this time?" Observing Wang Daiden's animated demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment, and just as Wang Daiden anticipated a guess, he unexpectedly uttered a single word, "Speak." "How dull." Noting Jiang Xiaobai's serious expression, Wang Daiden reported, "Little Uncle Master, we have amassed 68 billion low-grade spirit stones, over 5,000 varieties of spiritual herbs, 30,000 weapons, and more than 20,000 unidentified resources." Upon hearing Wang Daiden's report, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "So much? 68 billion top-grade spirit stones." "Little Uncle Master, they are not top-grade spirit stones, but low-grade ones," Wang Daiden promptly corrected him. 68 billion top-grade spirit stones? That is rather fanciful, don't you think? Oh, low-grade spirit stones, then. How disappointing. You can take them and ensure proper accounting. Furthermore, each member of the Qingyun sect will receive 300 low-grade spirit stones monthly. How you choose to utilize them is entirely up to you. The moment Jiang Xiaobai spoke, the entire assembly of disciples erupted in excitement. 300 low-grade spirit stones. In the past, such a notion would have been beyond their wildest dreams. Our esteemed junior uncle is magnificent. Our junior uncle is incredible. From now on, I shall be devoted to you, ready to follow your every whim. How astonishing it is, my uncle, 300 low-grade spirit stones. Previously, acquiring merely 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones in a month was already considered quite lavish. Now, the prospect of receiving 300 in a single month is simply unfathomable. Henceforth, our junior uncle shall be my true love. Junior uncle, I am 18 this year, with a bust of 88. And I possess a beauty that captivates like a flower. Do you not see that I am your ideal type? Tonight, I shall warm your bed." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened immediately. "I provide you with spiritual stones, and yet you covet my body." Everyone listened attentively from this moment forth. All disciples who join the Qingyun sect shall be relegated to the outer sect. As for the inner disciples and others, their standing will depend on their performance and strength. Furthermore, expedite the completion of the Qingyun sect. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. "Understood, junior uncle." At that moment, Guoguo and Xiaoman approached Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Junior brother, what are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and replied, "Of course, we must seek vengeance. They have dared to bully us at the very doorstep of our Qingyun sect. It would be utterly unacceptable not to respond in kind." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai spoke, Guoguo and Xiaoman exchanged glances. "Little junior brother, Are you intending to seek revenge? Of course, Jiang Xiaobai replied. Guoguo, Xiaoman. I entrust the Qingyun sect to you. Remember, do not allow anyone to leave the sect. The outside world is perilous at present. Upon hearing this, Guoguo and Xiaoman contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Jiang Xiaobai, the world of cultivation is fraught with treachery, and demons roam freely. Within the confines of the Qingyun sect, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, there are no formidable demons or human cultivators. However, just beyond a radius of 10,000 miles, powerful demons and human cultivators abound. You lack experience and are relatively weak. Thus, you must exercise utmost caution in all your endeavors. Xiaoman's expression appeared icy, yet her concern for Jiang Xiaobai was evident. Little junior brother, upon your return, could you do me a small favor? Guoguo, with mischievous eyes, was about to respond when Xiaoman swiftly admonished her. Guoguo, if you do not curb your lecherous tendencies, do you believe I will not reprimand you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai cast a sympathetic glance at Guoguo and said with a smile, Guoguo, what assistance do you require from me? Speak up, and let us see if I am capable of fulfilling it. Guoguo, upon hearing this, shook his head vigorously. No need, he replied, suddenly feeling as though there was nothing pressing to address. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly employed his spatial traversal technique and set forth towards Qingyun City at an astonishing speed. As for Qingyun City, the events occurring at Qingyun sect had yet to reach its ears. At this moment, Qingyun City remained vibrant and bustling, teeming with crowds and vendors. Within the lively marketplace, cultivators were a common sight. Step right up, step right up. Don't miss out on our affordable leather belts. Crafted from the skin of golden pythons and crocodiles, extremely durable and aesthetically pleasing. A vendor exclaimed, Wind spirit grass, when consumed, can enhance one's spiritual roots and is also suitable for alchemy, available for the modest price of just 10 exquisite spirit stones. Another merchant called out, esteemed sir, the Drunken Wind Flow is offering discounts today as the month draws to a close. The ladies are eager to provide exceptional service to boost their performance. Come on, sir. Hurry over. The ladies are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Upon entering the bustling Qingyun city, Jiang Xiaobai found himself wandering alone through the lively marketplace. Observing the opulence and worldly splendor surrounding him, he could not help but exclaim, Indeed, wherever there are people, there exists the trade of flesh. I must seek out a place to ascertain the specific locations of those in power, otherwise, I would be floundering about like a headless fly. Just as Jiang Xiaobai contemplated making his way toward the Duobao Pavilion, a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in revealing attire, abruptly obstructed his path. Young master, please do pause. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, immediately turning to the woman and inquiring, Is there something you need? Oh dear young master, she replied. I find myself in a predicament and require your assistance. The alluring woman spoke, her captivating gaze drifting suggestively towards Jiang Xiaobai's lower half, her body inching closer to him. Please, I truly need your help. It is of utmost importance. A unique fragrance, reminiscent of femininity, wafted towards Jiang Xiaobai. Observing him in a state of bewilderment, the woman leaned in further, attempting to capture the attention of this youthful and vigorous patron. Young master, I am overwhelmed with loneliness and a sense of unease. Would you consider coming in to lend a hand? Today is the end of the month, and I could offer you a discount of 50%, she continued, her voice dripping with seduction. Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's face flush with sudden embarrassment, she amplified her allure, declaring, Come now, I have not entertained anyone this month. Tonight, I am solely yours. You can do whatever your heart desires. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's throat continuously rolled, and the woman, believing that he was on the verge of succumbing to her allure, was suddenly sent flying by him. Bang! Ouch! You scoundrel, if you don't want me, then why strike me? It hurts terribly. The woman was propelled several meters away, landing directly in a pile of decaying vegetable leaves. With your wretched self, you dare to demand payment from me? Even a free offer wouldn't entice me. With that, Jiang Xiaobai strode towards the Duobao Pavilion, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment. What a remarkable young man. He can withstand such temptation. Surely he has a bright future ahead. Indeed, he is a role model for us all. If one wishes to maintain their composure, they must master their own desires. Do you think this lad might be incapable? To resist such temptation is no small feat, Pa. Even if you are lacking, this young man certainly is not. Just look at his vitality and observe his physique. How could he possibly falter? Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the murmurs of the onlookers discussing him. As he departed, two figures materialized at the scene. You must return immediately to report to the city lord. Inform him that Jiang Xiaobai, who has captured Captain Fong, has been spotted within the confines of Qingyan City. Understood, Captain. After watching his subordinate leave, the captain promptly matched Jiang Xiaobai's pace. Some time later, within the city lord's residence, a soldier burst into the abode of Lord Fong Tianji, his urgency palpable as he reported, I beg to inform you, my lord, that Jiang Xiaobai, who has taken Captain Fong, has surfaced and is heading toward the Duobao Pavilion. The captain has already pursued him. Bang! Lord Fong Tianji, who had been sipping tea, shattered his cup upon hearing the soldier's report. What? Jiang Xiaobai has appeared? Yes, my lord. He should be within the Duobao Pavilion at this moment. Fong Tianji's gaze turned icy, radiating an aura of murderous intent. He immediately commanded the assembly, gather all the powerful individuals from the city lord's residence and head to the Duobao Pavilion to apprehend Jiang Xiaobai. Yes, my lord. Before long, nearly 1,000 formidable warriors from the city lord's residence amassed before its gates, each possessing at least the strength of first-tier Zun realm. The mightiest among them, Fong Tianji, had reached the 7th tier of Zun realm. The actions of the city lord's residence swiftly attracted the attention of the surrounding populace. What is happening here? The city lord's warriors have all emerged. Has something monumental transpired? Surely, someone has offended the city lord's residence, remarked one. I recall a similar occurrence 30 years ago when the city lord's residence was mobilized. Let us follow them. I am quite curious as to who possesses the audacity to provoke the entire city lord's residence. As the crowd speculated, Fong Tianji, accompanied by all the powerful individuals of the city lord's residence, marched with great fervor towards the Duobao Pavilion. Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the fact that all the powerful figures from the city lord's mansion were hastening toward him. At that moment, he stood before the opulent entrance of the Duobao Pavilion. The business of this establishment seemed extraordinarily prosperous. One could only speculate about the vast amounts of spirit stones it accrued in a single day. Observing the throngs of patrons entering and exiting the Duobao Pavilion, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of envy. How splendid it would be if this pavilion belonged to our Qingyan sect. Such an asset would undoubtedly provide a continuous stream of income, fostering the healthy development of our sect. Once I have dealt with those over 100 factions, I shall seize control of the entire Qingyan city, and then a steady revenue source will be at my disposal. Moreover, a change in the city lord's mansion is long overdue. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai stepped into the Duobao Pavilion. No sooner had he entered than he heard the melodious voice of Yi Linglong. Oh, if it isn't little brother Xiaobai, what brings our great fortune-bringer to visit us today? As she spoke, Yi Linglong appeared at Jiang Xiaobai's side with remarkable swiftness, leaving him no time to react. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, pondering to himself, this woman's strength is formidable. I had not sensed it before, but now that my own power has increased, I perceive that Yi Linglong possesses an unfathomable depth of skill. Jiang Xiaobai was incessantly analyzing Yi Linglong in his heart. Noticing his silence, Yi Linglong spoke again. Little Bai, it has only been a few days since we last met. Have you forgotten your sister so soon? As she spoke, she leaned closer to Jiang Xiaobai, a delightful fragrance enveloping him. He immediately responded with a smile. Oh, Sister Yi, it has been too long since we last saw each other, and you have become even more beautiful. He continued, Sister, could you share your secrets of beauty with me? How do you manage to grow more enchanting with each passing day? Giggling, she replied, You little rascal, your flattery is quite charming. Now, tell me, what brings you to Duobao Pavilion today? With Yi Linglong diving straight into the topic, Jiang Xiaobai no longer hesitated. He produced a list comprising over 100 factions and handed it to her, saying, It's nothing too significant. I merely wish to ascertain the precise locations of these factions. Does Duobao Pavilion possess maps of these forces? Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes narrowed as she took a glance at the list. Her expression turned momentarily astonished as she inquired, Little Bai, what exactly are you planning? Jiang Xiaobai, with a playful twist of his mouth, chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely wish to pay a visit to them. Yi Linglong gazed at Jiang Xiaobai, contemplating for a moment before she spoke. Dear Xiaobai, I indeed possess the maps of these factions here. I shall have someone provide them to you. Thus, the younger brother expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sister. Oh, there is no need for such formality. I simply hope you will look after my business more in the future, she replied. Moments later, Yilinglong summoned someone to deliver a map to Jiang Xiaobai, which distinctly marked the precise locations of those factions. After examining the map, Jiang Xiaobai smiled faintly and said, "Sister Yi, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Do take care, and remember to visit your sister when you have the time." As Jiang Xiaobai departed from the Duobao pavilion, Yilinglong fell into a brief contemplation. Moments later, an elderly man appeared at her side, respectfully inquiring, "Miss, why do we assist this young man?" "To create another avenue," she replied. The elder nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent, yet Yilinglong continued, "This young man possesses extraordinary talent. He has remarkably elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm in less than a month. His progress is astonishingly swift, and his foundation is exceptionally solid." The elder responded immediately, "Miss, do you intend to utilize this individual?" Yilinglong, unable to deny it, nodded affirmatively and added, "Perhaps this young man may surprise me. Issue a decree that whenever he comes to trade, he shall receive a 20% discount. Furthermore, send someone to keep a close watch on all movements of the Qingyan sect." Chapter 33, The Appearance of Zhou Xiaotian. Jiang Xiaobai becomes known to the ancient dragon sacred land. In front of the Duobao pavilion, Fang Tianji, accompanied by all the formidable individuals from the city lord's mansion, approached with an imposing demeanor. "Is Jiang Xiaobai still within the Duobao pavilion?" Reporting to the city lord, Jiang Xiaobai has just departed from the Duobao pavilion and is heading towards the outskirts of the city. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianji's expression turned icy. "Let us hasten to pursue Jiang Xiaobai." "Yes, city lord." The commotion created by the city lord's mansion was considerable, and soon this news spread throughout Qingyan City. Just as they left, Yilinglong and the elderly man appeared at the entrance of the Duobao pavilion. "Miss, should I assist Jiang Xiaobai? With his cultivation at the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm, he stands little chance of escaping the pursuit of the city lord's mansion." Upon hearing this, Yilinglong's eyes narrowed as she replied, "No need. I am feeling rather restless lately. A walk would do me good, and I might as well observe the situation." "As you wish, miss." In no time, Yilinglong's figure vanished from the spot. 10 miles outside Qingyan City, after Jiang Xiaobai exited the Duobao pavilion, he made his way towards the city's outskirts. "How intriguing. I have yet to seek you out, yet you have come to me willingly." As Jiang Xiaobai emerged from the Duobao pavilion, he became acutely aware of being followed. Intentionally, he left traces for the officials of the city lord's residence to pursue. "I am curious to see just how formidable a mere city lord's residence in Qingyan City can be." Upon finishing his thought, Jiang Xiaobai nonchalantly seated himself on the ground, kindled a fire, and began roasting meat. Truly, today is a splendid day, a day to revel in the delight of barbecued delicacies. As Jiang Xiaobai hummed a tune while awaiting the arrival of the city lord's men, he remained blissfully unaware that a figure had already arrived, concealing itself a mile away. Quietly observing him, this individual was Yilinglong. This lad, even when faced with imminent danger, still finds the time to roast meat. What a bold heart he possesses, she mused. Just then, the personnel from the city lord's manor discovered Jiang Xiaobai. Upon seeing 1,000 men suddenly appear before him, Jiang Xiaobai exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he seemed rather exhilarated. When Fang Tianji beheld Jiang Xiaobai's countenance, his gaze turned icy as he questioned, "You are Jiang Xiaobai?" "Indeed. I am the infamous Jiang Xiaobai, the bane of many." "Good sir, is there some difficulty you require my assistance with?" Jiang Xiaobai replied with a seemingly sincere demeanor. Yet Fang Tianji's eyes were already brimming with murderous intent. "Where's my nephew?" "Good sir, who might your nephew be? Has he run away from home? Would you like me to assist in finding him?" "Jiang Xiaobai, you know precisely who I am referring to. There is no need to feign ignorance. Today, I, Fang Tianji, shall enact justice upon you. Dispose of his cultivation." "Yes, my lord." A formidable warrior at the 3rd tier of the sovereign realm charged directly at Jiang Xiaobai. "Wait, Jiang Xiaobai, do you have any final words?" "Final words? I have none. I am still young. How could I bear to die? Enough of this prattle. Cripple him, then use him to coerce the Qingyun sect into surrendering their treasures." Buzz. Upon hearing Fang Tianji's command, the 3rd tier sovereign realm warrior accelerated towards Jiang Xiaobai. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai exhibited no signs of alarm. He merely stood up and gazed calmly at the approaching adversary. The onlookers were astonished by his apparent lack of defensive maneuvers. Is Jiang Xiaobai truly so daft as to remain stationary? Could there be a trick afoot? This lad does not seem to be an honest individual. What trick could there be? His cultivation is merely at the peak of the refinement realm. No scheme can withstand overwhelming power. Bang. Boom. Just as the words left their lips, an astonishing scene unfolded. Jiang Xiaobai, with a single punch, killed one of their third-tier sovereign realm warriors. How is this possible? He killed a third-tier sovereign realm warrior with one punch. Surely, my eyes deceive me. Jiang Xiaobai is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he faces us with such composure. My lord, allow me to handle Jiang Xiaobai. A burly, menacing middle-aged man stepped forward to address Fang Tianji. At this moment, Fang Tianji's murderous aura surged forth, and he nodded, saying, "Do not be careless. This lad possesses an unusual aura." Ha ha ha, my lord, rest assured. My cultivation has reached the 5th tier of the sovereign realm, and my overall prowess is sufficiently formidable to contend with a 6th-tier sovereign on equal footing. This fellow is no match for me. Observing the confidence radiating from the man, Fang Tianji chose to remain silent. Jiang Xiaobai, prepare to receive a strike from your grandfather. Dominant blade, slay. With a clang, a terrifying momentum erupted from the man's massive blade, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaobai with relentless speed. Hidden nearby, Yi Linglong intended to intervene and assist Jiang Xiaobai, but she was rendered speechless by the spectacle that unfolded before her. In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai, wielding a sharp sword, vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he had already maneuvered behind the assailant, delivering a swift, precise, and lethal strike to the heart. With a sickening squelch, the icy blade pierced through the man's heart, an intense wave of agony coursing through his body in an instant. You lack martial ethics. With a resounding thud, the formidable warrior from the Lord's estate collapsed, lifeless. The entirety of the Lord's estate, including Fang Tianji, stood paralyzed in shock, awestruck by Jiang Xiaobai's prowess. What? Are you astonished? Fang Tianji, allow me to enlighten you. Your nephew met a similar fate, pierced through the heart by my blade. How does that make you feel? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Fang Tianji with a mischievous smirk, while Fang Tianji had reached the brink of explosion. Jiang Xiaobai, today, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. He cried. Everyone, charge, and be wary of his ambush. Yes, my lord. 1,000 formidable warriors, armed to the teeth, surged towards Jiang Xiaobai. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai exhibited no hint of panic. Rather, an exhilarating thrill danced in his eyes. I wonder how plentiful the spoils of the city lord's manor are. Alas, despite my inherent kindness, you compel me to slay so many. This is your sin. With that, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once more. When he reappeared, the atmosphere was rife with anguished cries. For every scream, another warrior from the city lord's manor fell, lifeless beyond recovery. In a mere quarter of an hour, of the 1,000 strong, only a handful remained. Fang Tianji, now ashen-faced, looked upon the scene before him in sheer horror. How is this possible? How can Jiang Xiaobai be so powerful? Is he not merely at the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm? As he spoke, he realized that all his comrades had perished, and he was left retreating in terror. What say you, City Lord Fang? Are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Jiang Xiaobai advanced towards Fang Tianji like a malevolent specter, each step imbued with a sinister intent. Despite Fang Tianji's significantly greater cultivation, the sheer terror instilled by Jiang Xiaobai's fearsome presence rendered him unable to stand his ground, compelling him to retreat. Jiang Xiaobai, you demon! Your methods are so ruthless. You are undoubtedly a fiend, a spy of the demonic clan, he exclaimed, fear lacing his voice. Fool, you have exhausted your words. You may as well perish. Just as Jiang Xiaobai prepared to strike Fang Tianji down, an unfamiliar voice echoed from a distance. Jiang Xiaobai, I never expected you to possess such resilience, still clinging to life. Chapter 34, The Powerful Zhou Xiaodian. Knight Linglong takes action. The sudden call of his name startled Jiang Xiaobai, momentarily halting his lethal intent towards Fang Tianji. However, the thought that he must eliminate Fang Tianji before addressing the newcomer surged within him, urging him onward. In the midst of Fang Tianji's horror, Jiang Xiaobai vanished from sight once more. When he reappeared, he wielded a long sword, positioned behind Fang Tianji. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced Fang Tianji's heart, a chilling agony radiating throughout his body. No, cried Fang Tianji in despair as he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to death. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodian materialized before Jiang Xiaobai. Who are you? How do you know my name? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, confusion etched across his face. Yet, Zhou Xiaodian remained silent, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaobai with keen interest. This only heightened Jiang Xiaobai's wariness as he contemplated. This individual has reached the celestial realm, while I stand at the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm. Beyond this lies the ninth stage of the sovereign realm, followed by the ninth stage of the sacred realm, culminating in the celestial realm. The celestial realm serves as a watershed in the world of cultivation. It is said that beneath this realm, all are but ants. The disparity in strength between myself and this person is insurmountable. A direct confrontation would likely lead to my swift demise. Jiang Xiaobai continually scrutinized the situation before him, and with a sudden glint in his eyes, he smiled and inquired, "How shall I address you, esteemed brother? I am pleasantly surprised that you are acquainted with me. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you." As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his gaze remained cautiously fixed on Zhou Xiaotian, while his body involuntarily retreated. Those who have attained the celestial realm possess a profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. This depth of comprehension renders individuals at this level extraordinarily formidable, enhancing their insight into martial techniques and practices. Jiang Xiaobai pondered once more. Noticing Zhou Xiaotian gazing quietly at him, he devised a plan and said, "Might I inquire? Dear brother, are you perhaps affiliated with the sacred land of Gulong?" Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai mention the sacred land of Gulong, Zhou Xiaotian's eyes narrowed, and he questioned, "Jiang Xiaobai, it appears you are indeed alive. What does this mean? Are you truly a member of the sacred land of Gulong?" Jiang Xiaobai. After a decade apart, you have somehow forgotten about me, Zhou Xiaotian. Although you were merely 8 years old at that time, it is implausible that I could have faded from your memory. I distinctly recall frequently pinning you to the ground and administering a spanking. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Xiaobai felt a stiffness at the corners of his mouth, as Zhou Xiaotian was clearly mocking him. Yet, before Jiang Xiaobai could utter a single word, Zhou Xiaotian suddenly formed a series of hand seals, causing various mystical symbols to materialize before him. This left Jiang Xiaobai utterly perplexed, unsure of Zhou Xiaotian's intentions. To make matters worse, Zhou Xiaotian's subsequent actions incited considerable anger within Jiang Xiaobai. The Holy Master, the former son of the ancient dragon Holy Land, Jiang Xiaobai, is not dead. He is right in Zhou Xiaotian's grasp. As Zhou Xiaotian's words echoed, the mystical symbols before him swiftly ascended, vanishing from Jiang Xiaobai's sight before he could react. Damn it! This wretched man will not assuage my fury without paying for his transgressions. He has dared to disclose my situation to the ancient dragon Holy Land. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, his gaze icy as he fixated intently on Zhou Xiaotian, silently vowing, "I must lure him to the Qingyan sect. Otherwise, I shall never have the chance to eliminate him." Jiang Xiaobai, why do you still draw breath? Did Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan set you free? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked, "Guess." In response, Zhou Xiaotian's expression turned icy as he threatened, "Jiang Xiaobai, there is no need for your futile scheming. Your cleverness is utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Reveal the truth to me. Why do you still live? What is the current state of Li Zizhong and Zhang Ziquan? Where are they? I have allowed you to guess, yet you continue to prattle on." Buzz. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words fell, Zhou Xiaotian immediately unleashed the terrifying power of the celestial realm. His formidable presence rendered Jiang Xiaobai pale with fear, leaving him gasping for breath. Goodness, this fellow's strength is truly terrifying. Jiang Xiaobai, I now present you with two choices. First, you can forfeit your cultivation. Second, I shall personally render you powerless. Choose wisely. Fool. It seems you have forgotten the horrors of the sacred land after a decade away. If that is the case, I shall incapacitate you now and bring you back to the sacred land for judgment. With a thunderous rush, Zhou Xiaotian charged towards Jiang Xiaobai. In response, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly employed his spatial teleportation technique, vanishing from sight. This astonished Zhou Xiaotian, who exclaimed, "This young man is indeed extraordinary. What martial technique did he just employ to achieve such brief spatial traversal?" At this moment, a flicker of greed and fervor ignited in Zhou Xiaotian's eyes. If I could acquire the martial techniques possessed by Jiang Xiaobai, my power would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. The sacred land did not misjudge him. Jiang Xiaobai indeed harbors many secrets. Do you believe you can escape the grasp of Zhou Xiaotian? Once I obtain your techniques, I shall eliminate you and return with your corpse to the sacred land. That way, no one will know from whom I acquired such powerful martial arts. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaotian took to the skies, racing towards the direction Jiang Xiaobai had just vanished. Merely a moment later, Jiang Xiaobai reappeared within his line of sight. Seeing Zhou Xiaotian closing in, Jiang Xiaobai was greatly alarmed. Goodness, how can this fellow be so fast? After reaching the pinnacle of the god refinement realm, each use of my spatial teleportation allows me to traverse 10 miles. Yet, this man has caught up with me so swiftly. His strength is indeed formidable. However, fortunately, we are only 250 miles away from Qingyun's sect. Zhou Xiaodian, I shall make you regret coming to this world. With that, Jiang Xiaobai once again teleported towards the direction of Qingyun's sect, yet he had underestimated Zhou Xiaoyan's power. In mere moments, Zhou Xiaoyan's figure abruptly blocked his path. He chuckled. Jiang Xiaobai, your martial techniques are indeed powerful, but they are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Surrender your techniques to me, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, should I resort to soul-searching, you would likely wish for death. Upon hearing those two words, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. He had heard of the soul-searching technique, a method employed by the powerful to extract the memories of the weak, yet it was exceedingly cruel. Anyone subjected to soul-searching by a stronger adversary would endure severe damage to their soul, rendering them incapable of further cultivation for eternity. Zhou Xiaodian was indeed malevolent. Zhou Xiaodian, I have a question that has long perplexed me. If you can provide me with an answer, I shall share my martial techniques with you. Startled by this, Zhou Xiaodian inquired, what question do you have? After surveying his surroundings for a moment, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, why does the sacred land of Guoguo insist on taking my life? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he replied with a smile. This is a question I prefer not to answer. The decisions made by the sacred land in the past are never wrong. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes turned icy upon hearing this, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. To be relentlessly hunted by a sacred land without reason. Do you regard me as nothing more than an ant, to be toyed with at your whim? Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai. Are you not just an ant? Hand over the martial techniques you wield, or you shall meet a most gruesome end. You wish to seize my martial skills? First, call me Grandfather Jiang and let me hear it. Humph. You refuse to heed kindness and instead invite punishment. Jiang Xiaobai, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for what comes next. Buzz. Zhou Xiaodian unleashed a terrifying power, his right hand shooting towards Jiang Xiaobai's head with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately utilized his spatial teleportation technique to escape from his current location. However, with each use of this ability, Zhou Xiaodian's figure would invariably materialize before him. This relentless pursuit compelled Jiang Xiaobai to curse vehemently, damn it, don't let me have a chance, otherwise, I will end you. Thus, the two engaged in a cat-and-mouse game of escape and pursuit. After a considerable time, Jiang Xiaobai finally returned to a spot merely a few miles from Qingyun's sect. Yet, at this moment, his entire reservoir of true energy within the Dantian had been utterly depleted. This is dire. There is no true energy left in my Dantian. He lamented. Ha ha ha. Run, Jiang Xiaobai, run. Your face is ashen. Your true energy has run out, hasn't it? Observing that Jiang Xiaobai was now devoid of true energy, Zhou Xiaodian no longer rushed to kill him. Instead, he wore a mocking expression and teased, Jiang Xiaobai, weren't you quite capable? Why have you stopped fleeing? Hand over the martial techniques you've employed, and I promise to grant you a swift end. Jiang Xiaobai watched as Zhou Xiaodian approached him step by step, his heart filled with anxiety. He cast a glance towards the direction of Qingyun's sect and shook his head with a wry smile. Could it be that he was destined to falter here? How careless of him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly addressed Zhou Xiaodian, who was approaching him. I can offer you my martial skills, but could you first escort me back to my sect? Zhou Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback. A sect? Do you still have a sect? Yes, it lies a few miles ahead. Qingyun's sect, a rather humble establishment. Qingyun's sect? Indeed. Within Qingyun's sect reside my esteemed master and my fellow disciples. If you could allow me one last glimpse of them before I depart this world, I shall gladly bestow upon you my martial techniques as a farewell gift. Gazing at Jiang Xiaobai's earnest expression, Zhou Xiaodian's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Ah, let us take a look. Is that not Zhou Xiaodian? It has been a decade since we last met. And how you have transformed. Your cultivation has reached the first level of the celestial realm. The figure of Yi Linglong appeared unexpectedly not far from Jiang Xiaobai. This sight caused Jiang Xiaobai's spirits to lift, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, the moment Zhou Xiaodian laid eyes on Yi Linglong, his expression darkened instantly. You witch, this matter pertains to our ancient dragon sacred land. I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening. Oh, Zhou Xiaodian, how unkind of you. It has been 10 years since we last met, and yet you remain so cold towards me. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai discreetly retrieved several exquisite spirit stones and meticulously activated the devouring divine art, commencing the absorption and refinement of the precious stones. Yi Linglong, we are not to interfere with one another, so step aside, exclaimed Zhou Xiaotian. Oh, why so cold, Zhou? It has been a decade since our last encounter, and I find myself not only yearning but also quite eager for a little excitement. Given this fortuitous meeting, why not engage in a friendly spar? Buzz. No sooner had she spoken than Yi Linglong emanated a formidable dark aura, swiftly charging towards Zhou Xiaotian. Yi Linglong, how dare you meddle in the affairs of our ancient dragon's sacred land? Begone. In an instant, the two were embroiled in a fierce battle, causing the very earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai had regained some of his true energy. After observing the fierce battle between the two, his gaze sharpened, and he suddenly shouted at Zhou Xiaotian. Zhou Xiaotian, I must inform my master that you have bullied me. Just wait, I shall return to summon my master to deal with you. With that, Jiang Xiaobai immediately employed his spatial traversing ability and swiftly made his way towards Qingyun sect. Chapter 35, Inviting Wolves into the House. The unfortunate Zhou Xiaotian, seeing Jiang Xiaobai fleeing towards Qingyun sect, Zhou Xiaotian gritted his teeth in frustration, glaring at Yi Linglong as he angrily exclaimed, Yi Linglong, are you truly intent on opposing me today? Oh, Zhou Xiaotian, do not speak so harshly. It has merely been a decade since we last met, and I simply yearn to spar with you a bit, she replied playfully. Humph, Yi Linglong, do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. You merely wish to assist that little rascal Jiang Xiaobai in his escape. But have you considered this? Even if you can temporarily obstruct me, can you truly stop the entirety of the ancient dragon's sacred land? Upon hearing Zhou Xiaotian's words, Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she fell into deep contemplation. The ancient dragon's sacred land was indeed one of the most formidable forces in the entire Tianxian realm, and she, Yi Linglong, was not bold enough to completely sever ties with them. Oh dear, who is Jiang Xiaobai? Zhou Xiaotian, is he an old acquaintance of yours? I am feeling a touch of jealousy. Zhou Xiaotian's expression darkened. Do not be unreasonable, Yi Linglong. Do not hinder me further, or I shall report this matter to the sacred land. Consider your position wisely. With that, Zhou Xiaotian immediately pursued the direction in which Jiang Xiaobai had fled. Watching his figure vanish, Yi Linglong could only shake her head helplessly and murmur, Jiang Xiaobai, I can assist you no further. Take care of yourself. I truly cannot contend with the ancient dragon's sacred land. After speaking, Yi Linglong hastily made her way toward Qingyun sect as well. Meanwhile, upon returning to Qingyun sect through his spatial traversing ability, Jiang Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the construction of the sect, he called out, Guoguo. Xiao Man, quickly conceal your powers. Guoguo and Xiao Man, who had been lounging in a shaded area, froze momentarily upon hearing his words. Quickly realizing that Jiang Xiaobai was up to something again, they promptly cloaked their auras. Junior brother, are you planning to pull a fast one again? Guoguo's mischievous eyes sparkled with excitement. Guoguo, someone is pursuing me from the ancient dragon's sacred land, and he has reached the first stage of the celestial realm. Once I lure him into Qingyun sect, you must seize him and take that token he has for communicating with the ancient dragon's sacred land, along with that spirit token. And Xiao Man, you will pretend to be my master, concealing your powers at the peak of the sacred realm. Upon hearing this, Guoguo and Xiao Man were momentarily taken aback. Once they comprehended Jiang Xiaobai's intention, they nodded in agreement. Rest assured, junior brother, the moment he dares to set foot into Qingyun sect, Guoguo will promptly restrain him. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, then turned to everyone and shouted, all of you, immediately cease your tasks and gather at the mountain gate. Let us unite to confront the enemy. The moment Jiang Xiaobai uttered those words, a wave of shock rippled through the entirety of the Qingyun sect. However, rather than displaying any semblance of panic, they appeared overwhelmingly exhilarated. Oh wow, yet another benevolent benefactor has graced us with cultivation resources, they exclaimed. Hee. I shall once again witness my esteemed junior uncle's display of prowess. This time, I must diligently jot down his techniques for showcasing superiority. Come. Let us hasten to the mountain gate to congregate. I wish to secure the most advantageous position. Upon overhearing the disciples of the Qingyun sect engaged in discussion, Jiang Xiaobai was rendered speechless. Was he truly the kind of person who relished in ostentation? Before long, Over 10,000 members of the Qingyun sect had gathered at the sect's entrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of Zhou Xiaotian. Junior uncle, which benevolent soul is bestowing resources upon our Qingyun sect this time? We have yet to tally the last batch of resources, remarked Wang Dayton, who had mysteriously appeared beside Jiang Xiaobai. In response, Jiang Xiaobai gazed into the distance and chuckled, a remarkably powerful fool, full of self-importance. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, two formidable figures swiftly approached Qingyun sect, one after the other. Jiang Xiaobai, do you truly believe that by fleeing back to your sect you can evade my pursuit? The silhouettes of Zhou Xiaotian and Yi Linglong loomed high in the sky, meticulously surveying the entirety of Qingyun sect. After assessing the situation, Zhou Xiaotian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, is this indeed Qingyun sect? Such a feeble and dilapidated sect, and yet you dare to boast. Jiang Xiaobai, you are already doomed, and you wish to drag your sect down with you to the grave. How malicious you are." His voice reverberated throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Nearby, Yi Linglong, after her careful observation, shook her head with a wry smile, saying, "Jiang Xiaobai, I had thought Qingyun sect possessed strength exceeding the celestial realm. Yet it appears so weak and run down. I can no longer assist you." With that, she positioned herself several hundred meters from the entrance of Qingyun sect, watching silently. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai feigned panic, turning to Xiaoman with indignation. "Master, it is this villain. He bullied me and even threatened to annihilate our Qingyun sect." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Xiaoman's lips twitched in disbelief, thinking, "This fellow truly knows how to put on a show. Rest assured, my disciple, today I shall seek justice for you." Xiaoman emanated the pinnacle of the sacred realm, brandishing a sharp sword, pointing it directly at Zhou Xiaotian. "You scoundrel! How dare you bully my disciple? Come down, let me teach you a lesson." Zhou Xiaotian assessed Xiaoman's strength and, noticing she was merely at the peak of the sacred realm, erupted into laughter. "Ha, Jiang Xiaobai, are you trying to make me laugh to death? The peak of the sacred realm? Ha ha ha. Do you not realize that I have already attained the first stage of the celestial realm? What of the first stage of the celestial realm? As long as our Qingyun sect stands united, we shall surely bring you down. Zhou Xiaotian, you fool. If you have the guts, get lost, and do not let me see you again. Get lost." Zhou Xiaotian's expression turned icy at Jiang Xiaobai's words, radiating murderous intent. "Jiang Xiaobai, do not utter such foolishness. Today, whether it be you or your entire Qingyun sect, you must perish." "Ha ha ha, Zhou Xiaotian, anyone can boast. Although your cultivation has reached the first stage of the celestial realm, my master is also at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, merely a hair's breadth away. I do not believe you can defeat my master." Observing Jiang Xiaobai's unwavering confidence, Zhou Xiaotian grew cautious, scrutinizing Qingyun sect once more. Yet, no matter how he examined the sect, he could discern no apparent flaws. Could it be that I am overthinking? The strongest within this Qingyun sect is but at the peak of the sacred realm, yet why does Jiang Xiaobai exude such confidence? He dared not be careless and immediately unleashed a powerful martial technique aimed at the Qingyun sect. The entire sect was enveloped in a wave of terror, each member's expression betraying genuine fear. A resounding rumble echoed through the air as Xiaoman intercepted Zhou Xiaotian's assault, feigning a spurt of blood, appearing grievously injured. "Master, are you all right?" Jiang Xiaobai rushed to Xiaoman's side, his face a mask of concern and anxiety. Zhou Xiaotian, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai. You were indeed trying to scare me off. But how could you possibly comprehend the might of the ancient dragon sacred land?" Jiang Xiaobai's gaze fixed on Zhou Xiaotian, his expression icy with resolve. At that moment, Zhou Xiaotian suddenly turned to Yi Linglong, warning, "If you meddle any further in the affairs of our ancient dragon sacred land, you will know the consequences." Yi Linglong, upon hearing this, glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, shaking her head with a resigned smile. Just then, Zhou Xiaotian charged towards Jiang Xiaobai with ferocious speed, declaring, "No one can prevent your demise today." Chapter 36, a catalyst of calamity as Zhou Xiaotian rushed towards Jiang Xiaobai. The atmosphere within the Qingyun sect shifted to one of sheer panic. A disciple shouted, "Little uncle, run. We will hold this scoundrel off." Another cried, "Hurry, little uncle. You must avenge us in the future. Damn you. If you wish to take my little uncle's life, you must first step over my corpse. I shall seek vengeance upon you 18 years hence." As Jiang Xiaobai beheld Zhou Xiaotian swiftly advancing towards him, a wave of panic washed over him. prompting him to retreat incessantly. Observing this scene from outside the gates of Qingyun's sect, Yi Linglong could only shake her head in helpless resignation. Her heart heavy with the thought, Jiang Xiaobai, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. Rather, I am utterly powerless. In the midst of the collective terror that enveloped the entirety of Qingyun's sect, Zhou Xiaodian sneered derisively, his voice echoing with contempt. Ha! A swarm of ants dares to challenge me. Yet, as soon as Zhou Xiaodian stepped within the confines of Qingyun's sect, a remarkable transformation overtook the expressions of its inhabitants. No longer were they gripped by fear. Instead, they regarded Zhou Xiaodian as though he were merely an entertainer on stage. This unexpected reversal not only startled Zhou Xiaodian, but even left Yi Linglong in a state of perplexity. Jiang Xiaobai, facing your demise, you continue to feign bravado. Humph. If that is the case, let the entirety of Qingyun's sect perish. With a sudden surge of formidable power, Zhou Xiaodian enveloped all of Qingyun's sect in an aura of dread. The overwhelming strength of a first-stage celestial realm cultivator typically instills fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. However, the denizens of Qingyun's sect exhibited no trace of trepidation. Instead, gazing at Zhou Xiaodian with a look akin to that of hunters fixated on their prey, fearful only of its escape. I detest the glint of your eyes. Perish. A terrifying martial technique manifested as Zhou Xiaodian's skills morphed into a colossal, nine-headed lion, its gaping maw aimed at devouring the entire sect. From a distance, Yi Linglong sighed in resignation. Alas, of all the adversaries to provoke, why choose the ancient dragon's sacred land? Jiang Xiaobai, may your journey be smooth. Boom. As Yi Linglong spoke, the very ground beneath Qingyun's sect trembled violently, culminating in a shocking turn of events. Zhou Xiaodian was unexpectedly struck to the ground, rendered utterly disheveled, and found himself beneath the foot of Guoguo. Guoguo, quickly, seal him to prevent him from retaliating. Understood, little junior brother. Yi Linglong stood in bewilderment, utterly confounded by the recent developments. What on earth had just transpired? How had Zhou Xiaodian been captured so suddenly? In the midst of her confusion, Zhou Xiaodian's enraged voice reverberated throughout Qingyun's sect. Ah, Jiang Xiaobai, you wretch, how dare you deceive me? May you meet a most untimely end. Jiang Xiaobai, release me at once, or you and the entirety of Qingyun's sect shall find no resting place for your remains. Jiang Xiaobai directly confronted Zhou Xiaodian with a series of playful jests, exclaiming, Fool, even in such circumstances, you dare to threaten me? Are the people from the ancient dragon holy land devoid of common sense? Jiang Xiaobai, let go of me. Let go of you? Do I appear to you as a simpleton? Junior brother, this is his token, along with a magical seal, capable of transmitting messages. Gazing at the token and magical seal in Guoguo's hand, a smile instantly graced Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he turned to Xiao Man and inquired, Xiao Man, can you utilize this magical seal? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai twisted his mouth into a smirk and exclaimed, Guoguo, first, strip him of his cultivation. All right, little junior brother. No. Jiang Xiaobai, you cannot do this. You mustn't treat me this way. Zhou Xiaodian finally revealed a look of terror, genuinely frightened. Guoguo, what are you hesitating for? Dismantle his cultivation. All right, wait. It seemed Jiang Xiaobai suddenly recalled something and immediately halted Guoguo. Ha, Jiang Xiaobai. Now that you are afraid, hurry and let me go, or you shall meet a most dreadful fate. Fool. After Jiang Xiaobai furiously scolded Zhou Xiaodian, he immediately employed his spatial traversing ability to arrive beside Yi Linglong. Still in a state of bewilderment, Yi Linglong, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai appear beside her, swallowed hard. Sister Yi, could you keep today's events a secret for me? Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he quietly gazed at Yi Linglong. Once she regained her composure, Yi Linglong exclaimed, Oh dear, little brother Xiaobai, where are we? The scenery is simply exquisite. Jiang Xiaobai replied, Sister Yi, you are truly perceptive. I have matters to attend to, but I shall visit you at the Duobao Pavilion another day. With that, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once again. After watching him depart, Yi Linglong took a deep breath and remarked, I was right to take that gamble. This Jiang Xiaobai is indeed extraordinary. I hope he can assist me in the future. With those words, Yi Linglong also left the scene. Upon returning to Qingyun's sect, Jiang Xiaobai promptly approached Zhou Xiaodian and inquired of Xiao Man, Xiao Man, if I use this seal, will the opponent be aware that it is you employing it? I do not know. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of relief and turned to Xiao Man, instructing her, Xiao Man, Employ the seal and declare that Jiang Xiaobai has been rescued by an unknown powerful entity and has fled to the western regions. Zhou Xiaodian is currently tracking him to the west and requests the Holy Lord to dispatch formidable warriors to eliminate Jiang Xiaobai. Xiaoman, upon hearing this, could not help but tremble, exclaiming, "You are truly sinister." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words reached Zhou Xiaoyan's ears, he erupted in furious condemnation. "Jiang Xiaobai, you shameless scoundrel, resorting to such despicable tactics." Just then, as Zhou Xiaoyan's words hung in the air, to his utter horror, Jiang Xiaobai unleashed his devouring powers, rapidly consuming his spiritual roots. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xiaoyan exclaimed in terror, "No, no, no. Jiang Xiaobai, what are you doing? You are actually devouring my spiritual roots. No, Jiang Xiaobai, let me go. You demon, you fiend." Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to Zhou Xiaoyan's struggles, instead focusing intently on devouring his spiritual root. In a swift moment, Jiang Xiaobai's spiritual root ascended from a medium grade to a superior grade. Once Zhou Xiaoyan's spiritual root was completely consumed, his cultivation was rendered utterly ineffective. Unable to accept the harsh reality of his lost spiritual root and cultivation, he spiraled into madness, exclaiming, "Ha! Jiang Xiaobai, you fiend, may you suffer a terrible fate. Heaven will not let you off easily. Ha!" Observing Zhou Xiaoyan's deranged state, Jiang Xiaobai's expression remained icy as he declared, "Everyone, heed my words. The matter of my devouring other spiritual roots must not be uttered, or else death shall be your fate." "Yes, Master Uncle." Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards Xiaoman and Guoguo, stating, "I must temporarily depart from Qingyun's sect to accompany Zhou Xiaodian to the western regions. The matters of Qingyun's sect will be entrusted to your oversight for the time being." Upon hearing this, Guoguo and Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Upon seizing the token and the magical seal from the hands of Xiaoman, Jiang Xiaobai immediately embarked with Zhou Xiaodian, swiftly traversing towards the western realms. Chapter 37, Breakthrough. First stage of the Sovereign Realm. Qingyun City, City Lord's Mansion. After departing from the Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai promptly arrived at the City Lord's Mansion in Qingyun City. Previously, he had acquired several 100 million low-grade spiritual stones and various cultivation resources from the 1,000 individuals associated with the City Lord's Mansion. It is reasonable to assume that the mansion harbors a considerable amount of resources. Jiang Xiaobai adheres to a ruthless policy against his adversaries, ensuring their complete annihilation, exterminating, plundering, and stealing without leaving even the slightest opportunity for them to harbor future threats. After thoroughly ransacking the Lord's manor, Jiang Xiaobai acquired several 100 million low-grade spirit stones along with a variety of cultivation resources. However, he found this haul somewhat lacking, as it consisted solely of low-grade spirit stones, which barely amounted to a fraction of what lay within Zhou Xiaoyan's spatial ring. Following his defeat of Zhou Xiaodian, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly seized his spatial ring, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it contained an impressive 800,000 top-grade spirit stones along with a wealth of cultivation resources. It seems that those affiliated with powerful factions possess considerable wealth. Should he eradicate the entirety of the ancient dragon Holy Land, the spoils would surely be. As Jiang Xiaobai pondered, his excitement grew. Yet extinguishing the ancient dragon sacred land was no simple task. After a moment of deep contemplation, he swiftly made his way towards the outskirts of the city. In merely 15 minutes, Jiang Xiaobai arrived at a cave situated 100 miles outside Qingyun City. "Jiang Xiaobai, may you meet a most unfortunate fate. I strongly advise you to release me at once, or you shall deeply regret your existence in this world," shouted Zhou Xiaodian, whose powers had been rendered useless. As soon as he caught sight of Jiang Xiaobai, dismissing any further conversation, swiftly silenced him and stowed him into a large black bag. "Oh, Zhou Xiaodian, cease your struggles. This black bag has been specially procured for you. No one will discern what lies within. Thus, even if I encounter individuals from the ancient dragon sacred land, they will remain oblivious to your presence inside. Once I transport you to the western region, I shall see you on your way." With that, Jiang Xiaobai promptly hoisted the black bag upon his back and, employing the art of spatial traversal, sped northward. The western region, akin to the southern region, is a land of desolation. However, its concentration of spiritual energy is significantly superior to that of the south. The distance from Qingyun City in the southern region to the western region spans an impressive 500,800 miles. Jiang Xiaobai traveled day and night for at least half a month. Alas, half a month of relentless travel has exhausted me. I have no idea where I am. Have I reached the western regions? Gazing at the boundless forest before me, Jiang Xiaobai could only pause momentarily to rest. My cultivation has long reached the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm. It is high time I break through to the sovereign realm. Transitioning from the refining spirit realm to the sovereign realm is not merely an enhancement of power. It is a pivotal stage where true energy transforms into spiritual energy. Once I break through to the sovereign realm, the true energy within my dantian will transmute into spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is a form of energy that is superior and more potent than true energy. Thus, once I convert all the true energy in my dantian into spiritual energy, I shall effortlessly ascend to the first level of the sovereign realm. Having spoken, Jiang Xiaobai carefully surveyed his surroundings to ensure there was no danger before promptly sitting cross-legged. He then produced a substantial quantity of premium spiritual stones and began to activate his devouring technique, swiftly consuming and refining the exquisite stones. A significant amount of premium spiritual stones transformed into spiritual energy, flowing into Jiang Xiaobai's dantian. The true energy within his dantian began to gradually transmute into spiritual energy. Given the current pace, within 3 days, I shall successfully break through to the first level of the sovereign realm, and my spatial traversal techniques will undoubtedly grow more formidable. As time passed, after refining a staggering 300,000 premium spiritual stones, all the true energy in his dantian was finally converted into spiritual energy. Simultaneously, his aura began to surge rapidly. Before long, his cultivation successfully broke through to the first level of the sovereign realm. How remarkable! I never anticipated that the conversion of all the true energy in my dantian into spiritual energy would amplify my strength to such an extent. Moreover, with my cultivation advancing to the first level of the sovereign realm, my overall power has increased by several dozen times. My current strength should allow me to contend with those at the first level of the holy realm, and even engage in life and death battles capable of slaying holy realm experts. Jiang Xiaobai was filled with excitement, enchanted by the exhilaration brought forth by his enhanced abilities. Once he resolved the matter concerning Zhou Xiaodian, he intended to return to the Qingyun sect and eradicate all those over 100 factions, thereby successfully completing the system's side quest. However, he wondered whether the system's reward for the task would indeed be true energy. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze immediately shifted towards the large black bag containing Zhou Xiaodian. What could be the matter? Why was there not a single movement? Could he have passed away? Jiang Xiaobai immediately began to scrutinize Zhou Xiaodian. Should Zhou perish here, his meticulously crafted plans would be thwarted. It was imperative that Zhou met his demise within the territory of the western regions. As Jiang Xiaobai unzipped the black bag, he was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, Zhou Xiaodian lay on the brink of death, almost succumbing to his fate. Phew, thankfully he hasn't perished yet. I've only trained for 3 days. How could this fellow be so close to death? Upon uttering these words, Jiang Xiaobai promptly removed the cloth that had been covering Zhou Xiaodian's mouth and inquired, Zhou Xiaodian, how do you feel now? At that moment, Zhou Xiaodian's eyes were vacant, his face etched with despair. With great effort, he lifted his eyelids to glance at Jiang Xiaobai, but then chose to ignore him entirely. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly untied him and proceeded to kindle a fire, preparing to roast some meat. Zhou Xiaodian, we are not far from the western regions. I have prepared a farewell feast for you. Eat well and drink well, for I am ready to send you on your journey. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaodian's body involuntarily trembled, yet he remained silent. After a quarter of an hour, Zhou Xiaodian, who had been starving for over half a month, was irresistibly drawn to the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat, and his stomach audibly protested. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, do you wish to eat? I can provide it for you, but only if you reveal why the ancient dragon Holy Land seeks to take my life. Then you may indulge to your heart's content. Jiang Xiaobai, there's no need for your futile schemes. Do as you will, whether to kill or to maim. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he fixedly stared at Zhou Xiaodian, enveloped in an unsettling silence. He had not anticipated that Zhou would exhibit such obstinacy, clinging to this secret even in the face of impending death. Zhou Xiaodian, what purpose does this serve? Do you truly believe that your silence will prevent me from uncovering the truth in due course? It is merely a matter of time. Jiang Xiaobai, there is no need for further inquiries. I shall not divulge anything. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, and a palpable aura of menace immediately emerged. Very well. I respect you as a man. Go ahead and eat. Jiang Xiaobai presented a generous portion of meat and a jug of water to Zhou Xiaodian, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Is this truly for me? He questioned. Enough of the chatter. Hurry and eat. Once you've finished, we shall be on our way. Zhou Xiaodian gulped, and then devoured the food voraciously, tears streaming down his face as he ate. To his astonishment, after a century of abstaining from such mundane fare, he found it exceedingly delectable. Upon reaching the esteemed realm of cultivation, practitioners often engage in intermittent fasting, and the more powerful they become, the less reliant they are on ordinary sustenance. Jiang Xiaobai gazed silently at Xiaotian for a moment before turning his eyes towards the horizon. What manner of place is the sacred land of Gulong? Humph, just you wait. Regardless of your reasons for seeking my demise, prepare to face my reckoning. Chapter 38. Dragon City. In the western regions, Dragon City lies at the confluence of the southern and western regions, a chaotic nexus where humans, demons, and monsters coexist. An area devoid of governance. At this moment, Dragon City is steeped in an atmosphere of impending doom. The bustling streets teem with formidable beings from the human, demon, and monster races, all seemingly in search of something. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, cloaked in a black robe and wearing a mask, traverses the thoroughfare. There is an unsettling aura in Dragon City. The faces of humans, demons, and monsters alike are taut with tension, as if a significant event is on the verge of unfolding. As Jiang Xiaobai meticulously surveyed his surroundings, he remained acutely vigilant against the lurking demons. Longsheng was a lawless territory, where a moment's carelessness could lead to an untimely demise. Curse it! These fiends possess formidable strength. I must swiftly deal with Zhou Xiaodian and then retreat to the southern domain for a while. This launching undoubtedly captures the attention of the ancient dragon sacred land. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai promptly sought refuge in a tavern frequented by humans, deciding to bide his time until the depths of night to take action. Innkeeper, bring me a fine fruit brew, along with several of your establishment's signature dishes. Certainly, esteemed guest, please take a seat over here. Jiang Xiaobai sat at a relatively secluded table, quietly observing the ebb and flow of patrons around him. A quarter of an hour passed before the waiter approached him, bearing a selection of dishes, and said, "Sir, please enjoy. These are our restaurant's signature offerings." Jiang Xiaobai then presented 100 low-grade spirit stones to the waiter as a token of appreciation. This gesture filled the waiter with exhilaration. For 100 low-grade spirit stones represented his entire annual wage. With a keen mind, the waiter graciously accepted Jiang Xiaobai's gift and promptly replied, "Thank you for your generosity. Sir, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the innkeeper, who appeared remarkably astute, and chuckled, "Pray tell, my good fellow, as this is my inaugural visit to Longqing, why does this city exude an aura of foreboding? Is there some monumental event on the horizon?" Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's expression shifted momentarily, and after furtively scanning the surroundings, he leaned closer to Jiang Xiaobai and whispered, "Sir, indeed, a significant event has transpired in Longqing. You must exercise caution." "What event?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Sir, have you ever heard of the pill god from our Tianxian realm?" "The pill god?" Jiang Xiaobai immediately shook his head. Anyone bold enough to claim such a divine title must possess formidable strength, particularly in the art of alchemy. Do elaborate. "Certainly, sir. The tale unfolds as follows. Not long ago, the pill god of the Tianxian realm sought to attain a breakthrough in his path to enlightenment, but tragically, an unforeseen mishap led to his failure. Consequently, the pill god not only sustained grave injuries, but also experienced a significant decline in his cultivation. After this failure, he was relentlessly pursued by formidable beings from the human, demon, and devil races. It is rumored that the pill god has taken refuge in the vicinity of our Longqing, which accounts for the ominous atmosphere you have observed." Upon hearing the words of the innkeeper, Jiang Xiaobai immediately fell into deep contemplation. The Dan god. Wasn't that a being of the human race? Why then were humans also pursuing the Dan god? Jiang Xiaobai expressed his inner doubts, to which the innkeeper responded, "Sir, you are unaware of the significance of the title Dan Shun. The Dan Shun is regarded as one of the mightiest beings in the entire Tianxian realm. Not only is their power formidable, but the depth of their alchemical knowledge is immeasurable. Thus, the three races, humans, demons, and spirits, have united in their quest to seek out the Danshan, resorting to murder and silencing those who stand in their way to seize the Danshan's legacy and treasures. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he spoke. The innkeeper, taken aback, nodded vigorously and replied, "Sir, this is common knowledge among us. Alas, the Danshan. It is said that not only is their strength unparalleled, but their talent in alchemy is terrifyingly exceptional. Therefore, anyone who acquires the Danshan's legacy is destined for meteoric success." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fell into a sudden silence, leaving the young attendant hesitant to intrude. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Xiaobai addressed the attendant, saying, "My good fellow, I have a task that requires your assistance. Should you successfully accomplish this endeavor, I shall reward you with 100 inferior spirit stones." At these words, the attendant trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "My lord, rest assured, as long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall brave fire and water to fulfill your request." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then leaned closer to the innkeeper and whispered. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly while listening, then replied, "Rest assured, my lord. This matter is straightforward. Leave it to me." Jiang Xiaobai responded, "Very well, take care of it, and I shall reward you with 100 low-grade spirit stones upon completion." "Thank you, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately," the innkeeper said as he hurried off. Watching the innkeeper's departing figure, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, "The ancient dragon's sacred land. Welcome to Dragon City." After speaking, he nibbled on some food before retreating to rest. As night fell, he swiftly left the inn and made his way beyond the city. Dragon City at night was ablaze with lights, and numerous powerful figures were searching for the pill god. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had already arrived at a secluded forest outside the city, reappearing within a hidden cave. "Zhou Xiaodian, do you have any final words?" Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at Zhou Xiaodian, who was slumped on the ground, and in that moment, Zhou Xiaodian realized that his time had come. A faint, forced smile appeared on his pale face as he uttered, "Hee, Jiang Xiaobai, whether you choose to kill or torment me, it matters not. There is no need for your pity. I shall await you on the road to the underworld." Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at Zhou Xiaodian, remaining silent for a considerable time. At last, he inquired once more, "Zhou Xiaodian, if you would only reveal to me the reason why the ancient dragon's sacred land seeks to take my life, I might grant you a reprieve." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Zhou Xiaodian immediately replied, "Jiang Xiaobai, there is no need for further discourse. To merely survive is less appealing than to embrace a swift demise. Very well, I, Jiang Xiaobai, admire your courage as a true man. I shall grant you a swift end." With that, he plunged forward. As Jiang Xiaobai's words faded, he swiftly pierced Zhou Xiaoyan's heart with a sharp sword. Before long, Zhou Xiaoyan's life was irreversibly extinguished. Gazing upon Zhou Xiaoyan's increasingly cold corpse, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, "Zhou Xiaoyan, it won't be long before the entirety of the ancient dragon Holy Land joins you in the afterlife." With that, he unceremoniously stuffed Zhou Xiaoyan into a large black bag and began to hasten towards Dragon City. At that moment, before the grand doors of the Hall of Heroes in the ancient dragon Holy Land, the elderly figure suddenly opened his eyes. With a swift gesture, a beam of light shot forth from within the Hall of Heroes and quickly landed in his palm. Upon witnessing this light, the elder immediately formed a seal with his hands and exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Zhou Xiaodian is dead, and in the western regions no less. What on earth transpired that led to the untimely demise of someone as cautious as Zhou Xiaodian?" Confounded, the elder pondered for a moment before his figure vanished in the direction of a certain part of the ancient dragon Holy Land, leaving in his wake a furious declaration, "I shall uncover who possesses the audacity to slay a prodigy of my ancient dragon Holy Land." Chapter 39. Jiang Xiaobai frames the demon clans. The unparalleled alchemist emerges in the sacred hall of the ancient dragon Holy Land. A multitude of formidable beings had gathered, each possessing strength no less than the first tier of the Emperor realm, with dozens of supreme experts whose powers were unfathomable. Seated upon the throne of the sacred hall was a robust, middle-aged man, his demeanor exuding an aura of authority that rendered the gathered strongmen breathless. He was none other than Fang Jintian, the sovereign of the ancient dragon Holy Land. Reporting to the sovereign, traces of the alchemist have been found at the confluence of the western and southern regions, announced a peak Emperor realm expert, bowing respectfully to Fang Jintian. Tap, tap, tap. Fang Jintian did not respond immediately, but instead drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair. An oppressive silence enveloped the hall, with no one daring to break the stillness. Just then, the figure of the elder from the Hall of Heroes materialized within the grand chamber. The assembly bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the ancient elder." "Rise," commanded the ancient elder. "Yes, ancient elder." After the ancient elder's arrival, Fang Jintian finally inquired, "What pressing matter brings you here, ancient elder?" "Zhou Xiaotian is dead, and he was murdered." The moment the ancient elder's words echoed in the hall, a palpable tremor coursed through the bodies of all present. The audacity of someone to brazenly take the life of an individual from the ancient dragon holy land was simply beyond comprehension. "Ancient elder, do you know who is responsible for the death of Xiaotian?" Upon hearing Fang Jintian's words, the ancient elder merely shook his head and remarked, "I do not know. All I can ascertain is that Xiaotian met his demise in the western regions, likely at the confluence of the southern and western regions, near Dragon City." This statement startled everyone present, prompting the ancient elder to inquire, "Why are you all so astonished?" Reporting to the ancient elder, "The alchemist has been spotted near Dragon City in the western regions," one replied. Startled by this revelation, the ancient elder responded, "The dignity of our ancient dragon sacred land is inviolable. Immediately dispatch powerful individuals to Dragon City in the western regions to investigate the cause of Xiaotian's death. Once identified, regardless of who it may be, we shall annihilate their entire lineage." Upon hearing this, Fang Jintian gazed quietly at the assembly and stated, "Over half a month ago, Xiaotian sent a message indicating that the former holy son of the sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai, had been rescued by a mysterious powerhouse and fled to the western regions. It is highly probable that the perpetrator behind Xiaotian's murder is indeed this enigmatic savior of Jiang Xiaobai. You 5. Immediately take 10,000 disciples of the sacred land and hasten to Dragon City in the western regions. First, ascertain the identities of those responsible for Xiaotian's death and Jiang Xiaobai's rescue. Second, investigate the whereabouts of the alchemist. Once located, present her with two options: either join our ancient dragon sacred land and serve us for life, or perish, allowing us to seize her legacy. The 5 formidable individuals, each at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, promptly replied with respect, "Yes, sacred lord." "Now, commence at once without delay," commanded Fang Jintian. "Yes, sacred lord." As they departed from the sacred lord's hall, Fang Jintian turned to the ancient elder and inquired, "Ancient elder, do you have any further additions?" After a prolonged silence, the ancient elder shook his head and stated, "Nothing more. Find Jiang Xiaobai and bring him back incapacitated for me." With that, the ancient elder's figure vanished from sight. Observing his departure, Fang Jintian's gaze sharpened, and his lips twitched slightly as he addressed the remaining individuals. "If there is nothing further, you may leave." "Yes, sacred lord." In the western regions, Dragon City, under the cloak of night, the entire city had succumbed to darkness. Save for the occasional silhouette of a person or a formidable being from the demon or monster tribes soaring above. At that moment, a shadow clad in a black robe, wearing a mask, and bearing a large black sack emerged. He was Jiang Xiaobai. "I must devise a scheme to frame the demon and monster tribes. I cannot allow the ancient dragon sacred land to benefit," he mused, and with that, Jiang Xiaobai stealthily made his way towards the demon's territory. Shortly thereafter, he arrived before an opulent building, and as he gazed upon it, he fell into contemplation. To leave Zhou Xiaotian's corpse here would undoubtedly raise suspicions of a blatant frame-up against the demon tribe. What should I do? As Jiang Xiaobai pondered, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Once assured that no one was near, he resolved to discard some of Zhou Xiaotian's belongings, including the token, in a conspicuous location within the demon realm. After executing this task, he promptly shouldered Zhou Xiaotian's lifeless body and transported it to the territory of the demon clan. Ensuring that no beast detected him, he unceremoniously deposited the corpse at the entrance of the demon realm. Following this, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly employed his spatial traversing ability to vacate the area. A quarter of an hour later, he returned to a concealed spot near the entrance of the demon territory, awaiting the dawn. Once the first light broke, the grand spectacle would commence. Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he quietly concealed himself in the shadows. Soon, several hours slipped by. The morning sun warmly embraced the earth, and scattered figures began to emerge on the streets. Before long, the bustling atmosphere of Long City returned, though still tinged with an air of foreboding. The citizens of Long City continued with their daily lives. The once vibrant marketplace suddenly erupted with a piercing scream. "Ah, there has been a death here." In an instant, A throng of people from the demon and monster clans gathered rapidly before the gates of the demonic territory. Who is this? It seems to be one of our human kin. The individual is so young. Who could have committed such an act? He must have perished last night. His vitality still lingering. Oh my heavens, is this not Jiang Xiaobai from the ancient dragon sacred ground? I saw him just the other day in the central domain. And now he has met his end here. The figure of Jiang Xiaobai suddenly emerged amidst the crowd, his voice rising in an unexpected exclamation, immediately capturing the attention of those around him, be they humans or demons. Young human, are you certain that this individual hails from the sacred land of the ancient dragons? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded affirmatively and declared, I am certain I have encountered him before. At his unwavering assertion, all present turned their gazes toward the figure of Zhou Xiaotian sprawled on the ground, a sense of foreboding settling over the crowd. The ancient dragon holy land is not to be trifled with. Zhou Xiaotian hails from their ranks, and today he lies slain before the gates of the demon clan's domain. Do not speak recklessly. Zhou Xiaotian's death bears no connection to our demon clan. This is clearly a frame-up. That is a precarious assertion, came the retort, for it is entirely plausible that your demon clan might have slain Zhou Xiaotian and placed him at your own doorstep to deceive others. The atmosphere grew tumultuous in an instant. Meanwhile, within the territory of the demon clan, a leader of the demons stumbled upon Zhou Xiaotian's belongings. As confusion marred its countenance, a powerful voice suddenly rang out, hasten to the outskirts. A formidable demon has detected the presence of the alchemist god. Upon hearing this command, the demon leader quickly stowed Zhou Xiaotian's possessions within its grasp and swiftly soared toward the city's edge. Chapter 40. Jiang Xiaobai's Astonishment. Second sister Li Yingying Jiang Xiaobai's scheme to frame and entrap the demon and monster clans has reached its fruition. Just as he contemplated turning to depart for the southern domain, a powerful voice suddenly resonated. Quickly, all demon clan warriors, immediately head 100 miles east of the city. A demon has discovered the whereabouts of the pill deity. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, both demons and monsters alike. The trail of the pill deity has been uncovered. This time she cannot escape. Indeed, the pill deity, renowned for her extraordinarily prodigious alchemical talent, is said to produce only perfect-grade elixirs. I have heard that a human once received one of her pills and, upon consuming it, immediately ascended through several minor realms. Hiss at this revelation, all present were left in utter astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai included. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to pursue the pill deity. Perhaps we may gain some benefit from it. Exactly. Let us go quickly, even if it is merely to witness the spectacle. A multitude of warriors from the human, demon, and monster clans swiftly soared towards the city outskirts. Jiang Xiaobai stood quietly, lost in thought for a moment before making his way towards the outskirts of the city. More than 100 miles east of Longcheng, a young woman clad in simple garments was frantically fleeing. Her face was ashen, her body marred with injuries, and blood stained most of her clothing. Behind her, a multitude of powerful beings from the three races, humans, demons, and fiends, were in hot pursuit. Quickly, the Dan god is just a few miles ahead. We must not let her escape. Laughter echoed. Indeed, whoever captures the Dan god first shall claim everything she possesses. Humph. Let us see if my fists agree. In an instant, numerous powerful figures surged toward the Dan god, while Jiang Xiaobai leisurely followed behind, curious to behold the so-called Dan god for himself. If the opportunity arises, I shall seize her spatial ring and depart. After breaking through to the first stage of the sovereign realm, my spatial traversal ability allows me to traverse several dozen miles with each use. Among these beings, the most formidable have already attained the first stage of the Emperor realm. For safety's sake, I shall proceed with caution. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once more. A quarter of an hour later, the Dan god found herself cornered by a throng of powerful beings. In the dense canopy of trees, thousands from the three races encircled her. Dan god, it seems you have nowhere to run. Surrender all your resources to us. The Dan god is unique, and her resources and legacy are singular. How shall we divide them? As these words were spoken, all the powerful figures present paused, their gazes fixated on the Dan god, each heart racing with the desire to seize everything she possessed. At that moment, the Dan god's cold voice rang out. You think this motley crew of fish can obtain my legacy? Such delusion. As soon as she finished speaking, the Dan god drew a gleaming sword, pointing it at all the powerful figures present, and declared, "Today, I, Li Yingying, shall remember this. Should I miraculously survive, I will undoubtedly return to annihilate your clans, leaving none alive." Upon hearing the words, the crowd was taken aback, but the one most astonished was Jiang Xiaobai. The moment he laid eyes on Li Yingying, his curiosity compelled him to have the system examine her profile. To his shock, the information revealed was staggering. Character: Li Yingying, the unparalleled pill god and second disciple of the Qingyun sect. Age: 5,888 years. Strength: severely injured by Dao wounds. Her power suppressed to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Currently weakened to below the human realm due to grave injuries. Personality: kind-hearted, genuine, with a singular focus on the study of alchemy. She detests any interruptions during her refining processes. Background: Alchemist Guild of the Qingyun sect. Weakness: obsessed with alchemy, unable to resist anything related to pill-making. Goal: to break through the limits of alchemy and ascend. Staring at the detailed profile of Li Yingying, Jiang Xiaobai was left in a daze. Utterly unprepared to discover that the pill god he intended to rob was indeed affiliated with the Qingyun sect, and moreover, was his second disciple. This revelation compelled him to take action. Presently, Li Yingying was incapable of even contending with the first tier of the human realm, and the gathering of powerful figures from the three clans around them was steadily increasing, threatening to escalate the dire situation. As Jiang Xiaobai pondered his predicament, a cacophony erupted once more. "Look, those are the powerful individuals from the ancient dragon sacred land. There are at least 100,000 of them." The crowd gasped in unison, but none were more shocked than Jiang Xiaobai. He had never anticipated the swift arrival of the ancient dragon sacred land. This was bad. They might recognize me. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaobai donned his mask once again and sought a concealed spot to hide. Soon, the forces of the ancient dragon's sacred land encircled the entire area, and the expressions of the surrounding powerhouses turned grave and cautious, each gaze fixed intently on the newcomers. "The pill god is a distinguished guest of our ancient dragon's sacred land. You may all depart," proclaimed a powerful figure from the ancient dragon's sacred land with an air of dominance. The other formidable beings were reluctant to comply, yet they dared not confront the ancient dragon's sacred land openly. It was infuriating. The ancient dragon's sacred land was already immensely powerful. If the pill god were captured, it would only bolster their might. Should that occur, the ancient dragon's sacred land might dominate the entire Tianxian realm. Dominate the Tianxian realm? That is impossible. Not even 10 ancient dragon sacred lands could achieve such a feat, observing that the other powerhouses showed no intention of leaving. The representative of the ancient dragon's sacred land issued another stern warning. "I grant you one final opportunity to depart at once. Otherwise, face death." A powerful aura erupted from the ancient dragon's sacred land figure, suffocating the surrounding powerhouses. Moments later, someone finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and shouted, "Senior, please cease. I shall leave immediately. I'm leaving as well. Please, esteemed senior, show mercy. Humph. You have 10 breaths to vacate. Otherwise, you shall all perish." Soon, a multitude of formidable individuals hastily departed from the scene, daring only to observe from several dozen miles away. After witnessing the exodus of others, a powerful figure from the ancient dragon sacred land turned to Li Yingying and said, "Miss Li, our sacred lord sincerely invites you to join the ancient dragon sacred land. We kindly request your presence to accompany us back to the ancient dragon sacred land." Li Yingying's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression icy as she fixed her gaze upon the representative of the ancient dragon sacred land. After a moment of silence, she coldly replied, "What if I refuse to go to the ancient dragon sacred land? What will you do then?" The ancient dragon sacred land figure, unperturbed, maintained a calm demeanor and threatened, "Miss Li, our sacred lord instructed us to either bring you back or retrieve your legacy. The choice is yours." Chapter 41. The Celestial Being Descends. The terrifying sword immortal Li Chang'an, a threat. This was an overt and brazen threat. Not only Li Yingying, the alchemy goddess, but even Jiang Xiaobai, concealed nearby, felt an intense fury. Faced with the blatant intimidation from the ancient dragon's sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai was eager to intervene forcefully. However, Li Yingying remained remarkably composed, merely casting a disdainful glance at the members of the ancient dragon's sacred land before stating, "Are you not concerned that the Alchemist Guild will hold you accountable for your actions? Ha! Without you, the alchemy goddess, the Alchemist Guild is merely a disorganized rabble. Does the ancient dragon's sacred land fear them? Even with you present, We hold no fear of the Alchemist Guild, was the retort from the ancient dragon representative. Barely had these words left his lips when a resounding voice rang out. Heh! If the ancient dragon's sacred land is unafraid of the Alchemist Guild, then we of the heavenly demon sect are equally undaunted by you. How about relinquishing the alchemy goddess to us? At that moment, over 100,000 formidable figures appeared, clad in black robes, exuding an aura of menace. Their sudden arrival astonished all surrounding powers. The heavenly demon sect, notorious for their nefarious deeds, had come for the alchemy goddess, who, as one of the mightiest in the heavenly profound realm, was now vulnerable due to her injuries, an opportune time for them to strike. Indeed, I boldly assert that more powerful factions will soon emerge, perhaps even the formidable entities of the demon and monster clans. It is highly likely that representatives from the 5 great sacred lands will also appear. Today is truly a spectacle, and I feel incredibly fortunate to witness such an event. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, before they could finish their discussions, additional figures from other significant factions materialized. With both the ancient dragon sacred land and the heavenly demon sect present, how could we, the heavenly pool sacred land, be absent? The alchemy goddess is an esteemed acquaintance of our sacred lord, so you may all depart now. The influx of powerful figures at the scene exceeded Jiang Xiaobai's expectations by a considerable margin. Confronted with such a dire situation, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he meticulously surveyed the entire area. This cannot continue. Even if I were to utilize my space warping abilities to take second senior sister away, it is likely that we would still be unable to evade their relentless pursuit. However, if I do not take action, it appears that second senior sister is doomed today. Jiang Xiaobai quietly observed the scene, continually pondering and seeking opportunities. At that moment, the formidable beings from the 2 demon clans also arrived at the venue. Witnessing this situation, Jiang Xiaobai's mood grew increasingly somber. Damn it, this bunch of scoundrels, just wait 3 years. Do you believe I can eradicate all of you? Jiang Xiaobai seethed with frustration. Yet Li Yingying maintained an unwavering calm. There is but one alchemy god, and with so many factions and formidable individuals among us, how shall we divide the legacy? A malevolent grin spread across the face of a demon clan warrior, drawing the intense gaze of every notable figure present. You need not regard me with such disdain. I merely speak the truth. Why not make the alchemy god's inheritance public? This way, every faction present can partake in the legacy without the need for conflict. Wouldn't that be splendid? The demon's proposition immediately stirred a commotion among the gathered powerhouses, many of whom seemed to find merit in its suggestion. Only Jiang Xiaobai's expression grew increasingly frigid, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. This wretched fiend seeks to endanger my second senior sister. No, I cannot allow them to succeed. Jiang Xiaobai appeared to have conceived a brilliant plan. He vanished in an instant. Moments later, a voice resonated amidst the crowd. The methods employed by the demon and monster clans are both cruel and malicious. Just recently, the lifeless body of an individual from the ancient dragon sacred land was discovered before the gates of the monster clan's territory in Longqing. It seems he was named Zhou Xiaodian. After Jiang Xiaobai uttered these words, he immediately utilized his spatial teleportation technique to depart from the location. By the time all the formidable beings present reacted, he had already vanished from sight. His proclamation instigated a wave of astonishment among the assembly, particularly among those from the ancient dragon sacred land. Who just spoke? Step forward. The crowd, comprised of humans, demons, and monsters, had swelled to over 1 million and was still growing, providing Jiang Xiaobai with the perfect opportunity to slip away unnoticed. As time passed without anyone emerging, the individuals from the ancient dragon sacred land grew increasingly furious. They had another objective for their visit, to locate the perpetrator responsible for Zhou Xiaoyan's demise, as well as to retrieve the pill god and incapacitate Jiang Xiaobai before bringing him back. However, the prolonged silence only intensified their ire as all eyes turned towards the denizens of Dragon City, who were questioned, is what was just said true? Faced with the immense pressure from the ancient dragon sacred land, the Dragon City inhabitants found it difficult to withstand. Yes, esteemed seniors, many of us witnessed it firsthand. Numerous heads nodded in affirmation. The enraged experts of the ancient dragon's sacred land then fixed their gazes upon the demon clan, demanding, if you do not provide us with an explanation today, do not expect to leave alive. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became oppressively tense. Yet the demon clan was resolute. We demons have always conducted our affairs with integrity. Even if your people were to perish at the gates of our territory, what of it? Do you possess evidence that we demons are the culprits? Do not slander our kind. Do you think we fear a mere ancient dragon's sacred land? Ha ha ha. Let the fighting commence. I wish to witness the spectacle. Hurry, engage. A member of the demon clan exclaimed, as the tension in the air became palpable. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had skillfully employed his spatial teleportation technique to stealthily approach near Li Yingying. As all the powerful beings focused their attention on the confrontation between the demon clan and the ancient dragon's sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai once again utilized his technique to reach Li Yingying's side, whispering, "Second senior sister, I have come to rescue you. Do not resist, take my hand." Jiang Xiaobai suddenly grasped Li Yingying's hand, his decisive move catching her off guard. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself being whisked away by Jiang Xiaobai, escaping the encirclement. However, as soon as they vanished, a formidable presence at the scene exclaimed, "Damn it, Li Yingying has been rescued. Her aura is rapidly fleeing eastward." Upon hearing this, all the powerful figures present immediately reacted, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Jiang Xiaobai and Li Yingying had fled. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Within a mere quarter of an hour, a multitude of strong individuals had closed in to within 10 miles of Jiang Xiaobai. Observing this dire situation, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of anxiety. If this continued, not only would he be unable to rescue Li Yingying, but he himself would also be in peril. What should I do? Their strength is far too great. Even though I can traverse dozens of miles in a single leap, it won't be long before they catch up to us. Who are you? Why did you save me? At this moment, Li Yingying still had the presence of mind to question Jiang Xiaobai, which only heightened his agitation. "Junior sister, I am your junior brother. Let us not discuss this now. We must devise a plan to escape." "Junior brother? Why don't I recall you?" Jiang Xiaobai was at a loss for words. Continuously employing his spatial translocation technique to evade capture, each time reappearing several dozen miles away, which left Li Yingying in utter astonishment. She had not anticipated that the young man before her, despite his seemingly feeble cultivation, wielded such formidable martial prowess. "We cannot escape," she urged. "You should flee on your own. Do not worry about me." "How can that be?" he replied. "I cannot abandon you." Jiang Xiaobai's expression was resolute as he continued to employ the art of spatial traversal to escape with Li Yingying. However, after more than half an hour, the very concern that plagued his mind ultimately came to fruition. The spiritual energy within his dantian had been depleted. Cursed be it, the spiritual energy has run out. Jiang Xiaobai, filled with urgency, had yet to react when formidable figures began to encircle him. "Who are you to dare intercept us?" they demanded. Clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, Jiang Xiaobai's face remained obscured from all present. "Who I am is of no concern to you. Depart swiftly if you know what is good for you, for when my master arrives, none of you shall escape unscathed today." Jiang Xiaobai could only intimidate them for the moment, uncertain of its efficacy, yet he felt compelled to make the attempt. His opponent appeared to possess merely the first stage of the respect realm, yet he dared to utter such bold proclamations. Indeed, his audacity was remarkable. As more and more formidable figures encircled him, Jiang Xiaobai's expression grew increasingly grave. Was he truly destined to falter here today? Just as the multitude of powerful beings began to advance on Jiang Xiaobai and Li Yingying, poised to strike, a terrifying sword qi suddenly descended from the heavens, piercing through the atmosphere from a height of 10,000 meters. A sword qi, stretching an astonishing 10,000 meters, manifested, accompanied by an overwhelmingly authoritative voice. "Is that so? Am I truly weak at the first stage of the respect realm?" Chapter 42, Jiang Xiaobai. "What use is a thick skin? Master, I am but your junior disciple." In an instant, an incredible sword qi erupted, sending over 1,000,000 strong warriors reeling back thousands of meters. Following this, a young man clad in white, wielding a willow branch, descended gracefully from the sky, each step accompanied by the sound of a sword. This young man, with an ethereal visage, resembled a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, his entire being resonating with sword qi, causing the world to momentarily dim. The presence of this individual left all present, whether human, demon, or fiend, utterly awestruck, trembling at the sight of him. At that moment, a demon clan warrior exclaimed in terror, He is the sword immortal, Li Chang'an." Boom. This revelation echoed like thunder in the minds of all present, rendering them speechless. Their throats constricted as they dared not utter another word. Li Chang'an approached Jiang Xiaobai and Li Yingying with a smile, completely disregarding the throngs of powerful beings surrounding them. Second junior sister, it has been many years. How fare you now? Humph. Are you blind? Do you not see I have been bullied? Li Yingying replied, lifting her chin defiantly, akin to a younger sister lamenting to her elder brother. Li Chang'an was not angered. Instead, he chuckled and reassured her, fear not, second junior sister. None shall escape today. Humph. Now that is more like it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai quickly regained his composure, swallowing hard as he sensed Li Chang'an's immense strength. He promptly commanded the system, quickly, retrieve Li Chang'an's information. Ding. Li Chang'an's information has been retrieved. The host may review it at will. Character, Li Chang'an. Reincarnated sword, immortal age, 6,888 years strength. Pinnacle of pseudo-immortal realm personality. Gentle, deeply caring towards his junior disciples, and possessing an inherently kind nature. Background, Qingyun sect weakness. Remarkably, he has no weaknesses. His strength is boundless. Objective, to defeat the heavenly Tao of the Tianxin realm and subsequently outwit it with a clever ruse. Upon reviewing the information regarding Li Chang'an, Jiang Xiaobai's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. Goodness, just how formidable is this individual? System, what exactly is the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm? Ding. Host, the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm is a level that transcends the emperor realm, and the pseudo-immortal realm itself is divided into 9 minor tiers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He immediately broke into a sweat and remarked, I previously believed that reaching the pinnacle of the emperor realm was the utmost strength in the Tianxin realm. Little did I know, there exists a false immortal realm beyond that. Thank heavens, if I had unwittingly provoked a formidable being from the false immortal realm, I would have perished 100 times over. As Jiang Xiaobai was lost in his thoughts, Li Chugang abruptly turned to face all the powerful figures present. This action caused the over 1 million strong individuals in attendance to instinctively retreat 100 meters in terror. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai gained a deeper understanding of Li Chugang's formidable might. How powerful! Merely a glance from him was enough to instill fear in over 1 million strong warriors. System, when will I attain such strength? Ding. Host, the journey is long and arduous. Please strive diligently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched incessantly. At that moment, Li Chugang suddenly spoke up. You have forced my junior sister, resulting in her current injuries. What do you propose we do about it? The moment these words were uttered, all the powerful figures present instinctively recoiled 100 meters, gripped by fear of Li Chugang. Yet they dared not flee, for escape was utterly futile. What? Are you all mute or deaf? Or do you simply disregard my words? No, Master Li. You misunderstand. We were merely overwhelmed by your formidable presence. Indeed, we harbor no disrespect towards you whatsoever. Li Chugang regarded them silently for a moment before smiling and saying, I, Li Chugang, have an inherent aversion to those who speak insincerely. You all fit that description. No, Master Li, please do not misinterpret our intentions. We would never dare deceive you. Yes, Master Li, we were merely jesting with the alchemy god today, harboring no ill will whatsoever. Jiang Xiaobai stood beside Li Yingying, his face awash with astonishment as he beheld the scene before him. Truly formidable, Master Brother is extraordinarily impressive. Master Brother? Jiang Xiaobai's words instantly captured Li Chugang's attention, who then turned to gaze at Li Yingying. However, Li Yingying merely shrugged her shoulders and shook her head, indicating her own ignorance of the situation. Li Jianxian, we assure you, our involvement was entirely unintentional. We did not inflict harm upon the pill god. This matter is verifiable by the heavens and the earth. Indeed, Li Jianxian, should we lie, we would meet a most unfortunate demise. Li Jianxian, we are willing to swear by the heavens that we are not responsible for the pill god's injury. Li Chugang's focus was drawn to the formidable presence surrounding him. He momentarily disregarded Jiang Xiaobai and fixed his gaze on the assembled powerful figures. His eyes suddenly grew cold, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Witnessing this spectacle, all the powerful figures recoiled in fear, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Even if you did not actively harm my second junior sister today, your intentions to endanger her life and seize her legacy are unmistakable. As Li Chugang paused, an even deeper dread gripped the onlookers. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. Today, I, Li Chugang, shall render your cultivation abilities null as a warning to the world. Whoever dares to covet my second junior sister shall face dire consequences. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the air within 100 miles transformed into over 1,000,000 formidable sword energies, swiftly surging towards the Dantian seas of the more than 1,000,000 powerful figures present. The speed of Li Chugang's sword energies was astonishing, so rapid that in the blink of an eye, the cultivation of every one of the assembled figures was obliterated. A profound silence enveloped the scene, no one daring to utter a sound. After witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai could only gasp in astonishment. Li Chungan was indeed formidable. Is there anyone among you who dares to dispute this? The atmosphere remained eerily silent, with none daring to utter a word. Every once mighty warrior had been rendered feeble, their faces ashen and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Observing this, Li Chungan spoke once more. Return and inform your respective factions that today, in my good mood, I shall refrain from visiting them. However, should I discover any further attempts against my junior sister, do not blame me, Li Chungan, for unleashing a torrent of 1,000,000 sword energies upon you. Depart, grateful for the mercy of the sword, immortal Li. Over 1,000,000 warriors supported each other as they vacated the premises. As Jiang Xiaobai watched the exodus of these powerful beings, he was left speechless, utterly shocked by Li Chungan's overwhelming strength. Young man, will you remove your mask yourself, or shall I assist you? Suddenly, Li Chungan appeared beside Jiang Xiaobai, startling him into looking up. How could he, Jiang Xiaobai, let such an impressive senior brother slip away? What use was modesty? With excitement coursing through him, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly removed his mask and exclaimed joyfully to Li Chungan, Senior brother, I am your little junior brother. Chapter 43. The evermore brazen Jiang Xiaobai. Both Li Chungan and Li Yingying were momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xiaobai's appearance. Li Chungan remarked casually, So this is how you look, rather handsome, though slightly inferior to myself. When did that old man take on a new disciple? Li Yingying inquired. How would I know? That old codger has been absent for over 1,000 years. Now that you mention it, this lad does bear a resemblance to that old fellow, Li Yingying continued, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaobai closely. Could it be that this boy is the old man's illegitimate child? She asked in disbelief, covering her mouth. Impossible. That old man could never have offspring. We all understand his background. If he did, it would be quite the anomaly. Yet, how does Jiang Xiaobai bear some likeness to the old coot? Li Yingying pondered aloud as she carefully assessed Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips tightened, as he found himself utterly at a loss for words. The two individuals engaged in a back and forth, entirely disregarding Jiang Xiaobai. By the way, junior sister, who has inflicted such harm upon you? Whoever it may be, I, your senior brother, shall avenge you. How dare they harm my beloved junior sister? Li Chuangang declared, absent-mindedly picking his nose, a far cry from the demeanor of a sword immortal. Senior brother, I wish to avenge this grievance myself. Li Yingying resolutely refused to divulge the details. Very well, junior sister, your senior brother trusts your judgment. Hey, can you both spare me a glance? I truly am your little junior brother. Indeed, indeed. What is your name? Do you believe that second senior sister 1T hesitate to spank you? Jiang Xiaobai, with a bewildered expression, immediately darkened his face and suddenly uttered words that left Li Yingying and Li Chugang in shock. Second senior sister, you are on the brink of death. Do not continue to feign strength. Silence. The scene fell into an oppressive stillness, as Li Chugang fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, Why do you claim that junior sister is nearing death? If you cannot articulate your reasoning, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson for that old fool today. Jiang Xiaobai spread his hands and remarked, Senior sister has sustained such grave injuries from her path that she cannot survive much longer. Can you not see this, senior brother? Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, not only was Li Chugang taken aback, but even Li Yingying felt an overwhelming shock. How did you discern my Dao injury? Not even the senior brother could perceive it. Junior sister, have you truly sustained a Dao injury? Li Chugang inquired, his expression laden with concern. Li Yingying reluctantly nodded, confessing, Senior brother, I have indeed suffered a severe Dao injury, inflicted by a lightning tribulation. 3 months ago, I intended to ascend through the path of alchemy, seeking to break free from my constraints and ascend from the heavenly mysterious realm. Yet, I never anticipated that the lightning tribulation would be so formidable. I was gravely wounded, nearly meeting my demise on the spot. Had I not prepared sufficiently, I fear I would never see you again. Upon hearing this, Even Li Chugang was profoundly astonished. The injuries wrought by the lightning tribulation were, undeniably, insurmountable. Just as Jiang Xiaobai had stated, Li Yingying was perilously close to death. Li Chugang's face grew solemn as he pondered deeply. Observing his demeanor, Li Yingying offered reassurance, "Senior brother, you need not worry about me. I am already content to have seen you once more before my end." "Nonsense. The senior brother will surely heal your Dao injury." "Senior brother, there is no need to expend your energy on my behalf. No one has ever managed to heal a Dao injury throughout history." Upon hearing these words, Li Chugang fell silent, fully aware that the injury stemmed from the lightning tribulation and no remedy had ever existed. There is hope. It is but a Dao injury. There is no need for such agitation. Jiang Xiaobai's words abruptly interrupted the two, as Li Chugang and Li Yingying immediately fixed their intense gazes upon him. "Are you truly serious?" The fervor and anticipation in their eyes were palpable. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai affirmed once more, "Of course, why would I deceive you? What would I gain from such a falsehood? How can that wound be treated?" Li Chugang, more anxious than Li Yingying, found himself at a loss regarding the injury. And Jiang Xiaobai's unwavering confidence stirred his excitement. Jiang Xiaobai had just inquired with the system, confirming that the Dao injury could indeed be healed, and that it was quite simple for him. However, with a grave expression in his eyes, he remarked, "The Dao injury can be treated, but it is rather troublesome." He then asked, "Is there any method? I must heal my junior sister's Dao injury." It's quite simple. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and can wield the power of the laws, the Dao injury can be healed." Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai reverberated like thunder, exploding in the minds of Li Chugang and Li Yingying. "Young man, do you comprehend the power of the laws? How dare you speak so arrogantly? The power of the laws is merely that. How formidable can it truly be? You are indeed the epitome of ignorance and fearlessness. Do you realize that even I have merely grazed the threshold of understanding the laws? You aspire to master their power. Why not aim for the heavens instead? Senior brother, let it be. After all, he is still young and lacks understanding. Let us not hold it against him. Alas, if you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. By the way, are you planning to return to the sect? If not, I shall take my leave." "The sect?" Upon hearing this, the two recalled the Qingyan sect and exchanged glances before Li Yingying spoke. "Junior sister, you are gravely injured. It would be prudent for you to return and recuperate for a while. Rest assured, senior brother will surely find a way to heal your wounds." "Senior brother, I am well aware of my own condition. There is no need for you to worry about me." "How can that be? I must ensure your injuries are healed. By the way, where is that young man?" In a moment of distraction, Jiang Xiaobai had already utilized his spatial teleportation ability to depart from their presence. His target consisted of the over 1 million formidable individuals whose powers had been rendered obsolete. Having had their abilities dismantled by Li Chugang, they had only retreated a few miles. How infuriating! I never anticipated that Li Chugang was actually the senior disciple of that Dan god. We have truly met our downfall this time. Alas, it seems our fate is sealed. With our powers stripped away, returning home equates to certain death. What shall we do? We are over 1 million strong. Are we to return merely to meet our demise? Upon hearing this, the multitude of powerful beings from various factions fell into a contemplative silence. The loss of their powers in this merciless realm of cultivation rendered their situation akin to death. At that moment, a rather cheeky voice broke the stillness. "This tree was planted by me. This path was forged by me. Do you wish to preserve your lives or your wealth?" Dressed in a black robe and donning a mask, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly materialized before over 1 million formidable warriors. This unexpected appearance sent a wave of shock through the assembly, as their gravest fears had come to fruition. "Esteemed friend, we hail from the ancient dragon's sacred land. Surely, you would consider our standing. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of our entire sect?" Just as the warrior from the ancient dragon's sacred land finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai's figure abruptly appeared behind him, delivering a swift strike to his heart with a single blade. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers involuntarily trembled in fear. After Jiang Xiaobai seized the spatial ring from the formidable figure, he smirked and remarked, "I am not acquainted with you. Kindly refrain from imparting reason, attempting camaraderie, or threatening me with your influence. Otherwise, he shall become your fate. Now, tell me, do you desire your lives or your wealth?" Chapter 44. A Tremendous Harvest. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, over 1 million powerful individuals from various factions fell into a profound silence. They understood in their hearts that today, They might very well meet their end here. Your Excellency appears to be a person of considerable standing. We are willing to relinquish our spatial ring to you. But might we inquire your name, so that we may seek your guidance in the future? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpened, and his demeanor turned frosty as his figure vanished without a trace. In an instant, he reappeared, his blade piercing the heart of the formidable adversary who had just spoken. I have already stated, do not attempt to reason with me, nor threaten me. Now, surrender your spatial rings, or face death. Upon the utterance of these words by Jiang Xiaobai, all the formidable individuals present were acutely aware that this man would undoubtedly not spare them. Your Excellency, I can bestow upon you the spatial ring, yet you must solemnly swear before the heavenly Tao that after taking our spatial rings, you shall not harm our lives any further. Jiang Xiaobai pierced the heart of yet another formidable warrior, causing all the powerful beings present to tremble in unison. You certainly have a lot to say. I did not come here to engage in idle chatter. You have 10 breaths. If you do not produce your spatial rings, I shall take them myself. With over 1 million warriors present, that amounts to more than 1 million spatial rings. Just imagine the vast resources for cultivation contained within them. Jiang Xiaobai felt an exhilarating thrill at the thought that seizing the resources of over 1 million formidable warriors would temporarily alleviate the concerns regarding the cultivation resources of the Qinyan sect. 10 breaths had passed, yet no formidable warrior had presented their spatial ring. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned icy. Do you truly believe that I am intimidated by the formidable forces behind you? Indeed, your backing is powerful. However, it holds no significance for me. Since you choose not to heed reason, you may embark on your journey. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaobai vanished from his original position. In mere moments, the cries of anguish from the over 100,000 individuals at the ancient dragon Holy Land filled the air. One by one, they fell victim to Jiang Xiaobai's swift strikes, their throats slit and hearts pierced. Within a quarter of an hour, all of the 100,000 souls had perished, lying lifeless upon the ground. The remaining powerful figures present gasped in shock, their throats constricting in disbelief. Jiang Xiaobai reappeared, swiftly collecting the spatial rings of all those from the ancient dragon Holy Land. Observing this scene, the other strong individuals trembled involuntarily. This man possesses a heart of stone. Without a moment's hesitation, he slaughtered over 100,000 people. No, I cannot face death. I must survive. Only then is there hope. I too desire to live. Once dead, there is no return. Resources for cultivation can be obtained again. Yet, the question remains. If we surrender our spatial rings, will he truly spare us? It is uncertain. We can only gamble on his mercy. In just half a quarter of an hour, numerous powerful beings began to relinquish their spatial rings, creating a towering mound of them. After Jiang Xiaobai collected the spatial rings from the crowd in the ancient dragon's sacred land, he immediately shifted his gaze to the other formidable figures and remarked with a smile, "Now this is more like it. Wealth is but an external possession. Why must you all be so attached? My dear friends, do not be so fixated." As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he made his way towards the pile of spatial rings, his heart brimming with excitement. Goodness, what an abundance of spatial rings. Just imagine the wealth of cultivation resources contained within them. It seems our rotund friend has quite a task ahead of him. In the midst of his musings, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly gathered all the spatial rings into the system's space. Esteemed Taoist, we have surrendered all the spatial rings. May we now take our leave? Jiang Xiaobai did not respond to the individual. Instead, he addressed the system, inquiring, "System, is it possible to ascertain who has yet to surrender their spatial rings?" Ding. Host, certainly. Host, the first 100 from the left, a member of the demon clan, has not surrendered their spatial ring. The 880th from the right, a member of the monster clan, has also not surrendered their spatial ring. The system continued to enumerate, revealing that there were tens of thousands of powerful beings who had failed to submit their spatial rings. This revelation caused Jiang Xiaobai's gaze to sharpen, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight once more, and soon, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted in the vicinity. A mere quarter of an hour later, over 10,000 formidable individuals had perished at the hands of Jiang Xiaobai. The other powerful beings, witnessing this, collectively gasped in disbelief. This individual possessed an eerie prowess, inexplicably aware of who had not surrendered their spatial rings. Surely, he was no ordinary foe. It was astonishing that he could discern such details. What manner of being is he, to dare offend so many formidable factions at once? We are, after all, among the most powerful forces in the Tianxin realm. Who can say? Just look at the ancient dragon sacred land. It is indeed a sacred ground. He kills at will. Even Li Chundan hesitated to strike against us, yet this person does not hesitate to eliminate so many. The actions of Jiang Xiaobai sparked a flurry of speculation among all the formidable figures present, who pondered the true identity of Jiang Xiaobai. Moments later, he returned before the assembly of powerful beings and declared, "I can spare your lives, not out of fear of the forces behind you, but simply to accumulate some virtue for myself. Now, you must denounce your respective factions as worthless. Each of you must vociferously curse them 10 times. And I shall let you go. Sir, are you being excessively unreasonable? Whether to kill or mutilate, do as you please." With that, a monstrous beast had barely finished its words when Jiang Xiaobai swiftly struck it down with a single sword, ensuring its demise was absolute. "I am a man of my word. I do what I say. Will you choose to curse or not? Friend, as the saying goes, one may meet again in the future. Why take such drastic measures?" With a swift motion, another powerful figure fell, and Jiang Xiaobai ceased his discourse, stating, "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Either denounce your factions or face death." Silence ensued immediately after Jiang Xiaobai's proclamation, enveloping the scene in an oppressive stillness. "I will not curse. If you wish to kill, then do so. I too shall refrain from cursing, for my cultivation has already been rendered useless. Living on is merely a burden." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and he coldly mocked, "Is there anything else? If you wish to kill, then do so. There is no need for further manipulation. Indeed, after our demise, the sacred land will surely avenge us. Very well, if that is the case, I shall facilitate your desires." With a hum, Jiang Xiaobai's figure abruptly vanished, causing the expressions of all the formidable beings to stiffen with tension. At that moment, powerful punches manifested high in the sky, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. In the midst of their horrified gazes, Jiang Xiaobai unleashed a barrage of potent fist shadows upon them. In an instant, anguished cries erupted as numerous powerful warriors fell to his might. Over 1,000,000 formidable beings, their powers rendered null, were entirely eradicated by Jiang Xiaobai within mere moments. "A bunch of fools, did you truly believe I would spare you?" he scoffed. "Anyone who dares to harm our Qing sect, be they human, beast, or demon, I shall not let a single one escape." Having spoken, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze skyward, addressing the concealed Li Chugang and Li Yingying, elder brother, second sister. "Will you return to the sect or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Chapter 45. The Master of Deception emerges to fool the second sister. Emerging from their aerial concealment upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Li Yingying and Li Chugang stood forth. "When did that old man take you as his disciple? Did he not declare over a millennium ago that he would take no more students? How is it that he accepted someone as ruthless as you?" Li Chugang scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai, voicing his inner doubts. In response, Jiang Xiaobai replied, "A decade ago, my master encountered me, the fated prodigy, and although I initially intended to disregard him, he insisted on kneeling and begging me to be his disciple. Alas, my talent proved too formidable to resist." Upon hearing this, Li Chugang and Li Yingying's lips twitched uncontrollably. "Second sister, your lifespan is but 3 years now. Perhaps we should seek out our master? He might be able to heal your Dao injury," Jiang Xiaobai tentatively suggested. He was not truly a disciple of the Qingyun sect's leader, and should his deception be unveiled, he feared falling into peril. Who could predict how these so-called elder siblings would treat him? If their powers were already so terrifying, then surely the leader of the Qingyun sect must have reached unparalleled heights. Jiang Xiaobai finally recognized the gravity of the situation without resolution. He could find no solace within himself. It had been over a millennium since they last encountered that old man, and they had presumed him to have departed from the heavenly mysterious realm. Yet, a decade ago, he resurfaced to take you as his disciple. "Senior brother, even if we were to locate him, it is doubtful he could remedy my injuries. Indeed, while that old fellow possesses formidable strength, he may also be at a loss regarding my afflictions. Furthermore, his movements are unpredictable. Where shall we seek him?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's expression shifted. His heart momentarily eased as he silently mused. How fortunate it is that the leader of the Qingyun sect does not make an appearance. Grant me 3 years, and by then, I shall possess sufficient strength to confront him without fear. However, he pondered the current predicament of the Qingyun sect, which boasted only Guoguo and Xiaoman as its formidable peak-level Emperor Realm warriors. should a pseudo-immortal level adversary descend upon them. The fate of the Qingyun sect would be precarious indeed. If only Li Chugang and Li Yingying could remain within the sect for an extended period, it would ensure stability. With this thought, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze swiftly turned to Li Yingying and Li Chugang. A sudden inspiration struck him, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he began to elaborate grandly to the two. Elder brother, second sister, I possess the ability to heal your Dao injuries. If you grant me 2 years, no, 3, I shall restore second sister's Dao to its former glory. Li Chugang and Li Yingying were momentarily taken aback. Their eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaobai as they inquired, Little junior brother, can you truly heal Dao injuries? Their skepticism was palpable. If I say I can, then I can. Just allow me the time. Once I elevate the Qingyun sect to the pinnacle of power, what challenge could a mere Dao injury present? Furthermore, elder brother and second sister, do you currently possess any viable solutions to mend such injuries? Upon hearing this, both were rendered silent, contemplating their options. Jiang Xiaobai spoke truthfully. They indeed possess no means to comprehend the power of the laws, which is exceedingly arduous to grasp. Even someone as formidable as Li Chugang has merely brushed against the essence of this power. Junior sister, shall we consider returning to the Qingyun sect? It has been over a millennium since our last visit. Upon hearing this, Li Yingying fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement and responding, Indeed, senior brother. Let us return to the Qingyun sect. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a faint smile, yet his heart surged with uncontainable excitement. Eldest senior brother. Second senior sister, I am aware that you still harbor doubts about my ability to heal the Dao injury. Once we return to Qingyun sect, I shall unequivocally demonstrate my prowess. I, Jiang Xiaobai, am destined to become the strongest being of all time. A mere Dao injury is but a trifling matter. Jiang Xiaobai lifted his head with utmost confidence, causing both individuals to twitch their lips once again in disbelief. Junior brother, do not attempt to deceive us, or else I shall truly take care of you. Nonsense. We are all family here. How could we deceive our own kin? Eldest senior brother, second senior sister. I have been away from the Qingyun sect for nearly a month. We must return swiftly, for I have pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Xiaobai had already delayed the system's side quest for almost a month. Only by continuously completing the system tasks could he enhance his strength at a faster pace. It was utterly impossible for him to cultivate without the system's tasks. Buzz. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, Li Chugang swiftly gestured, and a colossal sword materialized. He grasped the hands of Jiang Xiaobai and Li Yingying, lifting them effortlessly as one would a pair of chicks. Rest assured, we shall return to Qingyun sect in but a moment. Whoosh. Before Jiang Xiaobai could even comprehend the situation, Li Chugang swiftly carried him and Li Yingying, soaring through the skies towards the direction of Qingyun sect, with a speed that could traverse 1,000 miles in a mere second. The formidable prowess of sword immortal Li Chugang left Jiang Xiaobai trembling in fear. He repeatedly shouted in a panicked tone, Master brother, it's not that important. We can take it slow. However, he quickly reminded himself that matters concerning his junior disciple were undoubtedly significant and should not be delayed. Buzzing. No sooner had he uttered these words than Li Chugang accelerated, and within just a quarter of an hour, they arrived before the mountain gate of Qingyun sect. Jiang Xiaobai promptly regurgitated, and at that moment, Li Chugang and Li Yingying suddenly exclaimed, Did that old fellow not declare that the Qingyun sect does not accept disciples? What is the meaning of this? How has the Qingyun sect suddenly acquired over 10,000 new disciples? Moreover, is it not true that the Qingyun sect has only just been established? It seems so new. Once Jiang Xiaobai regained his composure, his gaze immediately turned towards the Qingyun sect. At this moment, the Qingyun sect stood tall with its imposing buildings, and the main hall of the sect was particularly grand and magnificent. This truly resembled a proper sect. When my strength increases, I shall renovate the entire Qingyun sect. However, the current Qingyun sect, while indeed impressive, suffers from a deficiency of spiritual energy. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the Qingyun sect before him and murmured, Junior brother, is the current Qingyun sect a result of your endeavors? Indeed, what do you think? Does it captivate your eye? Junior brother, was the establishment of the sect and the recruitment of disciples the idea of that old fellow? Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, No, it was my idea to establish a sect and take on disciples. I aspire to create the most formidable sect, to dominate the Tianxian realm, to traverse the cosmic rivers, and to make the entire universe bow before our Qingyun sect. The cosmic rivers? Li Chugang and the others were astonished by Jiang Xiaobai's declaration. Having never encountered the concept of cosmic rivers before, they exchanged glances, their eyes turning back to Jiang Xiaobai as they inquired, "Junior brother, what exactly are the cosmic rivers?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, he produced two azure cloud illustrations. With a smile, he said, senior brother, second senior sister. Please inscribe your names on these azure cloud illustrations, and then let a single drop of your blood fall upon them. Once these tasks are completed, you shall comprehend the essence of the cosmic rivers and stars, and also believe that I can heal your injuries. With a sincere expression, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the two individuals before him, though his heart fluttered with a mix of anxiety, fervor, and anticipation. Li Chungan and Li Yingying exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing slightly as they quietly observed the Qinyan atlas in Jiang Xiaobai's hands. After scrutinizing the atlas for a moment, Li Yingying inquired, "Junior brother, what exactly is the Qinyan atlas?" Jiang Xiaobai, with a sudden flash of inspiration, recalled the words that Guoguo had uttered after dripping blood on the Qinyan illustrated tome. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he addressed his second senior sister. This Qinyan illustrated tome is precisely the key to healing your Dao injuries. Simply inscribe your name and let a drop of your essence blood fall upon it, and you shall unveil its miraculous nature. Li Yingying's eyes still reflected some confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she accepted the Qinyan illustrated tome from Jiang Xiaobai's hands and declared, "Since my time is limited and my junior brother is so confident in his ability to cure my Dao injuries, I shall give it a try." With that, Li Yingying inscribed her name on the tome and subsequently let a drop of her essence blood fall onto it. As soon as the blood touched the surface, her eyes sparkled and she exclaimed, "This is..." Chapter 46, Jiang Xiaobai. It is time to cleanse these trifles. Upon the infusion of her essence blood into the Qinyan illustrated tome, Li Yingying's demeanor shifted to one of exhilaration, her eyes shimmering with excitement. This is the power of the laws. The Qinyan illustrated tome possesses an abundance of law power. She danced with joy, unable to contain her elation. Li Chungan, upon hearing Li Yingying's words, was equally astonished and looked at her incredulously. "Junior sister, are you saying that this Qinyan illustrated tome contains a rich essence of law power?" Li Yingying nodded vigorously, her entire being radiating joy as if she had been granted a new lease on life. "Elder brother, truly it is real. This Qinyan illustrated tome is infused with a profound law power. Moreover, this law power is actually nourishing the injuries I carry." Observing Li Yingying's boundless excitement, Li Chungan turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "Junior brother, what exactly is this Qinyan illustrated tome? How can it be so extraordinary, harboring such potent law power?" His curiosity was palpable, yet Jiang Xiaobai replied, "Elder brother, do hasten to inscribe your name and let your blood fall upon the tome. You shall soon discover its wonders." Li Chungan paused briefly, and after a moment of silence, he promptly signed his name and dripped his blood onto the tome without further ado. Buzz! A formidable surge of law power enveloped Li Chungan's entire being in an instant, igniting his exhilaration. Indeed, this is genuine. The power of the laws, such terrifying law power manifests within this seemingly trivial object. With such concentrated law power, given enough time, I shall surely transcend my constraints. Li Chungan was utterly astonished. It had been a long time since he had felt such fervor. Jiang Xiaobai stood aside, observing the two individuals with a demeanor of tranquility. Yet his heart was already bursting with joy. Success! With these two anchoring the Qinyan sect, what is there to fear? Regrettably, he lamented not having deceived senior sister Li Yuqi back then. If only he had persuaded her to sign and bloodbind to the Qinyan Codex, it would have been perfect. The next time she returns, he must find a way to coax her into signing and making her mark on the Codex. While Jiang Xiaobai was lost in his thoughts, Li Yingying suddenly approached him and inquired softly, "Junior brother, such a wondrous treasure, how did you come by it? Did the old man gift it to you?" "Indeed. Junior brother, although senior brother's attitude was somewhat unkind before, I did not expect you to graciously present us with such a precious artifact." Li Chun gazed at the Qinyan Codex in his hand with reverence, unable to part with it. You consider the Qinyan Codex a treasure?" "Of course, junior brother. The Qinyan Codex embodies profound laws of power. It is undoubtedly a rare and valuable treasure." "Junior brother, where did you acquire such a magnificent artifact? Was it bestowed upon you by that old curmudgeon? He has always been biased and selfish." At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai found himself at a loss for words. The Qinyan tome was as abundant as he desired. Its value seemed utterly trivial. Furthermore, the Qinyan tome was intended for the purpose of apprenticeship, only beneficial to those who had pledged with their blood. How could you dare to proclaim this item a treasure? I can possess as many as I wish. With that, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly produced a large collection of Qinyan tomes, placing them before the two individuals. Upon witnessing this, their expressions instantly turned to one of shock and bewilderment. Elder sister, senior brother, what has befallen you? Are you unwell? Come, let us hasten back to the sect, where the disciples can attend to you properly. Jiang Xiaobai turned and strode into the Qiyun sect, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As Li Yingying and Li Chun stood there, their faces etched with confusion, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly called out to the Qiyun sect, "Everyone, come forth at once to welcome your second and third masters." The voice of Jiang Xiaobai resonated throughout the entire Qinyan sect. Originally supervising the affairs of the sect, Xiaoman and Guoguo trembled upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's voice, particularly Xiaoman, whose countenance darkened at his words, immediately fled. "Xiaoman, where are you going?" Guoguo inquired curiously as he watched Xiaoman take off. "Guoguo, hurry and run. That pervert is back." Xiaoman's panicked voice had barely faded when her figure vanished from Guoguo's sight. "The senior brother has returned? Oh my goodness, I must hide." Guoguo, like Xiaoman, quickly disappeared from the scene. Meanwhile, the other disciples of the Qinyan sect, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's voice, were instantly filled with excitement and shouted, "Quickly, everyone! Let us go to the sect entrance to welcome our junior uncle back." After a month apart, do you think our junior uncle has made another breakthrough? There is a strong possibility. Our junior uncle is so formidable. Wouldn't a breakthrough be effortless for him? Over 10,000 disciples of the Qinyan sect surged towards the sect's mountain gate. Moments later, as Jiang Xiaobai approached the entrance, he was met by the sight of more than 10,000 disciples rushing towards him. "Greetings, junior uncle. No need for such formalities." "Yes, junior uncle. Everyone, come forth and pay your respects to your second and third uncles." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Li Yingying and Li Chugang, who stood behind Jiang Xiaobai. As they collectively exclaimed, "Disciples pay their respects to the second and third uncles." Li Chugang and Li Yingying were momentarily taken aback. It was their first experience of such a large crowd addressing them as uncles. No need for formalities. "Thank you, esteemed uncles." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the crowd for a moment before suddenly calling out, "Fatty, come forth." Hey, I'm here, Master Uncle," Wang Dayton exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Whenever Jiang Xiaobai summoned him, it invariably signified an important matter, often of a fortuitous nature. As anticipated, Jiang Xiaobai proceeded to scatter the more than 100,000 spatial rings he had previously acquired onto the ground. The sight of the mountain of spatial rings left not only Wang Dayton in utter astonishment, but also the other disciples of Qinyan sect, who were equally awestruck. "Just how many spatial rings are there?" Wang Dayton gasped. "Fatty, gather some disciples and classify all the resources and spirit stones contained within these spatial rings. Also, once you have completed the inventory, ensure that all the top-tier spirit stones are delivered to me." Wang Dayton, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded vigorously and replied, "Rest assured, Master Uncle. I shall attend to it immediately. You, and all of you come with me." With a grand procession of over 1,000 individuals, Wang Dayton commenced the meticulous task of cataloging the resources within the spatial rings. "Elder brother, second sister, where are you headed? Young junior brother, attend to your own tasks. Do not concern yourself with us." The figures of Li Yingying and Li Chuangang swiftly vanished from Jiang Xiaobai's view. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. After casting a sweeping glance over the entirety of the Qinyan sect, his eyes glinted with cold determination as he proclaimed, "It is time to eliminate those nuisances." Chapter 47. Completion of Side Quest, Reward, 5 million Spiritual Energy Points, and Concealment Technique. With over 100,000 spatial rings to account for, Wang Dabin, accompanied by more than 1,000 others, diligently spent 3 full days on the task. Once the tally was completed, Wang Dabin could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed before Jiang Xiaobai, his gestures animated, exclaiming, "Little Shu, we have struck it rich, truly struck it rich." His exhilaration was palpable. He had never encountered such an abundance of cultivation resources before. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Wang Dadong and remarked nonchalantly, "Look at your limited ambition. We are destined for greatness. Shouldn't we maintain our composure?" We aspire to traverse the cosmos and establish ourselves as the mightiest sect throughout eternity. So there is no need for such alarm. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, Wang Dadong immediately rolled his eyes and, with palpable excitement, exclaimed, "Little Master Uncle, we have already compiled the statistics of over 1,000,000 spatial rings. The low-grade spiritual stones total a staggering 108,996,000,000. The mid-grade spiritual stones amount to 35,645,000,000, while the high-grade spiritual stones reach 17,938,000,000. Furthermore, the supreme-grade spiritual stones tally up to 99,700,000,000. We also have 1,900,000 spiritual weapons and an astonishing 6,989,456 various weapons. Additionally, there are 9,800,000 different spiritual herbs, along with a plethora of other treasures, all meticulously recorded." At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai stood in a daze, unable to regain his composure. He was aware that there would be many, yet he had not anticipated such a multitude. "Junior uncle? Junior uncle, what is the matter with you?" Wang Dabin incessantly waved his plump hands before Jiang Xiaobai. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xiaobai swallowed hard, his eyes flickering with emotion as he exclaimed, "My dear fellow, you have worked tirelessly. Please arrange for 3,000 individuals to be dispatched to the treasure pavilion. From now on, they shall heed your command, for you are to become an elder of the treasure pavilion." Wang Dabin was momentarily taken aback, but soon his excitement bubbled forth. "Yes, junior uncle. By the way, hand over all those exquisite spirit stones to me, and the remainder should be stored within the treasure pavilion. Issue a decree that henceforth, every disciple of the Qingyun sect shall receive 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each month for their cultivation. Remember, there shall be no economizing. All must be utilized for cultivation. Should anyone be stingy with their usage, I shall confront them. Understood, junior uncle." After Wang Dabin presented Jiang Xiaobai with the spatial ring containing the exquisite spirit stones, he promptly scampered away. Observing Wang Dabin's retreating figure, Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a slight smile as he mused, once I complete this side quest, I shall be able to establish my own sect and accept apprentices. This time, I intend to recruit no fewer than 100,000. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was about to turn and depart from the Qingyun sect, Li Chungang and a few others suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Junior brother, please wait." "What is it, senior brother?" "Junior brother, I have something to discuss with you," Li Chungang replied, looking earnestly at Jiang Xiaobai. "It is this. Senior brother and your second senior sister have decided to remain in the sect from now on, no longer venturing outside. Please have someone modify the bamboo grove on the back mountain. We shall reside there from now on." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately nodded and said, "Senior brother, senior sister, you may instruct those disciples as you wish. I have matters to attend to." With that, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished without a trace, leaving no lingering aura behind. What could this lad be so hastily pursuing? With such feeble strength, does he not realize the importance of diligent cultivation? As soon as Li Chungang uttered these words, the petite Xiaoman and Guoguo standing behind him cast him peculiar glances. "Why are you two looking at me like that?" Li Chungang inquired. Xiaoman and Guoguo shook their heads and replied, "You will understand in due time, senior brother." Li Chungang, taken aback, said, "Xiaoman, I'm hungry. Hurry and prepare something to eat." "I won't," Xiaoman retorted. "Is your bottom feeling itchy? Perhaps senior brother could assist you with that." At this, Xiaoman trembled and instinctively covered her behind with her hands. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything, as long as it is delicious and varied." Upon hearing this, Xiaoman's expression darkened. Had it not been for the fact that she could not overpower this man, she would have certainly pinned him to the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had already arrived 100 miles outside the Qingyun sect. He scrutinized the map in his hands, deep in thought. Over 100 factions. And from my investigations over the past 3 days, the most formidable is the leader of the Luotian sect, whose cultivation has reached the first level of the sacred realm. However, it matters not. I can still vanquish him. I shall commence by cleansing the nearby minor sections. With this resolution, Jiang Xiaobai's figure once again disappeared. With his current strength, each use of his spatial traversal ability allowed him to cover dozens of miles. In mere seconds, he arrived at the Tianlong gang. Observing the gang, which numbered only in the thousands, Jiang Xiaobai wasted no time and unleashed a powerful fist technique upon them. Boom. In an instant, the entire Tianlong gang was reduced to ruins, all its members perishing utterly. Humph. Why provoke anyone else when they chose to antagonize me? Jiang Xiaobai. After surveying the battlefield, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once more. In just half a day, within a radius of several thousand miles, nearly all factions harboring animosity towards the Qingyun sect had been eradicated by Jiang Xiaobai. This unprecedented event sent ripples of shock throughout the surrounding area. What on earth transpired? How could it be that within merely half a day, over 100 factions within thousands of miles had been completely annihilated? There was no need for conjecture. It had to be the work of the Qingyun sect. Not long ago, these factions had banded together to assault the Qingyun sect, intending to obliterate it and seize its treasures. Little did they expect to be met with a counterattack. My heavens, is the Qingyun sect truly this powerful? Indeed. The Qingyun sect is formidable. I wonder when they will recruit disciples. I would certainly like to try my luck at joining them. Within a radius of several thousand miles, all forces harboring enmity towards the Qingyun sect, save for the Luotian sect, have been eradicated by Jiang Xiaobai. Meanwhile, within the Luotian sect, the high-ranking officials report to the sect master, esteemed sect master, within a radius of several thousand miles, we are the only remaining force. All others have been annihilated. Luo Yun, seated in the position of sect master, pressed his fingers against his temples, engulfed in silence. Observing his demeanor, the other high-ranking members of the Luotian sect urged, "Sect master, we must promptly relay this news to the upper sect. Otherwise, I fear our Luotian sect may face the same fate." Indeed, sect master, decisive action is necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yun commanded, "Immediately convey this information to the Batian sect, stating that someone has dared to challenge their authority, attempting to unify the territory within several thousand miles. Furthermore, convey that the Luotian sect is the sole remaining bastion holding out in this expanse. Urge the Batian sect to dispatch powerful reinforcements post-haste." Understood, sect master. Shortly after the message was dispatched, Jiang Xiaobai's figure materialized in the skies above the Luotian sect, declaring, "Luotian sect, perish." A cacophony of thunderous punches rained down upon the sect, reducing it to ruins in an instant. Who dares to provoke the Luotian sect? Luo Yun, bloodied and pale, emerged from the debris. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaobai, his rage boiled over. "You wretched thief! Your heart is merciless. You slaughter our tens of thousands without hesitation. You are a true fiend. Fool! When your Luotian sect sought to seize our treasures and obliterate the Qingyun sect, your demise was already sealed. Die." The figure of Jiang Xiaobai suddenly vanished, leaving Luo Yun in a state of sheer terror. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp, chilling pain pierce his heart. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xiaobai had appeared behind him and thrust a gleaming sword through his chest. With a sickening gasp, he uttered, "You." In the depths of despair, Luo Yun succumbed to death, his body plummeting from the heights. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the side quest." Chapter 48. The Ancient Dragon Sacred Land. Jiang Xiaobai must die. The system's voice ignited a surge of excitement within Jiang Xiaobai. After nearly a month, he had finally completed the side quest. How delightful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for perfectly completing the side quest. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 5 million spirit points, along with the hidden divine ability and the divine level transformation array. As anticipated, once Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation reached the realm of respect, the system ceased to reward him with true energy points, instead granting him spirit points. System. Why is it only 5 million spirit points? Ding. Host. The exchange rate for spirit points to true energy points is 1 to 10. 1 spirit point can be exchanged for 10 true energy points. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly as he responded helplessly, "System. What are the concealment divine art and the transformation divine array?" Ding. Host. The concealment divine art is a divine level ability that allows the host to obscure their body, aura, and cultivation strength. Under the influence of this divine art, no one can detect the host's presence, aura, or true power. Ding. The divine transformation array can convert all resources into the spiritual energy desired by the host, significantly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy within a certain area. After absorbing this information, Jiang Xiaobai was left utterly astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Incredible. System. I wish to learn how to utilize the concealment divine art immediately. Buzz. As Jiang Xiaobai's words faded into the air, an enigmatic and formidable force enveloped him instantaneously. He promptly closed his eyes, immersing himself in profound contemplation. After a considerable duration, he reopened his eyes, a sly smile gracing his lips as he exclaimed, "Ha! With this elusive divine art, my means of self-preservation have multiplied, and my strength has grown considerably. Now, I must hasten back to the sect to experiment with this divine transformation array." Jiang Xiaobai's figure swiftly vanished from sight, and in just a quarter of an hour, he returned to the Qingyun sect. "Fatty, come out. Hurry up." The voice of Jiang Xiaobai resonated throughout the Qingyun sect, startling even Li Chugang and his companions. Why is my junior brother always so easily startled? I must take the time to instruct him on the importance of remaining composed in the face of adversity. Li Chugang and Li Yingying swiftly approached Jiang Xiaobai, remarking, "Junior brother, you must learn to maintain your composure. How can you achieve greatness or aspire to become a formidable force if you are constantly alarmed?" Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to Li Chungan, his expression brimming with excitement. Both Guoguo and Xiaoman, upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, immediately sensed that something significant was unfolding. As anticipated, Wang Dadong soon approached Jiang Xiaobai, inquiring, "What instructions do you have for me, junior uncle?" System. Summoned the divine transformation array. With a resonating hum, an enigmatic and immensely powerful formation materialized before the onlookers. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li Chungan, Li Yingying, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. What is this formation, junior brother? The aura emanating from it is utterly terrifying." Jiang Xiaobai did not respond to Li Chungan. Instead, he turned to Wang Daden and exclaimed, "Hurry, my friend, swiftly retrieve those superfluous resources and cast them into this formation." Jiang Xiaobai's excitement was palpable, his breath quickening with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Wang Daden immediately produced a spatial ring and began to hurl the multitude of disorganized, albeit largely useless, resources into the divine transformation array. With a resonant hum, a miraculous scene unfolded. The divine transformation array began to operate at an astonishing speed, and in an instant, those resources were transmuted into a rich, vibrant spiritual energy. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present was left speechless, unable to fathom the extraordinary sight before their eyes. "Junior brother, what is this formation? How can it be so astonishing?" Li Chungan stood frozen in shock. Even he, a formidable figure, had never encountered such a terrifying and unparalleled array. Not only the others, but even Jiang Xiaobai himself felt a profound sense of awe. With such a remarkable divine transformation array, Qingyun sect was destined to become the most spiritually enriched place in the entire Tianxian realm. Even the revered sanctuaries and powerful factions would likely find themselves unable to compare. Isn't this incredible, junior brother? I've never witnessed such a formidable and extraordinary array before. With this formation, the concentration of spiritual energy in our Qingyun sect is sure to rise exponentially. But, junior brother, you have yet to inform big brother about what kind of array this is. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath and spoke. This is a transformation grand array, capable of converting any resource into spiritual energy. Moreover, the resultant spiritual energy is remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. As these words echoed throughout the space, a wave of astonishment washed over everyone present. Wang Daren exclaimed, "Heavens! If this is truly the case, then our Qingyun sect shall become the most spiritually enriched place in the entire Tianxian realm." Turning to Jiang Xiaobai, he inquired, "Little junior brother, from where did you acquire such an extraordinary array?" This question immediately drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity, all eyes fixated on Jiang Xiaobai. This. I found it by the roadside," he replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief, clearly skeptical of Jiang Xiaobai's words. "System. Can I envelop the entire Qingyun sect with the divine transformation array?" A prompt responded, "Yes, host. The divine transformation array can be freely enlarged or diminished." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression became once more animated as he commanded, "System. Enlarge the divine transformation array to envelop the entirety of Qingyun sect and extend outwards for 10 miles. "Understood, host," came the prompt response. With a resonating hum, the divine transformation array rapidly expanded, swiftly encompassing the entire Qingyun sect and extending outward for 10 miles. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the magnificent array. Fatty, cast half of the low-grade spirit stones into the transformation array, he instructed. Yes, little master uncle. Fatty complied without hesitation. In no time, Wang Darren cast half of the low-grade spirit stones into the divine transformation array. In an instant, a torrent of rich spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the entire Qingyun sect. Remarkably, the concentration of spiritual energy within Qingyun sect had skyrocketed over tenfold. The members of Qingyun sect erupted in excitement. Their previous concerns about the sparse spiritual energy hindering their cultivation now a distant memory. They were relieved to no longer fret over this matter. Jiang Xiaobai observed the increasingly rich spiritual energy enveloping the entire Qingyun sect and inquired once more of the system. System, will this transformed spiritual energy leak out? Ding. No. Host, it will not. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's inner turmoil was completely alleviated. While the crowd remained in a state of shock, a smile once again graced the corners of Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he declared, System, immediately utilize 5 million spirit energy points to enhance my cultivation. Ding. Understood, host. Meanwhile, within the sacred hall of the ancient dragon Holy Land, the voice of the ancient elder resonated throughout the chamber. Jiang Xiaobai must perish. Chapter 49. Another breakthrough to the third stage of the sovereign realm. Inside the sacred hall of the ancient dragon Holy Land, the ancient elder was locked in a fierce stare with the holy master Fang Jintian. The entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. As the other powerful figures of the ancient dragon Holy Land stood quietly, too fearful to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, Fang Jintian shattered the stillness, stating, Ancient elder, the matter concerning Jiang Xiaobai was a joint decision made by several ancient elders a decade ago. Now, given the numerous significant events unfolding in the ancient dragon Holy Land, the issue of Jiang Xiaobai must be addressed solely by the ancient elders. Fang Jintian's words were resolute, revealing his unwillingness to engage further with the matter of Jiang Xiaobai. Are you dismissing the opinions of us old ones? The ancient elder retorted. Jiang Xiaobai must die, otherwise the entire ancient dragon Holy Land will inevitably face extermination. At these words, Fang Jintian and all the powerful figures present felt a chill, falling into a profound silence. Master, please send someone to locate Jiang Xiaobai at once, swiftly incapacitate him and bring him back. Otherwise, in a few years, you will surely regret it. Ancient elder, if you were so intent on eliminating Jiang Xiaobai, why did you not act yourself back then? What compels you to seek his death now? Fang Jintian posed the question that lingered in the minds of all present, plunging the ancient elder into immediate silence. The assembly watched the ancient elder in silence for what felt like an eternity, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. A decade ago, when Jiang Xiaobai was merely 8 years old, several ancient elders of the ancient dragon Holy Land had abruptly issued an order for Fang Jintian to execute Jiang Xiaobai without delay. The news had shocked everyone in the ancient dragon Holy Land. Some had even dared to question why they sought to kill Jiang Xiaobai, only to be swiftly silenced by the ancient elders, their very souls extinguished. Thus, no one in the ancient dragon Holy Land dared to question the decree to kill Jiang Xiaobai. It is imperative to note that at that time, Jiang Xiaobai exhibited an extraordinarily prodigious talent, having reached the pinnacle of the sovereign realm by the age of 8, coupled with a terrifying celestial-grade spiritual root. In the Tianqian realm, spiritual roots are categorized not only into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades, but also encompass various formidable types. The celestial grade spiritual root stands as one of the most distinguished among these powerful varieties. The ancient elder squinted, his drooping eyelids fixed on Fang Jintian. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. You need not concern yourselves with the reasons. Simply carry out your orders. The specifics will reveal themselves to you in due time. The ancient elder deftly deflected the conversation, leaving Fang Jintian visibly dissatisfied, yet powerless. Did you all hear that? Quickly search for Jiang Xiaobai. Once found, immediately strip him of his cultivation and bring him back to the ancient elder. Understood, Holy Master. Additionally, ascertain the details surrounding the recent calamity in the western region's Dragon City, specifically who was responsible for the slaughter of over 1 million formidable individuals from various factions. Our ancient dragon sacred land has also suffered the loss of around 10,000 lives. This matter cannot be glossed over. Yes, Holy Master. Furthermore, dispatch someone to investigate the whereabouts of Dan Godly Yingying. It is imperative that she is found and brought back to the sacred land. Now, you may disperse. Yes. Holy Master. Wait. Just as the assembly began to depart the grand hall, the ancient elder suddenly interjected. Send several powerful individuals to the southern region to seek clues regarding Jiang Xiaobai. Remember to focus on the Qingyun sect in the southern region. Yes, ancient elder. Soon. Everyone within the grand hall exited in haste. The ancient elder cast a glance at Fang Jintian before departing himself. Observing this, Fang Jintian narrowed his eyes and scoffed, "Humph. You old codgers, do not presume that I am oblivious to your schemes." With that, he too exited the Holy Master's grand hall. Meanwhile, within the Qingyun sect, the previously astonished crowd suddenly beheld Jiang Xiaobai, seated in meditation. Aside from Li Chungan and Li Yingying, the expressions of the entire Qingyun sect seemed to turn numbed. "Xiaoman, why does everyone wear such a countenance?" Li Chungan inquired curiously. "I don't know," Xiaoman replied, maintaining her usual demeanor. "Big brother will be quite upset about this." "Humph." Xiaoman turned her head away defiantly. "Big brother, in due time, you will come to understand. One must experience it to truly appreciate the peculiarities of our junior brother." Upon hearing Guoguo's words, both Li Chungan and Li Yingying turned their gazes toward Jiang Xiaobai. Just then, Jiang Xiaobai's aura suddenly surged dramatically, prompting an involuntary exclamation from one of the disciples. "Ah, junior uncle is a freak. He has broken through again. When will I ever be able to reach such heights as junior uncle? If I possessed even a tenth of his monstrous talent, I could wake up smiling in my sleep." "Ernyo, you should stop dreaming. Even in your wildest dreams, you could not envision yourself possessing junior uncle's extraordinary talent." As the disciples of the Qingyun sect gazed in astonished disbelief, Jiang Xiaobai's aura had already escalated to the peak of the first stage of the respect realm. On the verge of breaking through to the second stage, junior brother's spiritual root is merely of the upper grade, while his physique is flawless. It cannot truly be described as monstrous, can it? Indeed, junior brother's talent is merely above average within the entire Tianxian realm. It hardly qualifies as extraordinary. Why then did that old man take junior brother as his disciple? Li Chugang and Li Yingying gazed at Jiang Xiaobai in confusion, while Guoguo and Xiaoman exchanged peculiar glances. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped Jiang Xiaobai, propelling his aura to break through to the second tier of the respect realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His aura continued to ascend rapidly, directly advancing toward the third tier of the respect realm. "Is he attempting to break through again?" Guoguo remarked. "Master brother, forcing such a breakthrough might irreparably damage his foundation. Should we intervene?" "Absolutely not. Master brother, you must refrain from such actions, or else junior brother will be quite displeased." Guoguo quickly interjected, preventing Li Chugang from interrupting Jiang Xiaobai's process. Li Chugang, momentarily taken aback by Guoguo's words, turned his attention back to Jiang Xiaobai, whose aura was still escalating swiftly. Before long, Jiang Xiaobai's aura reached the pinnacle of the second tier of the respect realm. "Remarkable. Junior uncle, you are now my idol," exclaimed one disciple. "He is on the verge of breaking into the third tier of the respect realm. Truly astounding. What kind of prodigy is our junior uncle? It seems he faces no bottlenecks in his cultivation. Ah, perhaps this is the essence of competition, where one's excellence can be both inspiring and disheartening." As the conversation unfolded, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged past the pinnacle of the second tier, seamlessly transitioning into the third tier of the respect realm. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone could only shake their heads in disbelief. Having achieved consecutive breakthroughs over 2 minor levels, it was evident that junior brother's talent was exceptionally impressive. Li Chugang's comments elicited scoffs from the disciples of Qingyun sect. Just then, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly opened his eyes. Chapter 50. Once again recruiting disciples. An old rival appears. Jiang Xiaobai opened his eyes, glanced at the crowd, and with a slight smirk, remarked, "Oh dear, I've only ascended by a mere 2 minor levels. How exceedingly slow." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai uttered those words, the mouths of everyone present began to twitch uncontrollably, their faces darkening as they turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Come back." After a sharp reprimand from Jiang Xiaobai, everyone turned around. Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at the crowd for a moment before speaking. "Fatty, cast all the inferior spirit stones into the transformation array and convert them into spiritual energy." Wang Daiden was taken aback upon hearing this, and promptly inquired, "Master uncle, what shall we distribute to the disciples for their cultivation each month?" "Use the medium-grade spirit stones. The inferior spirit stones will no longer suffice for us." Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, The entire assembly of disciples erupted in fervor. "Oh my goodness! Little Shirshu, I adore you. Loving you until the seas run dry and the rocks decay. Wow, little Shirshu, I wish to bear your offspring. You are simply too wonderful. Little Shirshu, you are magnificent. You are extraordinary. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to speak ill of little Shirshu in my presence, I shall confront them fiercely." Li Chugang and Li Yingying, upon hearing the fervent declarations of the crowd, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. "Elder brother, why do I feel that this group has been led astray by our junior brother?" Li Chugang nodded in agreement, responding, "It is not merely a feeling. They have indeed strayed." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the crowd, and after a moment of silence, his attention was suddenly drawn to Li Yingying, to whom he smiled and said, "Ah, my beautiful and kind second senior sister, how is your injury faring? What troubles you? Speak." "Indeed, she is truly deserving of her reputation as my lovely and benevolent second senior sister, not only possessing beauty and a kind heart, but also a remarkable understanding of her junior's sentiments. Will you speak?" "Hee, second senior sister. Our Qingyun sect is gradually gaining prominence, which esteemed sect does not boast a respectable alchemy pavilion." Oh, be gentle, second senior sister." Li Yingying pinched the flesh at Jiang Xiaobai's waist with her delicate hand. "Humph. Even in your second senior sister's condition, you still wish to exploit me? No. Second senior sister, to heal your spiritual injury, merely relying on the power of the laws within the Qingyun Illustrated Guide is insufficient. You must engage in more activity." "I refuse." Li Yingying promptly turned to leave, and Jiang Xiaobai exhibited little reaction. Her refusal was anticipated. He then shifted his gaze towards Li Chugang and remarked, "Elder brother, the Qingyun sect requires a formidable sword. No time for that. I'm going fishing." Li Chugang retorted before swiftly departing, leaving Jiang Xiaobai in a state of bewilderment. "Little uncle, the two senior uncles may have just returned, which is why they declined. Once they remain here longer, they will surely grow bored, making it easier to persuade them." Wang Darren stood beside Jiang Xiaobai, offering his counsel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Hiki, I shall not let them off easily. Fatty, prepare yourself. We shall journey to Qingyun City and once again recruit disciples." "Yes, little Shirshu. By the way, little Shirshu, there is something I wish to request of you." Wang Darren began to speak, but immediately lowered his head, his expression somewhat peculiar. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he inquired, "What is it? Speak." Wang Darren, upon hearing this, immediately lifted his head to look at Jiang Xiaobai and promptly knelt down. "Little master uncle, I implore you to assist me. Speak, my friend, what troubles you?" Jiang Xiaobai urged. "It is like this, little master uncle, over the years." Jiang Xiaobai listened intently as Wang Darren recounted his story, growing increasingly astonished with each word. No wonder the system described this rotund fellow as an honest man. The truth was now revealed. "My dear Wang, the solution is simple. We shall bring them all into the Qingyun sect," Jiang Xiaobai declared. Upon hearing this, Wang Darren's plump visage quivered with excitement as he exclaimed, "Little master uncle, is this truly possible?" He gazed at Jiang Xiaobai with a mixture of disbelief and hope. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, "This matter is not difficult. However, my dear junior apprentice, many of them possess only inferior spiritual roots." At this point, Wang Darren's expression grew somewhat troubled. "It matters not. Even inferior spiritual roots can transform into phoenixes upon joining the Qingyun sect. That is splendid. I shall convey my gratitude to you on their behalf, dear junior apprentice." "Very well, follow me. We shall head to Qingyun City to recruit disciples." "Certainly, dear junior apprentice." The two swiftly departed from the Qingyun sect, hastening toward Qingyun City. Qingyun City, having witnessed the fall of the city lord's mansion at Jiang Xiaobai's hands, found itself with a new figure stepping into the role of city lord. The city remained abuzz with activity. The bustling marketplace was filled with throngs of people, merchants, and cultivators. "Sir, please don't leave. Trust me, if you spare just a moment, you shall reap tremendous rewards." "Oh, please stay, kind sir." The Linglong Divine Pill. Only 100 inferior spiritual stones. Consuming it will elevate a mortal to the rank of a cultivator. Don't miss out, my fellow friends. Would anyone care for a Linglong pill? "Oh, please, kind sir, the price is negotiable." "Esteemed sir, it has been ages since we last saw you at our most fragrant establishment. Today is the beginning of the month, and the maidens are in high spirits, with prices quite favorable." "Oh, Handsome young man, don't walk away. You're only 18. Would you care to sample the delights of the elder sisters? Amidst the vibrant marketplace, a young man of extraordinary appearance and formidable prowess strolled leisurely. Following closely behind was a powerful elder, whose gaze was cold and watchful, scrutinizing the surroundings with caution. Elder Zhong, there is no need for such anxiety. In this barren land, who could possibly harm me? Holy Son, human hearts are inscrutable. Danger lurks everywhere. It is wise to proceed with caution. You are overly cautious. The young man's eyes roamed excitedly over the bustling marketplace. Elder Zhong, let us immerse ourselves in the mortal realm's vibrancy. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong paused, observing the fervor in the young man's gaze, and could not help but nod in agreement. Holy Son, once we have accomplished our task, we can explore other places. After all, it is rare for you to leave the ancient dragon's sacred land. The young man fell silent for a moment, then said, Elder Zhong, do you think Jiang Xiaobai is living quite freely now? Holy Son, I cannot speculate on that. The ancient elders have decreed that Jiang Xiaobai must die, thus, he must meet his fate. The young man chuckled, is that so? Let us proceed. We shall stay here for the night and investigate Qingyun's sect tomorrow. Indeed. Holy Son. The two swiftly departed, yet not long after their exit, Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Darren's figures emerged in the same spot. Fatty, where are those children you mentioned? Chapter 51. The Saint Child of the Ancient Dragon's Sacred Land. Luya. In the bustling streets of Qingyun City, throngs of people moved about. At that moment, a faint voice echoed amidst the crowd. Please, help me. I implore you, distinguished gentlemen, assist me. My mother is gravely ill and urgently requires treatment. Whoever can cure her affliction, I am willing to toil endlessly, to do whatever is asked of me. I beseech you, kind sirs. A 14-year-old girl, her face pale, continuously prostrated herself before passers-by, her tattered sleeves occasionally wiping the sweat from her forehead. Beside her lay a dilapidated straw mat covering a frail, elderly woman on the brink of death. Upon hearing the girl's desperate plea, a large crowd quickly gathered. Oh dear, how pitiful this girl is. If only I had the means to heal her mother, I would certainly take her home as my bride. I suspect it is her beauty that has caught your attention. You, who indulge in vice daily, gambling, drinking, and debauchery, would suddenly show such compassion? Indeed, who in Qingyun City is unaware of your character, Zhang San? I fear that as soon as this girl leaves with you, you would sell her off for money to feed your vices. Zhang San, chastised by the crowd, could only lower his head in embarrassment. At that moment, the Saint Child of the Ancient Dragon's Sacred Land happened to pass by. Old Zhong, I never imagined that mortals could endure such dire circumstances. I had always believed that common folk lived in joy and contentment. Old Zhong, unsure of how to respond, merely nodded and said, Saint Child, wherever there are people, there will be human suffering. This is true for both mortals and our cultivation realm alike. You speak wisely. Old Zhong, let us go and assist this young girl's mother. With that, the young man swiftly approached the girl. My dear, let me assess your mother's condition. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned to the young man, curious as to how he would aid the ailing woman. The girl, filled with excitement, repeatedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, kind sir. In the future, I shall be yours to command. You may treat me as you wish. There is no need for such formality, nor to consider yourself mine. Helping your mother is but a simple act for me, he replied, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. What a good soul. I never expected to encounter such kindness today. No wonder I heard the magpies singing in my backyard this morning. Indeed, it has been long since I have encountered someone so benevolent. This young man is truly noble and remarkably handsome. Look, he is beginning to take action. The young man swiftly attended to the elderly woman, and in mere moments, she opened her eyes and sat upright. Mother, how wonderful, you have finally awakened. The young girl threw herself into the embrace of the elderly woman, weeping profusely. Still in a daze, the elderly woman soon regained her senses, gently pushed the girl away, and trembled as she stood, expressing her gratitude to the young man. Esteemed sir, I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention. If there is anything I or my daughter can do for you, please do not hesitate to command us. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elder. Assisting you was merely a trifling matter, he replied. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman appeared even more moved and inquired, May I ask your name, noble sir? I am Luya. You may simply call me Luya, esteemed elder, he responded. The elderly woman immediately took the girl's hand and bowed deeply, saying, My daughter Xiao Yu and I express our heartfelt gratitude to Sir Luya for your life-saving assistance. The debt of gratitude we owe is beyond measure. If you do not mind, please accept my daughter Xiao Yu. She will obey your every wish." The two women bowed repeatedly in thanks, and Luya, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to assist them in standing upright. There is no need for such reverence. It was my duty to help, and I believe everyone present would have done the same if they could. His words resonated with the crowd, who eagerly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Sir Luya speaks the truth. How unfortunate that I am unable to assist further. Otherwise, I would have intervened as well, one remarked. Yes, esteemed elder. Sir Luya is truly benevolent. He articulates our shared thoughts, yet we lack his strength, another added. With a gentle smile, Luya interjected, "All right, everyone. Let us not disturb the esteemed elder any longer. She has just regained her strength and requires rest. Young lady, here, take this. It contains 100 low-grade spirit stones, sufficient to ensure your well-being for the rest of your lives." He produced a storage pouch and placed it into Xiao Yu's arms. In awe, the elderly woman and Xiao Yu expressed their gratitude once more. "Thank you, Sir Luyu. We shall surely create a memorial for you and honor it always. There is no need for such gestures. Please return home to recuperate. If fate allows, we shall meet again," he replied. Yes, yes. Thank you, Sir Luya. Xiao Yu. Let us bow 3 more times to express our gratitude, and then heed Sir Luya's words and return to rest." With that, the elderly woman and Xiao Yu bowed once more in thanks before Xiao Yu assisted the elderly woman unsteadily away from the scene. As they departed, someone remarked, "Sir Luya is truly benevolent, not only for saving them, but also for bestowing spirit stones, ensuring a peaceful life for the elderly woman and the girl. Truly, Sir Luya is like a living bodhisattva among us. Young Master Luya, I too seek assistance. At the age of 58, I have yet to find a wife. Could you kindly introduce me to a lady?" Li Si, hurry and leave. Do not distress young Master Luya. Luya stood silently, his gaze fixed on the retreating figures of the old woman and the young girl, lost in contemplation. The others present, noticing his indifference, gradually dispersed. After a considerable time, Luya suddenly addressed the elderly Zhong, who had been standing behind him. "Zhong, it appears this is the essence of being a good person. My heart feels an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. What do you think could be the reason behind this?" Zhong was momentarily taken aback and responded, "Young master, this might be the influence of vanity." Vanity? Indeed. It is the pursuit of praise through acts of saving others that gratifies one's own spirit. Upon hearing this, Luya's eyes sharpened, and he gazed upwards at the luminous moon, remarking, "What you say seems quite accurate. I did indeed feel a sense of satisfaction just now. However, I now find the sentiment rather distasteful." As he spoke, a mischievous smile crept across Luya's face as he continued, "Zhong, the existence of that old woman and the young girl is but a form of suffering. Perhaps it would be better for them to swiftly reincarnate, in hopes of a more fortunate rebirth." "Indeed, young master," Zhong replied with an unwavering calmness, as if he had anticipated Luya's decision. In a mere quarter of an hour, he returned to Luya's side, stating, "Young master, here are the severed heads of the old woman and the young girl." Zhong presented the grim trophies before Luya, who merely glanced at them with indifference and replied, "Dispose of them to the dogs. Let us hasten to Qingyun sect to investigate Jiang Xiaobai's whereabouts." Chapter 52, a new side quest. Employ all means to strike back at the enemies. Jiang Xiaobai was unaware that Luya, the son of the ancient dragon sacred land, had already set forth towards the Qingyun sect. At this moment, he and Wang Darren stood before the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard on the western outskirts of Qingyun City. "Is this the place, Fatty?" "Indeed, indeed. Please wait a moment, my little martial uncle." Wang Darren hurriedly dashed into the courtyard, his excitement palpable as he called out, "Nyo Nyo, Lin Lin, area. I have returned." Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened slightly as he made his way towards the courtyard. Upon entering, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. "Brother Wang, you must avenge Xiao Yu and her mother." Xiao Yu met a tragic end. "Indeed, Brother Wang. Both Xiao Yu and her mother perished, their bodies so horrifically mutilated. It is truly dreadful." Over 100 girls, clad in tattered garments, knelt before the headless corpses, their expressions filled with sorrow and indignation. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, utterly astonished. Who could possess such malevolence to ruthlessly strike down 2 defenseless individuals? Not even ordinary mortals were spared. This person was undeniably merciless and exceedingly wicked. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze was slightly frigid, an aura of menace unconsciously emanating from him. Master Uncle, you must take charge for Xiaoyu and her mother. Wang Daden suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai, kneeling before him, his corpulent figure trembling incessantly. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his eyes turning icy as he inquired, "Do you know who executed the fatal blow?" Upon hearing his words, the assembly of over 100 young women turned their attention to Wang Daden, seemingly seeking his approval. Rest assured, this esteemed individual is my little master uncle. His prowess is formidable, and he shall undoubtedly avenge Xiaoyu and her mother, Wang Daden assured them, which alleviated their wariness towards Jiang Xiaobai. Subsequently, a girl of about 18 rose respectfully and greeted Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "Greetings, little master uncle. Everyone, please rise to pay your respects." Her words prompted all the young women present to stand and bow in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, little master uncle. Enough with the formalities. Please inform me of the circumstances surrounding this matter," Jiang Xiaobai urged. "Little master uncle, according to our understanding, the events unfolded as follows." Soon, the 18-year-old girl recounted everything she knew in precise detail. As Jiang Xiaobai listened to her account, not only did his anger swell, but Wang Daden's plump face trembled involuntarily, flushing crimson with rage. "Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel! How can such despicable individuals exist in this world? Luya, I shall ensure you are torn limb from limb in retribution for Xiaoyu and her mother." Wang Daden seethed, grinding his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, after absorbing the girl's information, narrowed his eyes in contemplation. "According to her revelations, this person named Luya is likely targeting me. The ancient dragon's sacred land truly intends to leave no stone unturned in their pursuit of me. To be precise, they are unwilling to spare my former self. What could possibly compel the ancient dragon's sacred land to seek the death of my predecessor?" Jiang Xiaobai stood to the side, lost in thought for a considerable time. At that moment, Wang Daden suddenly approached Jiang Xiaobai and cautiously inquired, "Little master uncle, regarding the matter I previously asked you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. His gaze swept across the gathering of over 100 young women. After a moment of contemplation, he produced more than 100 copies of the Qingyun Atlas and handed them to Wang Daden, saying, "Fatty, inquire if they are willing to join the Qingyun sect. If they agree, have them sign their names in blood on the Qingyun Atlas." Wang Daden, his expression brimming with excitement, swiftly accepted the Qingyun Atlas from Jiang Xiaobai's hands and exclaimed, "They are willing. All of them are willing. Do you wish to join the Qingyun sect?" The girls, momentarily stunned, exchanged incredulous glances. Their clear eyes flickered between Wang Daden and Jiang Xiaobai, uncertainty etched upon their faces. Finally, one courageous girl mustered the nerve to ask timidly, "Little master uncle, can we truly join the Qingyun sect?" Jiang Xiaobai turned to the girl, nodded, and said, "Of course. Those who wish to join the Qingyun sect must sign their names and shed blood upon the Qingyun Codex." Upon receiving Jiang Xiaobai's affirmation once more, the crowd's spirits soared, and excitement coursed through them. One by one, they approached, eager to join the Qingyun sect, vowing to seek vengeance against the one named Luya, determined to avenge Xiaoyu and her mother. Soon, everyone began to sign their names and shed blood on the Qingyun Codex, their faces alight with fervor. How splendid! From now on, I shall be a member of a grand sect and no longer be subjected to the whims of wind and rain. Indeed, we can cultivate and grow stronger, ensuring that no one dares to bully us. As long as I can eat my fill every day, it would be ideal if I could also cultivate. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the girl before him, whose youth was reminiscent of blooming flowers. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, he raised his gaze to the heavens and remarked, "Such is the realm of cultivation, exceedingly cruel. Without formidable strength and a powerful background, one is deemed lesser than an ant, merely a plaything for the mighty." The thought of Xiaoyu and her mother, who had been toyed with and slain by Luya, stirred an insatiable rage within him. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated once more. Ding! The system has detected formidable foes approaching from millions of miles away, intent on exterminating the host with malicious intent. The enemies dare to infringe upon the host. While the host may endure, the system shall not. Ding! A new time-limited side quest has been issued. The host is required to employ every means at their disposal to retaliate against the encroaching adversaries within a month. These foes harbor exceptionally twisted and brutal malice. The system advises the host to resort to unconventional measures. Ding. The system shall bestow rewards commensurate with the level of the tasks completed by the host. After listening to the system's words, Jiang Xiaobai fell into silence. This could very well be the most twisted, cruel, and malevolent adversary he had encountered since his journey began. Fatty, please take care of them. After giving Xiao Yu and her mother a proper burial, return them to Qingyun's sect. Furthermore, there may be impending threats to Qingyun's sect, so do not enter through the main gate. Instead, take the detour via the back roads to reach the sect. Yes, Junior Master. Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at everyone, nodded slightly, and then his body vanished without a trace, leaving not even a whisper of his presence. Witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's sudden disappearance, everyone at the scene, except for Wang Darren, stood in shock. Some exclaimed, "Brother Wang, this young master is truly formidable. He vanished completely in the blink of an eye." Of course, if the young master isn't strong, then who is? Quickly, let us see to the burial of Xiao Yu and her mother, and then gather our belongings to return to the sect. Yes, Brother Wang. From now on, it's Brother Wang or Senior Brother. Indeed, Senior Brother. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters outside the gate of Qingyun's sect, two figures stood high in the sky, overlooking the entire sect. Old Zhong, is this Qingyun's sect? Reporting to the Holy Sun, according to the markings on the map, this is indeed Qingyun's sect. Liu Ye's gaze sharpened as he silently observed the sect for a long while. Then, a faint smile played on his lips as he stated, "I am Liu Ye, here to pay a visit. May I inquire if Jiang Xiaobai is present in Qingyun's sect?" Chapter 53. The frightened Liu Ye and Li Chuangang's dominance. Liu Ye's voice swiftly echoed throughout Qingyun's sect. The disciples, who had been busy, paused in astonishment upon hearing his words. Liu Ye? Who is he? I'm not sure. He seems to be looking for the young master. But both the young master and Brother Wang are not in the sect. It doesn't matter. The young master has said that no one is allowed to enter Qingyun's sect without his consent. Indeed, let us continue with our work. Whether he is Liu Ye or someone else is of no concern. The crowd resumed their tasks, seemingly indifferent to Liu Ye, which caused the two figures in the sky to narrow their eyes. Old Zhong, why are the people of Qingyun's sect ignoring us? Reporting to the Holy Sun. It is likely they are unaware of your esteemed identity, which emboldens them to act with such disregard. Upon hearing this, Liu Ye nodded in agreement and, after observing Qingyun's sect for a moment longer, his eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "Old Zhong, have you noticed that the entire Qingyun sect seems to be enveloped in a mysterious formation?" Old Zhong, upon hearing this, immediately began to scrutinize his surroundings, exclaiming in astonishment, "Heavens! Holy Sun, this Qingyun sect possesses a mysterious and powerful formation that appears to be gathering spiritual energy." What? Gathering spiritual energy? Indeed, Holy Sun. You must know that I usually study formations. I was careless earlier and failed to observe closely. Now, upon closer inspection, it is evident that there lies a terrifying gathering formation concealed here. A gathering formation? Liu Ye directed his gaze once more at Qingyun's sect, scrutinizing it for a while before asking, "Old Zhong, how difficult is it to set up this gathering formation?" Your Highness, while the arrangement of the spirit gathering array is not overly complex, the establishment of such a mysterious and powerful formation is undoubtedly a formidable task. Elder Zhong, do you possess the capability to set up the spirit gathering array of the Qingyun sect? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong paused, scrutinizing the grand array of the Qingyun sect once more. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Your Highness, if I were to lead all the array masters of the ancient dragon Holy Land in this endeavor, we might just manage to establish an array of this caliber." Upon hearing this, Liu Ye's gaze turned icy, filled with jealousy. "Humph. A mere sect has managed to create such an extraordinary spirit-gathering array. What remains of our ancient dragon Holy Land's dignity?" Elder Zhong was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Just then, Liu Ye shouted towards the Qingyun sect, "I am Liu Ye, the holy son of the ancient dragon Holy Land, here to pay my respects to Taoist Jiang Xiaobai. Is Taoist Jiang present within the Qingyun sect?" Liu Ye's voice echoed throughout the Qingyun sect once more, and upon hearing it, the disciples paused their tasks, exchanging glances filled with concern. Is it truly the holy son of the ancient dragon Holy Land? Has he come to harm our little master uncle? What should we do? Our master uncle is not present at the sect. Should we go out to confront him? Do not fear. Although our master uncle is absent, we still have two esteemed uncles and the pot and little man. What is there to worry about? Let us continue with our duties. With these words, The disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were unaware of the true strength of Li Chungan and Li Yingying, being the senior brothers and sisters of Jiang Xiaobai, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Thus, the disciples of the Qingyan sect once again left Luya and his companion waiting at the mountain gate. At this moment, Luya's demeanor had shifted from the initial calmness to one of profound darkness, brimming with murderous intent. Holy Son, should we not simply storm into the Qingyan sect? A mere sect dares to treat us with such disdain. They are utterly ignorant of their own insignificance. Do you believe that a sect capable of erecting such a remarkable spirit-gathering array is insignificant? Luya's sudden inquiry made Elder Zhong tremble, and he promptly responded with utmost respect. I acknowledge my error. It was thoughtless of me. Luya disregarded Elder Zhong and resumed his careful observation of the entire Qingyan sect. The more he scrutinized, the more alarmed he became, as it appeared that there were several unusual auras emanating from the bamboo grove on the back mountain of the Qingyan sect. Elder Zhong, have you noticed the peculiar auras within the bamboo grove on the back mountain of the Qingyan sect? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang immediately extended his consciousness to envelop the bamboo grove. This is not good, Holy Son. We must flee at once, since we have arrived. There is no need for haste in leaving. Just as Luya and his companion contemplated retreating, they found themselves ensnared by an overwhelming force, which immobilized them on the spot. Predecessors, we only seek Taoist Jiang Xiaobai for a minor matter and harbor no ill intentions. Indeed, esteemed senior, I implore you to show mercy and not hold any grievances against your junior. Buzz, bang, as the words left the lips of Luya and his companion. They were immediately struck down by an overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, the figures of Li Chungan and Li Yingying suddenly materialized before them. Please spare us, esteemed senior. We harbor no ill intentions. Yes, esteemed senior, I was blind to your stature and had no desire to disturb you. Please do not take offense. Luya and his companions swiftly rose from the ground and knelt before Li Chungan and Li Yingying. Reveal your true intentions, or else death. At these words, Luya's body trembled, and he promptly stood, gazing at Li Chungan and Li Yingying. Upon sighting Li Chungan, they immediately collapsed to the ground. Li Chungan, the sword immortal Li Chungan. Luya remained relatively composed, though astonished, unlike Elder Zhong, who was gripped by sheer terror. The moment he beheld Li Chungan, Elder Zhong's complexion turned ashen, his throat constricting as he trembled backward. What? Do I appear frightful? And no, not at all. Sword immortal Li possesses an extraordinary demeanor. I am merely expressing my respect. I shall inquire once more. What brings you here? Upon hearing Li Chungan's demand for their purpose at Qingyan sect, Luya's mind raced, and he responded, I report to you, Sword immortal Li, that I am Luya, the holy son of the ancient dragon sacred land. I have been a childhood friend of Taoist Jiang Xiaobai, who was wronged 10 years ago within the sacred land. This misfortune led to his exile for a decade. Recently, the sacred land has finally vindicated the injustices faced by Xiaobai. Thus, I have come to retrieve him and rectify the grievances that the sacred land owes him. Luya spoke with earnestness, his expression brimming with emotion, earning the admiration of Elder Zhong, who stood beside him. Just as they believed they had deceived Li Chungan and Li Yingying, Jiang Xiaobai's voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. I see now. I always knew that the sacred land, the place of my upbringing, must have been shrouded in misunderstandings regarding past events. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai appeared, standing beside Li Chungan and the other man, a crooked smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I presume this is young brother Luya? Chapter 54, Jiang Xiaobai. What? It turns out to be merely a projection. The sudden appearance of Jiang Xiaobai drew the immediate attention of Luya and Elder Zhong. What? Do you not recognize me? Did you not claim that we were brothers who grew up together? Xiaobai, I have searched for you with great difficulty. You have no idea how much I have suffered over the years. How much have you suffered? Jiang Xiaobai suddenly inquired, causing the corner of Luya's mouth to twitch. And he swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, Brother Xiaobai, I never anticipated that Senior Li Jianxian was actually your fellow disciple. From now on, I shall bask in the glory of Brother Xiaobai. Luya's eyes were filled with fervor and anticipation, to which Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile. You speak of my senior brother. I have only just met him. By the way, this is my second senior sister, the unparalleled alchemist. Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai reverberated like thunder, exploding in the minds of Luya and his companion. Both stared at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. And after exchanging an excited glance, they exclaimed, "The unparalleled Dan God! Heaven above! I, Luya, am truly fortunate beyond measure. Not only have I found my long-lost brother, but I am also acquainted with the revered Li Jianxian and the Dan God. What immense fortune this is! Old Zhong, hasten back to the ancient dragon sacred ground and convey this astonishing news to the sanctuary. Inform them that my brother Xiaobai has been found, and furthermore." Lu Ya's gaze shifted eagerly to Jiang Xiaobai as he continued. "Moreover, Xiaobai has regained his cultivation. Although he is only at the third stage of the venerable realm, he is able to begin his training anew. This is a joyous occasion for my brother and, indeed, a momentous event for the ancient dragon sacred ground. Oh, and it is imperative to inform the sanctuary that Xiaobai is a disciple alongside Li Jianxian and the Dan God." Lu Yu appeared exceedingly animated, and after absorbing his words, Old Zhong cast a deep, contemplative glance at Lu Yu before responding, "Indeed, young master. With Li Jianxian, the Dan God, and Xiaobai in the fold, I shall return at once. This momentous news must reach the sanctuary post-haste." With that, Old Zhong bowed respectfully to Li Chungan and Li Yingying, then turned to depart. Wait. Just as Old Zhong was about to take flight, Jiang Xiaobai's voice rang out unexpectedly. Both Old Zhong and Lu Yu tensed at his words, then smiled as they turned to Jiang Xiaobai, asking, "Brother Xiaobai, do you have any further messages for Old Zhong to deliver to the sanctuary?" Jiang Xiaobai regarded Lu Yu's expression but refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he suddenly remarked, "Previously, during my time in Qinyan City, there was an individual named Lu Yu who selflessly rescued a mother and her daughter." Upon hearing this, both Lu Yu and Elder Zhong's expressions grew slightly rigid. That mother and daughter were indeed pitiable. The little girl, if I recall correctly, was named Xiaoyu. I felt immense sympathy for her mother, who was afflicted with a grave illness, which compelled me to extend my assistance. With a sigh, he added, "My dear brother Xiaobai, this matter was merely a trifling effort, hardly worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai wore a cold smile. "Is that so? Then can you enlighten me as to why you subsequently chose to eliminate her and her child?" Jiang Xiaobai's gaze hardened, transforming into an icy glare imbued with an aura of menace. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yu and his companion involuntarily trembled, quickly feigning surprise as they exclaimed, "What? Xiaoyu and her daughter are dead? Who could have committed such a heinous act? This is abominable. I swear, if I find out who is responsible—" "Silence!" Jiang Xiaobai suddenly interjected, his demeanor chillingly resolute. "Tell me, did the ancient dragon Holy Land send you to assassinate me? Impossible. That is utterly inconceivable." Lu Yu hastily refuted. Without a moment's hesitation, "Xiaobai, we acknowledge that certain individuals from the Holy Land were indeed at fault. They misconstrued your intentions, subjecting you to a decade of suffering and injustice. However, those who slandered you have been dealt with by the Holy Master, and such occurrences shall never transpire again." At this juncture, Lu Yu's eyes radiated sincerity as he continued, "Brother Xiaobai, the Holy Master eagerly anticipates your return to the Holy Land. I often witness him secretly lamenting your absence." "Fools," Jiang Xiaobai retorted. "Do you believe me to be so naive, so easily deceived?" The words of Jiang Xiaobai rendered Lu Yu and his companion utterly frozen in place, had it not been for Li Chungan and Li Yingying's presence. They would have long since taken Jiang Xiaobai's life. What? No longer pretending? Lu Yu's expression gradually turned frigid amidst the sudden silence that enveloped the atmosphere. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Xiaobai, your survival a decade ago was indeed no mere stroke of luck. You ought to have perished here today, yet fate has favored you once more. However, fret not. Even if you narrowly escape this calamity, your days are numbered. Do not be under the illusion that the support of Li Chungan and Li Yingying offers you any semblance of security." Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at Lu Yu, perplexed by Lu Yu's unwavering confidence despite the dire situation. "Lu Yu, do you believe that I hesitate to kill you today?" He jeered, laughter echoing in the air. "Oh, Jiang Xiaobai, you remain a frog at the bottom of a well, your view of the world limited to mere inches. When death approaches you in the future, you shall realize just how narrow-minded you truly are." Lu Yu remained defiant, mocking Jiang Xiaobai even in the face of peril. He was unafraid, yet behind him, Elder Zhong trembled with fear. "Holy Son, perhaps you should temper your words. Li Jianshan and Danshan. Lu Yu has seldom ventured beyond the sacred land and is still quite young. Please be understanding." Elder Zhong, confronted by Lu Yu's sudden scrutiny, wore a face of despair. "Holy Son, I may not fear, But I do. If I perish, so be it. Spineless wretch, do you truly believe we can return alive today? At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai interjected, Luya, I am intrigued, as the holy son of the ancient dragon-sacred land. Why is your cultivation merely at the third tier of the sacred realm? Jiang Xiaobai voiced the doubts that plagued his heart. From the very moment he laid eyes on Luya, he discerned that Luya's strength was merely at the third tier of the sacred realm. Logically, this should not have been the case. Yet, when he sought to examine Luya's profile within the system, he was met with an array of question marks. Jiang Xiaobai, do you wish to know? Of course. If you kneel and address me as Grandfather Lu, I might begrudgingly share the information with you. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning frigid, exuding an aura of impending doom. Do you truly believe I am so easily appeased? Senior brother, first, incapacitate this old man's cultivation. At Jiang Xiaobai's command, Elder Zheng's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. No, in an instant, a terrifying blade of energy severed Elder Zheng's cultivation, rendering him a powerless wretch, his face drained of color. No, Jiang Xiaobai, you are ruthless. Ruthless? You offered hope to Xiaoyu and her daughter, only to extinguish their lives with your own hands. Do you not consider that to be cruel? And you, Luya, do you think I fear the ancient dragon holy land? Senior brother, strip Luya of his cultivation. As Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a scene of terror abruptly unfolded. Be careful, junior brother. Chapter 55, Luya's self-detonation. Jiang Xiaobai, this is merely the beginning. Suddenly, Li Yingying's voice rang out, and Luya, devoid of fear towards Li Chungan and Li Yingying, charged fiercely at Jiang Xiaobai. In response, a menacing sword aura emanated from Li Chungan, poised to strike at Luya. Yet Jiang Xiaobai abruptly intervened, stating, Senior brother, allow me to handle this. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his eyes icy cold. Upon hearing his words, Li Chungan merely nodded and retracted the formidable sword energy. Jiang Xiaobai, I did not anticipate your arrogance. In that case, prepare to meet your end. A powerful aura of the peak of the third tier of the sacred realm erupted from Luya as he brandished a spirit weapon, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaobai at breakneck speed. The peak of the third tier of the sacred realm is just perfect for me to practice on. Earth-shattering God Fist. A terrifying energy surged forth as an array of formidable fist techniques erupted from Jiang Xiaobai's right fist. Junior brother's martial skills are truly terrifying. What level of martial arts does senior brother possess? Junior sister, I am uncertain. In this realm, martial arts are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest. Each major tier is further divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. However, junior brother's martial skills seem to transcend these classifications. Then, senior brother, could it be that junior brother is employing the legendary celestial level martial arts? Li Chungan did not respond to Li Yingying immediately, but instead fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Xiaobai. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke again. Celestial level martial arts, perhaps that is indeed the case. Bang, 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 boom. In a fierce confrontation, Jiang Xiaobai and Luya engaged in a battle that caused the very gates of Qingyun's sect to tremble. All members of the sect rushed to the entrance, and upon witnessing the 2 combatants in the sky, they exclaimed in astonishment, Incredible! Truly worthy of our little master uncle. That individual must be Luya, the saintly heir of the ancient dragon's sacred land. Yet his prowess seems rather unimpressive. Strange, do you not find it peculiar? Questioned a lean figure. Where lies the peculiarity? Came the retort. Look, as the saintly heir of the ancient dragon sacred land. How is it possible that his strength only reaches the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the saint realm? After all, this is the ancient dragon sacred land, a revered holy ground. The lean figure articulated his inner doubts, prompting the crowd to reconsider. Indeed, how could the heir of a sacred land possess such limited strength? Is it possible that Luya is an impostor? Surely not. Who would dare impersonate a saintly heir without fear of dire consequences? There must be some deeper mystery at play. The murmurs of uncertainty spread beyond the disciples of Qingyun's sect. Even Li Chungan and Li Yingying shared the same sentiments. Senior brother, could it be that Luya is truly a counterfeit? As the heir of the ancient dragon's sacred land, his strength should surely reach the emperor realm. Yet, he is merely at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the saint realm. Li Chungan squinted at Luya, who was locked in combat with Jiang Xiaobai. Pondering deeply before he finally spoke, Sister, have you heard of the peculiar demonic arts in this world that can sever one's soul and cultivate avatars? What? Senior brother. Is that not merely a legend? She gasped. Could it be? Li Chang'an nodded gravely. Legends, yes, but who truly understands their veracity? After all, they are but tales, and both truth and falsehood may exist within. Are you suggesting that Luya, the heir of the ancient dragon's sacred land, could very well have mastered this legendary demonic art, and the Luya before us is merely an avatar? Precisely. This demonic art is known as the Rift Demon Path. It is exceedingly bizarre and remarkably potent. The most terrifying aspect is that each avatar cultivated can independently grow and possesses self-awareness. Moreover, these avatars will never betray their original. Even the astute Dan god, Li Yingying, could not suppress a gasp upon hearing Li Chuangan's words. Senior brother, if this is indeed the case, then our junior brother's adversary is surely formidable. Indeed, the ancient dragon's sacred land is inherently powerful. Even I would not dare to offend it lightly. Observe our junior brother, who appears utterly fearless. Senior brother, is the ancient dragon's sacred land truly that formidable? Li Chang'an nodded once more, affirming, strong, extraordinarily so. If my conjecture holds true, not only does the ancient dragon's sacred land harbor hidden might, but the other 4 sacred lands as well conceal formidable beings whose strength rivals my own. There exists a possibility that those old fellows do not belong to this realm. Upon hearing these words, Li Yingying fell into silence, for she was well aware of these legends. Thus, Master Brother, this is the reason you refrained from eliminating those powerful factions, is it not? Li Chang'an nodded once more and replied, Indeed, to act too ruthlessly may invite repercussions upon oneself. Hence, I merely incapacitated their cultivation. It is not that I fear those formidable powers, but rather I dread attracting unnecessary trouble. Chuckling softly, he continued, However, I did not anticipate that our junior disciple would so recklessly annihilate over 1,000,000 strong adversaries. Master Brother, if that is the case, our junior disciple may be in peril. Relying solely on you and me makes it exceedingly difficult to ensure the safety of our junior disciple and the Qingyan sect. At these words, Li Chang'an fell silent again, lifting his gaze towards the fierce battle unfolding in the sky above. Alas, I wonder when that old relic of our Qingyan sect will return. As long as he is present, it matters not if the entire ancient dragon sacred land were to emerge. Do not even mention that old fellow, not only he, but even the senior sister and second brother have yet to return, nor have we received any news. Were it not for my knowledge of their formidable prowess, I might have thought they had perished long ago. Perished? Huh. It is likely that even if we were to undergo reincarnation 10,000 times, those few would not meet their end even once. Li Chang'an remarked with self-deprecating humor. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Just as Li Chang'an and Li Yingying engaged in idle conversation, Lu Yu was unexpectedly sent flying several miles away by a single punch from Jiang Xiaobai, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. How formidable! Master Brother, when you were at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the Respect realm, were you this powerful? Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an twitched his mouth and shot Li Yingying an exasperated glance. Our junior disciple is a freak. Do not associate me with him. Oh my, Master Brother, are you indirectly acknowledging that our junior disciple surpasses you? Li Chuangan's expression darkened, and he chose to ignore Li Yingying. At that moment, Li arose once more, soaring into the sky to meet Jiang Xiaobai's gaze. His complexion was ashen, clearly bearing significant injuries. Jiang Xiaobai, you truly astonish me. Your cultivation is evidently merely at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the Respect realm. Yet you are able to defeat one at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the Holy realm. Huh, splendid, truly splendid. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Luya. Do you have any last words? Speak now. In any case, I shall not grant you your wish. Upon hearing this, Luya's lips twitched, breaking into a smile. Huh? How amusing. Jiang Xiaobai, I must admit, I am beginning to take a liking to you. Suddenly, Luya's aura surged dangerously. Junior brother, run. He intends to self-destruct. Li Yingying shouted urgently. But Jiang Xiaobai showed no intention of fleeing. He merely observed Luya quietly. Jiang Xiaobai, this is only the beginning. As soon as Luya finished speaking, his energy escalated to its peak, swiftly followed by a terrifying explosion that unleashed a formidable force. The surrounding area, spanning several dozen miles, was obliterated by this overwhelming energy. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Li Chang'an appeared before the gates of Qingyan sect, absorbing the impact of the powerful force. After a considerable time, the energy dissipated, leaving all disciples of Qingyun's sect collapsed on the ground. My goodness, that was terrifying. I thought we were done for. Thank heavens for second master uncle, otherwise we would have been utterly doomed. Indeed, second master uncle is extraordinarily powerful. It feels as though he surpasses even the junior uncle. By the way, where is junior uncle? Could he have perished in that explosion? Slap. Ouch. Who hit me? Hitting you is the least of your worries. How dare you suggest that I am dead? Everyone rose upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai. Bowing respectfully, we pay our respects to junior uncle, second master uncle, and third master uncle. Enough. Go attend to your matters. Yes. Junior uncle. As Jiang Xiaobai watched all the disciples depart, he fell into contemplation. At that moment, Li Chungan and Li Yingying approached him, saying, Junior brother, Luya is likely not an ordinary foe. If I surmise correctly, the one who just self-destructed was merely a manifestation of Luya. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression sharpened, and he nodded. Eldest brother, I share your sentiment. You knew? Just a guess. Li Chungan's lips twitched as he pressed on, Junior brother. What are your plans moving forward? All eyes were on Jiang Xiaobai, who smiled and replied, We shall establish the sect and recruit as many disciples as possible. Upon hearing this, Li Chungan and the others were momentarily taken aback. Just then, Li Yingying advised, Junior brother, perhaps you should hide for a while? Hide? Why would I hide? It is merely an ancient dragon sacred ground. It has yet to reach a point that instills fear in me. Upon concluding his words, Jiang Xiaobai disregarded Li Chungan and the others. Instead, he addressed the disciples of the Qingyun sect, calling out, Thin Monkey, come here. In no time, Thin Monkey rushed to Jiang Xiaobai's side, respectfully bowing and inquiring, What instructions do you have for me, Uncle Master? Thin Monkey, you are to lead several hundred disciples to the Duobao Pavilion in Qingyun City and seek out Yi Linglong to procure a substantial quantity of beast skins. Subsequently, you will visit all the inns in Qingyun City. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's directives, Thin Monkey was initially taken aback. But soon his face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Yes, Uncle Master. We shall certainly accomplish this task with excellence. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the slender monkey and said, Remember, you have only 7 days. After 7 days, regardless of how much you have gathered, return to the sect immediately. Go now? Yes, Junior Uncle. Watching the slender monkey depart, Jiang Xiaobai contemplated for a moment before calling out once more, Maruyu. Junior Uncle, I am here. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai call her name, Maruyu's expression brimmed with excitement as she approached his side, gazing at him with affection. Maruyu, take 100 disciples to Qingyun City to spread the word. Qingyun sect is once again recruiting disciples, accepting as many as possible. Furthermore, every successful recruit will receive 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones immediately. Go forth. Understood, Junior Uncle. As Maruyu departed, Jiang Xiaobai turned his attention to Guoguo and Xiaoman, saying, Guoguo, Xiaoman, here are 100,000 Qingyun pictorials. As long as their spiritual roots reach the medium grade, have them all sign and drop a drop of blood on the Qingyun pictorial. Upon hearing this, Guoguo immediately accepted Jiang Xiaobai's spatial ring, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Junior brother, you can rest assured, I will handle this matter. Colorful turtle, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Suddenly, Xiaoman seized the spatial ring from Guoguo, leaving him speechless with indignation. Jiang Xiaobai cast a disapproving glance at Guoguo before departing from the spot. Master brother, why does this junior disciple insist on accepting so many disciples? I have no idea. He can do as he pleases. When that old fellow returns to interrogate us, we'll simply shift the blame onto the junior disciple. Upon hearing Li Chungan's words, Li Yingying, Xiaoman, and Guoguo all nodded in unison. How splendid it would be if all the new recruits were female disciples. Bang! Boom! Just as Guoguo finished speaking, Xiaoman sent him flying with a swift strike. Observing this, Li Chungan and his companion chose not to linger and promptly left the scene. Before long, within just half a day, the entire Qingyun city was abuzz with excitement. Have you heard? The Qingyun sect is recruiting disciples again. I've heard that too. This time, it seems there is no limit on the number of recruits. Anyone who meets the qualifications can join. Furthermore, I also heard that those who successfully join the Qingyun sect will receive 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Imagine that. Let us hurry back and inform our children, urging them to try their luck at the Qingyun sect. Who knows, we might become members of the Qingyun sect ourselves. The news of the Qingyun sect's renewed recruitment quickly spread throughout the region, igniting fervor among individuals of all ages and qualifications who rushed toward the sect. In just a day's time, the entrance of the Qingyun sect was teeming with people from various locales. Goodness, I thought the Qingyun sect was dilapidated and feeble. It appears to be a grand sect after all. Indeed, the current Qingyun sect resembles those major sects quite closely. Just look at those towering edifices and majestic peaks. And have you noticed? The concentration of spiritual energy here is markedly more abundant than in other areas. At this revelation, the crowd was once again taken aback, their gazes toward the Qingyun sect brimming with fervor and anticipation. Oh, what a pity that I am already over 30. Otherwise, I would certainly join the Qingyun sect. I, too, can only rely on my child now. Although she is merely 10 years old, she possesses a mid-grade spiritual root, a rare fire attribute at that. The atmosphere at the entrance of the Qingyun sect was vibrant and bustling, with throngs of people awaiting the commencement of disciple recruitment. Amidst the eager eyes of the crowd, Guoguo and Xiaoman arrived at the mountain gate, accompanied by over 10,000 disciples. Look, the people from the Qingyun sect are coming out. My goodness, that is a formidable presence at the peak of the Emperor realm. Upon the utterance of those words, all present were taken aback, their gazes immediately shifting towards Guoguo and Xiaoman. According to Jiang Xiaobai's intentions, he demanded that at the moment of the Qingyun sect's initiation of disciples, Guoguo and Xiaoman should fully unleash their auras. The purpose was to instill fear in those attending the Qingyun sect's recruitment assembly. Little did they expect that the Qingyun sect harbored two peak Emperor realm powerhouses. This information must be relayed back to the sect leader. A figure concealed within the crowd swiftly departed the scene. At that moment, Guoguo's voice resonated. Ladies may remain, while all men must leave. Chapter 57, 88,000 recruits. Power surged to the 8th tier of the sovereign realm. A vast and magnificent sect, the Batian sect, lies 1,000 miles east of the Qingyun sect. The Batian sect reigns supreme within a radius of several thousand miles, boasting nearly 1 million disciples and an abundance of formidable warriors, making it one of the most powerful forces in the southern region. All factions, small sects, and minor gangs within this vast territory are compelled to heed the Batian sect's authority. Furthermore, within the jurisdiction of the Batian sect, every faction is mandated to remit 30% of their sect's harvest every 3 years, an undeniably tyrannical imposition. At this moment, a figure hastily approached the gates of the Batian sect. Deacon Liu, what brings such urgency? An elder, just exiting the sect, encountered the rushing Deacon Liu. Elder Huang, I have pressing matters to report to the sect leader. Elder Huang's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Deacon Liu for a moment before inquiring, what is it? Elder Huang. It is as follows. A few days ago, Deacon Liu recounted all that he had observed at the Qingyun sect in meticulous detail. Upon hearing Deacon Liu's account, Elder Huang's expression shifted in astonishment. A mere sect possesses not one but two peak Emperor realm powerhouses. Yet, even with such strength, we at the Batian sect boast 10 peak Emperor realm experts and nearly 100 Emperor realm warriors. Deacon Liu, come. I shall take you to meet the sect leader. Yes, Elder Huang. Quickly, the two soared towards the main hall of the Batian sect. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the sect leader's grand hall. Halt. No one may approach the sect leader's hall without cause. Two formidable guards suddenly obstructed their path. Seeing this, Deacon Liu anxiously implored, I have urgent matters to report to the sect leader. I kindly ask you to relay this. Wait. One guard departed momentarily, and soon a resounding voice emanated from within the sect leader's hall. You may all enter. Yes, sect leader. Within the grand and magnificent main hall, a formidable figure reclined languidly upon a plush seat, flanked by two enchanting young women who were feeding him spiritual fruits. Master, do have another bite. I shall not partake further. You may leave for now. As you wish, master. Once the two women departed, the middle-aged man directed his gaze towards Steward Liu and Elder Huang, inquiring, what brings you such distress? Reporting to the master, our investigation into the Qingyun sect has been completed. At this, the man's eyes narrowed, his expression turning frigid as he pressed further. What are the particulars of the Qingyun sect? Reporting to the master, the Qingyun sect boasts two peak Emperor realm experts, while the rest are merely newly recruited disciples. Furthermore, the entire Qingyun sect is enveloped by a spirit-gathering array, and they are currently seeking to recruit more disciples. Is there anything else? At present, that is all we have. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell into deep contemplation, while Steward Liu and Elder Huang kept their heads bowed, patiently awaiting further instruction. After a moment, the man spoke again. It has been a long time since I, Mo, went in. have seen any force within the jurisdiction of the Batian sect that possesses peak Emperor realm strength. Moreover, this force has even established a spirit-gathering array, indicating their considerable ambition. With that, Mo Wentian turned his gaze towards Lu and Huang, stating, if such a force is afforded time to grow, it will not be long before it poses a threat to our Batian sect. This latent peril cannot be allowed to persist, Elder Huang. At your command. After a brief contemplation, Mo Wentian continued, Elder Huang, take my sect master's token and summon the 4 supreme elders. Together with them, lead 100,000 disciples to the Qingyan sect. I intend to obliterate the Qingyan sect, sending a clear warning to all forces. Any who dare defy our Batian sect shall meet the same fate as the Qingyan sect. Yes, master, I shall proceed at once. Swiftly, Elder Huang and Steward Lu departed from the main hall. Watching them leave, Mo Wentian chuckled, they have gone. Let the 2 lovely maidens return. The 2 young women, upon hearing Mo Wentian's words, hurried back to his side, playfully saying, Master, we desire your attention. Indeed, Master, it has been quite some time since you last indulged us. As they playfully leaned closer to Mo Wentian, he laughed heartily. Ah, how fortuitous. I was just inclined to do so. Oh, Master, you are insufferable. Do be gentle. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaobai, the Batian sect had dispatched numerous powerful individuals with the intent of annihilating the Qingyan sect. He was lost in exhilaration, marveling, goodness. It has only been a few days, and I have already gathered so many disciples. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at his substantial spirit value with an exhilarating expression, over 80 million spirit points. It had been quite some time since he experienced such affluence. In merely 7 days, Qingyan sect had welcomed 88,000 new disciples, instantly transforming the sect into a bustling hub of activity. Junior brother, the senior brother seeks you. Came Guoguo's voice from outside Jiang Xiaobai's door, catching him off guard. Senior brother is looking for me? What could he want? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai promptly rose and made his way towards the bamboo grove on the back mountain of Qingyan sect. Before long, he arrived at a bamboo cottage where he found his senior brother Li Chang'an and second senior sister Li Yingying, who had been engaged in a discourse over tea. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai enter, they immediately set their teacups aside. Junior brother, now that Qingyan sect has attained a certain scale, you must earnestly consider how to manage them, Li Chang'an remarked. Indeed, junior brother, Li Yingying added, any significant power must possess a comprehensive management system. For Qingyan sect to grow robust and formidable, it requires not only abundant cultivation resources, but also an efficient management approach, along with a multitude of talented individuals and formidable warriors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately fell into silence. He had pondered these issues long before, yet they posed no significant problems for him. Hey, senior brother, second sister. You both possess the experience and capability to handle these matters, so I entrust them to you. With that, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly utilized his spatial traversal ability to leave the scene, leaving behind a bewildered Li Chang'an and his companion. Li Chang'an's lips twitched incessantly, his face clouded with gloom. Second sister, let us depart. This rascal needs a lesson for attempting to make us his laborers. With that, Li Chang'an and Li Yingying took flight, pursuing Jiang Xiaobai. As they arrived at the Qingyan sect's plaza, they were met with a shocking spectacle. Heavens! Junior uncle is about to break through his cultivation level again, exclaimed Li Chang'an. My goodness, even if junior uncle is a prodigy, this level of talent is simply astounding. Chapter 58. Enmities should not linger too long. Avenge what one can. Upon reaching the Qingyan sect's plaza, Li Chang'an and Li Yingying were taken aback by an astonishing sight. Jiang Xiaobai sat cross-legged, seemingly immersed in cultivation. Senior brother, could it be that junior brother is on the verge of yet another breakthrough? No need for speculation. He is indeed breaking through. This prodigy, Guoguo and Xiaoman, already accustomed to Jiang Xiaobai's extraordinary abilities, sat nearby, resting their chins in their hands as they quietly observed him. Xiaoman, how many levels do you think junior brother will ascend this time? 3. 3 seems quite a lot. I wager he will break through 4 levels. As soon as Guoguo's words left his mouth, Jiang Xiaobai's aura suddenly surged. To the astonishment of the onlookers, his aura rapidly escalated from the peak of the 3rd stage of the Respect realm to the 4th stage. Moreover, his aura continued to ascend swiftly. The newly joined disciples of the Qingyan sect, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's public breakthrough for the first time, watched him intently. Is this truly our junior uncle? He is so handsome. Precisely my type. Goodness, Is junior uncle aiming for a breakthrough to the 5th stage of the respect realm? His cultivation ascends at an astonishing pace. Isn't he concerned about the stability of his foundation with such a rapid progression? While the crowd speculated, Jiang Xiaobai's aura had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage of the respect realm. Shortly thereafter, his cultivation level surged to the 5th stage. And this was just the beginning. With over 80 million spiritual energy points, he had only utilized 20 million. This time, let me break through to the Saint realm all at once. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, and his aura surged once more. Li Chungan and Li Yingying, who had been observing Jiang Xiaobai intently, shook their heads in disbelief. Master brother, how many levels is our junior brother planning to ascend? His rate of cultivation growth is astonishingly rapid, Li Yingying remarked. Li Chungan did not respond to her, but continued to fixate on Jiang Xiaobai. After a brief moment, he pondered aloud. How is this lad's foundation still so stable? This is peculiar. Logically, such a swift enhancement in cultivation should lead to some instability in his foundation. Yet, this young man exhibits no signs of instability whatsoever. Master brother, could it be that the old fellow gifted junior brother some treasure, allowing him to elevate his power swiftly while maintaining a solid foundation? Li Chungan shook his head, declaring, I am uncertain. That old man is known for his unpredictability. Bus. As the two conversed, Jiang Xiaobai's aura broke through yet again. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation had soared directly to the 6th tier of the respect realm, and his aura continued to escalate rapidly. It was not only Li Chungan and Li Yingying who were taken aback. Even the newly inducted disciples of the Qingyun sect stared in astonishment at Jiang Xiaobai. Look, Guoguo, our junior brother is bound to break through 4 levels in succession this time, Xiaoman asserted confidently. Guoguo blinked in disbelief. Is our junior brother even human? How many times has he broken through in the past 2 months? Amidst Guoguo's astonished gaze, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation surged again, propelling him directly to the 7th tier of the respect realm. See, Guoguo, our junior brother has just achieved 4 consecutive minor breakthroughs, Xiaoman exclaimed. At this rate, if junior brother continues to ascend like this, it won't be long before his cultivation surpasses ours. Surely, it can't happen that quickly. After all, the higher one climbs, the more arduous the breakthroughs become, Guoguo replied. But Xiaoman, have you forgotten what kind of person our junior brother is? What kind of person? Li Chungan and Li Yingying had unconsciously leaned closer to Guoguo's ear. Ah, look, our junior brother's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier of the respect realm. Is he about to break through to the 8th tier? Guoguo intentionally shifted the topic, exclaiming as he watched Jiang Xiaobai. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiaobai's cultivation surged once more, reaching the 8th tier of the respect realm. At that moment, the rate of enhancement in his aura markedly decreased, yet it left everyone present utterly astounded. This is the first time I've witnessed someone break through 5 levels consecutively. What kind of monster is our junior uncle? They marveled. I envy him. If I possessed even half of junior brother's talent, I would be utterly blissful. As the crowd remained in awe, Jiang Xiaobai's aura finally stabilized, his cultivation temporarily resting at the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the respect realm. After Jiang Xiaobai firmly established his foundation and adapted to the new realm of cultivation, he suddenly opened his eyes to find tens of thousands of onlookers gazing at him as if he were a monstrous entity. With a wry smile, Jiang Xiaobai lamented. How vexing. My cultivation has only ascended 5 minor levels. Isn't that rather sluggish? Alas, my overall strength has barely increased by 30 or 40 times at most. Just barely adequate. Upon hearing his words, everyone present, including Li Chungan and Li Yingying, could not help but twitch their mouths in disbelief before promptly turning to leave. Hey, don't go. Do you all truly think I am so inept for only achieving 5 minor levels? I understand now. I shall strive harder next time and aim to elevate 5 major levels in a single attempt. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's words, the individuals who had just turned to leave stumbled and fell to the ground. Dear junior uncle, could you not act so inhumanely? Such behavior will leave you friendless. Jiang Xiaobai nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and addressed the lean monkey, saying, Lean monkey, how have you fared with the task I entrusted to you? In response to your inquiry, esteemed junior master, I have successfully completed the assignment. All is contained within this, the lean monkey replied, presenting a spatial ring to Jiang Xiaobai. In total, there are 180,000 beast bags, each filled to the brim with the essence of vomit. Once more, the lean monkey inquired, might I ask, who is to be the unfortunate recipient of these items? Enough. Jiang Xiaobai interjected. Hurry and return to your cultivation. Some questions are best left unasked. Jiang Xiaobai directly gave the thin monkey a big joke. Yes, little master uncle. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the departing slim monkey, and his attention swiftly shifted to Wang Dayton. He commanded, Fatty, cast all the mid-grade spirit stones into the transformation array. Surprised, Wang Dayton inquired, Little master uncle, if we do that, what will the disciples use for their cultivation? Of course, we shall utilize the high-grade spirit stones. The mid-grade stones are no longer worthy of us. But little master uncle, Wang Dayton expressed his concern, if we proceed in this manner, it won't be long before our high-grade spirit stones are depleted as well. Jiang Xiaobai, observing his worry, reassured him, that shall not occur. The enemy's spirit stones are ours, and their resources are our resources. We cannot harbor enmity for too long. We must retaliate as much as we can, as soon as we can. Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly, throw all the mid-grade spirit stones into the transformation array, and from now on, everyone will cultivate using high-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, each individual shall receive 100 high-grade spirit stones each month. Remember to utilize them all. Should I discover anyone being stingy, do not blame me for being unkind. Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, the atmosphere became electrified, as all disciples turned their gazes towards him, their eyes now imbued with a newfound respect. Moments later, Wang Dayton cast all the mid-grade spirit stones into the divine transformation array. In merely half a quarter of an hour, the concentration of spiritual energy within Qingyun sect surged once more, doubling in potency. This spectacle left everyone in awe, including Li Chungan and Li Yingying, who were no exceptions to the astonishment. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Li Chungan, and with a smile, he declared, Brother, I possess extraordinary strength, am handsome, and have a kind heart. Witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor, Li Chungan's mouth twitched, and he instinctively took several steps back, exclaiming, Speak your mind. Chapter 59. Dear Sir, on such a splendid day, might you accept me as your servant? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Li Chungan with a smile, and said, Ah, master brother. You truly understand me. You know I require your assistance. I genuinely adore you, master brother. Li Chungan, his face clouded with irritation, merely rolled his eyes at Jiang Xiaobai. Hehe, master brother, could you kindly escort me to the vicinity of the ancient dragon sacred land? Jiang Xiaobai's words astonished Li Chungan and the others, who looked at him in confusion. Junior brother, what do you intend to do? Are you certain you are not jesting? Li Yingying inquired with a face full of curiosity. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and his expression turned icy as he declared, I am not jesting. I seek vengeance. The ancient dragon sacred land has relentlessly sent assassins after me. And if I continue to endure this, I fear it may drive me to madness. Junior brother, can you not bear it a little longer? It is not just you. Even our senior brother would not guarantee a safe return from the ancient dragon sacred land. Li Yingying persisted in her plea to Jiang Xiaobai. After a moment of silence, Li Chugang spoke. The ancient dragon sacred land is not as simple as it appears. It harbors many formidable beings, their powers comparable to mine. Are you truly certain you wish to venture into the ancient dragon sacred land now? Li Chugang inquired, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, his gaze resolute and brimming with fierce determination. I intend to go now. I shall exact as much revenge as I can. I am not accustomed to being bullied. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated Jiang Xiaobai's unwavering resolve. Little junior brother Guoguo supports you. Go and annihilate them. Guoguo exclaimed, waving his hands excitedly, his large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You might end up being the one who is vanquished before you can vanquish others, Xiaoman suddenly interjected, causing Jiang Xiaobai's lips to twitch uncontrollably. You must consider this carefully. I can take you there in less than 15 minutes. But if you are captured by the ancient dragon sacred land, I will be powerless to rescue you. After all, there are many ancient monsters within, their strength rivaling mine. Li Chungang stated with a grave expression, his words ringing with truth. Senior brother, I never engage in ventures without assurance. Just take me to the vicinity of the ancient dragon's sacred land. The rest I will manage myself. Upon hearing this, Li Chungang gazed quietly at Jiang Xiaobai for a moment, then with a flick of his wrist, a colossal sword materialized in the sky. Since you were so insistent, then come aboard. With a hum, Li Chungang appeared atop the giant sword, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. After casting a glance at Li Chungan, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards everyone and declared, I shall be away for a month. During this time, None of you are to become complacent. Strive diligently in your cultivation. Furthermore, should anyone come seeking trouble, pay them no heed. Let them wait outside the sect until my return to address the matter. Fatty. Zing. Wang Dabin swiftly approached Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "What instructions do you have for me, dear junior uncle?" Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at Wang Dabin, then promptly produced 100,000 Qingyun pictorials and handed them to him, stating, "Here are 100,000 Qingyun pictorials. Continue to recruit disciples. As long as the candidates meet the appropriate criteria such as age and spiritual roots, they may join the Qingyun sect. Remember, anyone who joins the Qingyun sect must sign the pictorial and offer a drop of blood." Upon receiving the spatial ring from Jiang Xiaobai, Wang Dabin was momentarily taken aback. Then curiously inquired, "Little Uncle Master, are we still accepting disciples? How will we manage them? Moreover, how will we support so many individuals?" "Do not concern yourself with that. Focus on executing your tasks proficiently." "Yes, little Uncle Master." After casting a glance at the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai promptly leaped onto Li Chugang's colossal sword and declared, "Senior brother, we are ready." Whoosh. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he and Li Chun directly vanished from the spot. The onlookers were left astounded, faces etched with disbelief. Just how formidable is the strength of our second master? In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Of course, if the junior master is that impressive, the second master must be no less remarkable. All right, everyone, please form an orderly line. I have an announcement to make. Yes, third master. The nearly 100,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect promptly lined up. Observing the vast crowd, Li Yingying felt a wave of headache wash over her. After a prolonged silence, she addressed the assembly. "From this moment onward, in 6 months' time, our Qingyun sect will hold its first external competition. The sole purposes of this competition are twofold: to select external stewards and elders for the sect. The top 1,000 disciples in this competition will become the first batch of inner disciples of Qingyun sect. Currently, each external disciple receives 100 high-grade spirit stones and 100 spirit-nourishing pills each month. Upon becoming inner disciples, the monthly allocation of cultivation resources will increase tenfold." Buzz. The moment Li Yingying's words echoed through the air, the crowd erupted in excitement, their spirits soaring. "Good heavens! This is simply astonishing. Tenfold. That means each individual could receive 1,000 high-grade spirit stones and 1,000 spirit-nourishing pills monthly. I must strive diligently to become an inner disciple. Ha ha ha, indeed. Once I become an inner disciple, my strength will surge rapidly. How exhilarating. However, with nearly 100,000 individuals vying for only 1,000 spots, the competition will be fierce." Silence. Li Yingying's voice rang out once more, and the assembly fell into a hushed stillness, all eyes fixed upon her. The responsibility for overseeing this external competition will lie with Xiaoman. It is imperative that you all cultivate earnestly and rely on your genuine abilities to become inner disciples. Should Xiaoman discover any of you indulging in forbidden substances, the consequences will be yours to bear. Did everyone hear that? Yes, third master. All right. You may all return to your tasks. I take my leave. As she watched the departing disciples, Li Yingying felt another wave of headache. That rascal junior brother only knows how to recruit disciples without a care in the world. Xiaoman, I entrust the subsequent matters to you. Having said that, Li Yingying swiftly exited, leaving Xiaoman with a face full of exasperation, her glare sharp enough to cut. Xiaoman, don't worry. You still have Guoguo by your side. Get lost. Oh, well then, I suppose Guoguo will go discuss matters with those female disciples. Bang. Boom. Just as Guoguo began to speak, Xiaoman swatted her away, causing all the disciples to widen their eyes in astonishment at Xiaoman's ferocity. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get back to your cultivation. Indeed, Master Xiaoman. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had arrived at a colossal city alongside Li Chugang, the city of Ancient Dragon. This magnificent metropolis stands as the largest within the jurisdiction of the sacred land of Ancient Dragon, boasting a population in the billions. The entirety of the city of Ancient Dragon lies beneath the sacred land, its scale immensely surpassing that of Qingyun City by at least 100-fold. After delivering Jiang Xiaobai to the city of Ancient Dragon, Li Chugang departed alone. Jiang Xiaobai strolled alone through the bustling marketplace, observing the throngs of people, and involuntarily swallowed. This Ancient Dragon holy city was indeed vast beyond measure. At that moment, a rather provocative voice echoed nearby. "Oh dear, come here. Such a beautiful day. Want to you take me with you? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Xiaobai's lips instantly stiffened. Indeed, wherever there are people, desires run rampant. Regrettably, my aspirations do not lie in this direction. Otherwise, I might have wished to experience the pleasures of being embraced by beauties on either side. Having thought this, Jiang Xiaobai prepared to depart, only to find his hand suddenly seized, and an unusual sensation coursed through his body. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, warm, soft, smooth, and enticing, causing his gaze to sharpen. Young master, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the Dragon Holy City? You look like a man of passion. Would you care to accompany me to the Butterfly Fragrance Pavilion? Boom. With a resounding crash, before the woman could finish her sentence, Jiang Xiaobai slapped her away, sending her crashing into a dung cart pushed by a night soil collector. Instantly, a foul stench filled the air, and the woman shouted in fury, "Ah, you scoundrel! If you don't like me, that's one thing, but to treat me this way? Someone, come here." Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly, a chill settling in his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, his figure vanished from the spot. "Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you. How dare you attempt to take advantage of me?" After leaving behind a statement that left everyone in awe, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly departed from the scene. The atmosphere instantly erupted with excitement. Goodness, who is this young man? So impressive that he can resist such temptation without a glance. It is evident that he hails from a powerful faction. How could he possibly be ensnared by the allure of women? Indeed, those from formidable backgrounds are truly different, unlike me, who would have succumbed long ago had I been in his position. After Jiang Xiaobai departed, he promptly arrived at the Duobao Pavilion in the holy city of Guoguo. Gazing at the magnificent structure before him, Jiang Xiaobai was inwardly astonished. Indeed, this Duobao Pavilion is extraordinary, far exceeding the scale of that in Qingyan City. After a moment of contemplation, he boldly stepped inside the pavilion, only to be greeted by a familiar voice resonating nearby. "Oh, isn't this my little brother Xiaobai? What a delightful coincidence." Yi Linglong swayed her hips and approached Jiang Xiaobai leisurely. At the sight of her, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and his lips twitched. How could it be her? "Little brother Xiaobai, why do you seem so discontent upon encountering your sister?" Yi Linglong reached Jiang Xiaobai and began to trace circles on his chest with her delicate hand, playfully poking at the center of the circles. A unique fragrance, reminiscent of a young woman, wafted toward Jiang Xiaobai. How infuriating! Here she comes again. Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor turned icy as he swiftly pushed Yi Linglong away. Responding with a smile, "Sister Yi, what a delightful coincidence indeed. Oh dear, little brother Xiaobai, it has been such a brief time since we last met. And yet you treat your sister with such coldness. It makes me quite sad," she lamented. "What you are truly grieving is not your heart, but rather your loneliness. Little brother Xiaobai, how rude you are to speak such blunt truths, yet your sister enjoys it." Yi Linglong attempted to lean closer to Jiang Xiaobai, but he retreated swiftly to evade her. "Sister, it is fortuitous to encounter you. I have a matter in need of your assistance." At this, Yi Linglong immediately extended her delicate hand toward him, declaring, "All right, but it will cost you 1,000,000 top-quality spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching slightly and his gaze turning icy. He promptly produced 1,000,000 exquisite spirit stones and tossed them to Yi Linglong. Such decisiveness? Yi Linglong stared at Jiang Xiaobai in astonishment, unable to fathom his willingness to part with such a substantial sum. 1,000,000 spirit stones, no less. "Sister Yi, I require comprehensive information regarding the ancient dragon's sacred land. The more detailed, the better," he stated. Yi Linglong, upon hearing this, was taken aback, her eyes widening as she swiftly comprehended Jiang Xiaobai's intentions. Without delay, she ushered him into a room. "What are you planning?" Yi Linglong fixed her gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai, seemingly attempting to peer into his thoughts. Jiang Xiaobai smirked, saying, "What can I do? With my cultivation level merely at the peak of the 8th stage of the sovereign realm, I am too feeble to pose any threat to the ancient dragon's sacred land." Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong finally grasped the situation, her attention drawn to Jiang Xiaobai's current cultivation level, leaving her utterly astonished. The peak of the 8th stage of the sovereign realm. Goodness! Jiang Xiaobai, how on earth have you advanced so rapidly? Yi Linglong exclaimed, regarding him as if he were a marvel. "Rapid? I feel it's been slow. I wish I were already at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm." Yi Linglong rolled her eyes at him and inquired, "What do you need detailed information about the ancient dragon's sacred land for?" "Sister Yi, you should be aware that some questions are best left unasked," Jiang Xiaobai replied firmly. Taken aback by his response, Yi Linglong quickly recovered, chuckling. What do you desire? All the information regarding the ancient dragon sacred land. The more detailed, the better. Ideally, a comprehensive map of the entire sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai expressed. The ancient dragon sacred land was vast, covering several thousand miles. Upon arriving in its vicinity, Jiang Xiaobai had been observing it from outside, and the sight had left him astounded. Little brother Xiaobai, how did you know that I possess information about the ancient dragon sacred land? I don't. Just taking a chance, he replied. Yi Linglong shot him another exasperated glance before saying, Here you go. Just don't perish within the ancient dragon sacred land. Otherwise, it would greatly sadden me. Upon receiving the map from Yi Linglong's hands, Jiang Xiaobai smirked slightly and remarked, I knew you were exceptionally gifted, Sister Yi. Having spoken, Jiang Xiaobai's figure abruptly vanished from sight, leaving Yi Linglong both infuriated and astonished. This little rascal, one day I shall have you beneath the folds of my skirt, she thought. Yet, this fellow had grown increasingly enigmatic, disappearing without a trace before my very eyes. Moreover, he harbored a grudge against the ancient dragon sacred land. What could he possibly intend? As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Linglong gasped in shock and covered her face. Meanwhile, after departing from the Daobao Pavilion, Jiang Xiaobai promptly employed his spatial traversal ability to head towards the ancient dragon sacred land. In merely a quarter of an hour, he found himself concealed before the mountain gate of the ancient dragon sacred land. Observing the multitude of powerful beings soaring high above in the sky, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened as he remarked, Indeed, the ancient dragon sacred land is as formidable as my senior brother described. Thankfully, I refrained from entering recklessly. Otherwise, it would have been perilous. As Jiang Xiaobai spoke, he employed a technique of concealment, rendering both his body and aura entirely hidden. He then produced the map bestowed upon him by Yi Linglong and examined it with meticulous attention. Here lies the inner gate of the ancient dragon sacred land. And here is the outer gate. This area denotes the core disciple zone, while this must be the very heart of the ancient dragon sacred land. According to the words of his senior brother, it is highly likely that those ancient beings of the sacred land are sequestered within this core area, engaging in their secluded cultivation. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly conceived a plan. Let us begin with the inner gate. With that, he promptly employed his spatial traversing abilities, cautiously making his way towards the inner gate of the ancient dragon sacred land. Chapter 61. Emptying the treasure vault of the outer gate of the ancient dragon sacred land within the grand hall of the sacred master of the ancient dragon sacred land. A multitude of powerful figures stood in orderly formation, while the sacred master, Fang Zhentian, sat in his chair, eyes closed in meditation. The atmosphere in the hall was eerily silent, with no one daring to utter a sound. After a considerable time, the figure of the ancient elder suddenly materialized within the hall. We pay our respects to the ancient elder, the crowd intoned in unison. You may rise, he replied. Yes, ancient elder. The ancient elder's countenance was grim, his expression icy and filled with a palpable aura of killing intent. What news of Luya and Zhongyu, who were dispatched to investigate the Qing insect in the southern region? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, none daring to respond. Humph. Zhongyu is dead. A core elder at the peak of the Emperor realm has met an untimely demise. Even Lu Ya's soul token has shown signs of cracking. As these words echoed, astonishment swept through all present. Even Fang Zhentian opened his eyes, his expression as frigid as the air. Ancient elder, do you know the cause of Zhongyu's death? If I knew, would I be here wasting my time with you? The crowd remained mute, uncertain of how to reply, standing in quietude. Is there any news regarding Luya? Fang Zhentian inquired, directing his gaze towards the assembly, yet no one stepped forward to answer. Humph, a bunch of worthless fools. Why do you not hasten to send strong individuals to the southern region to investigate thoroughly? At this, all eyes turned towards Fang Zhentian, anticipating his grand proclamation. Seeing this, Fang Zhentian commanded, Zhang Zifen, step forward. Disciple Zhang Zifen at your service, he replied. Zhang Zifen, you are relatively composed, and your strength has reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. You shall immediately proceed to the Qing sect in the southern region to conduct a thorough investigation. Remember, your task is to investigate, not to seek death. Prioritize your own safety above all else. Yes, Sacred Master, I shall depart at once. With that, Zhang Zifen turned to leave the hall, but the ancient elder abruptly called out, Zifen, wait. What instructions do you have, ancient elder? Jiang Xiaobai respectfully inquired. Take this top-grade pseudo-immortal artifact. It can withstand 10 full-force attacks from the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm. The ancient elder finished speaking, producing a top-tier pseudo-immortal artifact and tossing it to Jiang Xiaobai. This announcement left all present in astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai included. Disciple is profoundly grateful for the ancient elder's generosity. I shall certainly live up to expectations and uncover the truth. Very well, go forth, and remember to conceal your identity. Do not reveal who you are. Understood. I shall take my leave. Jiang Xiaobai swiftly departed from the scene. Observing his departure, the ancient elder turned to the assembly and declared, quickly send someone to uncover Lu Ya's whereabouts. Do you truly wish to lose a saintly child? Hearing this, Fang Jintian addressed the gathered powers. Dispatch individuals to locate Lu Ya and ensure his safe return. Yes, Holy Master. The elder continued, now, if there are no further matters, you may disperse. As you command. We take our leave. Once all had exited, Fang Jintian fixed his gaze upon the ancient elder and stated, Ancient elder, the cyclical millennium has arrived. It is time for you to prepare. Otherwise, when that fiend emerges, you shall have much to lament. The ancient elder, taken aback by his words, let out a cold snort and departed with a dismissive wave. Humph. Watching the ancient elder leave in such a manner, Fang Jintian's eyes narrowed. And after a moment of contemplation, he too exited the Holy Master's hall. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, following the markings on the map, arrived at the location of the inner gate of the ancient dragon Holy Land. Gazing upon the rows of towering, orderly edifices, Jiang Xiaobai could not help but exclaim, this is indeed a holy land. The Qingyun sect pales in comparison. Even this inner gate alone surpasses the entirety of the Qingyun sect by a vast margin. Jiang Xiaobai gazed into the distance, his eyes narrowing as he spoke once more. The distance from the outer gate of the ancient dragon's sacred land to the inner gate spans a full 100 miles. Having elevated my cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the sovereign realm, I can traverse this expanse with each use of spatial transference. Thus, I can effortlessly attend to matters within the inner gate and immediately transport myself to the treasure vault of the outer gate. After a moment of introspection, Jiang Xiaobai devised a plan, and his figure promptly vanished from sight. Thus, he traversed the ancient dragon's sacred land through the use of two formidable techniques, the art of spatial shuttling and the skill of concealment. His purpose was to familiarize himself with the entirety of this sacred realm, just in case. Here lay the outer treasure vault of the ancient dragon's sacred land. Remarkably, even this outer vault was guarded by several peak-level emperors. One could only imagine the heightened defenses surrounding the treasure vaults of the inner disciples and core members. After meticulously observing the surroundings of the outer treasure vault, Jiang Xiaobai's figure once again disappeared from view. After a considerable time, he reappeared in the inner disciples area. As the night deepened, his demeanor grew increasingly composed. More and more disciples returned to their respective chambers, while other disciples, elders, and stewards gradually made their way back to their courtyards. As Jiang Xiaobai observed the dwindling number of individuals traversing the entire ancient dragon's sacred land, a sardonic smile curled upon his lips. The ancient dragon's sacred land possesses an immensely powerful defensive formation that can be activated at any moment. After I conclude my affairs, I will have a mere 15 minutes to escape. Should I exceed this time limit, the inhabitants of the sacred land will certainly react and activate the defensive array, placing me in peril. With this declaration, Jiang Xiaobai remained in place for an additional 3 hours. Night had fallen, and within the expanse of the ancient dragon's sacred land, aside from those on patrol, nearly everyone else had either succumbed to slumber or entered a state of meditation. As Jiang Xiaobai perceived that the moment was ripe, he promptly produced a spatial traversing device, a sly smile gracing his lips, and in an instant, his figure ascended to a height of 100 meters. Gazing down at the orderly rows of buildings, his eyes narrowed with determination as he proclaimed, "Today marks my inaugural act of retaliation. I beseech you all to accept my humble offering." In a mere heartbeat, Jiang Xiaobai released a staggering 18,000 beast bags, all filled with excrement, from his spatial ring, casting them into the entirety of the inner sanctum of the ancient dragon's sacred land. In an instant, the air was thick with a noxious stench. Yet the inhabitants of the ancient dragon's sacred land had no time to react before Jiang Xiaobai employed his spatial traversing ability to escape the inner sanctum. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the outer sanctum's treasure vault. Observing several peak emperor-level guards, he He smirked and seamlessly transitioned into the vault. Moments later, a scene that left him astounded unfolded before his eyes. By the heavens, this is excessively abundant. Before him lay a treasure vault spanning several thousand square meters, filled to the brim with boxes containing spatial rings. Jiang Xiaobai found himself involuntarily swallowing hard, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious, these boxes are brimming with spatial rings." Just imagine the wealth contained within. If the outer sanctum's treasure vault harbors such riches, what treasures must the inner sanctum and the core disciples' vaults conceal? Jiang Xiaobai, unable to fathom the situation, took a deep breath and, with a swift motion of his hand, stored all the boxes into the system space. I suddenly find myself in no rush to leave the ancient dragon's sacred land. With that, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 62. Repeated theft at the ancient dragon's sacred land's spirit her peak in the inner disciple area of the ancient dragon's sacred land, within a building. Several inner disciples who had already drifted into slumber were abruptly awakened. "You fat pig. Did you just fart? It reeks." "Indeed, you glutton. Can't you rectify that foul habit? If nothing else, at least step outside next time. Don't you realize we're here too? Damn it. He must be doing this on purpose. Shouldn't we give him a beating to teach him a lesson? Otherwise, he'll just do it again. All right, let us all go." A plump disciple, deep in sleep, suddenly found himself beset by several individuals, leading to a cacophony of pained cries. What is wrong with you all? Why are you hitting me?" "Of course, we're hitting you. Who told you to poison the air at this hour?" "Exactly. Give him a thrashing, otherwise." "He won't learn." Stop it. Why should you accuse me? Do you have any proof?" The hefty disciple retorted with sudden defiance. Upon hearing this, the others immediately shouted, "What proof do you need? Can't you smell that horrendous stench yourself? Why bother with such nonsense? Beat him. Stop. The foul odor is coming from outside." At the words of the overweight disciple, everyone turned their gaze towards the outside. Indeed, the stench was emanating from beyond the walls. Who on earth has such a lack of decency to relieve themselves right outside our door? Let us hurry outside and catch this scoundrel. It seems we haven't offended anyone recently. Why are we facing such retribution? Someone lit a lamp and opened the door, only to be met by a wave of putrid odor. Covering their mouths and noses, they approached the doorway, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. The entirety of their line of vision was filled with the foul excrement. Ugh, many began to retch and promptly shut the door. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed throughout the inner sanctum of the ancient dragon sacred land. "All inner disciples, come out immediately." 15 minutes later, the entire inner sanctum of the ancient dragon sacred land was ablaze with light, as over 100,000 inner disciples stood in midair, covering their mouths and noses. Gazing at the excrement strewn about the inner sanctum, all were left speechless, their faces etched with disbelief at the scene before them. Heavens, what has transpired? Why is there filth everywhere? Could this be a deliberate prank against us? But who possesses the audacity to pull off such a stunt? Damn, it's so foul. Who could be so wicked? Silence fell upon the crowd as they hurried to fetch water to clean up the entire inner sanctum. A voice of an inner sect elder suddenly resounded, and upon hearing this, the numerous inner sect disciples immediately echoed in unison. "Yes, elder." Hundreds of inner sect elders stood tall in the high heavens, their expressions icy and detached. The occurrence was too abrupt, and they dared not report it to the higher echelons of the Holy Land. "Senior brother, this incident transpired far too suddenly, and given that it is already late at night, should we not inform the higher authorities of the Holy Land?" "Indeed, senior brother. This matter is evidently a malicious attempt to undermine our ancient dragon Holy Land. If we fail to report it to the higher-ups, could we not face repercussions?" An elder at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm narrowed his eyes, casting his gaze deep into the ancient dragon Holy Land, and declared, "This matter must be reported to the higher authorities of the Holy Land. Allow me to convey the message. You all should commence a search for the intruder immediately." "Understood, senior brother." The crowd swiftly took flight, dispersing to scour the periphery of the ancient dragon Holy Land. In the ancient dragon Holy Land, a place imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, Jiang Xiaobai, guided by the map, arrived at this location. Observing the towering peak before him, rich in spiritual essence, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes flickered with excitement as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. My goodness, this must be the very place where the ancient dragon Holy Land cultivates its spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. Such a significant location is surely guarded by many formidable beings. I must exercise utmost caution. Jiang Xiaobai employed the art of concealment to shroud his body and all traces of his presence, continuously traversing through the entirety of the Spirit Herb Peak with the aid of spatial movement. Remarkably, the periphery of the Spirit Herb Peak was guarded by dozens of peak Emperor-level experts, along with several formidable individuals whose strength was comparable to that of the eldest senior brother, likely those of the pseudo-immortal realm. Jiang Xiaobai's breath quickened as he stood amidst the revered Spirit Herb Peak of the ancient dragon sanctuary, where precious spiritual herbs and elixirs abounded, alongside fruit-bearing trees laden with an abundance of spiritual fruits. This predicament posed quite a challenge, for formidable warriors patrolled the vicinity, and the sheer multitude of spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits made it truly disheartening to relinquish the pursuit. Moreover, should he miss this opportunity, the entire ancient dragon sanctuary would likely be placed under strict surveillance, rendering such a fortuitous chance exceedingly rare to encounter again. Jiang Xiaobai's breath quickened, filled with an urgent desire to relocate the entire Spirit Herb Peak at once. No, he must take a chance. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight, cautiously weaving through the entirety of Spirit Herb Peak. With each traversal, he seized vast quantities of spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits, along with the earth itself, transporting them into his system space. Each passage was accompanied by a palpable tension as he kept a vigilant eye on the powerful figures around him. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai continued his relentless navigation within the Spirit Herb Peak. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the inner sanctum of the ancient dragon's sacred land. The area was reeking of foul waste, with disciples covering their noses and mouths while frantically cleaning the premises, all the while cursing under their breath. News of the incident spread rapidly throughout the ancient dragon's sacred land, leaving everyone in utter astonishment, speculating about the audacious individual daring enough to commit such an act. Upon learning of the situation, the higher-ups of the ancient dragon's sacred land were incensed, declaring a state of emergency. They sealed off the entire perimeter, ensuring that not a single fly could escape the sanctum. Yes, master. A multitude of powerful figures from the ancient dragon's sacred land swiftly took to the skies, racing towards the outer perimeter. At that moment, Fang Jintian wore a grim expression, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Who could it be? How dare they defile the ancient dragon's sacred land? Should I catch you, you shall face 1,000 tortures. Just then, a resonant voice echoed throughout the ancient dragon's sacred land. A grave matter has arisen. The outer treasure vault has been completely looted by thieves. Quick! Report this to the higher-ups and seal the outer sanctum immediately. Fang Jintian, already seething with rage, immediately shot towards the outer vault of the ancient dragon's sacred land upon hearing this proclamation. Moments later, he and the esteemed leaders of the sacred land arrived at the outer treasure vault. Upon witnessing its emptiness, their faces flushed crimson with anger, their bodies trembling in fury. Well done, you audacious thief, to so brazenly disregard the ancient dragon's sacred land. Master, this thief's audacity suggests there is more at stake than merely our outer treasure vault. What do you mean? Master, we must swiftly dispatch individuals to inspect the inner vault and the core disciples' vault, for those hold far greater significance. Startled by this revelation, Fang Jintian commanded, quickly, proceed to the inner disciples and core disciples' vaults. Chapter 63, The Ancient Dragon's Sacred Land in Fury, Jiang Xiaobai departing with grace. Upon hearing Fang Jintian's words, the crowd hastened towards the inner and core regions. In mere moments, they arrived at the inner treasure vault. Seeing that it remained intact, Fang Jintian and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Thankfully, the inner treasure vault has not been breached. Some individuals remained vigilant, closely monitoring the treasure vault, while others hastily proceeded to inspect the core disciples' treasury. Yes, sovereign. Before long, Fang Jintian arrived with others at the core disciples' treasury, and upon confirming its safety, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, neither the inner disciples' treasury nor the core disciples' treasury had been plundered by thieves. Convey my orders. From this moment forth, the treasury shall be fortified with heightened vigilance. No one is permitted to approach. Yes, sovereign. Furthermore, seal off the entire ancient dragon holy land and launch a thorough search for the intruders. If any thief is captured, bring him before me. Unless he is subjected to 1,000 cuts, my wrath shall not be appeased. Yes, sovereign. The entire ancient dragon holy land quickly fell under martial law, with layers of barricades established. At that moment, A peak emperor-level powerhouse approached Fang Zhentian and respectfully inquired, "Sovereign, shall we activate the defensive formation?" Upon hearing this, Fang Zhentian's gaze sharpened. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Activating the defensive formation requires substantial resources, which may prove counterproductive. Moreover, the thief is likely anticipating this very measure. Therefore, we shall refrain from activating the defensive formation for the time being." "Yes, Sovereign." The entire ancient dragon Holy Land was in pursuit of Jiang Xiaobai, who, at that moment, was filled with delight. He had already removed a significant portion of the spiritual herb peak, leaving only a few spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits. The concentration of spiritual energy in this peak is exceedingly high. Could there be some extraordinary treasures hidden within? Jiang Xiaobai was concealed within a dense thicket, quietly observing the entire spirit medicine peak. At that moment, he remained unaware that the entire ancient dragon sacred land had been placed under strict lockdown, and he could potentially find himself trapped within its confines at any moment. After meticulously scrutinizing the spirit medicine peak for a while without detecting any anomalies, Jiang Xiaobai reluctantly activated his spatial traversal ability to depart from the peak. Shortly after his departure, the sun began to rise, casting a crimson glow that illuminated the entirety of the ancient dragon sacred land. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai had skillfully utilized both his spatial traversal and concealment techniques to stealthily arrive at the mountain gate of the ancient dragon sacred land. "How fortunate I am to have fled swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been in grave peril." Gazing at the heavily guarded ancient dragon sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai felt a lingering sense of trepidation. "I must leave at once. Delays could lead to unforeseen consequences." Buzz. Jiang Xiaobai directly utilized the divine ability of spatial traversal, departing from the ancient dragon Holy Land. Shortly after his departure, a resounding voice echoed throughout the entire ancient dragon Holy Land. "Quickly, activate the defensive formation at once. We cannot allow that thief to escape. The elixirs of Lingyao Peak have been completely stolen." This proclamation reverberated like thunder in the minds of everyone within the ancient dragon Holy Land, plunging the entire place into an intense silence. Moments later, Fang Zhentian's voice resonated across the Holy Land. "Immediately activate the defensive formation and seal off the entire ancient dragon Holy Land. Not even a fly shall be permitted to leave." Boom. Hardly had Fang Zhentian's words concluded when the entire ancient dragon Holy Land suddenly trembled violently. Subsequently, a formidable energy barrier enveloped the entire Holy Land. Jiang Xiaobai, having distanced himself 100 miles from the ancient dragon Holy Land, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. "Goodness, is this the defensive formation of the ancient dragon Holy Land? How powerful it is! This formation is likely beyond even the capabilities of the eldest senior brother to breach." The strength of the ancient dragon Holy Land's defensive formation left Jiang Xiaobai utterly astounded. Ancient dragon Holy Land, this is merely the beginning. We shall see what unfolds." After Jiang Xiaobai spoke, his figure vanished without a trace, leaving no hint of his presence. The theft of the outer sex treasury was merely a superficial wound to the entire ancient dragon sacred land. However, the near-total plundering of the spirit herb peak struck at its very core, as the vast array of precious herbs and plants held immense significance for the sanctity of the ancient dragon sacred land. Despite scouring the area for most of the day and searching the sacred land multiple times, no trace of the thief could be found. Within the majestic hall of the sovereign, a multitude of formidable figures stood, their expressions dark and foreboding. Fang Zhentian and several ancient elders stood before the assembly of powers, their faces grim and radiating an aura of menace. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension, silence enveloping the room like a heavy shroud. "You lot are utterly useless. You cannot even track down a single thief. Have you all trained yourselves into a pitiful state?" Fang Zhentian suddenly roared, causing everyone to bow their heads in silence, too intimidated to respond. "Speak." Facing the reticent crowd, Fang Zhentian's fury intensified. Yet, confronted with such a cunning thief, they found themselves powerless, devoid of any viable solutions. "Listen up. Relay the order immediately to seal all information. No one is to utter a word about today's events. Any violators will face severe repercussions." An ancient elder spoke up, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, the assembly responded in unison, "Yes, ancient elder." Soon, several powerful individuals departed the hall. At that moment, another ancient elder interjected, Send someone to seek assistance from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to investigate the thief's whereabouts. At this pronouncement, the entire assembly was taken aback, their gazes shifting toward the elder. Fang Jintian's eyes narrowed, plunging him into contemplation. What? Did you not hear my words clearly? Observing the silence among the crowd, the ancient elder's voice turned icily cold. Reporting to the ancient elder. Will seeking help from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion not expose us to their greed? Humph. While the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is indeed insatiably avaricious, what do these resources amount to compared to the dignity of our ancient dragon's sacred land? The elder retorted. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion possesses unparalleled insight. If they wish to discover someone's whereabouts, no one can elude them. Moreover, though few in number, each member is a peerless powerhouse. Everyone understood the considerable cost of seeking assistance from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. After a prolonged silence, Fang Jintian finally spoke. Let it be as the ancient elder suggests. We shall seek help from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Long Guangxiang, you shall make the journey. A pseudo-immortal realm powerhouse, taken aback by the command, promptly stepped forward to bow in response. Yes, sovereign. As Long Guangxiang soared away from the sacred land's hall, Fang Jintian added, from this day forth, the ancient dragon's sacred land is under strict lockdown. No one shall enter or exit until that thief is apprehended. Furthermore, today's events must remain confidential. Those who violate this order shall be executed. You may all leave. Yes, sovereign. Fang Jintian remained oblivious to the fact that after leaving the ancient dragon's sacred land, Jiang Xiaobai did not hastily return to the southern region, but instead took it upon himself to disseminate alarming news. Elder brother, have you heard? Last night, the entire outer treasure vault of the ancient dragon's sacred land was plundered, and the entire spiritual herb peak was stripped bare as well. What? You reckless fool! How dare you speak such words? What is there to fear in speaking the truth? This incident has already spread throughout the entire ancient dragon sacred city and will soon echo across the central region, perhaps even throughout the entire celestial mysterious realm. Is it possible that someone would be so audacious as to steal from the ancient dragon sacred land? Elder brother, there is even more outrageous news. The entire inner sanctum of the ancient dragon sacred land was defiled, with excrement scattered everywhere, creating an unbearable stench. Jiang Xiaobai disseminated the alarming news about the theft at the ancient dragon sacred land, causing an uproar throughout the entire ancient dragon sacred city. Initially, many were skeptical, but the activation of the defensive array and the ensuing lockdown of the sacred land confirmed the truth of the theft, compelling all to believe. Within the treasure pavilion, Yi Linglong stood in stunned silence, gazing at the elderly man before her, unable to comprehend the situation. Miss, the events at the ancient dragon sacred land have been verified. Furthermore, they have dispatched individuals to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion to seek assistance in locating the thief. What? Yi Linglong gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. This is terrible. I fear I shall be implicated by that scoundrel. Chapter 64. The shock that rendered the central domain a laughingstock. Yi Linglong's exclamation left the formidable figure before her momentarily bewildered, prompting him to inquire, Miss, what do you mean by that? After a brief pause, Yi Linglong replied, Elder Jiang, please arrange for the heavenly concealment herb from headquarters to be brought to me. Upon hearing the words, Elder Jiang paused for a moment, quickly grasping the situation. Yes, my lady, this old servant shall return in half a day's time. Elder Jiang swiftly departed from the scene. Watching him leave, Yi Linglong began to grind her teeth, filled with indignation. You insufferable Jiang Xiaobai. Don't drag me down with your reckless actions. How infuriating. The next time we meet, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Jiang Xiaobai remained oblivious to the fact that the ancient dragon sacred land had enlisted the assistance of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in their quest to locate him. The news of the theft at the ancient dragon's sacred land swiftly spread throughout the central domain, leaving both formidable factions and common folk utterly astounded upon hearing of the disgraceful incident. Who could possess such audacity? Not only had they plundered the spiritual herbs from the sacred land's peak and the treasures from the outer sect's vault, but they had also defiled the inner sanctum with excrement. Such prodigies arise in every era. Yet one as ruthless as this is a rarity that surfaces once in a millennium. If fortune were to smile upon me, and I were to encounter this audacious individual, I would undoubtedly invite them for a drink of spiritual wine. Ha ha. The ancient dragon's sacred land is bound to become the subject of ridicule throughout the entire heavenly mysterious realm. Given the magnitude of this disgrace, It won't be long before the entire realm hears of it. I am filled with anticipation to discover who possesses such unparalleled boldness to dare strike against the ancient dragon's sacred land. As the entire central domain buzzed with discussions regarding the sacred land's predicament, Jiang Xiaobai remained within the ancient dragon sacred city, patiently awaiting the arrival of his senior brother. Li Chang'an. What could possibly be delaying him? It has been a day, yet he has not come to escort me back. Returning from the central domain to the southern domain using my own spatial traversal abilities would require at least 2 months. Jiang Xiaobai sat alone beneath a tea shed, sipping his tea and engaging in self-reflection. At that moment, a few cultivators seated at the table next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness! The ancient dragon Holy Land has truly been provoked this time. They have even summoned individuals from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to hunt down that scoundrel." What? The Heavenly Machine Pavilion? The one capable of calculating the fates of the world? Indeed, it is that very pavilion. Now, the friend who plundered the spiritual herb peak of the ancient dragon Holy Land is surely in peril. What do you mean by that? Jiang Xiaobai, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. Upon hearing his question, the group replied, "Young brother, considering your age, you must be no older than 18. You likely have not heard of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, have you?" "I have not. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" The Heavenly Machine Pavilion can be regarded as the most enigmatic and immensely powerful force in the entire Tianshan realm. They possess the ability to foresee all events. At this revelation, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Is that truly possible? Is the Heavenly Machine Pavilion really that formidable?" "Indeed, young brother, it is true. Though the members of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion are few in number, each one possesses extraordinary prowess, with even the weakest among them reaching the realm of pseudo-immortality." Hiss! Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai immediately drew in a sharp breath, for it was the first time he had encountered such a formidable force. "You claim that the Tiangong Pavilion can decipher the secrets of the world, even identifying the individual who plundered the ancient dragon sacred land? Surely, this cannot merely be a boast. Young brother, this is indeed the truth. The Tiangong Pavilion possesses such capabilities, albeit at an exorbitant cost to the ancient dragon sacred land." "How so?" "The Tiangong Pavilion, with every endeavor, is assured of success, and the fees it commands are exceedingly high." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fell silent, a wave of unease rising from the depths of his heart. This was troublesome. Where was the senior brother? As Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, Li Chuanggan's figure suddenly appeared behind him, clad in a black robe and wearing a mask. "Junior disciple, do not speak. Follow me," he instructed. With a hum, Li Chang'an seized Jiang Xiaobai's hand and soared into the air on his sword, departing at great speed. The onlookers, astonished by the abrupt appearance and disappearance of the two, were left in shock. Goodness, it turns out that young brother is so formidable. Within the sacred hall of the ancient dragon sanctum, an oppressive silence enveloped the space, with all present wearing grim expressions as they stood in place. Fang Zhentian's face was flushed with anger, clearly infuriated. "Who leaked this matter? I ask you. Are you all deaf or mute?" The crowd exchanged glances, and one person spoke up, reporting to the Lord, "There is another possibility." "What possibility?" Fang Zhentian demanded. "My lord, could it be that the leak came from that rogue?" Upon uttering this, all eyes in the hall turned towards the speaker. "My lord, in the past few days, aside from those few who left on missions, no one has exited the sanctum. Moreover, those who undertook the missions were not in a position to divulge anything. Thus, it is highly likely that the rogue is indeed the source of the leak." As this statement hung in the air, the room fell into a heavy silence. The likelihood of this was high, yet it was too late to act. "Do you have any solutions to mitigate the negative repercussions on the sanctum?" Once again, silence enveloped the assembly. The task seemed daunting, for the events had transpired, and how could one silence the multitude? Reporting to the Lord, the matter has already occurred, and remedying it is futile. What do you mean by that? Are we to allow the world to mock our ancient dragon sanctum? Subordinate does not dare to suggest such a thing. I merely believe that our immediate priority should be to apprehend that rogue. Only then can we salvage our reputation. Hearing this, Fang Zhentian turned to the others and inquired, "What is the response from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" Reporting to the sectmaster, "The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is willing to intervene, but the cost is exorbitant." "What is the price demanded by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion?" Reporting to the sectmaster, "They require us to provide 100 billion top-tier spirit stones." The words landed like thunder, resonating in the minds of all present. Fang Jintian's expression darkened. A tempest of wrath brewing within him. 100 billion top-tier spirit stones were within the grasp of the ancient dragon sanctum. Yet how many times could they afford such an amount? Was there truly no room for negotiation? Reporting to the Lord, the people of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion stated that negotiation is not an option. Then give it to them. We must capture that rogue. Yes, my lord. Everyone may leave now. We take our leave. As he watched the crowd disperse, Fang Jintian immediately pressed his hand against his temple. There is no escape for you. How dare you lay a hand on my sacred ground? Even 10 lives would not suffice for me to take vengeance. Fang Jintian's malevolence surged, his face dark with fury. After uttering these words, he departed from the scene. Meanwhile, upon returning to Qingyun's sect with Li Chuanguang, Jiang Xiaobai was promptly interrogated by him. Junior brother, were you the one responsible for the affairs at the ancient dragon's sacred land? Chapter 65. Astonishing the entire sect, abundant resources. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chuang had just returned to Qingyun's sect when Li Yingying and others immediately approached them. How wonderful! Junior brother Guoguo. I thought you would never come back. Li Yingying looked at Jiang Xiaobai with a puzzled expression. Junior brother, you've returned so soon? Jiang Xiaobai boldly proclaimed that he had ventured to seek vengeance at the ancient dragon's sacred land. How could he possibly return so swiftly? All eyes turned towards Jiang Xiaobai, awaiting his response. At that moment, Li Chungan inquired once more, Junior brother, was it you who was involved in the affairs concerning the ancient dragon's sacred land? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and exclaimed, Fatty, come here. Whoosh. Wang Dayton swiftly appeared before Jiang Xiaobai, followed closely by a throng of disciples. Little master uncle. I'm here. Wang Dayton exclaimed with great excitement. Every time Jiang Xiaobai called him, good fortune seemed to follow. Indeed. Jiang Xiaobai grinned and promptly unveiled all the chests he had procured from the outer treasure vault of the ancient dragon's sacred land. Fatty, you must immediately lead several thousand disciples to meticulously account for all the spatial rings contained within these chests. Oh, and as for the spirit stones, apart from the top grade and superior grade ones, dispose of the rest into the conversion array. A profound silence enveloped the scene as everyone stood agape, their eyes fixed on the mountainous pile of chests before them, each filled to the brim with spatial rings. Even Li Chuanguang and Li Yingying could not help but swallow hard upon witnessing this spectacle. The recent events surrounding the ancient dragon's sacred land were indeed orchestrated by this rascal. Li Chuanguang, bewildered, despite having suspected Jiang Xiaobai's involvement, was still taken aback upon seeing it with his own eyes. Senior brother, what has the junior disciple done? He queried. After a glance at Jiang Xiaobai, Li Chuanguang could only smile wryly and shake his head, saying, This fellow has completely emptied the outer treasure vault of the ancient dragon's sacred land and doused the entire inner sect with a copious amount of excrement. Moreover, he has entirely plundered the vast spirit herb peak of the ancient dragon sacred land. Hiss. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Jiang Xiaobai in astonishment. Junior disciple, how did you manage this? Li Yingying asked, her face a picture of shock. It was just like this and that, and then it was accomplished. Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. Li Yingying rolled her eyes and pressed further. What about those spirit herbs, spirit grasses, and spirit fruits? Jiang Xiaobai smirked slightly, casting his gaze upon the crowd as he commanded, Step back, swiftly. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers hastily retreated 100 meters. Further back, he urged, prompting them to withdraw another kilometer. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, and a multitude of spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits were unleashed in a single motion. In an instant, a rich aura of spiritual energy permeated the air, filling the surroundings with the fragrant essence of these resources. Even Li Yingying, revered as the god of alchemy, found herself momentarily speechless at the sheer abundance of spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits before her. The onlookers stood in hushed awe, their breaths quickening, for they had never encountered such a wealth of resources. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and said, Second senior sister, these items are entrusted to you. It would be splendid if you could cultivate them all successfully. If that proves impossible, you may use them for alchemy. Should that also fail, simply cast them into the transformation array. Li Yingying, upon hearing his words, was left with a face full of discontent, her gaze sharp enough to pierce Jiang Xiaobai, as he had once again relegated her to the role of a laborer. Please repeat that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, the beautiful and kind second senior sister, I bestow all of this upon you. You may dispose of it as you wish. Li Yingying shot Jiang Xiaobai a look of exasperation. After taking a deep breath, she declared, select 5,000 disciples from among these, preferably those with an aptitude and interest in alchemy. From this moment forth, the Dan Pavilion of Qingyun sect shall be established. Furthermore, the towering 1,000-meter mountain in the back of Qingyun sect will henceforth be designated for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. No one shall tread upon the herb peak without prior consent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned animated as he exclaimed, Did you all hear that? Those wishing to refine elixirs should seek out the second senior sister. Indeed, junior uncle. Just then, Li Chugang interjected with an unexpected gravity, Junior brother, are you aware that you are in grave danger? The entire Qingyun sect is embroiled in a crisis. Li Chugang's demeanor was remarkably serious, a sight the others had never witnessed before. Senior brother, what is the matter? Li Yingying inquired, noticing Li Chugang's sudden seriousness. The ancient dragon Sacred Land has requested the assistance of the Tianji Pavilion to locate the scoundrel who stole their spiritual herbs from the sacred peak. As Li Chugang spoke, Li Yingying and Guoguo's eyes widened in astonishment, their expression shifting to one of concern. The Tianji Pavilion, the one renowned for knowing all under heaven? Indeed. It is that very Tianji Pavilion. Junior brother, you are in peril this time. Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at the crowd. He had previously heard of the Tianji Pavilion, but he was astonished to see even Li Chungang and the others so taken aback by its reputation. Is the Tianji Pavilion truly that formidable? Jiang Xiaobai pondered. Li Chungang and the others nodded in affirmation, explaining, although the number of individuals within the Tianji Pavilion is not large, each possesses extraordinary strength. The weakest among them has reached the level of the pseudo-immortal realm, and there are numerous peak pseudo-immortal experts who stand at the pinnacle of this world. Each peak pseudo-immortal can match me evenly. Gasp. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, and even Jiang Xiaobai fell into a contemplative silence. The Tianji Pavilion is indeed so powerful, I had underestimated it. I never anticipated that such a force existed in the Tianxin realm. It appears that the ancient dragon Sacred Land is far from simple. Jiang Xiaobai was lost in profound thought, and the atmosphere around him instantly fell into silence. After a considerable time, Li Yingying finally broke the stillness and inquired, Senior brother, is there any way to obstruct the calculations of the Tianji Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Li Chungang remained silent for a moment before responding, Indeed, within the Baobao Pavilion lies a mystical herb known as the Heavenly Concealment Spirit Grass. Consuming it will effectively shield one from the calculations of the Tianji Pavilion. Even if the entire Tianji Pavilion were to conspire together, they would be unable to deduce anything. At this revelation, all eyes turned toward Jiang Xiaobai. However, they soon noticed that he wore an expression of extreme embarrassment, his hand scratching his head in confusion. Junior brother, what seems to be troubling you? After a moment of silence, Jiang Xiaobai spoke. Well, in fact, during the recent operation against the ancient dragon sanctuary, Yi Linglong from the treasure pavilion also intervened, and the detailed map of the ancient dragon sanctuary was obtained from her. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words escaped his lips, the corners of Li Chungang and the others' mouths began to twitch uncontrollably. Alas, young junior brother, you are truly unfortunate. It is certain that Knight Linglong has consumed the Tianyin spirit herb herself, Guoguo remarked, smacking his lips. Master brother, is there no other way? Li Yingying inquired, her face etched with concern. Li Chungang shook his head helplessly and replied, There is none, for now. We can only pray that the Tianji Pavilion does not calculate the outcome too swiftly. Young junior brother, you should take your leave to ensure your safety. Here at Qingyun sect, with both me and your master brother present, other factions would dare not act against you. However, if you remain at Qingyun sect, the situation would be quite different, Li Yingying said, her expression filled with worry as she gazed at Jiang Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the crowd. After a prolonged contemplation, he spoke, Fatty, come here. What are your orders, Master Uncle? Fatty, there are 100,000 Qingyun diagrams here. Do you grasp my meaning? At this proclamation, not only Wang Darren but everyone present was taken aback, astonished that Jiang Xiaobai still wished to accept more disciples. Master Junior, is Qingyun sect still recruiting disciples? Li Yingying inquired, her face a picture of disbelief. Indeed, and the more, the better. What purpose do you intend to serve by recruiting so many disciples? Where will you find the resources to cultivate them? You can't possibly think that the resources you've acquired alone will suffice for their training. Second sister, Just trust me and recruit." Upon hearing this, Li Yingying and the others fell into silence. However, at that moment, the lean monkey dashed back, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, trouble is afoot. Our Qingyun sect is surrounded." Chapter 66. The Ba Tian sect approaches, surrounded. The words of the lean monkey caused Jiang Xiaobai's eyes to narrow, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. He asked, "The people from the ancient dragon sacred land have discovered me so soon?" "No, Master Uncle, they are not from the ancient dragon sacred land. They seem to be from the Ba Tian sect, the overlords of this territory spanning tens of thousands of miles." Upon hearing this, everyone present was struck with astonishment. Li Chenggan remarked, "I have heard of the Ba Tian sect. It is exceedingly tyrannical and ruthless. The Ba Tian sect demands that other forces within its jurisdiction submit 30% of their income every 3 years, or else they ensure that these forces do not see the dawn. It seems that your extermination of the nearby forces may have drawn the attention of the Ba Tian sect." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, his expression turning icy as he directed his attention towards the emaciated monkey and inquired, "Emaciated monkey, how many have they brought? Are there any formidable warriors among them?" The emaciated monkey replied, "Esteemed junior uncle, this time, the Ba Tian sect has dispatched a force of 100,000, including 4 elders whose auras are akin to those of Elder Guoguo and Elder Xiaoman. For peak Empyrean realm warriors?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. "It seems that the Ba Tian sect intends to obliterate our Qingyun sect. It is likely they have learned of our possession of 2 peak Empyrean realm warriors, Xiaoman and Guoguo, which compelled them to send 4 of their own." After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he cast his gaze towards Li Chugang, who, upon seeing this, wore a face of exasperation. "Great, I have now become your lackey," he lamented. "Hee, master brother, those capable must bear more responsibilities. Go and deal with them swiftly, so they won't keep troubling us," Jiang Xiaobai encouraged. Li Chugang was taken aback by his words and immediately fell into silence. After a moment, he replied to Jiang Xiaobai, "Junior brother, you must understand that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Moreover, the Ba Tian sect commits countless atrocities and sheds blood indiscriminately. I advise you to eradicate the Ba Tian sect entirely." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Indeed, Li Chuangang was worthy of being the reincarnation of the sword immortal, exhibiting decisive prowess in battle. "Let us first meet with them." Jiang Xiaobai swiftly led the group to the entrance of Qingyun sect. As he gazed upon the throngs of over 100,000 people, a chill flickered in his eyes. "These individuals truly underestimate us," he remarked. "Junior brother, what shall we do next?" Guoguo inquired, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xiaobai. With a smirk at the corners of his mouth, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the members of the Ba Tian sect, saying, "Let us first observe how they leap about." At that moment, an elder, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, stepped forward and addressed the Qingyun sect. "Who is the leader of the Qingyun sect?" Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with no one responding to his inquiry. This caused the elder's expression to darken as he pressed on. "Which one among you is the leader of the Qingyun sect? Step forward to take your own life in atonement, and today my Ba Tian sect may consider sparing the others of the Qingyun sect." The members of the Qingyun sect regarded the elder as though he were a fool, and seeing that no one from Qingyun sect intended to emerge, the elder, filled with anger, declared, "If the leader of the Qingyun sect does not show themselves, we, the Ba Tian sect, shall annihilate the entire Qingyun sect today." "Fool." The voice of Jiang Xiaobai suddenly resonated, a single word "fool" rendering all members of the Ba Tian sect utterly astounded. It was the first time they had encountered someone audacious enough to call them fools in front of such a multitude. Who is this young man, possessing such audacity to insult the members of the Ba Tian sect? Surely, he must be out of his mind to act so brazenly. Damn it! My blade has long been thirsty for blood. Soon, I shall dismember that insolent wretch. The entire Ba Tian sect glared menacingly at Jiang Xiaobai, yet he remained unperturbed, wearing an expression of indifference. "Young man, you are a naive calf unafraid of tigers. I do not hold it against you. As long as you can point out who your leader is from the Qingyun sect, I may consider allowing you to join our Ba Tian sect." "Fool. You, young man, do you wish to meet your demise?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, "If you merely swear an oath to the heavenly way, permitting me to join the Ba Tian sect and vowing not to inflict upon me even the slightest harm, I shall reveal it to you." The words of Jiang Xiaobai momentarily stunned the peak powerhouse of the great emperor realm, who soon broke into laughter and declared, "Ha! Very well. I, Bahu. Vow to the heavens that I shall ensure your induction into the Batian sect, and I shall not harm your faction." Youngster, does this demonstrate enough sincerity on my part? Fool. Silence. The atmosphere fell into a profound stillness as all members of the Batian sect gazed incredulously at Jiang Xiaobai. Young man, are you seeking death? The peak powerhouse of the Batian sect was now seething with rage, his murderous intent boiling over. Bahu, why waste words on a mere child? Let us strike together and annihilate all members of the Qingyun sect, thereby eliminating their leader as well. Indeed, let us act swiftly. I wish to return to my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Bahu's gaze turned icy as he looked towards all members of the Qingyun sect. With a swift motion of his right hand, he commanded, "Kill. Exterminate every last one of the Qingyun sect, leaving none alive. Kill, kill, kill." In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous cries of slaughter as over 100,000 members of the Batian sect charged towards the Qingyun sect with an overwhelming ferocity. Yet, the members of the Qingyun sect, witnessing this scene, exhibited no signs of panic or fear. They merely observed the approaching onslaught as if watching a performance. Strange. Why are the Qingyun sect members not the least bit alarmed? Could there be a hidden scheme? What treachery could a small sect possibly hold? Let us advance and obliterate the Qingyun sect. Before long, all members of the Batian sect had arrived at the gates of the Qingyun sect. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly shouted, "Stop! I have something of great importance to convey." The words of Jiang Xiaobai left the members of the Batian sect momentarily stunned, each of them halting in their tracks, their gazes fixed intently upon him. "Humph! Boy, do you now comprehend the fear? It's too late. Fear. I am not afraid. I genuinely have a matter of utmost importance to convey to all of you. Young man, once we eliminate the remaining members of the Qingyun sect, we shall allow you to speak. Wait, this matter is truly crucial." The few peak emperor-level experts from the Batian sect impatiently regarded Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "You have 10 breaths to speak, should the time elapse. You shall all meet your demise." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked. "What manner of demise do you all desire today?" Silence enveloped the scene, an oppressive stillness taking hold as the members of the Batian sect twitched at the corners of their mouths. "Eliminate them, especially that brat. First, incapacitate him. I wish to make his existence a living hell." The entirety of Batian sect surged towards Qingyun sect, threatening to overwhelm it entirely. Just as the tide of Batian sect was about to engulf Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at Li Chang'an, who understood the unspoken command, unleashing an overwhelming aura of sword intent. The 4 pinnacle emperor realm experts from Batian sect, upon sensing this terrifying sword energy, instinctively froze in place, trembling uncontrollably. Sword immortal Li Chang'an. Chapter 67. The Terror of Li Chang'an, a sword to slaughter 100,000 souls. The experts of Batian sect, confronted with the terrifying sword aura emanating from Li Chang'an, halted abruptly, their bodies quaking in fear as they stammered, Li Chang'an. How could sword immortal Li Chang'an be here? Some members of Batian sect, unable to believe their own eyes, rubbed them in disbelief, muttering, "Am I seeing things? How could sword immortal Li Chang'an possibly be here? This is truly Li Chang'an." All members of Batian sect, from the lowest disciples to the pinnacle emperor realm experts, stood frozen in place, a wave of terror washing over them. Some individuals even retreated in a panic. Once they regained their composure, the pinnacle emperor realm experts immediately bowed respectfully to Li Chang'an, apologizing. "We, the juniors, pay our respects to Senior Li. We did not intend any offense today. We humbly request your forgiveness for our inadvertent actions." Li Chang'an observed the members of Batian sect quietly, disregarding the few pinnacle emperor realm experts. Witnessing this, those experts broke into a cold sweat, their throats constricting. After a moment of silence, seeing that Li Chang'an still offered no response, they gathered their courage to speak again. "Senior Li, it was indeed our offense today. Please tell us how we may make amends. We are willing to do whatever it takes." "Yes, Senior Li, there must be some misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, we are prepared to pay any price. Senior Li, please show mercy. Do not hold our youthful indiscretions against us." Seeing their pinnacle emperor realm experts so fearful of Li Chang'an left the others in Batian sect paralyzed with dread. One disciple trembled as he exclaimed, We are finished. We have run into a formidable opponent. Who could have imagined that sword immortal Li Chungan would be within Qin Yun sect? Oh heavens, who will save us? I am so frightened. I do not wish to die. What should we do? What shall we do now? Shall we escape? Perhaps Li Chuangang will not concern himself with us mere minnows. However, scarcely had these words left his lips when Li Chuangang's voice resonated through the air. I possess a sword capable of transcending time itself. Should you manage to survive beneath its blade, I shall grant you mercy. At the utterance of these words, the members of the Batian sect were gripped by sheer terror. And no, Senior Li, we acknowledge our mistakes and beseech your forgiveness. Indeed, Senior Li, may your magnanimity shine upon us. Please, spare our lives. Consider us as nothing more than a fleeting breath. Senior Li, this matter does not pertain to us. We were merely following the orders of the sect leader to eradicate the Qinyan sect. Yes, it was solely the sect leader's directive. We were simply executing orders and never truly wished to annihilate the Qinyan sect. The members of the Batian sect were now so terrified that they could hardly articulate their pleas. At that moment, a terrifying wave of sword energy erupted from Li Chuangang, swiftly coalescing into a multitude of formidable blades. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Batian sect were paralyzed with dread, some collapsing to the ground while others, regaining their senses, immediately attempted to flee. Yet, how could Li Chuangang permit them to escape beneath his sword? Countless terrifying blades surged toward every member of the Batian sect with astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, every individual present from the Batian sect, be they mere disciples or formidable emperors, found their hearts pierced by Li Chuangang's sword. Their very cores reduced to a mist of blood. Such horror. In an instant, over 100,000 members of the Batian sect perished beneath Li Chuangang's sword. One stroke, and 100,000 souls were reaped. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as all members of the Qinyan sect, including Jiang Xiaobai, stood in stunned disbelief at the unfolding calamity. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Xiaobai finally regained his composure and remarked in astonishment. So this is the sword immortal Li Chuangang. Truly, my senior brother possesses an unparalleled strength. How fortunate we are to have such a mighty ally. As Jiang Xiaobai's words echoed through the air, a wave of astonishment swept over all present from the Qinyan sect, filling the atmosphere with a cacophony of exclamations. Oh my, Master Uncle is truly formidable. Incredible, isn't it? With a single stroke, he has vanquished over 100,000 foes. Goodness, if only I possessed even a fraction of Master Uncle's prowess, I would surely awaken from dreams with a smile upon my face. Such terror, such awe. Master Uncle's might seems almost beyond the realm of reason. Master Uncle, do you take disciples? I too wish to cultivate the sword. I yearn to wield such strength. Li Chun just cast a glance at the disciples of Qinyan sect, uttering a single remark before retreating into the sect. Junior brother, hasten to clear the battlefield. Devise a plan and prepare to annihilate the Batian sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and a chill swept through his gaze as he remarked. Eradicate the Batian sect, you say? A smirk danced upon his lips, and after a brief pause, he continued, Ma Ryu, gather the disciples of our sect to clear the battlefield. Remember, not a single low-grade spirit stone must be overlooked. Yes, esteemed junior uncle. The disciples of Qinyan sect promptly responded, setting off to attend to the task at hand. Jiang Xiaobai then turned his gaze towards Li Chungan, a playful smile gracing his lips as he suggested, Senior brother, shall we seize the moment and obliterate the Batian sect now? This proclamation sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Junior brother, one of them interjected. Isn't it a tad hasty to strike down the Batian sect at this juncture? Shouldn't we first prepare and investigate their foundations before proceeding? Guoguo inquired. Gazing at Jiang Xiaobai, one must strike while the iron is hot. As Jiang Xiaobai was in the midst of speaking, Wang Daiden's voice suddenly erupted with excitement. Junior master, all the spatial rings have been accounted for. Wang Daiden rushed hastily to Jiang Xiaobai's side, his face alight with fervor. Jiang Xiaobai inquired, how many resources do we have in total? Wang Daiden swallowed hard, his gaze drifting towards the outside of Qinyan sect, where countless corpses littered the ground. The earth stained with blood, leaving him utterly astonished. Fatty, I'm asking you a question. Jiang Xiaobai pressed. Junior master, the consolidated figures have been released. There are 99,988,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, 64,696,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 11,885,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, and 9 billion top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, utterly flabbergasted. However, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his discontent. Damn it. There are only 9 billion top-grade spirit stones. Had I known, I would have raided their core disciples' treasure vault. At this, everyone's lips twitched in disbelief. Junior brother, how on earth did you manage that? Li Yingying asked, her face brimming with curiosity, while even Li Chungan stared at Jiang Xiaobai in wonder. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Jiang Xiaobai replied, "It's just like that." Chapter 68. The Terrifying Divine-Level Transformation Array. The profound increase of spiritual energy density in Qingyun sect. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot, leaving not even a trace of his presence. Everyone at the scene stood in stunned silence, including Li Chugang and Li Yingying, who were unable to detect Jiang Xiaobai's aura. Li Chugang possessed the pinnacle of pseudo-immortal strength, making him one of the most formidable individuals in the entire Tianxian realm. The fact that he could not sense Jiang Xiaobai's presence left him utterly astonished. He had disappeared, completely vanished. Where was his junior martial uncle? What sorcery was this? How could such an extraordinary technique exist, one that could obscure both body and aura? Truly, his junior martial uncle was astonishingly powerful. Anyone who offended him would surely face dire consequences. Junior martial brother, where are you? Come out quickly. Guoguo called out, scanning the surroundings. Moments later, Jiang Xiaobai reappeared, standing precisely in the same spot as before. Junior martial brother, what kind of martial technique is this? How did you manage to conceal both your body and aura? Li Yingying inquired, voicing the curiosity shared by all as they turned their gazes toward Jiang Xiaobai, eagerly awaiting his response. With a sly smile curling at the corner of Jiang Xiaobai's lips, he remarked, "That is a secret. As long as I remain concealed, no one in this realm can locate me." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Little junior brother, are you truly employing such extraordinary martial techniques to pilfer treasures from the ancient dragon's sacred land? Li Chuang asked, incredulity etched across his face. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai confirmed. Once the ancient dragon's sacred land lowers its guard in due time, I shall seize all the treasures from its vaults. A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. If that were to transpire, would the Qingyun sect not rise to unimaginable heights? Jiang Xiaobai, unaware of the thoughts swirling among the crowd, turned his gaze towards Wang Dadong and said, "My dear friend, cast all the inferior and medium-grade spirit stones, along with those resources of little utility, into the conversion formation." Upon hearing this, Wang Dadong hesitated momentarily and inquired again, "Junior uncle, must we truly dispose of all these resources into the conversion formation? It seems rather wasteful. What are you dawdling for? Hurry," Jiang Xiaobai urged. "Yes, junior uncle." With that, Wang Dadong promptly discarded the spatial rings containing the inferior spirit stones into the conversion formation. Buzz. In an instant, the divine conversion formation activated, enveloping the entire Qingyun sect in a dense aura of spiritual energy. The visible spirit energy rapidly intensified. A quarter of an hour later, the spiritual energy within the Qingyun sect had astonishingly increased tenfold. All present were invigorated by this remarkable transformation, including Li Chungan and Li Yingying. Goodness, junior brother, this conversion formation is truly formidable. The concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Qingyun sect is now nearly on par with that of the major powers. Soon, it may even rival the sacred lands, exclaimed one. Indeed, junior brother, will this conversion formation continue to operate indefinitely? Li Chungan voiced his inner curiosity. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile, to speak candidly. This is a divine conversion formation. It can perpetually convert. Buzz. Jiang Xiaobai's words resonated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all present. A divine-level transformation array. Little junior brother, what exactly constitutes a divine level? Guoguo articulated the collective confusion of the group. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and replied, "Ah, divine level. It simply denotes an exceedingly high rank, one that everyone will come to understand in due time." Noticing Jiang Xiaobai's spirited demeanor, Wang Darren suddenly interjected, "Little Uncle Master, we're doomed." I inadvertently tossed the spatial ring containing the exquisite spirit stones into the transformation array. The moment those words escaped his lips, attention seized Jiang Xiaobai's expression, rendering his mouth rigid and causing it to twitch uncontrollably. Just as it seemed Jiang Xiaobai was on the brink of fury, Guoguo stepped forward to offer consolation, saying, "Little junior brother, do not be upset, for that would be detrimental to your health. If the exquisite spirit stones are lost, one may always retrieve more from those sacred grounds." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's anger was somewhat alleviated. At this moment, Wang Darren bowed his head, not daring to meet Jiang Xiaobai's gaze. "Oh well, it is merely 900 billion top-tier spirit stones. After all, I still possess several hundred billion here. Fatty, you didn't accidentally throw the superior spirit stones into the divine-level transformation array, did you?" No, Wang Darren immediately replied. Jiang Xiaobai cast a sweeping glance over the entirety of Qingyun's sect and inquired of the system, extend the divine transformation array outward for 100 miles. Beep. Understood. Esteemed host, came the reply. In an instant, the divine transformation array of Qingyun's sect surged outward, expanding the territory of the sect several-fold, bringing it ever closer to Qingyun City. The onlookers were left in a state of profound astonishment. "Junior brother, this divine transformation array can actually grow larger?" Li Yingying exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Indeed, the divine transformation array can expand to any size desired. However, the spiritual energy within Qingyun's sect has become significantly more diluted. Jiang Chuang remarked thoughtfully after absorbing Jiang Xiaobai's words. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Xiaobai, stating, "Junior brother, I shall reside within the sect from now on, until I achieve ascension. Within this ring lies an accumulation of premium spirit stones I have gathered over the years. They serve little purpose for me now. You may utilize them in the divine transformation array." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately seized the spatial ring from Li Chungan's hand. His eyes ablaze with fervor. "Master brother, how many exquisite spirit stones are contained within?" Li Chungan, upon hearing this, smiled wryly and, imitating Jiang Xiaobai, replied, "Well, it's not that many, merely 20 trillion exquisite spirit stones." Buzz. As soon as Li Chungan uttered these words, the entire scene, including Jiang Xiaobai, was rendered speechless in astonishment. "How many? 20 trillion exquisite spirit stones?" Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, swallowing hard. "Indeed, a mere 20 trillion exquisite spirit stones, hardly worth mentioning." Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the spatial ring in his hand, his body trembling slightly. After taking a deep breath, he cast the spatial ring into the divine transformation array. In an instant, 2 trillion supreme spirit stones were refined by the divine transformation array. In the blink of an eye, the concentration of spiritual energy within the array surged rapidly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the spiritual energy concentration of the Qingyun sect had increased 100-fold. The visible mist of spiritual energy left everyone in awe, including Li Chungan and his companions. Heavens! Junior brother, this divine transformation array is truly terrifying. If this continues, could Qingyun's sect transform into a paradise on earth? Li Yingying exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the disciples of Qingyun's sect began to cry out in excitement. "Ah, I am about to break through. Me too. I can feel the breakthrough coming. I also wish to break through. I have been stuck at this level for 2 whole years, and now I can finally advance." Observing the eager disciples ready to make their breakthroughs, Li Chungan suddenly suggested, "Junior brother, why don't we steal all the resources from the major factions?" Chapter 69, Double Happiness, completing the side quest. Jiang Xiaobai gazed incredulously at Li Chungang, astonished that such words could emanate from the lips of his senior brother. "Senior brother, what did you just say?" Li Yingying exclaimed in shock. Li Chungang reiterated, "This divine transformation array is extraordinarily formidable. If provided with ample resources, could it not generate the legendary celestial aura?" As he spoke, his body quivered with excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Upon hearing Li Chunggang's proclamation, Li Yingying, along with Xiao Man and Guoguo, finally comprehended the gravity of his words. Their gazes instantly ignited with fervent anticipation, all directed towards Jiang Xiaobai. In response, Jiang Xiaobai, perplexed, queried the system within his mind. "System, what exactly is celestial aura?" The system replied, "Ding. Host, celestial aura is a form of energy gas that transcends spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and inquired once more, "Can the divine-level transformation array produce celestial energy?" "Ding," the system responded, "as long as the host possesses sufficient resources. The divine-level transformation array can indeed generate celestial energy." Jiang Xiaobai nodded. his gaze sweeping over the crowd filled with fervent eyes, and remarked, "It is merely a touch of celestial aura, nothing to be concerned about." As Jiang Xiaobai's words lingered in the air, Li Chungan and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless, their breaths quickening with anticipation. "Junior brother, is it truly possible for the divine transformation array to convert into celestial energy?" Li Chungan inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Xiaobai. "With sufficient resources, celestial energy can undoubtedly be transformed," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed. Upon receiving this confirmation, an involuntary tremor coursed through Li Chungan's body, and he clenched his hands tightly. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and he inquired with confusion, "Senior brother, why are you so agitated? Is it merely celestial energy?" Li Chungan did not respond to Jiang Xiaobai. Instead, he raised his eyes toward the heavens, enveloped in silence. Observing Li Chungan's current demeanor, Li Yingying shook her head helplessly and remarked, "Senior brother has endured so much hardship. Li Chungan suffering?" Jiang Xiaobai looked utterly bewildered. "I report to you, junior uncle, the battlefield has been thoroughly cleared. Here are all the spatial rings obtained from the cleanup." Ma Ryu unexpectedly approached Jiang Xiaobai and interrupted him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then promptly addressed Ma Ryu, saying, "Cast them into the divine-level transformation array." "Yes, junior master," she replied. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened slightly as he cast a penetrating glance at Li Chungan. Noticing Li Chungan's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from further inquiries and turned his attention to Wang Dabin, saying, "Fatty, the Qingyan sect continues to recruit disciples. Spread the word. Has anyone come forth to enlist in the Qingyan sect in recent days?" Wang Dabin, upon hearing this, wore an expression of embarrassment and replied, "Well, junior uncle, within a radius of several thousand miles, all suitable candidates for our Qingyan sect have already joined. Therefore, there have been no new applicants in the past few days." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, as he had indeed overlooked this matter. It appears that in order to recruit more individuals, it is imperative to first disseminate the name of the Qingyan sect. As for the Batian sect, it seems that our only option is to eradicate them first. With that said, Jiang Xiaobai's attention immediately turned to the still silent Li Chungan, inquiring, "Senior brother, shall we embark on the mission to annihilate the Batian sect in a few days?" Jiang Xiaobai's words momentarily stunned Li Chungan, whose gaze sharpened before he nodded in acknowledgement. "Master, we shall eradicate the Batian sect in 7 days." The plump disciple, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, his round face quivering as he promptly replied, "Yes, junior uncle." "Enough. Everyone disperse and focus on your training," Jiang Xiaobai instructed. "Yes, junior uncle." Quickly, all the disciples departed, and at that moment, Jiang Xiaobai approached Guoguo, saying, "Guoguo, come with me. I have a few inquiries." Guoguo, who had been fixated on a particular female disciple, blinked at Jiang Xiaobai's words and nodded eagerly. "All right, junior brother." Soon, Guoguo followed Jiang Xiaobai to his chamber. "What is it, junior brother?" Guoguo inquired. As she leaned closer, she listened attentively while grinning mischievously. "Rest assured, junior brother. Leave this matter to Guoguo." Watching Guoguo's retreating figure, Jiang Xiaobai reflected for a moment and murmured, "In a few days, the system-side quest will be complete. I'm rather looking forward to it. For now, I shall concentrate on my training to solidify my state of mind." With that, Jiang Xiaobai immediately seated himself in a meditative posture, entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, high above Qingyan City, a youthful figure suddenly appeared, standing aloft with an icy demeanor as he surveyed the entire city. In such a desolate and barren land, what formidable warriors could possibly exist? The Lord and the Ancient Elder are truly wasting talent. Luya's absence has caused me, Zhang Zifen, to squander time coming here. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, I shall conceal my identity and conduct a thorough investigation first. Buzz. With that, Zhang Zifen's figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the bustling streets of Qingyan City. "Oh, this dashing young man. What a delightful coincidence. On such a fine day, I wish to accompany you." "Be gone." Why such anger, young sir? Would you care to cool off in the most fragrant establishment? Do you wish to perish?" Zhang Zifen's eyes turned frigid, and a murderous aura surged, leaving the worldly woman pale with fright. "Forgive me, young sir, I was inconsiderate. Please pardon my transgression." The woman bowed deeply, lowering her head, unwilling to utter another word. Zhang Zifen regarded her silently for a moment before asking, "Do you know where the Qingyan sect is located?" The Qingyun sect? The woman was taken aback, then respectfully replied, I humbly inform you, young sir, that the entire populace of Qingyun City is aware of the Qingyun sect. Zhang Zifen's gaze intensified as he fixed his stare upon her, commanding, relate to me everything you know about the Qingyun sect in detail. Indeed, my lord. The Qingyun sect is the most formidable force within a radius of thousands of miles. Just a few days ago, the Qingyun sect annihilated over 100,000 members of the Batian sect. The woman of the mortal realm recounted everything she knew to Zhang Zifen in meticulous detail. As he listened, his gaze grew increasingly frigid and his shock deepened. A mere sect possessed such immense power? Allow me to inform you, my lord, the Qingyun sect is no trivial sect. They harbor peak emperor-level experts. And legends whisper of even more powerful beings beyond that realm. Zhang Zifen's eyes flickered, and he inquired, Are you certain? Quite certain. For among the over 100,000 members of the Batian sect who were vanquished, there were 4 peak emperor-level experts. Zhang Zifen's eyes widened, his breath quickening. As he silently mused, Fortunately, I remain composed. Otherwise, my fate could very well mirror that of Luya. However, it would be prudent to refrain from disclosing the existence of such strong individuals to the sacred land. A smile graced his lips as he resolutely tossed a top-tier spirit stone to the woman and immediately set off towards the Qingyun sect. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming with excitement, The system's side quest has finally been completed. Chapter 70. Zhang Zifen infiltrates the Qingyun sect. Not far from the gates of the Qingyun sect, Zhang Zifen concealed himself in a corner. Having observed the entire sect for an extended period, the more he watched, the more astonished he became. The Qingyun sect emanated an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy, resembling that of a grand sect. Is this really the Qingyun sect? The concentration of spiritual energy rivals that of the sacred land. No wonder Luya fell here. I cannot underestimate the possibility of hidden supreme experts within the Qingyun sect. I must proceed with caution. With that thought, Zhang Zifen fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, several disciples of the Qingyun sect passed by, their conversation reaching Zhang Zifen's ears. Ha, our little master uncle of the Qingyun sect is truly impressive. Look, the concentration of spiritual energy in our sect has increased by hundreds of times and continues to rise. Indeed, we owe it all to our little master uncle. I remember when I first joined the Qingyun sect. Back then, it was a rather weak sect. Now, just look at it. It has become a major sect. That's right. In recent days, everyone's strength has significantly improved, all thanks to our little master uncle. Enough chatter. Let us hurry to Qingyun City and announce that our Qingyun sect will continue to recruit disciples. As the group departed, Zhang Zifen stepped forward, speaking to himself. Little master uncle? This person must be the hidden supreme expert of the Qingyun sect. It seems the Qingyun sect is indeed more complex than I anticipated. Thank goodness for my cleverness. The Qingyun sect is currently recruiting disciples. I can conceal my identity, infiltrate the sect, and thoroughly investigate its secrets before taking action. After speaking, Zhang Zifen produced a pill and consumed it, causing his aura to rapidly diminish from the pinnacle of the Emperor realm to the 8th tier of the Sovereign realm. Truly, the concealment pill lives up to its reputation as a treasure, capable of hiding my cultivation prowess. However, the effects of this pill last only for 6 months. I must uncover the secrets of the Qingyun sect within this time frame. Zhang Zifen cast his gaze upon the entire Qingyun sect and, after a moment of silence, proceeded towards its main gate. Moments later, he arrived at the location where disciples were being recruited. Observing a sparse line of individuals waiting to join the Qingyun sect, he joined the queue. A quarter of an hour later, a disciple of the Qingyun sect turned to Zhang Zifen and inquired, Please fill out your detailed information. Then wait over there. Certainly, thank you, senior brother, Zhang Zifen replied. After completing his documentation, he moved to another area for the examination of his cultivation roots. Top-tier spiritual root, pinnacle of the sovereign realm, exclaimed a disciple after assessing Zhang Zifen's attributes. What? A top-tier spiritual root? This is a genius. Another disciple remarked. Goodness, my spiritual root is merely mid-tier, and I am leagues behind him. However, something felt amiss. How could this young man, seemingly at least 18 years old, only possess the pinnacle of the sovereign realm? Upon hearing these comments, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Zifen. He had been careless. Just as he pondered how to deflect the scrutiny, a disciple from the Qingyun sect casually remarked, This is perfectly normal, even with extraordinary talent, without resources and a background. How can one's cultivation progress rapidly? With those words, all doubts were dispelled, and Jiang Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. May I ask, esteemed seniors, if I am now eligible to join the Qingyan sect? Not yet. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening in confusion as he questioned the disciple, "Senior brother, may I inquire why? To officially become a disciple of the Qingyan sect, you must sign your name on the Qingyan register." Jiang Xiaobai paused, realizing the necessity of this requirement. "I understand, that is indeed reasonable." With that, he promptly inscribed his name on the Qingyan register. "Senior brother, is it all right now?" "Not yet. Handsome lad, why the haste?" the disciple said with a grin, producing a sharp knife and offering it to Jiang Xiaobai. "Senior brother, what is this for?" "Hee. Handsome lad, just drop a drop of your blood on the Qingyan register." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoban's gaze sharpened as he quietly scrutinized the Qingyan illustrated guide, seeking to discern any underlying issues. Yet, after half a day of contemplation, he remained unable to unearth any clues. "Hey, why are you still hesitating?" a disciple inquired, having watched Jiang for a considerable time. Senior brother, why must one shed blood on this Qingyan illustrated guide to join the Qingyan sect? It's quite simple. It's a sacred ritual. Do you understand the significance of rituals?" "A ritual?" Jiang Xiaobai treaded cautiously and then posed another question. "Senior brother, I have come to the Qingyan sect to cultivate, with the sole intention of becoming stronger. If I can achieve my goals while serving the sect, does it truly matter whether I partake in this ritual?" "Well, you may take your leave then. Our Qingyan sect is a grand sect that places immense importance on the sense of ceremony. It is truly magnificent. Do you grasp this? Importance on ceremony? Magnificent?" Jiang Xiaoban's lips twitched incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, in order to investigate the intricacies of the Qingyan sect, he decisively dripped a drop of blood onto the Qingyan illustrated guide. Buzz! Instantly, a mysterious and formidable aura enveloped his body. What power is this? It is so profound. "All right, from now on, we shall be brothers. My name is Lan Mingxi, and you may simply call me that." "Lan Mingxi?" Jiang Xiaoban's mouth twitched once more as he stared quizzically at Lan Mingxi for a prolonged moment. "What's wrong? Are you perhaps enamored with me upon our first meeting?" "That is strictly forbidden. My little master uncle does not permit such affections." Observing Lan Mingxi's pompous demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of irritation, wishing to slap him into silence. "Hold it together." He exhaled deeply before addressing Lan Mingxi. "Senior brother, I shall return to the sect now." Without further ado, Jiang Xiaobai turned and entered the Qingyan sect. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai was engulfed in excitement as the system's voice finally resonated. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for flawlessly completing the side quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 30 million spirit energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading the Qingyan illustrated guide. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading the God-level transformation array into the God-level heavenly mechanism array." After absorbing the system's announcements, Jiang Xiaobai was astounded and immediately inquired, "System, what new functions does the upgraded Qingyan illustrated guide possess? Furthermore, what is this formidable heavenly mechanism array?" Ding! The upgrade of the Qingyan illustrated guide merely adds a new function. Any disciple of the Qingyan sect, upon signing their name and shedding a drop of their blood on the Qingyan illustrated guide, can be resurrected through certain resources after their demise. Moreover, the resurrected disciples retain their original cultivation talents, but must commence their training anew. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai immediately gasped in astonishment. Chapter 71. The New Features of the Azure Cloud Illustrated and the Heavenly Mechanism Divine Array. Jiang Xiaobai was utterly astonished. The notion of resurrecting even after a battle was simply astounding. With this thought in mind, he promptly retrieved a volume of the Qingyan Codex, swiftly inscribing his illustrious name upon it, and hastily dripping his blood onto the page. He chuckled to himself. "With this, who shall I fear in the future? If anyone dares to oppose me, I shall confront them. If they anger me, I shall unleash my wrath. Those who wish to harm me will meet their demise." Jiang Xiaobai was overwhelmed with excitement. However, at that moment, the voice of the system resonated. "Ding! Host, the Qingyan Illustrated Handbook is only beneficial to others within the Qingyan sect and is ineffective for you." Stunned, Jiang Xiaobai stood frozen in place, his mouth twitching incessantly. "System, you must clarify to me why I, as the esteemed host, am rendered inferior to a mere group of disciples." Jiang Xiaobai was enraged. The system seemed to be targeting him. "Ding! Host, the Qingyan Codex relies upon you. as you are their host. If you perish, they shall face complete annihilation. Thus, you cannot enjoy the same privileges as they do. It is merely a matter of perspective. They, too, cannot partake in the rights and benefits that you possess. This is the rule. Rule? Jiang Xiaobai fell silent. Rule? Ding. Indeed, host, the rules are as such. The system merely operates according to these principles. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaobai abruptly looked up towards the heavens, lost in contemplation. The strong dictate the rules, yet they proclaim that there is no right or wrong within those rules. To hell with it. One day, I shall shatter this sky. Upon the conclusion of Jiang Xiaobai's inquiry, he promptly posed another question to the system. System. What precisely is the divine-level heavenly mechanism formation? Ding. Host. The divine-level heavenly mechanism formation is an enhancement of the original divine-level transformation formation, now incorporating defensive capabilities. A divine-level defensive formation. Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. He understood the significance of a divine-level defensive formation. It was, after all, divine in nature. This must be the most formidable formation of all. Jiang Xiaobai's breath quickened, overwhelmed by the magnitude of today's surprise. Could it be that within the formidable divine array, I am invincible? Ding. The system advised the host against recklessness, for should you perish, all that belongs to the Qingyun sect will vanish. Moreover, while true horrors may not shatter the divine array, they possess the capability to seal it entirely. In such a scenario, both the host and the entire Qingyun sect would find themselves utterly forsaken, with neither heaven nor earth heeding their cries. Upon absorbing the system's warning, Jiang Xiaobai gradually regained his composure. Just then, Wang Daren's eager voice resonated from outside. Little master uncle, we are all set and can depart at any moment to eradicate the Batian sect. At these words, Jiang Xiaobai paused, lost in thought for a moment, before striding towards the Qingyun sect's plaza. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the plaza, observing the assembled crowd standing in perfect formation. Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed, "Please wait a moment. I shall first upgrade this array." As soon as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, the entire audience was taken aback, their gazes fixed intently upon him. What? Upgrade the array? This array is already formidable. How can it possibly be enhanced? Upon hearing these words, Li Chang'an and his companions also became visibly agitated, their breaths quickening. Junior brother, are you implying that this divine-level transformation array can indeed be upgraded? Li Chang'an inquired incredulously. Jiang Xiaobai shrugged with a smile and remarked, "Of course, the upgraded divine transformation array will be even more formidable. System, elevate the divine transformation array to the divine heavenly mechanism array." Ding. Host. The divine transformation array has been successfully upgraded to the divine heavenly mechanism array. A mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful force suddenly enveloped the entire Qingyun sect. The sect radiated an aura of enigma and immense strength, leaving everyone present in utter astonishment. Zhang Zifen, who had recently joined the Qingyun sect, found his breath quickening upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's display. What kind of array is this? The aura is terrifying. Something feels off, far too off. And that person must be Jiang Xiaobai. I never anticipated he would be the junior uncle of this sect. Moreover, that individual is the sword immortal Li Chugang and the peerless pill god Li Yingying. Remarkable. I cannot believe the figures sought by the Holy Land are all within the Qingyun sect. Zhang Zifen's gaze sharpened as he struggled to contain himself. I harbor no enmity towards Jiang Xiaobai or the Qingyun sect. Instead, my true nemesis, who has caused my clan's annihilation, resides within the ancient dragon Holy Land. With this thought, Zhang Zifen clenched his teeth, an aura of murderous intent suddenly emanating from him. Little did he know, every action he took was under the watchful gaze of Li Chugang. I would like to inform everyone that the upgraded array is called the Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array. The Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Junior uncle, is this Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array truly as impressive as it sounds? Indeed. Junior uncle, the Divine Transformation Array was already remarkable. This Divine Heavenly Mechanism Array must be even more extraordinary. Haha, indeed, the more formidable, the better. Jiang Xiaobai observed the excitement radiating from the crowd and chuckled. The Divine-level Heavenly Mechanism Array has enhanced its defensive capabilities based on the original Divine-level Transformation Array. This Divine-level Heavenly Mechanism Array may also be referred to as the Divine-level Heavenly Mechanism Defensive Array. Senior brother, why not attempt to unleash your full strength against the Divine-level Heavenly Mechanism Array and see if you can create even a ripple upon it? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned eagerly towards Li Chang'an. However, Li Chuanggan's lips began to twitch uncontrollably at Jiang Xiaobai's words, as he thought to himself, "This young man underestimates me. Junior brother, are you truly suggesting that senior brother exert his full force against the divine-level heavenly mechanism array? Wouldn't he that risk damaging the formation?" Li Yingying remarked. Her expression tinged with concern, for such a formidable array was not something she wished to see destroyed by Li Chuanggan. In response to Li Yingying's words, Li Chuanggan proudly lifted his head and declared, "Junior brother, you must understand that your senior brother is a sword immortal, possessing great strength. Perhaps we should reconsider this trial." He intended to provide both Jiang Xiaobai and himself with an avenue for retreat. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly laughed and said, "Fear not, senior brother. Unleash your full power without hesitation. I dare say you won't even manage to harm a single hair of the divine-level heavenly mechanism array." The words of Jiang Xiaobai astonished everyone once more, leaving Li Chuanggang with a face clouded in embarrassment. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Li Chuanggang, causing all present to retreat several thousand meters in haste. Could this be the true power of the sword immortal Li Chuanggang? Truly formidable, indeed. Worthy of the title Sword Immortal. Zhang Zifan, standing at a distance, couldn't he help but exclaim his admiration. The disciples of Qin Yun's sect gazed in shock at the terrifying aura emanating from Li Chuanggang. When will I ever possess such extraordinary prowess as my second master uncle? It would truly be a dream come true. I dare not even imagine it. If I could attain even a tenth of my second master uncle's strength in this lifetime, I would be utterly elated. You might as well stop dreaming. It's beyond the realm of possibility. Look, my second master uncle is about to make his move. In an instant, an immensely terrifying sword energy emerged, coalescing into a colossal sword towering tens of thousands of meters in size. Witnessing this fearsome giant sword, everyone gasped in disbelief. Even Jiang Xiaobai was no exception. The prowess of this senior brother has likely reached the pinnacle of this world. His strength is evidently far greater than when I first encountered him. Could it be due to the Qingyun tome? Jiang Xiaobai pondered thoughtfully. Junior brother, you must quickly urge senior brother to cease. If he damages the divine heavenly mechanism array, it would be a tremendous loss. Guoguo exclaimed, her face filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai merely shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. Even if the eldest senior brother were 100,000 times more powerful, he could not inflict the slightest harm upon the divine-level heavenly mechanism array." Divine level. Do you comprehend what divine level truly signifies? Internally, Jiang Xiaobai reveled in his cleverness, intentionally provoking Li Chuanggang to showcase his prowess to others. The onlookers cast him exasperated glances. Look, the second master uncle is about to make his move. With a resounding hum, a colossal sword struck the divine-level heavenly mechanism array. In an instant, a formidable aura radiated outward, causing everyone to stagger backward in shock. The crowd, taken aback, was filled with both astonishment and concern. However, their apprehensions proved unfounded. Soon after, Li Chuanggang's gigantic sword vanished, leaving the divine-level heavenly mechanism array entirely unscathed. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in exclamations of awe. Heavens! This divine-level heavenly mechanism array is truly remarkable. Even the full-force attack of the second master uncle could not inflict a scratch upon it. How terrifying! How extraordinary! Indeed, the junior master uncle is exceptional. The formation he has arranged is astonishingly powerful. All gazes turned to Jiang Xiaobai. At that moment, Li Chuanggang approached him with a look of astonishment and inquired, "Junior apprentice, what level of formation is this divine-level heavenly mechanism array?" His question echoed the curiosity of the entire assembly, each pair of eyes fixed upon Jiang Xiaobai. In response, Jiang Xiaobai smiled and said, "It's simply a divine-level formation, nothing too extraordinary. There is no need for such astonishment. Do not behave as though you have never encountered anything of this caliber." The crowd's expressions darkened. They were filled with an intense desire to pin Jiang Xiaobai down. "What level is a divine-level formation, junior apprentice?" Guoguo suddenly asked. "What is the highest level of formation that you are aware of?" The words of Jiang Xiaobai left Li Chuanggang and others momentarily stunned. Soon after, Li Chuanggang spoke. "In this realm, the highest level of formations is the pseudo-immortal grade. But what lies beyond the pseudo-immortal level?" With a sly smile, Jiang Xiaobai turned to Li Chuanggang, causing a collective gasp among the group. "Little junior brother, are you suggesting that the divine-level heavenly mechanism formation is a legendary immortal grade formation?" Li Yingying exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaobai. The atmosphere thickened with tension as everyone's breaths quickened, their faces etched with shock as they regarded Jiang Xiaobai. However, Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and replied with a grin, "No? How could such a trash-level formation as the immortal grade compete with the divine-level heavenly mechanism formation? It doesn't even qualify to carry my shoes." Let me be clear. The divine-level heavenly mechanism formation is indeed a divine-grade formation, the pinnacle of all, far surpassing the immortal grade. Buzz. Jiang Xiaobai's words resonated like thunder, detonating in the minds of all present, leaving even individuals like Li Chungang utterly astounded. "The most formidable formation, the highest level," Li Chungang exclaimed, his throat constricting, his expression one of sheer incredulity. "Indeed. Remember this. Within the confines of the Qingyun sect, safety is guaranteed. Apart from myself, no one possesses the capability to breach the divine-grade Tianji formation. This includes anyone." The sheer magnitude of Jiang Xiaobai's proclamation left everyone in attendance in a state of shock. One individual, rendered numb by disbelief, stood frozen, Zhang Zifen. The events he encountered today surpassed the limits of his imagination. Who exactly is this Jiang Xiaobai? Is he still the fallen saint of the Holy Land? Zhang Zifen pondered cautiously to himself. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's voice resonated once more. "Silence, everyone. I have previously stated my ambition to transform the Qingyun sect into the most powerful sect. This ultimate strength is not merely about being the mightiest in the Tianxian realm, but rather, it encompasses being the most formidable sect across all realms. I now pose a question to you. Are you willing to join me in treading among the stars, conquering the vast cosmic seas and the universe itself?" The words of Jiang Xiaobai were profoundly shocking, reverberating like thunder, exploding in the minds of all present. Once the initial astonishment faded, the crowd, filled with excitement, exclaimed in unison, "Willing, willing, willing." The roar echoed through the air, and Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction at the exhilarated expressions surrounding him. Just then, a voice broke through the fervor. "That dashing little master. What do you mean by the stars and the vast ocean, and what is the universe?" This unexpected interjection from Lan Mingxi silenced the crowd instantly, redirecting all gazes back to Jiang Xiaobai. Taken aback, Jiang Xiaobai gazed upward, falling into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "The stars and the vast ocean are composed of countless realms of Tianqian, while the universe is formed by innumerable stars and oceans." As these words echoed through the air, a profound stillness enveloped the gathering, soon erupting into an uproar. "What? Does this imply that the Tianqian realm is but a speck of dust? My heavens! So it turns out. I am so insignificant." Even Li Chuangang and the others stared at Jiang Xiaobai in astonishment. "Little junior brother, are you speaking earnestly?" Li Chuangang asked, his throat dry as he swallowed repeatedly, fixating his gaze on Jiang Xiaobai. "I am not jesting. Now do you understand your own insignificance?" A heavy silence descended. Both Li Chuangang and the others remained mute. Their worldviews had been utterly shattered by Jiang Xiaobai today. Then, "Little junior brother, what of the legendary ascension to the higher realms?" "The higher realms? Huh. They are merely worlds slightly larger than Tianqian." Li Chuangang and the others stood transfixed, their minds numb, unable to comprehend. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed, "All right. I understand that this is a tremendous shock for you all, but in time, you will adapt. At present, our most pressing concern is to annihilate the Batian sect. Senior brother, let us depart. We must confront the Batian sect and eradicate them." Chapter 73. Breakthrough to the first stage of the sacred realm within the grand hall of the Batian sect. The atmosphere was laden with tension as all high-ranking officials gathered. Each countenance was shrouded in gloom, the air thick with an oppressive silence. "Master, the lives of Elder Bahu and our 100,000 disciples cannot be sacrificed in vain. We must eliminate the Qingyun sect, otherwise my resentment will never dissipate. Furthermore, if we do not destroy the Qingyun sect, how shall the Batian sect secure its standing in the future? How can those factions under our jurisdiction ever acknowledge our authority?" An elder of the Batian sect declared vehemently. His words resonated deeply with the others present, who echoed in unison, "Indeed, Master, the Qingyun sect has gone too far. They slaughtered over 100,000 of our kin without a second thought. Master, if this vendetta goes unavenged, I shall withdraw from the Batian sect and seek my own retribution for our fallen brethren. Just give the command, and we shall defend the honor of the Batian sect to our last breath." Have you finished? The sect master of Batian suddenly interjected, plunging the hall into an abrupt silence. How I wish to obliterate the Qingyun sect at once. Yet, we have suffered the loss of 4 peak elders and 100,000 elite disciples, a grievous toll indeed. Moreover, we currently possess no intelligence on the Qingyun sect. Should we act recklessly, we might find ourselves obliterated before we can even lay waste to them. His words stirred a ripple of unrest among the assembly. Master, shall we simply let this great grievance go unaddressed? Indeed, Master, this vengeance must not be left unpunished. I concur with the Master, the Qingyun sect is indeed formidable. The slaughter of our elite disciples and the demise of 4 peak elders indicate that they possess a powerful being capable of reaching the pseudo-immortal realm. As these words hung in the air, the hall fell silent once more, each individual exchanging apprehensive glances. I have already dispatched individuals to infiltrate the Qingyun sect. Once we ascertain their true nature, we shall act accordingly. Additionally, send envoys to the Longhu sect and the Xiaoyao sect, inviting their leaders to convene with me regarding a significant matter. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits were instantly uplifted. Yes, Master. However, no sooner had these words left one individual's lips than a figure rushed in, breathless, to deliver alarming news. Report. I must inform the Master that calamity has struck. Our Batian sect is surrounded by 5,000 members of the Qingyun sect. Moreover, their leader demands that you, Master, come forth to face him for execution. Buzz. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, the Qingyun sect has been excessively arrogant. We have yet to seek vengeance upon them. And now they have audaciously come to our doorstep seeking their demise. Master, allow me to lead a contingent to annihilate them. Otherwise, they will truly believe that our Batian sect fears the Qingyun sect. Silence. All of you, follow me as we confront the enemy. Yes, Master. The throng departed the main hall of the sect with great fervor, and soon the entrance of the Batian sect was teeming with people. A glance revealed a sea of figures, the vast majority being members of the Batian sect, which boasted nearly 1 million disciples. Opposite them stood Jiang Xiaobai and Lichugang, leading 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect. Senior brother, the numbers of the Batian sect are truly overwhelming. If only they were all from our Qingyun sect. How splendid that would be. Jiang Xiaobai lamented, his eyes filled with regret. With 1 million disciples, the rewards and spiritual energy would be immense. With such an influx, his own cultivation would soar. In that moment, a sudden realization struck Jiang Xiaobai. Oh no, how could I have forgotten? I have yet to elevate my own cultivation. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and commenced his meditation. The Qingyun sect members were momentarily taken aback, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. What the? Is Junior Uncle about to make another breakthrough? They muttered. Goodness, he is truly a prodigy. Li Chugang shook his head in resignation. This lad. I am increasingly perplexed by him. Just as Li Chugang spoke, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged dramatically. In no time, his cultivation ascended from the peak of the 8th stage of the sovereign realm to the 9th stage. His aura continued to rise rapidly until he reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage. Witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's breakthrough, the members of the Qingyun sect were numb to the spectacle, while the Batian sect members were astounded. What is happening? That boy from the Qingyun sect is breaking through right before our eyes, as if he is disregarding us. Damn, I swear, I won't touch women until the Qingyun sect is eradicated. Are you serious, brother? That is a bit extreme, don't you think? You can forsake women entirely? Humph. For the sake of destroying the Qingyun sect, I am willing. As the Batian sect members engaged in their fervent discussions, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged once more, swiftly elevating him from the peak of the sovereign realm to the 1st stage of the saint realm. Finally, I have ascended to the saint realm. Alas, it is too slow, far too slow, he remarked. The crowd, upon hearing this, wore expressions of disbelief, wishing they could deliver a sharp reprimand to Jiang Xiaobai. After adapting to his new cultivation realm, Jiang Xiaobai stood up, casting his gaze over all the members of the Batian sect. With a sly smile, he proclaimed, "Esteemed friends of the Batian sect, I, a junior uncle from the Qingyun sect, have come to offer you warmth." Offer warmth? Upon hearing this, the members of the Batian sect erupted in furious exclamations. This fool must be an idiot. Does he truly believe he can utter such nonsense without consequence? Who among us is willing to eliminate this brat? I find him exceedingly irritating. I too find him intolerable. But alas, my cultivation is only at the 3rd stage of the respect realm. Otherwise, I would certainly put an end to him today. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's voice rang out once more. Dear friends of the Batian sect, would you consider joining us at the Qingyun sect? Aside from the upper echelons of your sect, we warmly welcome all others to join us. Furthermore, every individual who joins the Qingyun sect will receive a bounty of 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words echoed, the members of the Batian sect erupted in a frenzy. My heavens! 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. I have never encountered such a vast fortune in my life. Is this brat serious? I must admit, I am somewhat tempted. Indeed, 100,000 top-tier spirit stones would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. Observing the eager demeanor of his disciples, the sect leader of Batian wore a dark expression, stepping forward to reprimand several of them, declaring, "You may join the Qingyun sect. I am determined to annihilate them regardless. Everyone, attack together and eliminate these individuals." Chapter 74, An Unexpected Turn of Events, the eerie sect leader of Batian. With a single command, the leader of Batian sect set all the high-ranking members into a swift charge towards the people of Qingyun sect. However, many of Batian's disciples remained motionless, showing no intention of engaging. This bewildered the sect leader, who then furiously exclaimed, "Are you truly considering betraying Batian sect? Leader, we bear no significant grudge against Qingyun sect. It is you high-ranking members who, in pursuit of your own desires, have provoked them, leaving us disciples unconnected to this conflict. Indeed, leader, we did not instigate any confrontation with the people of Qingyun sect. Perhaps we should." Buzz. Bang. Bang. Just as this disciple was halfway through his plea, the leader of Batian sect suddenly unleashed an aura of peak imperial realm, obliterating hundreds of his disciples into a mist of blood. This not only horrified all the disciples of Batian, but even Jiang Xiaobai, who stood afar, was taken aback. As he observed the high-ranking members of Batian rapidly approaching, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and he turned to Li Chungan, stating, "Big brother, leave none of them alive." Li Chungan nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on the high-ranking members of Batian. "Humph, a mere peak imperial realm, a scant few dozen, dares to extinguish my Qingyun sect. You shall all perish." Clang. With a casual wave of his hand, an immense wave of terrifying sword energy erupted from Li Chungan. Upon witnessing this spectacle, all members of Batian immediately halted, their faces etched in terror as they gazed at Li Chungan. "This is bad. That man is the sword immortal Li Chungan. How could he possibly be here? I don't know. He was nowhere to be seen just moments ago. What do we do now? How could we ever stand against the sword immortal Li Chungan? This is it. We are truly in over our heads. Perhaps we should plead for mercy. Maybe Li Chungan will allow us to join Qingyun sect." The upper echelons of the Batian sect were enveloped in a palpable tension, each individual casting anxious glances at Li Chungan. Meanwhile, deep within the sect's gates, the leader of the Batian sect also discerned the figure of Li Chungan. Yet he exhibited no trace of fear. Impossible. How could the sword immortal Li Chungan appear here? He cannot possibly be affiliated with the Qingyun sect. No, this cannot be happening. Damn it. Is my carefully laid plan destined for failure? As the leader's words hung in the air, a formidable surge of sword energy emanated from Li Chungan, hurtling towards the senior members of the Batian sect. Realizing the impending danger, they swiftly attempted to defend themselves. "Quick, we must defend ourselves, or we shall surely perish." One cried. "What good will that do? Our strongest cultivation barely reaches the peak of the Emperor realm, while Li Chungan has attained the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm." Another retorted, "Enough talk. We must at least attempt to defend ourselves. Otherwise, we are truly doomed. Hurry." They quickly formed a defensive formation, encasing the sect's leaders in a protective array. However, they severely underestimated Li Chungan's might. With a mere stroke of his sword, the defensive formation, forged with all their strength, was effortlessly shattered. "No, I do not wish to die," they lamented. "Master, save us. Please, we beg for your help." The despair was palpable. "I will not accept this fate. After 500 years of arduous cultivation to reach the peak of the Emperor realm, to perish here it is unbearable." In a flurry of strikes, a torrent of terrifying sword energy pierced through their hearts, reducing them to mere blood mist in an instant. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the remaining members of the Batian sect trembled in fear, their faces contorted with horror. "It is over. This truly is the end. His power is utterly terrifying. Master, shall we not surrender?" Surrendering may offer us a glimmer of hope. One suggested desperately, "Indeed, master. Let us capitulate and plead with Li Chungan to spare us. If they are willing to let us live, I would do anything. I am but 28. I do not wish to die." Listening to the frantic pleas of his disciples, who contemplated betraying the Batian sect, the leader's expression darkened. He understood all too well that the Qingyun sect would never show him mercy. With this realization, the leader's fear dissipated, replaced by a sinister resolve as he sneered. "Ha ha ha. So you all wish to join the Qingyun sect?" The disciples of the Batian sect were taken aback by their leader's sudden malevolent grin. Faced with the specter of death, they reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Yes, master. Living is certainly preferable to dying." Another added, "Indeed, master, as long as we live, there remains hope. Death is the ultimate end. In death, all is rendered void, master. We truly do not wish to perish. Master, perhaps you might beseech the sword immortal. It is conceivable that the Qingyun sect would graciously accept us into their ranks." Upon hearing this, the master of the Batian sect erupted in laughter, a sound both loud and sorrowful. "Ha! What a band of ingrates! Do you truly believe that the Qingyun sect would welcome you? Have you forgotten the unspeakable atrocities you have committed in the past? Have you also forgotten that the Batian sect, once dispatched over 100,000 men with the intent to annihilate the Qingyun sect?" At this utterance, all disciples of the Batian sect stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with an oppressive stillness. Jiang Xiaobai stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene, a smirk playing upon his lips as he remarked, "This individual seems to possess some understanding, unlike that group of fools." However, today, the demise of the Batian sect is inevitable. After speaking, Jiang Xiaobai was about to instruct Li Chungang to eliminate the sect leader of Batian. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A group of ungrateful wretches, since you are so oblivious to your own good, your existence serves no purpose. Buzz. As the sect leader of Batian finished his words, an eerie aura erupted from his being, and his body began to expand rapidly. All present, including Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chungang, were taken aback by this astonishing sight. Since you have chosen to betray the Batian sect, you shall perish alongside everyone from the Qingyun sect. Buzz. Boom. The body of the Batian sect leader suddenly exploded. However, this was not a self-detonation. Although his form had disintegrated, his voice echoed ominously. Today, all of you shall become my blood offerings. Blood demon devouring technique. In an instant, a torrent of crimson-black blood manifested high above the Batian sect, rapidly enlarging. In mere moments, this mass of blood expanded 100,000 times, enveloping all disciples of the Batian sect within its grasp. Chapter 75. The Sixth Jiang Xiaobai, Surprise Attack. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present, particularly the disciples of the Batian sect, numbering in the millions. As the sect leader transformed into a sea of blood, he consumed all of his million disciples in one fell swoop. In an instant, the anguished cries of the Batian disciples filled the air. While the disciples of the Qingyun sect stood pale with fear, their throats dry. Even Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chungang had never witnessed such a terrifying and bizarre spectacle. Master, what is happening? What will become of the Batian sect's leader after transforming into a sea of blood and devouring 1,000,000 of his disciples? Jiang Xiaobai's eyes were filled with gravity, for this was the first time he encountered such an enigmatic occurrence. Junior brother, if my conjecture is accurate, this is a technique of the demonic clan, both bizarre and exceedingly bloodthirsty, yet remarkably powerful. You must hasten to escort the disciples of Qingyun sect away from Batian sect. Li Chuangang's gaze narrowed, his attention unwaveringly fixed upon the vast expanse of blood that lay before him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, "Eldest senior brother, please take care of yourself." As Jiang Xiaobai's words hung in the air, a strange voice suddenly resonated from the sea of blood. "Wishing to depart? Have you inquired about my demonic melody?" Buzz, a figure, entirely enshrouded in crimson, materialized within the sanguine depths. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chungang exchanged solemn gazes. "Master brother, do you believe you can contend with this creature?" "I cannot ascertain his true strength at this moment. His cultivation is escalating rapidly," Li Chungang replied. Just as he finished speaking, the aura emanating from Mo surged dramatically, and the entire sea of blood seemed to swiftly merge into his being. His cultivation level quickly ascended from the pinnacle of the Emperor realm to the first stage of the pseudo-immortal realm, and it continued to rise at an astonishing rate. Junior brother, you must depart immediately. I will hold the rear. Master brother, please exercise caution. If you find yourself unable to withstand him, retreat to the Qingyun sect. It is the safest haven. Li Chenggang was taken aback by these words, but soon nodded in agreement. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect and urged, everyone, hasten towards the direction of the sect, quickly. Yes, young master uncle. As Jiang Xiaobai observed the crowd hastily departing, his gaze fell upon Mo Lu. After a moment of silence, he too quickly vacated the premises. However, just as he made his move to leave, a terrifying crimson tentacle suddenly manifested before him, blocking his path. In the blink of an eye, the 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect were pierced through the chest by numerous red tendrils, unable to react in time, and were instantly consumed. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai was struck with astonishment. Junior brother, be cautious. Bang! Boom! Li Chenggang materialized right in front of Jiang Xiaobai, shielding him from the menacing red tentacle. Delicious. The taste of the Qingyun sect disciples is truly exquisite. Mo Lu licked his blood-blackened lips, his gaze sinisterly fixated on both Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chenggang. Sword immortal Li Chenggang, I wonder if I devour you, will I transcend the limits of this realm's power? Humph. Devour me. Do you possess such capability? Ha ha ha. Whether I possess the ability or not, you shall find out soon enough. Buzzing. A multitude of red tentacles surged forth, charging towards Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chenggang. 10,000 swords in a rainbow. Li Chenggang unleashed his aura, and the spiritual energy in the air instantly coalesced into countless terrifying swords, encircling Jiang Xiaobai in protection. While the remaining blades swiftly launched an assault against Mo Lu. Having consumed the 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect, Mo Li's strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the pseudo-immortal realm, nearly on par with Li Chenggang. In an instant, the two clashed in a fierce battle. A cataclysmic confrontation that rendered the heavens and earth awash with dread. Jiang Xiaobai stood silently in place, his gaze fixed intently upon the fierce battle unfolding in the skies above. Mo Lu, you have slain 5,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect. Humph. If you do not perish today, I shall not be called Jiang Xiaobai. With those words, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished from sight. Jia, Li Chenggang, is this all the strength you possess? How disappointing. Enough of your prattle, prepare to die. In an instant, the two clashed, unleashing their might upon the land, shattering mountains and extinguishing countless lives within a radius of several hundred miles. They fought for half a day, neither able to gain the upper hand. Thus, the battle raged on for 2 days and nights, both combatants beginning to show signs of fatigue. Yet Mo Lu, with a sinister grin, declared, Li Chenggang, you truly excite me. It has been years since I have fought with such vigor. Mo Lu, did you conceal your identity with the sole purpose of today? Li Chenggang questioned, astonished by Mo Li's formidable strength, which rivaled his own. Jia. I originally intended to devour all the living beings in the southern domain to enhance my powers. Yet, your interference has thwarted my plans. If I do not slay you today, my resentment shall remain unquenched. Now I understand, Li Chenggang thought. No wonder the members of the Batian sect are so ruthless. Li Chenggang, today I shall consume you, which will somewhat compensate for the losses you have inflicted upon my plans. Upon hearing this, Li Chengang's eyes narrowed, a surge of killing intent boiling within him. Humph. Who will meet their end remains to be seen. Ultimate 10,000 sword technique. With a thunderous roar, the very heavens trembled within a 1,000-mile radius. Mo Lu, instead of panicking, grew even more exhilarated at the sight. Jia. Is this the true power of the sword immortal Li Chenggang? Remarkable. I find it most appealing. Li Chenggang, today you shall witness what it means that there are skies beyond the skies, and beings beyond beings. Behold the myriad manifestations, demon god. Buzzing and rumbling ensued as one terrifying, colossal demonic visage after another surged forth, charging directly at Li Chenggang. He, in turn, summoned a multitude of formidable swords to counter the oncoming onslaught. Thus, the battle continued for 3 days and nights. An eerie development unfolded, after intense combat over several days. Li Chengang's strength visibly waned, his complexion turning pale. Meanwhile, Mo Lu's vigor only grew stronger, showing no signs of decline. Li Chenggang, observing this turn of events, wore a grave expression. What could possibly be happening? Why does this fellow seem increasingly invigorated? Could it be? Jia, Li Chenggang. Have you finally come to realize? My demonic arts absorb energy from the very heat of battle. Unless my true form is attacked, no one can inflict even the slightest harm upon me. Moreover, I suffer no depletion during our conflict. So, what say you, Li Chugang? Are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Upon hearing this, Li Chugang's body stiffened, and his expression grew increasingly grave. It seemed imperative that I devise a means of escape from this place. Otherwise, I would inevitably find myself ensnared in a perilous predicament. The two exchanged glances once more, their silence stretching into an eternity. Li Chugang, you may now face your demise. As Mo Lu uttered these words, an unforeseen event transpired. A terrifying shadow of a fist struck his corporeal form without warning. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Mo Li's body was propelled several dozen miles away. How dare you be so arrogant? Damn it. Chapter 76, a new side quest. The objective: to recruit 1,000,000 disciples. Mo Li's essence was suddenly assailed by multiple formidable strikes, sending his entire being hurtling through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, yet miraculously he emerged unscathed, rising instead with a sinister grin. Hee, how amusing. Jiang Xiaobai, what martial technique did you just employ? How is it that even I could not perceive your presence? Jiang Xiaobai stood resolutely not far from Li Chungan, quietly observing Mo Lu. He had no intention of responding to Mo Li's remarks. Instead, he turned to Li Chungan and said, "Senior brother, let us unite and vanquish him." Upon hearing this, Li Chungan fell silent for a moment before immediately grasping Jiang Xiaobai's intent, nodding in agreement. Ha ha ha, Jiang Xiaobai, Li Chungan. What can you achieve even by teaming up? Can you truly harm me? Mo Li's words had scarcely left his lips when Jiang Xiaobai's figure mysteriously vanished once more, leaving not even a trace of his presence. This sudden disappearance put Mo Lu on high alert, his gaze becoming grave. Damn it! How can this young man's power be so unfathomable? Even I cannot detect his whereabouts. As Mo Lu searched for Jiang Xiaobai's location, he remained vigilant against Li Chungan's impending attack. Despite Jiang Xiaobai's relentless attempts to ambush him, the vast disparity in their strengths rendered him incapable of inflicting any harm. In stark contrast, Li Chungan possessed a power that matched his own. Should Li Chungan's true form strike him with full force, it would result in severe injury, if not death. As this realization dawned upon him, Mo Lu's expression grew increasingly somber. Meanwhile, Li Chungan was fully prepared to launch an attack on Mo Li's true form at any moment, compelling Mo Lu to exercise even greater caution. That detestable scoundrel, Jiang Xiaobai, was truly infuriating. His martial skills were elusive and insurmountable. Jiang Xiaobai wields a martial technique of divine caliber. Even though his strength is vastly inferior to that of Mo Lu, the enhancement provided by such an extraordinary skill allows him to easily send Mo Lu flying. Mo Lu, wary of the situation, understands that while Jiang Xiaobai may not be able to inflict harm upon him, any distraction could provide Li Chugang an opportunity for a surprise attack, putting him in a precarious position. Jiang Xiaobai, even if you were to ambush me 1,000 times, you would not be able to inflict even the slightest injury upon me. Why waste your time and energy? Mo Lu continued. Why not step forward so we may engage in a proper conversation? After all, every matter has room for negotiation, does it not? Jiang Xiaobai did not intend to reveal himself. He was diligently preparing to launch a surprise attack on Mo Lu. Suddenly, Li Chugang's figure moved, and a terrifying sword aura emanated from him once more. Upon witnessing this, Mo Li's gaze grew increasingly grave, and he immediately took defensive measures. Damn Jiang Xiaobai. After today, I shall devour all of Qingyun's sect. The people of Qingyun's sect must surely taste delightful. A multitude of crimson tendrils emerged, poised to strike at Li Chugang. Buzz. Bang. Boom. Out of nowhere, a formidable fist technique manifested 2 meters behind him. Mo Lu had yet to react when his true form was sent flying once again. Damn Jiang Xiaobai, come out and face me directly. As Mo Lu spoke, Li Chugang's colossal sword had already appeared before him, prompting Mo Lu to instinctively defend himself. Yet, it was still a moment too late. Li Chugang's massive sword struck him directly. Rumble. Jiang Xiaobai, Li Chugang, you are utterly shameless. Buzz. Boom. After being hit by Li Chugang's assault, Mo Lu sustained significant injuries. Realizing the imminent danger, he unleashed all his power, summoning a multitude of formidable demon avatars to fortify his defense. Jiang Xiaobai, let us see how you break through my defenses. After leaving several demon avatars to shield his true form, the remainder surged towards Li Chugang, declaring, "Li Chugang, let us see how you can strike my true self. Kill." A vast number of powerful demon avatars rushed towards Li Chugang, who felt a renewed sense of gravity in the situation. This Mo Lu is exceedingly cunning. How can such a junior sneak attack him? Just as Li Chugang believed that Jiang Xiaobai could no longer ambush Mo Lu, several powerful fist techniques suddenly appeared above Mo Li's head. In an instant, before Mo Lu could react, he was struck by Jiang Xiaobai's formidable fists, sending his body crashing to the ground. Moreover, following the attack, all the demon avatars vanished into thin air. Observing this, Li Chugang immediately unleashed his full power and charged towards Mo Li's true form once more. Rumble. Ah, no. Li Chugang's terrifying assault struck Mo Li's true form again, causing the very heavens and earth to shatter. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai's figure vanished once more. He did not dare to be careless, for Mo Li's strength was exceedingly unpredictable. Moments later, as the dust settled, a massive pit emerged, with Mo Li's true form lying within it, twitching uncontrollably, grievously injured, and on the brink of death. This is not how one plays the game. Jiang Xiaobai, how can you be so shameless? Mo Lu muttered, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Li Chugang observed this, his lips twitching slightly. Humph. A formidable being of the demon race, shedding tears in this place. How utterly disgraceful. Begone. Ultimate sword art. With a resounding clang, a terrifying giant sword materialized above Mo Li's head, instantly dimming the heavens and earth, enveloping the surrounding 100 miles in an aura of dread. Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself nearby, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Wow. It seems that after this fierce battle, my senior brother's strength has remarkably increased. As Jiang Xiaobai's words faded, the anguished cries of Mo Lu erupted. No, I do not wish to perish. My grand plan remains unrealized. With a thunderous crash, Li Chun's terrifying greatsword struck Mo Li's very essence, and in an instant, the earth within 100 miles was utterly shattered. Consequently, Mo Lu was annihilated. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, what lay before Jiang Xiaobai was a desolate expanse, devoid of life. How formidable! My master's prowess is truly extraordinary. In 3 years, I shall surpass my master. Jiang Xiaobai appeared beside Li Chungan and spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Li Chungan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Junior disciple. The Badian sect has already been destroyed. Shall we return to the sect now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. He cast his gaze towards the Batian sect and said, Senior brother, I shall tend to the battlefield. You may return to the sect first. Li Chungan, upon hearing his words, nodded in agreement. He was acutely aware of Jiang Xiaobai's formidable prowess. Should Jiang Xiaobai exert his full strength, even he would find it impossible to inflict any harm upon him. With this thought in mind, he turned and departed from the scene, heading towards the direction of the Qingyan sect. As Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the departing figure of Li Chungan, he pondered for a moment before intending to enter the Batian sect. At that moment, however, the voice of the system suddenly echoed, Ding. The system has detected a strong desire for enhancement from the host. In the spirit of humanitarianism, the system is now issuing a new side mission to the host. Chapter 77, An Unexpected Turn of Events, Devouring Gold Beast, Golden-Haired Pig. The voice of the system startled Jiang Xiaobai, who had just been about to set forth towards the Batian sect, and soon filled him with excitement. Ding. Host, the system is releasing a new side mission. Ding. Please complete the task of recruiting 1 million disciples within the next 6 months. Ding. The system will provide corresponding rewards based on the level of task completion. 1 million disciples to recruit? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, System, does this task of recruiting 100,000 disciples include the number of disciples I have already accepted? Ding. Host, it does not include them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai fell into silence. After all, recruiting 100,000 disciples is no trivial matter. I must devise a strategy, for gathering such a multitude of disciples is far from simple. After pondering, Jiang Xiaobai directed his gaze toward the now desolate Batian sect and mused, Let us set aside the matter of recruitment for the time being. Surely, there are abundant resources within the Batian sect. Jiang Xiaobai, filled with excitement, swiftly entered the Batian sect. Initially entering with a heart brimming with enthusiasm, he unexpectedly emerged once more. Could it be? In such a vast Batian sect, there were not a single cultivation resources to be found. Jiang Xiaobai wore a perplexed expression, his mood somewhat soured. He scoured the entirety of the Bashan song, yet found not a single low-grade spirit stone amidst the vast resources. This left Jiang Xiaobai feeling profoundly discontented. How could such a grand sect lack even a solitary low-grade spirit stone? Jiang Xiaobai, undeterred by misfortune, meticulously searched through the entirety of the Batian sect once more. However, after half an hour of exhaustive exploration, he found himself devoid of any resources from the sect. Puzzled, Jiang Xiaobai pondered. How could it be that such a grand sect possesses no cultivation resources? Could it be that Elude had taken them all? Yet, that seemed implausible. Even if he had carried them away, it was inconceivable that not a single low-grade spirit stone remained within the Batian sect. The more Jiang Xiaobai pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, yet he could not fathom the reason. Could it be that someone had outpaced him and infiltrated the Baishan zone to seize all the resources? That could not be right. They had just vanquished Elude. Who could possibly scour the entire Baishan zone in such a brief span of time? Just as Jiang Xiaobai was about to abandon his search, a glimmer of golden hair caught his eye. He noticed a 10-centimeter strand of golden hair beneath his foot. What on earth is this? Gold. Jiang Xiaobai picked up the golden hair from the ground and examined it meticulously. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized it, he could not discern which mystical beast it belonged to. What creature's fur could this possibly be? After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at an answer, Jiang Xiaobai decided to consult the system. System, whose fur is this? Ding. Host, the information regarding this hair has been retrieved. You may review it at your leisure. An array of data materialized before him. Golden Devourer, a celestial spirit beast age, coexistent with the heavens and the earth, immortal and indestructible. Cultivation strength, none abilities, gold-seeking technique, capable of locating treasures within a radius of 10,000 miles. Traversal technique, earth escape technique. Personality, simple-minded. Enamored with all things that sparkle, including spirit stones, gold, elixirs, and various ethereal objects. Weakness, greed, a relentless obsession with wealth. Upon perusing the information regarding the devouring gold beast, Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he became utterly paralyzed in place. No wonder the Batian sect possessed not even a single low-grade spirit stone. It was evidently preempted by this voracious creature. Jiang Xiaobai's frustration grew with each passing moment. The Batian sect, which he had painstakingly established, had cost him the lives of 5,000 disciples. Although these disciples could be resurrected through resources, the loss still left him deeply unsettled. How infuriating! That scoundrel had audaciously seized all of Batian sect's resources without leaving a single one behind. This was unacceptable. I must locate this individual. System, is there any method to track down this golden devourer? Ding. Host. The golden devourer typically exhibits a tendency to visit thrice before making an appearance. You may conceal yourself and patiently await the return of the golden devourer at Batian sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Isn't that a reference to Zhuge Liang? Or perhaps Liu Bei? System. What purpose could the golden devourer have in returning? Ding. The golden devourer, insatiable in its greed and covetous of wealth, fears missing out on any treasures. Therefore, under normal circumstances, after transporting the treasures it discovers back to its domain, it will return once more to the scene of the incident. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately comprehended the situation. So that is how it is. Jiang Xiaobai appeared to have conceived a thought. He smirked slightly and immediately concealed his entire being along with all his aura. Humph. The golden devourer, is it? We shall see. Jiang Xiaobai secretly buried several hundred exquisite spirit stones in a discreet location, allowing a hint of their ethereal aura to emanate. He then quietly concealed himself in place. As time swiftly passed, 7 days elapsed, and on this particular morning, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Batian sect. It was a round, golden, plump pig, stealthily surveying the entire Batian sect with a demeanor of utmost vigilance. After meticulously examining the surroundings and discerning no immediate threats, it became exhilarated. Ah, treasures. Surely, there are many more hidden gems yet to be discovered. Oh, let me have a good look at where these treasures might be. Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself nearby, and when he beheld the golden round pig, his eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, how could there possibly be a golden pig in this world? Moreover, its body was as round as a sphere, plump to the point where its 4 legs seemed nearly invisible. Yet, astonishingly, it moved with remarkable swiftness. As Jiang Xiaobai observed, this golden round pig possessed extraordinary speed, and before long, it had thoroughly scoured the area for the treasures hidden by the Batian sect. What left Jiang Xiaobai even more astounded was the fact that this golden round pig had once again uncovered the sect's well-concealed treasures. Huh, I told you there must be numerous treasures here. The golden round pig proceeded to consume all the treasures it found, leaving Jiang Xiaobai in utter amazement. My goodness, how is it possible that such a belly can hold so many treasures? Jiang Xiaobai felt an inexplicable shock as he beheld the golden round pig before him, a sight that left him both astonished and bewildered. Ho ho ho, I shall first take these treasures back and then return, it declared, promptly setting off to leave. Just as Jiang Xiaobai intended to follow, the golden round pig suddenly halted, causing him to pause in surprise. Ho ho ho, let me see. What treasures have I discovered? The golden round pig abruptly turned around and ambled toward Jiang Xiaobai's position. As it approached, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. But then a realization struck him. With a sly grin, he began to stealthily retreat. Ho ho ho, what have I found? The golden round pig, brimming with excitement, waddled toward the location where Jiang Xiaobai had buried the exquisite spiritual stones, its little backside swaying and its head bobbing in delight. This spectacle caused Jiang Xiaobai's lips to twitch in response. This creature is truly insufferably proud. Ho ho ho, wow, let me see. There are so many exquisite spiritual stones buried here. Which adorable little one from the Batian sect could have hidden them? The gluttonous creature extended its tiny hoof and began to dig earnestly. I dig and dig. Oh, I have unearthed a sparkling treasure, one after another. Jiang Xiaobai remained concealed beside the golden devourer, his gaze fixed intently upon it, a frown etched across his face, and his lips twitching uncontrollably. Just as he was about to make his move to seize it, the creature unexpectedly turned its rotund head, startling Jiang Xiaobai profoundly. To his astonishment, its body exhibited the remarkable ability to stretch and twist at will. Jiang Xiaobai was nearly startled into a cry by the scene before him. Who is there? Step out, he exclaimed. I have noticed your presence. The golden devouring beast continuously peered around with great vigilance, while its hooves busily excavated precious spirit stones, which it promptly devoured one by one. Jiang Xiaobai held his breath, remaining utterly still in his concealment, regardless of how the golden devourer attempted to deceive him. After a considerable period, the golden devourer finally excavated all the exquisite spirit stones. At this juncture, it cautiously remarked, could it be my imagination? Why do I have the distinct sensation that something is perpetually watching me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai widened his eyes in astonishment, pondering to himself, this fellow is indeed quite vigilant. The golden devouring beast, having detected no signs for a considerable time, swiftly departed from the vicinity of the Batian sect. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly employed his spatial shuttling and concealment techniques to stealthily follow. However, he had not anticipated the cunning nature of the golden devourer, which led him on a winding journey of several thousand miles. This crafty creature truly outsmarted me by navigating such a vast distance. At this moment, the golden devourer was reclining beneath a colossal tree, subsequently producing 2 exquisite spirit stones, which it cherished and caressed with great affection. Ah, what a treasure! Shimmering and resplendent, Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself nearby, quietly observing the golden beast as it lay there. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction and incessantly berated the creature, referring to it as a gluttonous, golden swine. How dare this scoundrel recline in such a manner? Jiang Xiaobai wished fervently to seize the golden devourer and deliver a few hearty blows. However, upon recalling the creature's treasure trove, he swiftly composed himself and awaited patiently. Yet, this waiting proved to be a lengthy ordeal, spanning 3 days and 3 nights. The golden devourer lay beneath a tree, sound asleep. Ah, no need to be vexed, reflecting on the riches it guards. There is no reason for irritation. Jiang Xiaobai silently comforted himself. At that moment, the golden devourer finally awakened. Ah, what a delightful slumber. How refreshing it feels. After finishing its words, the golden devourer suddenly produced a precious spirit stone and began to chew it. In merely a quarter of an hour, it devoured hundreds of these exquisite gems, causing Jiang Xiaobai, who watched from the side, Immense heartache. Burp. Ah, I am satiated. It is time to return. Having said that, the golden devourer grew cautious, glancing around furtively to ensure it was not being followed. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's face darkened, realizing the need for vigilance now, yet pondering how soundly he had slept before. The golden-eating beast cautiously surveyed its surroundings for quite some time, and once it confirmed the absence of any presence, it finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that I had been overly tense earlier. Perhaps I am simply fatigued from recent events. I shall return and indulge in another slumber. Still sleeping? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, feeling speechless, and thought to himself, truly, a pig is deserving of its reputation. Jiang Xiaobai stealthily followed in the footsteps of the golden devouring beast. After a considerable distance of 10,000 miles, he finally arrived at the base of a colossal mountain peak. Goodness, this must be the place. If it isn't, I shall seize it and give it a thorough beating. Ha ha ha, I've made it home. Upon uttering these words, the golden devouring beast carefully surveyed its surroundings once more. After ensuring that no one was trailing it, it activated a formidable defensive formation. Jiang Xiaobai stood in awe, utterly astonished. My word, a mere beast is capable of setting up such an intricate array. If I am not mistaken, this formation must be of a pseudo-immortal realm caliber. In a state of astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai beheld the figure of the golden devourer as it entered the formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaobai immediately employed his spatial teleportation abilities and entered the formation. As soon as he stepped into the array, he was taken aback. Where on earth was that gluttonous pig? Upon entering the formation, Jiang Xiaobai discovered that he had been transported to an entirely different realm. Towering trees and lush vegetation surrounded him, all of immense proportions. I must remain concealed. I shall search for answers first. Jiang Xiaobai incessantly employed his spatial traversal and concealment techniques, tirelessly searching within this array of realms for the elusive gold-devouring beast. After half a day of relentless pursuit, he still found no trace of the creature. Damn it! Where on earth has that gluttonous beast vanished to? Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself in his hiding spot, his fingers thoughtfully stroking his chin. At that moment, inspiration struck him, and a slight smile graced his lips. He carefully produced a precious spirit stone and placed it conspicuously in a visible location. According to the system's previous assertions, this gluttonous creature was utterly obsessed with wealth. I refuse to believe you won't emerge. With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai meticulously scattered a multitude of exquisite spirit stones upon the ground. As anticipated, mere moments later, the figure of the golden devourer astonishingly emerged from beneath the earth. Jiang Xiaobai was left in awe. No wonder he had searched the entire realm of formations without finding this rascal. He had been hiding underground all along. Jiang Xiaobai fixated intently on the golden devourer, his demeanor fraught with anxiety, fearing that this creature might become suspicious, which would not bode well for him. However, as fate would have it, his fears materialized. Despite the golden devourer's insatiable greed, the sudden appearance of a plethora of exquisite spirit stones within its meticulously arranged formation compelled it to question the situation. This is peculiar. I do not recall there being so many exquisite spirit stones here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a sense of foreboding. He swiftly employed his spatial traversing and concealment abilities, stealthily positioning himself behind the corpulent beast. Just as he was about to make his move, the golden devouring beast unexpectedly exclaimed, "Ah, my memory fails me. Isn't this the same instance when I was too hasty and let it slip away?" Chapter 79. The Lair of the Golden Devouring Beast. The golden devouring beast weeps. The golden devouring beast's exaggerated demeanor nearly compelled Jiang Xiaobai to suppress it to the ground in exasperation. Oh my, what exquisite spirit stones! One by one, how delightful! Each time the beast picked up a precious spirit stone, it bestowed a kiss upon it, inciting Jiang Xiaobai to grit his teeth in frustration. Why can't this gluttonous creature hurry up? Gather them quickly so I can visit your abode. Unbeknownst to the golden devouring beast, every action it took was under Jiang Xiaobai's watchful gaze. A quarter of an hour later, it finally concluded its gathering of the precious spirit stones. Such a dazzling collection. The golden devouring beast meticulously scanned the ground to ensure no spirit stones were left behind, and only upon confirming the absence of any further treasures did it depart. Fully satisfied. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly utilized his spatial traversal and concealment abilities, stealthily following suit. Before long, he trailed the devouring gold beast into a deep subterranean cavern. Goodness, how profound is this chasm? I must be at least 100 miles from the surface now. Jiang Xiaobai was utterly astonished. It was his first time venturing so deep underground. I cannot proceed any further. For the core forces of the heavenly profound realm are becoming overwhelmingly powerful, and I am nearing my limit. Jiang Xiaobai gritted his teeth, stealthily trailing behind the golden devourer, as the oppressive aura of the celestial realm bore down upon him with increasing intensity. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai was drenched, his complexion paling slightly, and his breath had begun to quicken. After laboriously following the golden devourer for several dozen miles, he finally arrived at its lair, the very location of its treasure trove. At last, he had reached his destination. This gluttonous beast was utterly despicable. Once I have pilfered all your treasures, I shall deal with you. Ho 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 ho. I am home. I am finally home. The golden devourer appeared exceedingly exhilarated as it soon approached a subterranean expanse that spanned nearly 100 miles. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Jiang Xiaobai was instantly rendered speechless, standing frozen in place. Could this be real? Jiang Xiaobai was utterly astonished, his throat constricted, parched and dry, incessantly swallowing. Before his eyes lay an expansive subterranean realm, spanning an impressive 100 miles. This immense underground space was astonishingly filled with a myriad of treasures, the most abundant of which were spirit stones. The gold-devouring beast remained oblivious to Jiang Xiaobai's concealed presence behind it. Upon returning to this treasure-laden sanctuary, it exuberantly leaped into the towering piles of riches, akin to a fish diving into the ocean. Ah, the familiar scent. How I adore this aroma. The gold-devouring beast exclaimed, excitedly swimming amidst the treasures while extracting the valuables hidden within its belly. Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself nearby, his mind lingering in a daze. After an extended gaze upon the scene, he finally inhaled deeply and exclaimed, I have struck it rich. This time, I have truly struck it rich. I have never encountered such an abundance of treasures, various spirit stones, countless artifacts. There is simply too much, truly too much. Once Jiang Xiaobai composed himself, a mischievous smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he exclaimed, all of this belongs to me. With that, he soared above the treasures. With a swift motion of his right hand, a multitude of valuables vanished into thin air, transported into the confines of the system's space. The sudden disappearance of the treasures left the golden devourer, who was previously enraptured with excitement, momentarily stunned, abruptly halting its movements. Its eyes darted around the underground chamber, perplexed by the sensation that a great number of treasures had vanished. Am I imagining things? The golden devourer was filled with confusion. Upon witnessing its bewilderment, Jiang Xiaobai smirked once more, and with another wave of his hand, he claimed yet another substantial collection of treasures into the system's realm. This time, the golden devourer was utterly frantic. Ah, where have all my precious items gone? Where did they disappear to? It jumped about anxiously, its eyes desperately searching for the lost treasures. Yet, no matter how fervently it searched, it could not locate the missing valuables. As Jiang Xiaobai observed its frantic demeanor, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. With another wave of his hand, a multitude of treasures was once again absorbed into the confines of his system space. No, how could this be happening? My precious possessions, how could they simply vanish? The gluttonous beast's expression shifted to one of panic, as it hastily began to stuff the treasures into its belly. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai could not help but scoff inwardly. I am eager to see just how much you can contain. With that, he ceased to hold back and swiftly began to amass a considerable amount of treasures into his system space. The golden devourer, in a state of frantic urgency, stuffed treasures into its maw while desperately searching for the items that had mysteriously vanished. How could this be? Why is this happening? Why have my treasures disappeared? Thief! Could it be that a thief has infiltrated this place? The frantic demeanor of the golden devourer made Jiang Xiaobai want to burst into laughter right there. After half an hour, he had managed to collect merely 1/10 of the treasures into his system space. Just how many treasures are there, after all? With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai paid no further heed to the golden devourer and devoted himself entirely to the task of gathering the treasures into his system space. It was his first experience of feeling that even the act of collecting treasures required utmost effort. Jiang Xiaobai incessantly employed the art of spatial traversal, swiftly collecting a multitude of treasures into the confines of his system space. The devouring beast, witnessing the treasures vanish before its very eyes, succumbed to despair at that moment. Its belly could no longer accommodate a single gem. Alas, What on earth is happening? How could my treasures mysteriously disappear like this? No, please, do not leave me. I have toiled for countless years to gather you. The devouring beast beheld the vast array of treasures dissipating before it, powerless to intervene. Naively, it believed that these treasures were departing of their own volition. It desperately sought to retain them, yet those treasures seemed resolute, showing no inclination to remain. Expanses of treasures vanished entirely from its sight, leaving it engulfed in a sense of helplessness. Please, do not go. Woe is me. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai was left bewildered. Goodness, this wretchedly plump pig has actually wept. Jiang Xiaobai never anticipated that the Golden Devourer would place such immense value on these treasures. Observing the Golden Devourer prostrate on the ground, weeping profusely, and glancing at the remaining substantial treasures, Jiang Xiaobai could no longer bear the sight. Brother Pig, he said, you have no use for these abundant treasures, so I shall take them and put them to better use. Consider it a deed of great merit. Jiang Xiaobai, unable to bear the thought, immediately inquired of the system. Is there a way to seamlessly collect all these treasures into the system space at once? Jiang Xiaobai gazed upon the anguished visage of the golden devouring beast, his heart heavy with compassion. As the old adage wisely states, enduring prolonged suffering is far worse than a brief agony. Ding. The host may envelop all treasures with his divine consciousness, allowing the system to promptly assimilate all treasures into its spatial domain in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked. How could everything be taken away? Even the wretched fat pig was weeping so pitifully. Surely, one low-grade spirit stone must be spared for it. Chapter 80. Jiang Xiaobai. Enough nonsense. Let me stamp this for you first. As Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a smirk curled at the corner of his lips, and he immediately released his divine consciousness. With the power of a first-tier saint realm, he enveloped the entire underground space. System, collect all treasures into the system space. Ding. Understood, host. In an instant, a powerful and enigmatic force manifested, encompassing all the treasures within the underground chamber. Miraculously, every single treasure vanished without a trace. The gold-devouring beast, sprawled on the ground in tears, was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. It had forgotten its sorrow, its eyes widened in astonishment. On the verge of an outburst, suddenly, a low-grade spirit stone appeared above its head, tumbling down before it, gazing at the treasures that had completely vanished. Then at the low-grade spirit stone before it, the gold-devouring beast could no longer contain itself and let out an anguished howl toward the heavens. No. Overcome with despair, the gold-devouring beast succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Xiaobai concealed himself before it, and upon witnessing this scene, his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. Surely not. Is it merely a matter of taking a small portion of your treasure? Must it come to this? Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the incapacitated golden-devouring beast sprawled on the ground, its stillness prompting a resigned shake of his head. System, may I assist this golden-devouring beast in signing the Qingyun Illustrated Compendium? A chime resounded. Host, it is not permissible. Only it can press its hoof upon the Qingyun Illustrated Compendium to leave its mark, and subsequently, a drop of its blood must be placed upon the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback and fell into silence. The Golden Devourer possesses the remarkable ability to seek treasures within 1,000 miles. If this creature were to accompany him, his future would be assured, and he would no longer need to worry about the insufficient resources for disciple cultivation at the Qingyun sect. The value of the Golden Devourer is beyond verbal expression. As Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the creature lying unconscious on the ground, he pondered for a moment before a smirk crept across his lips as he playfully exclaimed, "Little piggy, it's time to wake up. No more sleeping." Jiang Xiaobai gently patted the plump face of the Golden Devourer, yet it remained motionless, lying in the same spot, unresponsive to his calls, no matter how fervently he shouted. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened, filled with helplessness. Reluctantly, he retrieved several hundred exquisite spirit stones and placed them before it. To his astonishment, this tactic proved immediately effective. The golden devouring beast twitched its nose and then leapt up in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh ho 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 ho! Treasures, sparkling treasures!" Jiang Xiaobai observed the excited demeanor of the golden devourer, his lips curling in silent exasperation. At that moment, the golden devourer caught sight of Jiang Xiaobai, its eyes widening to the size of copper bells. "Why you? Who are you? How did you come to be here?" it inquired. its gaze fixed warily on Jiang Xiaobai as it cautiously retreated step by step. Jiang Xiaobai was aware that it sought to flee. The golden devourer was particularly timid, unable to endure the presence of any individual. Jiang Xiaobai observed with a calm demeanor as it cautiously retreated step by step, unhurriedly producing a plethora of treasures. Upon catching sight of the treasures Jiang Xiaobai unveiled, the golden devourer immediately reacted. "Ah, so it is you, the thief, who has pilfered all my possessions. Cursed be the day, for today I shall risk everything to avenge my lost treasures. Hand over my valuables, you scoundrel." Whoosh. The golden devourer launched a swift attack towards Jiang Xiaobai, only to be met with a resounding thud as its corpulent body was forcefully pinned to the ground. Do you not realize your own weight? Lacking any substantial cultivation, you dare to challenge me? Release me, scoundrel, if you possess any courage. Let me go and witness whether I flee or not. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's mouth twitched uncontrollably, realizing that this fellow was indeed rather stubborn. Do you wish to reclaim your treasure? The previously struggling golden devourer paused at Jiang Xiaobai's words, gazing at him in disbelief, and inquired, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Of course, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" "Then, please release me first." Jiang Xiaobai promptly released the golden devourer, unperturbed by the creature's potential escape. "Are you not afraid I might flee?" the beast inquired. "Afraid? What good would that do? Don't you yearn to reclaim your treasures?" The golden devourer gazed at Jiang Xiaobai with a bewildered expression, then asked, "Where have you hidden my treasures? Return them to me." "Certainly, returning them is quite simple. But I have a condition." "What condition?" Jiang Xiaobai promptly presented a Qingyun illustration to the golden devouring beast, stating, "Press your hoof mark upon it, and then let a drop of your blood fall upon the surface." The golden devouring beast, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. "Human, do you take me for a fool? I refuse to sign." It turned its rotund head away, disregarding Jiang Xiaobai's request. In response, Jiang Xiaobai revealed an array of treasures, only to subsequently withdraw them into the confines of his system space. "Behold, all your treasures lie within my grasp. Should you refuse to sign, I shall take my leave." Jiang Xiaobai regarded the golden devourer with a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a moment of silence, the golden devourer turned its gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, "If I sign, will you return all the treasures to me?" "Of course," Jiang Xiaobai replied. "I remain unconvinced. I shall only sign if you swear an oath to the celestial path." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and he vowed once more. "Very well. I, Jiang Xiaobai, do solemnly swear before the heavens that if the golden devouring beast affixes its signature upon the Qian Codex, and I fail to return all treasures to it, may I meet an untimely demise. Is this satisfactory?" The golden devouring beast, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's oath to the heavens, became immediately animated. "So it is Jiang Xiaobai, is it? Very well, I shall sign at once." With that, the golden devouring beast promptly pressed its hoof upon the Qian Codex and then let a drop of its blood fall upon it. Jiang Xiaobai curled his lips into a smile, stowing away the azure cloud illustrated tome. "Come, let us return to the azure cloud sect. From this moment forth, you shall be a part of our esteemed congregation." As Jiang Xiaobai turned to leave, the golden devouring beast was left utterly bewildered. "Wait, Jiang Xiaobai. You promised me that as long as I signed with my blood, you would return all the treasures to me. You even swore an oath to the heavenly path." "Indeed, I did not say I would not return them," Jiang Xiaobai replied. The golden devouring beast, taken aback by this response, shouted, "Then hasten to return all the treasures to me." Growing anxious, the golden devouring beast pressed for action, yet Jiang Xiaobai, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "I swore to the heavenly path that I would certainly return them, but I never specified when I would do so." Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai resonated like thunder, exploding within the mind of the golden devouring beast, leaving it momentarily stunned in place. "Let us depart. Hurry back to Qingyun's sect with me, for your sake. I have squandered so much time. Ah, damn Jiang Xiaobai, return all my treasures." Suddenly, the golden devouring beast clutched Jiang Xiaobai's leg tightly. In response, Jiang Xiaobai decisively employed his spatial traversal technique, swiftly vanishing from the spot with the beast in tow. 2 hours later, their figures abruptly materialized before the gates of Qingyun's sect. What is happening? Why has Qingyun's sect become so eerily silent? Chapter 81. The Wonder of the Qingyun Pictorial. Death and Resurrection. "Damn Jiang Xiaobai, you have deceived my affections. Return all my treasures." Jiang Xiaobai merely cast a glance at the golden devourer, his eyes narrowing slightly as he turned towards the eerily quiet Qing sect. Paying no heed to the creature, he promptly stepped into the sect's premises. Upon his entrance, he was greeted by the sight of everyone languidly seated, engulfed in despair. None had noticed Jiang Xiaobai's return. They were all lost in their sorrow. Witnessing the despondent scene among the members of the Qing sect, Jiang Xiaobai's voice resonated immediately. What has transpired? The voice of Jiang Xiaobai resonated like thunder, erupting explosively within the minds of all members of the Qing sect. As realization dawned upon them, their expressions transformed into one of exhilaration. The junior uncle has returned. The junior uncle is alive. With these words, the entire Qing sect was set ablaze with fervor. In no time, every individual from the sect gathered around Jiang Xiaobai. And upon witnessing the fervent excitement of over 10,000 people, Jiang Xiaobai instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Where is the second sister? What of the senior brother? He inquired. The senior brother has gone in search of you. He departed from the Qing sect half a month ago. Half a month? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, realizing that he had been away from the Qing sect for such an extended period. Junior brother, we have laid to rest all the disciples who sacrificed themselves in the back mountain. Would you like to pay your respects to them? The voice of Guoguo suddenly pierced the air, causing the previously elated crowd to descend into a somber mood. Junior brother, you have returned. At that moment, Li Chun just happened to arrive back at the Qing sect, his excitement palpable as he inquired. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. However, his subsequent words immediately left everyone from the Qing sect in a state of utter astonishment. Fatty, go and level all the graves of the sacrificed disciples. Upon hearing these words from Jiang Xiaobai, everyone gazed at him in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend his statement. Sensing their confusion, Jiang Xiaobai continued. I neglected to inform you of a crucial detail. Any disciple who joins the Qing sect, upon signing their name and dripping blood onto the Qing tome, may utilize resources for their resurrection after death. Therefore, there is no need for such sorrow. Jiang Xiaobai's words resonated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all present. Indeed, it seems that the junior master had uttered such words before. How could we have forgotten? The crowd immediately erupted once more, leaving Jiang Xiaobai speechless. With so many individuals present, not a single soul recalled his previous statements. It was utterly outrageous. Aside from the senior brothers, everyone else was instructed to run 1,000 laps around the sect's square without utilizing any spiritual energy or martial techniques. Those who fail to meet this standard should beware, for I shall pin them to the ground and make them pay. Guoguo, you shall oversee this task. Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, a chorus of lamentations erupted from all the disciples present. Please, dear junior master, we merely forgot. It is not as if we have truly forgotten, implored one. Junior brother, we must hasten to revive those fallen disciples. Li Chuangan's expression was one of profound excitement. It was his first encounter with the miraculous ability to resurrect the deceased. Such feats were beyond belief, and no one had ever witnessed them firsthand. Not only Li Chuangan, but every member of the Qing sect turned their gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai. In response to their plea, Jiang Xiaobai promptly queried the system. System, how can I bring these departed disciples back to life? A response chimed. Host, you must retrieve the Qing codex of the deceased disciples. Then, attune your spiritual awareness to the soul imprints contained within the codex. Subsequently, inject a substantial amount of resources into the codex and patiently await for half an hour. The codex will naturally revive those who have passed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai finally comprehended the situation. Everyone retreated in unison. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly produced the Qing illustrations belonging to the deceased disciples and arranged them meticulously upon the ground. The crowd, perplexed, focused their gazes intently on Jiang Xiaobai. After a brief moment, he promptly settled into a meditative position, channeling his consciousness into all the Qing illustrations. A resonant hum emanated as the illustrations radiated a mysterious violet glow, leaving the others of the Qing sect utterly astonished. Goodness, these Qing illustrations are truly remarkable. Could it be that the esteemed junior master intends to resurrect the fallen brothers? Silence. Let us observe quietly. Jiang Xiaobai immersed himself in the manipulation of the disciples' spiritual imprints within the Qing Tujian. After a considerable time, he suddenly produced a copious amount of spirit stones, piling them atop each Qing Tujian. The golden-devouring beast, upon witnessing the emergence of these spirit stones, immediately attempted to gather them. However, Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly tossed them to Li Chugang, saying, "Senior brother, keep an eye on them." After this remark, Jiang Xiaobai disregarded everyone present and focused intently on resurrecting the deceased disciples. Batch after batch of inferior spirit stones were flung into the Qingyun Tujian by Jiang Xiaobai, prompting the golden devouring beast to lament, "Ah, my treasures! These are all my precious possessions. Curse Jiang Xiaobai, you must return my treasures." The beast's outcry swiftly captured the attention of all present, their gazes converging upon it. "What manner of swine is this? Why is it golden and so round and plump?" exclaimed one. "By heavens, I've never encountered such a pig. Its meat must be delectable. Is Junior Uncle planning to braise it or stew it?" Another mused, "Heh, I wonder if I will have the chance to savor it." Upon hearing these remarks, the golden devouring beast immediately retracted its stout neck, its expression shifting to one of alarm. Li Chugang and Li Yingying regarded the beast with dawning realization, their faces a picture of shock. "Senior brother, could this be the legendary?" Li Yingying began, but Li Chugang swiftly shot her a warning glance, urging her to remain silent. Seeing this, her breath quickened, and her excitement became palpable. At that moment, the Qingyun Tujian of the deceased disciples suddenly radiated with brilliant light. Columns of purple light shot into the heavens, leaving everyone in stunned awe. Within each column of purple light, a circular point emerged, gradually expanding. As the crowd observed closely, the point grew larger, revealing its true form, a yin-yang taiji diagram. Within a quarter of an hour, this taiji diagram had increased to a size of 1 meter. "Awaken, descend," echoed through the air. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a miraculous white glow unexpectedly appeared on all the yin-yang taiji. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly produced a substantial quantity of spirit stones, which instantaneously transformed into energy absorbed by the radiant white light. All present watched the unfolding scene with bated breath, their inhalations becoming cautious. After a considerable duration, a remarkable sight captivated everyone's attention. In Chapter 82, The Gold-Eating Beast, an astonishing event transpired upon the yin-yang taiji diagram, where the streams of white light formed a diminutive human silhouette. As each individual beheld this spectacle, they collectively held their breath, including Li Chungan and Li Yingying, who were no exceptions. Jiang Xiaobai, noticing this, swiftly produced a plethora of inferior spirit stones, accumulating them within the Azure Cloud Codex. "No, please, not again. Jiang Xiaobai, you detestable wretch, you are depleting my treasures once more." The gold-eating beast writhed desperately in Li Chungan's grasp, overwhelmed with anguish. This left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed by the gold-eating beast's plight, continuously extracting inferior spirit stones to refine into the Azure Cloud Codex. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. The individuals depicted on the yin-yang taiji diagram now sported hairstyles reminiscent of 3-year-old children, and they had regained their memories and souls. Provided that Jiang Xiaobai persisted in supplying them with abundant spirit stones for absorption, within less than an hour, they would revert to their former appearances. However, their cultivation levels would need to be rebuilt from the ground up. "Ah, Jiang Xiaobai, you vile creature, cease this at once. Please stop." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization struck him. He muttered to himself, "No. Even if I were to squander a vast amount of resources to restore them to their original state, they would still have to commence their cultivation anew. In that case, it would be unnecessary to waste so many resources." The resurrected disciples, who had been indulging in the ecstasy of energy absorption, suddenly found that Jiang Xiaobai had ceased to provide them with the energy they had come to rely upon, leaving them bewildered and frozen in place. 5,000 3-year-old infants all gazed at Jiang Xiaobai with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. "You need not look at me with such expressions. Even if I were to restore your bodies to their former selves, I would have no means to reinstate your cultivation prowess. The Qingyun Illustrated Guide is not omnipotent. The mere fact that I could resurrect you is already a monumental miracle. However, one must understand that gain often comes at a cost. While you currently possess the size of 3-year-old infants, your foundational essence is imbued with spirituality and possesses remarkable potential for transformation. You now have the opportunity to begin your cultivation anew, solidifying your foundations, which will ultimately serve you better in your future endeavors and enable you to traverse even greater distances." The words of Jiang Xiaobai caused the 5,000 3-year-old infants to be momentarily stunned, their adorably innocent expressions appearing exceedingly charming. Subsequently, a chorus of 5,000 sweet, childlike voices resonated. The disciples are profoundly grateful to the young master for the gift of rebirth. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and reiterated, Maruyu, please take the other female disciples and ensure the well-being of these resurrected disciples. Yes, junior uncle, she replied. After watching Maruyu and the others depart, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards the vast expanse of open land belonging to Qingyun's sect and declared, Thin Monkey, lead 10,000 disciples of Qingyun's sect to excavate that area down to a depth of 10 miles, and then construct our treasure repository. Understood, junior uncle. Upon casting a glance over the entirety of the Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai immediately expanded the divine-level heavenly mechanism formation outward by 100 miles. At this moment, the divine-level formation enveloped an area spanning several thousand miles. Instantly, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Qingyun sect diminished significantly. Lamingxi, handsome little master uncle, Lamingxi is here. Lamingxi, you are to lead 50,000 disciples to construct numerous towering edifices along the periphery of the divine-level heavenly mechanism formation. We must create a grand city that cannot possibly be inferior to the ancient Longxing city. Upon the utterance of Jiang Xiaobai's words, all present were rendered speechless, still reeling from the astonishing event of 5,000 disciples being resurrected, only to be confronted with yet another shocking revelation. Fear not, my dashing little master uncle. This matter is entrusted to the capable Lan Mingxi. However, Lan Mingxi exclaimed, but dear master uncle, do we possess sufficient resources and spirit stones? At this, the gaze of every individual in attendance turned towards Jiang Xiaobai, including even Li Chungan and his companions. The ambition to construct a colossal city, one even grander than the ancient dragon holy city, posed an immense challenge that would demand an astronomical amount of resources. Junior brother, let us not rush, after all. The ancient dragon holy city boasts a history spanning tens of thousands of years. It was not erected in the blink of an eye, Li Yingying advised. Sister, there is no need for concern. Lan Mingxi, here is the blueprint for construction. You are to lead 50,000 disciples and commence the building, should you require more hands. Then proceed to Qingyun City to recruit workers. Upon glancing at the blueprint handed to him by Jiang Xiaobai, the typically composed Lan Mingxi widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Master uncle, are you planning to reach for the heavens? Jiang Xiaobai chose to disregard the reckless life of the West and instead addressed Wang Dayton, saying, My dear friend, gather a few thousand clever disciples and instruct them to disseminate the news that our Qingyun sect has annihilated the Batian sect. The more exaggerated the tale, the better. Additionally, promote our Qingyun sect's recruitment efforts. Understood, little master uncle. I shall attend to it at once. As Wang Dayton prepared to depart, Jiang Xiaobai halted him, saying, Wait. My friend, there is a matter of greater significance I need you to handle. Wang Dayton paused, momentarily taken aback, and immediately directed his gaze toward Jiang Xiaobai. What further instructions do you have, little master uncle? Jiang Xiaobai smiled silently, directing his gaze towards the golden devouring beast, before addressing everyone present. Step back 100 miles. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his command, yet they complied and retreated 100 miles. As he surveyed the desolate square of the Qingyun sect, Jiang Xiaobai took a deep breath and proclaimed, Listen, everyone of the Qingyun sect, we are on the brink of our rise. Having spoken, Jiang Xiaobai soared into the sky. With a flick of his hand, an abundance of resources materialized out of thin air, swiftly filling the entire square of the Qingyun sect. Furthermore, a continuous cascade of resources flowed from Jiang Xiaobai's right hand, resembling a waterfall. In merely 15 minutes, every structure within the Qingyun sect was engulfed by the wealth of resources he summoned. This included vast quantities of spirit stones, various precious treasures, and an array of other unknown artifacts. Witnessing this spectacle, all members of the Qingyun sect, including Li Chungan and his companions, stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Each individual gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide open, transfixed by the scene unfolding before them. Zhang Zifen, concealed at the fringes of the Qingyun sect, stood motionless, utterly bewildered. Having forgotten to breathe, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the expressions of those around him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he quietly observed the crowd. At that moment, the exuberant voice of the Golden Devourer shattered the ambience. My treasures, you have finally returned. The Golden Devourer struggled vigorously in Li Chungan's grasp. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly addressed Wang Dabin. My good fellow, please categorize and tally these resources meticulously. Discard all inferior spirit stones into the supreme heavenly mechanism array. As for the medium-grade spirit stones, hand them over to Lan Mingxi. Let him utilize them to forge our sect. Before Wang Dabin could fully comprehend the situation, the Golden Devourer lamented in anguish, hurling curses at Jiang Xiaobai. Ah, Jiang Xiaobai, you wretched fiend. Chapter 83, The Ascendant Reputation of Qingyun Sect. Jiang Xiaobai paid no heed to the Golden Devourer, instead directing his gaze towards all the disciples of Qingyun Sect, and declared, All right, everyone, let's spring into action. Once they grasped the situation, the disciples responded with fervent enthusiasm. Yes, junior uncle. After observing the crowd disperse, Jiang Xiaobai approached Li Chungan and the others, saying, Fat pig, there is no need for you to glare at me like that. We are now one family. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is undoubtedly yours as well. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the golden beast with a mischievous glint in his eye, and said, You treacherous wretch. Not a single treasure promised has been returned to me, and now you dare to use my possessions. I curse you. All right, do not be angry, he replied soothingly. Look, all of those are yours. You may use them as you wish. Previously, Jiang Xiaobai had inquired of the system whether the Golden Devourer could escape from the divine-level heavenly mechanism array. He was quite pleased with the system's response. Ding. Host. The Golden Devourer has already signed in blood on the Azure Cloud Codex, binding it to never betray the host. Furthermore, should the host desire, the Golden Devourer can be sealed within the Azure Cloud sect. Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at the Golden Devourer, aware that it consumed but a meager amount of spiritual stones each day. Thus, he decided to leave it within the confines of Qingyun sect, neglecting it entirely. Humph. Jiang Xiaobai, you still possess a modicum of conscience. Having spoken, the Golden Devourer excitedly leapt into the treasures, reveling in its delightful immersion among them. The sight left Li Chungan and others utterly astounded. Junior brother, is this not the legendary Golden Devourer? Li Yingying inquired cautiously. Indeed, it is the fabled spiritual beast of heaven and earth, the Golden Devourer. All these treasures were procured from its lair. Upon hearing this, the group was once again taken aback. While Li Chungan and Li Yingying had their suspicions, the confirmation from Jiang Xiaobai left them in sheer astonishment. Junior brother, the Golden Devourer is a celestial spiritual beast. We must ensure that no other factions learn of its existence. Otherwise, all forces within the Tianxin realm would seek to dismantle Qingyun's sect, Li Yingying remarked with grave seriousness. Indeed, the Golden Devourer's powers are exceedingly formidable. Which faction would not desire to possess it? Li Chungan added. Jiang Xiaobai had never anticipated this. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon the golden devouring beast. He then smiled and reassured, Eldest senior brother, you need not worry. Even if all the factions in the celestial profound realm were to learn that the golden devouring beast resides within our Qingyun sect, they would be powerless to act. Jiang Xiaobai spoke aptly, and upon realizing this, both Li Chugang and the others could only nod in agreement. How could we have overlooked the fact that all members of the Qingyun sect can be resurrected after death? Junior brother, our understanding of your identity grows increasingly perplexing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, None of this holds any significance. What truly matters is that we shall forge the Qingyun sect into the mightiest sect across all realms. What is a mere heavenly mysterious realm in comparison? The words of Jiang Xiaobai startled Li Chungan and the others, causing them to gaze thoughtfully at his departing figure. Master brother, where do you think that ancient fellow found such an extraordinary prodigy? I have no idea. I haven't seen that old man in over a millennium. Recently, the entire Qingyun city was abuzz with a singular topic, the annihilation of the Batian sect by the Qingyun sect. This event had reverberated throughout the southern domain, leaving every faction in astonishment. Even the demon and devil clans were profoundly taken aback, dispatching their formidable members to Qingyun city to uncover all details regarding the Qingyun sect. Consequently, the influx of external forces into Qingyun city surged. Previously, the presence of demon and devil beings was rare, but ever since the Batian sect's demise, their numbers had notably increased within the city. Have you all heard? The Qingyun sect is once again opening its doors to accept disciples. This time, I must ensure that my son gives it a try. I've long since heard about it. I've already sent my child to enroll at the Qingyun sect. If he can join, even as an outer disciple, It would be a tremendous honor for our family. It seems everyone is in the know. But do you also know that the Qingyun sect is about to construct a city even grander than the ancient dragon's sacred land? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Is that true? Of course it's true. I have connections with disciples of the Qingyun sect. This is absolutely genuine, no exaggeration. Heavens! This is incredible. Do you know when the Qingyun sect will commence the construction of this magnificent city? The speaker fell silent, uncertain. However, just as the crowd was enveloped in quietude, a voice boomed across the venue. Attention, all you charming ladies and gentlemen passing by. The Qingyun sect is about to construct a grand city at the foot of our sect's mountain. We are in urgent need of a large workforce. Each worker will be required to labor 16 hours a day and will receive 2 low-grade spirit stones daily. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. What? Did I hear that correctly? 16 hours of work for 2 low-grade spirit stones? This is simply too extravagant. I must sign up. 2 low-grade spirit stones a day? I'm rushing to register. In an instant, a multitude of young men eagerly stepped forward to enlist. Observing this, the speaker, Lan Mingxi, smiled slightly and remarked, as long as the spirit stones are secured, recruiting labor will be a simple task. Hey there, handsome. Why are you still dawdling? Get over here and start working. Lan Mingxi called out to Zhang Zifen. Startled by the address, Zhang Zifen promptly replied, Yes, master brother. I'm on my way. As Zhang Zifen spoke, his gaze cautiously surveyed his surroundings, searching for any signs of the people from the ancient dragon's sacred land. The crowd around him continued to swell, and after a brief moment, he spotted a familiar figure. With a quick shift of his eyes, he anxiously addressed Lan Mingxi, saying, Senior brother, I think I ate something bad this morning. I need to excuse myself. Hey, you can't be serious. At such a critical juncture. You're telling me your stomach is upset? Hurry back. Yes, senior brother, I will return promptly. As Zhang Zifen's figure faded from view, Lan Mingxi's expression sharpened. You all continue to recruit. Accept as many as meet the requirements. Understood, senior brother. Lan Mingxi swiftly followed in Zhang Zifen's footsteps. Moments later, he witnessed Zhang Zifen rendezvousing with a mysterious powerhouse. This rascal. The moment I encountered him, I sensed he was no good. And now he's about to betray the sect. Wait for me, you scoundrel. Just you wait and see how my junior uncle deals with you. Chapter 84. Zhang Zifen's scheme unbeknownst to Zhang Zifen. Every move he made was being closely observed by Lan Mingxi. At this moment, he was meeting with a formidable figure from the ancient dragon's sacred land. Elder Ouyang. What brings you to Qingyun City? Elder Ouyang narrowed his eyes at Zhang Zifen and replied, Zhang Zifen. The sacred land has not received any news from you for a prolonged period, and we feared for your safety. Thus, I was dispatched to gather information. Zhang Zifen was momentarily taken aback by these words, but what Elder Ouyang said next astonished him further. Zhang Zifen. Saint Liao has returned to the sacred land and has reported all circumstances regarding Qingyun sect. The ancient elders and the sovereign have instructed me to inform you that you may return to the sacred land. Zhang Zifen's eyes narrowed at this revelation, and he immediately responded, Elder Ouyang, I cannot return yet. Why not? The sacred land has already learned that Li Chang'an is within Qingyun sect, and Elder Zhong was slain by him. For your safety, you should return to the sacred land. Zhang Zifen shook his head, asserting, Elder Ouyang, I have successfully infiltrated Qingyun sect. The sacred land needs me as an insider. Zhang Zifen, the sacred land no longer requires your assistance. Soon, a multitude of powerful beings will be dispatched to eliminate Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifen's expression grew serious, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Though he replied, Elder Ouyang, Qingyun sect is not so simple. Not only is the sword immortal Li Chang'an present, but the pill god Li Yingying is also within the sect. Moreover, the entire Qingyun sect is teeming with formidable experts, and Jiang Xiaobai's strength is particularly enigmatic. And there is one more crucial matter. At this point, Zhang Zifen fell into a sudden silence. Zhang Zifen, are you speaking the truth? Elder Ouyang, you can see for yourself. Why must you ask me such a redundant question? Just look at the current development of the Qingyun sect. Not long ago, they obliterated the Batian sect, and now they audaciously proclaimed their ambition to construct a city even larger than the ancient dragon's sacred city. Do you truly believe that the Qingyun sect is simple? Upon hearing this, Elder Ouyang fell into a profound silence. Zhang Zifen, you mentioned there is something of great importance. What is it? Zhang Zifen's eyes sharpened, his demeanor suddenly grave, as he leaned closer to Elder Ouyang and whispered, "The Qingyun sect possesses countless treasures, and they even have the legendary golden devouring beast." Buzz. Zhang Zifen's words struck like thunder in Elder Ouyang's mind, leaving him in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Zifen, his throat tightening as he queried, "Zhang Zifen, is what you say true? Humph. Would I speak frivolously? This is all that I have witnessed with my own eyes." Upon receiving Zhang Zifen's affirmation, Elder Ouyang became visibly agitated, trembling with excitement. The golden devouring beast. It is a mythical spirit beast capable of locating treasures. In the entire Tianxian realm, there is likely only one such beast. If the sacred land were to obtain the golden devouring beast, wouldn't that mean Elder Ouyang, keep your voice down? Do you wish for the secret to be known by all? Oh, 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 yes, 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 this matter must not be made public. Elder Ouyang looked at Zhang Zifen with fervor and inquired, "Zifen, what are your plans moving forward?" At this, Zhang Zifen cautiously surveyed his surroundings and replied, "I intend to continue my infiltration into the Qingyun sect. There are numerous secrets concealed within the sect that I must investigate thoroughly. Moreover, the most enigmatic figure in the Qingyun sect is Jiang Xiaobai. His powers are exceedingly peculiar, and he is the one who brought back the golden devouring beast." Elder Ouyang nodded, taking a deep breath before saying, "Zifen, you must exercise utmost caution while in the Qingyun sect. Do not attract attention, and remember to safeguard yourself. I shall return to the sacred land immediately to inform the sovereign of everything you have disclosed. Indeed, Elder Ouyang, please return swiftly. The matter of the golden devouring beast is of paramount importance and must not be revealed to other factions." "Very well, I shall depart at once." With that, Elder Ouyang took flight, leaving Qingyun City without a backward glance. Zhang Zifen squinted at the direction of his departure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "Umph. The stronger the Qingyun sect becomes, the greater the loss for the ancient dragon sacred land. It would be best if the Qingyun sect and the ancient dragon sacred land were to inflict mutual destruction. For then I would not only have the opportunity for revenge, but might also seize the treasures of the Qingyun sect, along with the golden devouring beast. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai is too enigmatic and possesses disturbingly strange powers. He can even resurrect the dead. I must tread with caution. Come now, you'd best engage in battle." Zhang Zifen, increasingly agitated, stood still for a moment before hastening back to the side of Lan Mingxi. "Hey, buddy, you've been gone for quite a while," Lan Mingxi said, fixing a piercing gaze on Zhang Zifen, causing him to tense up. Before he could provide an explanation, Lan Mingxi pressed on, "Speak. Where have you been? Were you secretly rendezvousing with some lovely lady?" Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zifen thought he had been caught. "Senior brother, I cannot disclose that. Can you please keep it a secret?" "Ah, I knew it. Who takes such a long time for a bathroom break? You must have been off charming some cutie." Lan Mingxi teased. "Senior brother, are there any regulations in the sect prohibiting disciples from engaging in romantic relationships?" Zhang Zifen inquired. Lan Mingxi stroked his chin and replied, "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. But listen, my friend, love should be pursued with reckless abandon, regardless of the consequences." "Understood, senior brother. I shall be on my way now," Zhang Zifen said, turning to attend to his tasks. Lan Mingxi squinted at his retreating figure, muttering to himself, "You rascal." After a moment of silence, Lan Mingxi suddenly called out to a nearby disciple, "Come here." "Senior brother, what is your command?" The disciple asked. "Take this letter back to deliver to our little master uncle. Make sure you hand it to him personally, understood?" "Yes, senior brother." The Xiaoyao sect, located hundreds of thousands of miles north of the Qingyun sect, boasts immense mountains and abundant spiritual energy, surrounded by towering trees. Within the grand hall of the Xiaoyao sect, the upper echelons of the sect had gathered in full force. Like the Batian sect, the Xiaoyao sect stands as one of the three great super sects of the southern region. At this moment, the sect leader, Mu Xiaoyao, sat in his chair, quietly observing the formidable presence of his sect. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "Esteemed elders, what are your thoughts on the situation regarding the Qingyun sect?" Upon hearing Mu Xiaoyao's inquiry, the powerful members of the sect exchanged wary glances, resulting in a cacophony of murmurs. Shortly thereafter, an elder stepped forward and stated, "Sect leader,
the Qingyun sect has obliterated the Batian sect, revealing their considerable ambition. Surely, their strength is on par with ours. Do they intend to annihilate the Xiaoyao sect as well?"
The elder's words tightened the expressions of everyone in the hall, stirring anxiety among them. Observing their apprehension, Mu Xiaoyao inquired, "Is there anything further anyone wishes to express? Please, speak freely." Upon his prompt, several individuals stood up, voicing their concerns. Sect leader, the worries expressed by the elder are not without merit. Indeed, sect leader, the Qingyun sect has clearly supplanted the Batian sect, establishing itself as one of the three great super sects of the southern region. Furthermore, the Qingyun sect has recently embarked on an ambitious construction project, aspiring to erect a colossal city akin to the ancient dragon holy city. Their ambitions are indeed formidable. Could it be that the Qingyun sect harbors aspirations of becoming a sanctuary and establishing itself as the sixth great sanctuary of the Tianxian realm? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere erupted with astonishment as voices filled the air with disbelief. Is it possible? Does the Qingyun sect truly dare to dream so grandly? Moreover, do they possess the requisite foundation for such an endeavor? What is there to fear in dreaming? Have you not observed the Qingyun sect's recent activities? They have either annihilated rival factions or been incessantly recruiting disciples. Furthermore, they intend to construct a monumental city comparable to the ancient dragon holy city. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Mu Xiaoyao's expression grew increasingly grave. What is the current situation with the Longhu sect? Reporting to the sect master, the Longhu sect has also been rather dormant lately, seemingly devoid of any significant actions. Mu Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, immediately fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Send someone to the Longhu sect to invite their leader, Long Zhan, to visit the Xiaoyao sect. Inform him that I have pressing matters to discuss with him. Moreover, since the Qingyun sect is actively recruiting disciples, dispatch some astute disciples to infiltrate the Qingyun sect and ascertain their true nature. Additionally, instruct our disciples to exercise restraint and avoid any conflict with the Qingyun sect until we thoroughly understand their situation before making any decisions. Upon hearing these orders, everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sect master. Very well, you may disperse for now." Reporting to the sect master, "I have one more matter to address." "Speak, sect master." There have been numerous peculiar occurrences reported in the Tsangming Forbidden Zone of the southern region. Many beasts and human entities have exhibited strange transformations. At this revelation, the tension in the room heightened, including Mu Xiaoyao's demeanor. Sect master, the Tsangming Forbidden Zone lies at the heart of the southern region, where not only have bizarre phenomena been frequently observed, but there is also a surge of uncanny energy that drives ordinary beasts, humans, and even demons into madness. Should we prepare for a response? Mu Xiaoyao pressed his fingers against his temples, lost in thought. The entire sect master's hall fell into silence. After a quarter of an hour, Mu Xiaoyao finally articulated, "I am aware of this matter. Dispatch individuals to investigate the situation immediately and also inform the Longhu sect. Furthermore, let the Qingyun sect be notified as well." The crowd, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, "Understood, sect master. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." "Yes, sect master, we take our leave." Observing the departure of the crowd, Mu Xiaoyao murmured to himself, "Ah, that Tsangming Forbidden Zone. I hope the legends from millions of years ago are not true. Otherwise, all beings in the southern region, and perhaps the entire Tianxian realm, may face dire consequences." After speaking, Mu Xiaoyao sat in silence for a moment before departing from his spot. At this juncture, the entrance of the Qingyun sect had transformed into a bustling sea of humanity, with the sect undergoing continuous expansion. A colossal city was commencing construction 1,000 miles from the sect's entrance, with a plethora of building materials being delivered and a multitude of construction workers arriving in waves. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, along with Guoguo and Xiaoman, was seated at the entrance of the Qingyun sect, accepting new disciples. Upon greeting his junior uncle, he received a letter from senior brother Lan Mingxi, which was to be personally delivered to his uncle. Jiang Xiaobai, who was in the midst of processing the enrollment of a new disciple, was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the letter. His gaze sharpened as he turned to the disciple and inquired, "Did Lan Mingxi convey any other messages to you?" The disciple replied, "Respectfully reporting to you, junior uncle. Senior brother Lan Mingxi emphasized that this letter must be delivered to you by hand and should not be entrusted to anyone else." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai promptly took the letter from the disciple and replied, "I understand. You may return to your duties." "Yes, Master Shishu," the disciple responded. Jiang Xiaobai promptly opened the letter from the treacherous individual and upon reading, his eyes narrowed with cold intensity. It seems I must find an opportune moment to thoroughly purge the traitors among us. Yet, did the system not assert that as long as one signs and bleeds on the Qingyun Codex, betrayal would be precluded? Why then, do traitors continue to emerge time and again? System, do you not intend to provide an explanation? Ding. Host, you did not stipulate that all disciples who sign and bleed on the Qingyun Codex are forbidden from betraying you in the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's lips immediately stiffened. System, do you not perceive this as a significant flaw? The system offered no further response to Jiang Xiaobai, leaving him utterly speechless. Well, it is already quite satisfactory. Why should I demand perfection? With that thought, Jiang Xiaobai turned his gaze towards Wang Dayton and said, Fatty, come here for a moment. Whoosh. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's voice, Wang Dayton swiftly approached his side and inquired, What orders do you have, little master uncle? Fatty, have the treasures been classified and tallied? Reporting to you, little master uncle, it has not yet been completed. At the current pace, it will take at least another month. A month? Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. A month is far too long. It is a waste of time. Jiang Xiaobai immediately rose to his feet, employing the divine ability of spatial traversal to arrive above the treasures. At that moment, the gold-devouring beast lay amidst the riches, its countenance radiating sheer bliss. After casting a fleeting glance at it, Jiang Xiaobai chose to ignore it, instead enveloping his consciousness around a multitude of low-grade spirit stones. With a swift flick of his right hand, he sent a substantial number of these low-grade spirit stones soaring into the divine-level celestial mechanism array. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual energy within a radius of several thousand miles was significantly elevated. Li Chang'an and the others, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's actions, could not help but shake their heads and chuckle wryly. Master brother, our junior brother shows no regard for these spirit stones at all. Although low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones are indeed of little use, enhancing the spiritual energy concentration of the Qingyun sect is certainly a commendable endeavor. However, I wonder to what extent our junior brother wishes to elevate the sect. Upon hearing this, Li Yingying fell into deep contemplation. Second junior sister, what are you pondering? Asked Li Chang'an. Master brother, do you think those few individuals will recognize the Qingyun sect upon their return? Who knows when they will return? While the two conversed, a voice filled with utter despair rang out. Cursed Jiang Xiaobai, what are you doing with my precious treasure? Chapter 86, The Despairing Gold-Eating Beast and the Shameless Jiang Xiaobai. The heart-wrenching cries of the gold-eating beast startled Li Chang'an and Li Yingying, causing them to exchange bewildered glances before shaking their heads in resigned amusement. This gold-eating beast is so obsessed with wealth, encountering our junior brother. It seems it will have a hard time ahead. Though, who knows, perhaps it will completely liberate itself by following our junior brother. Jiang Xiaobai heard the anguished cries of the gold-devouring beast, which knelt on the ground, incessantly pounding the earth with its trotters, its despondent appearance eliciting a chuckle from him. Damn you, Jiang Xiaobai. You must not squander my precious treasure in such a manner. Cease this at once. You must stop. The gold-devouring beast, filled with sorrow and indignation, found itself powerless against Jiang Xiaobai. You foolish swine, broaden your horizons. With just a modest investment of spirit stones today, in the not-so-distant future, you shall reap returns 1,000-fold. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the golden devourer with a smile. His words momentarily stunned the creature, which looked at Jiang Xiaobai with suspicion. Jiang Xiaobai, you scoundrel, are you trying to deceive me again? When have I ever deceived you? You are my cherished treasure. Jiang Xiaobai replied. You did deceive me. Just not long ago, you tricked me and even swore an oath to the heavenly path. Cursed heavenly path. Why do you not strike this rascal down? The golden devourer, recalling how Jiang Xiaobai had once duped it, was filled with rage and leaped in frustration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai immediately summoned the power of the Azure Cloud Codex. In an instant, numerous bolts of tribulation lightning descended. The air resonated with a cacophony of buzzing, rumbling, and sizzling sounds. The golden devouring beast was struck by the sudden onslaught of tribulation lightning, turning its entire body pitch black, with smoke billowing from its orifices. All present were left wide-eyed in disbelief, staring at the golden devouring beast with astonishment. Senior brother, that was truly a terrifying force of tribulation lightning, wasn't it? Li Chang'an, his face a mask of incredulity, nodded vigorously and replied, Indeed, that is the power of tribulation lightning. But how could such a fearsome force suddenly manifest in the Azure Cloud sect? Li Chang'an shook his head in confusion. I do not understand. The power of tribulation lightning is beyond the grasp of anyone except the heavenly Tao. Could it be that the golden devouring beast has provoked the heavenly Tao in some way? As he pondered aloud, Jiang Xiaobai smirked mischievously, saying, See, I told you I have not violated the oaths of the heavenly Tao. You dared to insult the heavenly Tao, and look, you have been struck by lightning. O gluttonous pig, you must trust me. When I say I will repay you, I will indeed repay you, and with even greater abundance. The golden devouring beast, now cloaked in darkness, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from its pig-like eyes. The entire creature writhed in anguish, consumed by despair. Jiang Xiaobai, you scoundrel! I curse you to never acquire any treasures again. Buzz, the rumble resumed. I did not insult the heavenly Tao. Why am I being struck again? A bolt of tribulation lightning struck the golden devouring beast once more, leaving it trembling in fear. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai could not bear it any longer and said, All right. You are indeed the treasure of our Qingyun sect. How could I bring myself to deceive you? Here, within this, are hundreds of billions of exquisite spirit stones, which I shall consider as the interest for borrowing your precious item. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Xiaobai casually tossed his spatial ring to the gold-eating beast, leaving the creature momentarily stunned, as it had been engulfed in despair just moments before. Upon receiving the ring and opening it, the gold-eating beast's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, completely shedding its previous despondency. Oh, how many dazzling treasures lie within! Li Chun and Li Yingying, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but feel their lips twitch uncontrollably. Master brother, the shamelessness of our junior disciple knows no bounds. Indeed, the spirit stones he offered the gold-eating beast were akin to bestowing upon himself. Jiang Xiaobai's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, What do you think? Am I not sincere enough? You cannot accuse me of deceiving you any longer. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai, you are the best. Observing the exuberance of the devouring beast, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze shifted towards the copious amounts of inferior and medium-grade spirit stones. With a deft motion of his right hand, he cast a multitude of spirit stones into the supreme heavenly mechanism formation. Buzz, in an instant, the supreme heavenly mechanism formation erupted with a substantial surge of dense spiritual energy. Within a vast radius of thousands of miles enveloped by the formation, the concentration of spiritual energy was rising rapidly. In merely a quarter of an hour, the concentration of spiritual energy within the supreme heavenly mechanism formation had escalated several dozenfold. All the inferior and medium-grade spirit stones he had obtained from the devouring beast were also cast into the formation. Upon sensing the substantial increase in the concentration of spiritual energy within the Qingyun sect, the expressions of everyone in the sect immediately brightened. The energy density had surged yet again. Our junior master is truly extraordinary. Not just extraordinary, our junior master is nothing short of magnificent. To us, he is akin to a deity. Indeed, as long as our junior master is present, how could our Qingyun sect not aspire to become the most formidable sect in the Tianxin realm? No, our junior master has proclaimed that our Qingyun sect shall become the mightiest sect across all realms. Jiang Xiaobai observed the excitement radiating from the crowd, and with a satisfied nod, he mused that it would not be long before a multitude of disciples would surpass their current cultivation levels. The spiritual energy concentration within the entire Qingyun sect had already surpassed that of other formidable forces, rivaling even that of the ancient dragon sacred land. Jiang Xiaobai was quite content with the current concentration of spiritual energy when suddenly, Li Yingying and Li Chugang approached him and inquired, Junior brother, recently the Qingyun sect has admitted numerous disciples, many of whom are spies sent by rival factions. Should we not first eliminate them? Li Chugang continued, Indeed, junior brother. It is likely that many forces throughout the Tianxin realm are already aware of the intricate details of our Qingyun sect, especially concerning the matter of the Golden Devourer, which may have already been leaked. He cast a glance at the Golden Devourer, which was lost in a state of excitement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai smirked and remarked, Senior brother, second senior sister, I am aware. Aware? Then why do you still keep them? Li Chang'an and Li Yingying were both perplexed. However, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, Senior brother, second senior sister, do you not agree that for righteous individuals to seize another's resources, they ought to possess a justifiable reason? Li Chang'an and Li Yingying were momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Once they collected their thoughts, They widened their eyes in astonishment at Jiang Xiaobai, exclaiming, "Junior brother, do you mean to?" "Shoo." Before Li Yingying could finish her sentence, Jiang Xiaobai promptly interrupted her. At that moment, he uttered words that astonished both of them once more. "Alas, it has been quite some time since I last broke through in my cultivation. Today, feeling rather jovial, I shall seize the opportunity to make a breakthrough." Chapter 87. Lu Ya's Scheme, the Layout of the Ancient Dragon Sacred Land. Within the Grand Hall of the Ancient Dragon Sacred Land, all the powerful figures at the Emperor level and above, including the sacred son Lu Ya, had gathered. The sacred Lord Fang Jintian, along with the 4 ancient elders of the Ancient Dragon Sacred Land, stood before the assembly of formidable warriors. The atmosphere was particularly grave, as all eyes were fixed on a single individual, Elder Ouyang. An hour prior, Elder Ouyang had returned to the Ancient Dragon Sacred Land, his expression brimming with inexplicable excitement. He rushed to the Grand Hall, declaring that he had momentous news to report, preferably in the presence of all the members of the Ancient Dragon Sacred Land. To accommodate Elder Ouyang's so-called significant revelation, Fang Jintian did not hesitate to summon all the Emperor-level warriors and above. Many cultivators, who had been in secluded meditation, fixed their fierce gazes upon Elder Ouyang, for if he failed to deliver on his grand announcement today, he would likely face dire consequences. "Elder Ouyang, all the powerful figures of our ancient dragon sacred land are gathered here. You may now disclose what you believe to be of utmost importance." Ouyang, should you fail to present something of great significance, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. An ancient elder emanated a terrifying pressure, causing Ouyang's previously exhilarated heart to quiver. He quickly responded, "Yes, what I am about to reveal is indeed shocking." "Then do not dawdle, speak without further ado," another ancient elder urged, his voice filled with ire. Hastily, Elder Ouyang declared, "Yes, Sacred Lord, esteemed ancient elders, this matter is of utmost significance. The Qingyun sect possesses the legendary celestial beast, the gold-devouring beast." Buzz. As soon as Elder Ouyang's words were uttered, the hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. His proclamation reverberated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all present. Each individual stared in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment, fixed on Elder Ouyang. After a prolonged silence, Fang Jintian finally stammered, "Ouyang, are your words truly credible?" All eyes were intensely fixed upon Elder Ouyang, and breaths became rapid. "I report to the Holy Master that this matter was conveyed to Ouyang directly by Zhang Zifen, and it is undoubtedly true. Moreover, Zifen also mentioned that there exists a tremendous treasure hidden within the Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, the crowd's throats constricted. Lu Ya's gaze was filled with fervor and avarice. A subtle, almost imperceptible smirk graced his lips as he mused. No wonder the esteemed sword immortal Li Chunjing has taken refuge in this humble Qingyun sect. So this is the reason. All the treasures of the Qingyun sect and the golden-devouring beast belong to me, the Holy Sun. The crowd remained oblivious to Lu Ya's inner thoughts, still reeling from the shock. At that moment, Fang Jintian adjusted his breathing, his expression brimming with intensity and greed, and inquired, "What is Zifen's current situation?" "I report to the Holy Master that Zifen has successfully infiltrated the Qingyun sect and gained the trust of its members. He stated that he would remain within the sect to serve as an insider." Truly remarkable, Zifen, displaying such prudence in his actions, unlike certain individuals who are so impetuous, remarked a formidable figure at the 9th tier of the pseudo-immortal realm, casting a glance at Lu Ya. Lu Ya, however, appeared indifferent. "Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts regarding the astonishing treasure and the golden-devouring beast of the Qingyun sect? Please share your insights." As soon as Fang Jintian spoke, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of excitement. "Holy Master, we should directly annihilate the Qingyun sect and seize the golden-devouring beast along with its remarkable treasures." "Indeed, Holy Master, setting aside the extraordinary nature of the treasures, the golden-devouring beast is a celestial spirit beast. Surely everyone here understands its significance. Holy Master, if we acquire the golden-devouring beast, within 50 years, our ancient dragon Holy Land shall dominate the entire Tianqian realm, unifying it and establishing itself as the most formidable sovereign. We implore the Holy Master to dispatch powerful forces to eradicate the Qingyun sect and seize its treasures and the golden-devouring beast." Every countenance glowed with fervent excitement, a palpable greed permeating the atmosphere. Fang Jintian's own expression mirrored their enthusiasm, It had been millennia since he had felt such exhilaration. After a deep breath, he turned his gaze to Luya and asked, "Luya, what do you think?" Luya was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Fang Zhentian to seek his opinion. His eyes narrowed slightly as he responded, "Holy Master, Luya believes the elders are correct. The Qingyun sect is ambitious and must be eliminated. Moreover, the treasures and the golden devouring beast must be secured, as they are of paramount importance to our ancient dragon holy land." Yet, Luya harbored some concerns. Fang Zhentian and the other's expressions stiffened at his words. "Luya, what concerns do you have?" "Holy Master, the sword immortal Li Chunjing and the pill god Li Yingying are both within the Qingyun sect, and it is possible that there are other formidable experts present as well. If the Azure Cloud sect possesses a multitude of formidable beings, it would indeed pose a significant disadvantage for our ancient dragon sacred land." Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, as the concerns voiced by Luya had gone unheeded amidst their earlier excitement. After a lengthy period of contemplation, one individual stepped forward and articulated, "Holy Master, the apprehensions expressed by young Master Lu are, in fact, valid. However, we cannot forsake the astonishing treasures of the Azure Cloud sect and the golden devouring beast merely due to these fears. Indeed, I concur, Holy Master. The Azure Cloud sect must be eliminated, and we must seize their extraordinary treasures and the golden devouring beast. Holy Master, has Jiang Xiaobai not already infiltrated the Azure Cloud sect? He should possess insights into their inner workings." Upon this declaration, every gaze turned towards Ouyang. "Ouyang, has Xiaobai disclosed the details of the Azure Cloud sect to you?" "I report to the Holy Master. Xiaobai has indeed informed me that numerous powerful beings are concealed within the Azure Cloud sect." As these words resonated, a heavy silence fell over the assembly, confirming Lu Ya's concerns were not unfounded. "Holy Master, perhaps we should first dispatch someone to rendezvous with Jiang Xiaobai, ascertain all the details regarding the Azure Cloud sect, and then send our strongest to obliterate them." "I disagree." Liu suddenly interjected, his voice resolute. "Luya, if you oppose this, do you possess a more prudent suggestion?" "Holy Master, the Azure Cloud sect is currently recruiting disciples, and it is likely that the existence of their remarkable treasures and the golden devouring beast is no longer a closely guarded secret." The moment Luya uttered these words, astonished expressions spread across the faces of all present. At that instant, Luya continued, "Holy Master, a direct assault may prove futile. Even if we were to annihilate the Azure Cloud sect and seize their treasures and the golden devouring beast, all forces within the celestial Xian realm would inevitably become aware of it. At that point, even if our ancient dragon sacred land is formidable, can we withstand the combined might of all those forces? It would likely lead to our own destruction." Luya's insights illuminated the minds of those present, prompting them to exchange glances filled with contemplation. "Luya, your considerations are indeed thorough. Do you possess an infallible strategy?" Fang Zhentian's inquiry elicited a subtle smile from Luya, who then proclaimed, "Holy Master, I have a plan." Chapter 88, Breakthrough. Pinnacle of the fifth stage of the sacred realm. "Luya, what clever strategy do you propose? Please, share it." Luya surveyed the assembly and declared, "We currently have Jiang Xiaobai successfully infiltrating the Azure Cloud sect, which provides us with a considerable advantage. Yet, this alone is insufficient. We can orchestrate for more individuals to infiltrate the Azure Cloud sect, effectively undermining them from within." Undermining them from within? Upon hearing this, the crowd was visibly stirred. As they realized the brilliance of the suggestion, one by one, they expressed their excitement. Young Master Lu's strategy is indeed ingenious. The Azure Cloud sect is actively recruiting disciples. We should send a significant number of our own disciples to infiltrate their ranks, and ideally, include some strong individuals, to deliver a decisive blow to the Azure Cloud sect. Precisely, it would be best to execute a covert strategy, eliminating the Qingyun sect without drawing the attention of other forces. However, for this scheme to succeed, there are certain critical aspects to consider. As soon as this individual spoke, all eyes turned towards him. "Master, if we wish to keep our involvement in the destruction of the Qingyun sect concealed from other factions, the disciples and experts infiltrating the sect must be unfamiliar faces. Indeed, this point is of utmost significance." Upon hearing this, Fang Zhentian fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he directed his gaze at Luya and inquired, "Luya, do you have any additional insights?" Reporting to the master, Luya has another plan. The revelation astonished everyone once more, their attention fixated on him. Luya, do you possess any further stratagems? Reporting to the master. Once we successfully infiltrate the Qingyun sect with a substantial number of disciples and experts, we can execute a segmented assault plan. We will have the infiltrators gain the trust of the Qingyun sect's disciples and experts, allowing us to eliminate them discreetly, thereby minimizing noise and reducing the losses to our ancient dragon holy land, ultimately maximizing the obliteration of the Qingyun sect. With Luya's strategy articulated, the atmosphere became charged with excitement once again. What an ingenious plan from the Holy Sun, Luya. Indeed, I concur with the Holy Sun's scheme. Master, I too am in agreement. Please issue your command. Fang Jintian's expression flickered. He was resolute in his intent to annihilate the Qingyun sect, driven by the allure of its extraordinary treasures and the golden devouring beast. After contemplating for a moment, he turned his gaze to the four ancient elders and asked, Esteemed elders, do you have any further contributions? Master, we have no additional suggestions, but this endeavor will likely require all four of us old fellows to take action. Precisely. Sword Immortal Li Chugang is no ordinary opponent. His strength is formidable. At that time, two of us will confront Li Chugang, while the other two coordinate with the other members of the Holy Land to swiftly eliminate the Qingyun sect and seize the extraordinary treasures and the golden devouring beast. The words of the four ancient elders invigorated everyone present. With the four ancient elders joining the fray, a mere Qingyun sect poses no challenge. Master, please issue your command. Observing the fervor among the crowd, Fang Jintian proclaimed, Convey my orders. All disciples of the ancient dragon Holy Land, who remain unrecognized by other factions, shall be led by Luya to infiltrate the Qingyun sect and await further instructions. Additionally, all unrecognized experts from the ancient dragon Holy Land, under the guidance of Elder Ouyang, must employ every possible means to infiltrate the Qingyun sect and await action orders. The four ancient elders will lead half of the strong from the ancient dragon Holy Land to conceal themselves in the vicinity of the Qingyun sect, waiting for the opportune moment to swiftly annihilate the Qingyun sect and seize its extraordinary treasures and the golden devouring beast. Very well, everyone, descend and prepare for immediate action. Yes, my lord. We take our leave. Observing the retreating figures of all present, Fang Jintian's gaze sharpened, and after a prolonged contemplation in solitude, he suddenly declared, Reveal yourself. Buzz. As soon as Fang Jintian's words fell, a mysterious figure clad in black robes and masked appeared before him. Fang Jintian, it has been quite some time. Your strength has grown immensely, truly worthy of the title of Lord of the ancient dragon sacred land. You heard our earlier conversation, did you not? I did. I have no interest in the golden devouring beast or the astonishing treasure of the Qingyun sect. I seek only one individual from the Qingyun sect. At these words, Fang Jintian fell silent, his gaze fixated on the figure in black. Fang Jintian, there is no need for such gravity. The person I desire is the one your ancient dragon sacred land intends to eliminate. Deliver him to me. And the matters regarding the golden devouring beast and astonishing treasure will remain confidential, as will your plans. After a moment of reflection, Fang Jintian inquired, You wish for Li Chuanggan's life? No. I previously sought Li Chuanggan's demise, but now, I no longer desire his life. Then whose life do you seek? Fang Jintian was taken aback. He understood well that Li Chuanggan was the black-robed figure's mortal enemy. The fact that this individual now chose not to kill Li Chuanggan left him both astonished and perplexed. You are incapable of killing Li Chuanggan. His life I shall take myself, without your interference. What I seek is the life of Jiang Xiaobai from the Qingyun sect. What? Fang Jintian's eyes widened in shock. You seem to have no enmity with Jiang Xiaobai. Why do you wish for his life, alongside the four ancient elders of our sacred land? In response to Fang Jintian's bewilderment, the black-robed figure offered no explanation, merely stating, You need not concern yourself with this. It is best if you do not meddle in Jiang Xiaobai's affairs. It will bring you and the entire ancient dragon sacred land no benefit. When the time comes to annihilate Qingyun, leave Jiang Xiaobai to me, and not a word of your plans shall escape. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jintian nodded. I can agree to your terms, but I cannot control the four ancient elders. Them? Of little consequence. Your agreement suffices. With that, the black-robed figure vanished without a trace. After a prolonged silence, Fang Jintian murmured to himself, What secrets lie within Jiang Xiaobai? Having spoken, Fang Jintian departed from the Lord's great hall. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai's words left Li Chungan and Li Yingying, along with others, stunned into silence. Li Yingying exclaimed in astonishment, "Junior brother, are you about to break through in your cultivation again?" All gazes were fixed upon Jiang Xiaobai, their expressions a blend of astonishment. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai calmly remarked, "Indeed, it has been nearly a month since I last augmented my cultivation. It feels exceedingly prolonged. This time, I must strive to elevate my prowess significantly." After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he disregarded the astonishment of those around him and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, the aura emanating from him began to ascend rapidly. Chapter 89, Li Chungan's Hope. After several days of diligently accepting disciples, Jiang Xiaobai had amassed a substantial amount of spiritual energy, sufficient to elevate himself through multiple minor levels. As he sat there in meditation, his aura surged dramatically. The spectators, witnessing this scene, fell into a state of numbness. It was no longer mere shock or awe. "Xiaoman, how many levels do you think our junior brother will break through this time?" "I have no idea." "Xiaoman, it seems that Guoguo is also on the verge of breaking through to the pseudo-immortal realm. Could you reward Guoguo with a glimpse of the underwear you are wearing today?" Buzz. Boom. Guoguo was sent flying by Xiaoman's swift slap. Humph. How vulgar, always seeking a beating. Xiaoman's pouting demeanor was undeniably adorable. Li Chungan and Li Yingying could only shake their heads in resignation. "Senior brother, do you think our junior brother will consecutively break through several levels again?" "It's hard to say. Our junior brother is simply too extraordinary to predict." Li Yingying nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's aura suddenly surged again, propelling his cultivation from the first stage of the sacred realm to the second stage, and his aura continued to rise unabated. How does our junior uncle manage to achieve breakthroughs as effortlessly as drinking water? Consider who we are talking about. He is our Qingyun sect's junior uncle, with a talent that has shattered the heavens. Have you noticed something peculiar? What is it? It seems the sect leader of our Qingyun sect has never made an appearance, nor have any of the other elders. Where could they possibly be? Upon hearing this, Li Chungan and the others exchanged solemn glances, immediately turning their attention to the disciple who had spoken. "Senior brother." Li Yingying looked at Li Chungan, who merely shook his head, redirecting his gaze back to the breaking through Jiang Xiaobai. "We shall discuss this matter in detail once our junior brother completes his breakthrough." Li Yingying and the others nodded in agreement. Just then, Jiang Xiaobai's aura surged once more, with his cultivation advancing from the second to the third stage of the sacred realm. Yet, he showed no signs of cessation. His aura continued to ascend rapidly. Before long, his aura surged yet again, propelling his cultivation directly to the fourth stage of the sacred realm. Now, everyone was at a loss for words to describe what they were witnessing. They had grown accustomed to the spectacle, having consecutively broken through 3 minor levels. And with their junior uncle still rising, there were moments when they truly believed he was a supreme being concealing his true power. Indeed, were it not for my own eyes witnessing it, I would scarcely believe it myself. Should I speak of this, others would undoubtedly think me boastful. Alas, who could argue otherwise? This is our little martial uncle, truly extraordinary. Amidst the exchanges of conversation, Jiang Xiaobai has once again surpassed his limits, now achieving the 5th tier of the holy realm. At this moment, the rate at which his aura is ascending has noticeably diminished. Remarkably, the pace of my junior brother's aura enhancement has finally slowed, exclaimed Li Yingying. The more formidable my junior brother becomes, the greater my hopes grow, thought Li Chungan, his expression flickering with excitement, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. Observing his enthusiasm, Li Yingying's eyes shimmered. She understood the implications of Li Chungan's hopes, yet she chose not to articulate it. "Eldest brother, do you think that when the others return and witness such an extraordinary junior brother, they will be left utterly astounded?" "They will undoubtedly be shocked, though the extent of their astonishment remains uncertain." Buzz. As Li Chungan conversed with Li Yingying, Jiang Xiaobai's aura finally ceased its ascent, resting momentarily at the pinnacle of the 5th tier of the holy realm. "My cultivation has ascended to the zenith of the 5th tier of the holy realm, and my overall strength has increased manifold compared to before. Should I employ the earth-shattering technique, my overall power would likely see an even greater enhancement. If I could now cultivate the second form of the divine martial skill, the heavenly breaking fist, then..." Jiang Xiaobai, increasingly exhilarated, immediately inquired of the system, "Is my current strength sufficient to cultivate the second form of the divine martial skill, the breaking heaven?" Ding. Host. Your current capabilities are insufficient to master the second form of the divine martial skill, breaking heaven. The reasons are that the spiritual energy within your dantian is inadequate, and your physical strength is not yet capable of enduring the breaking heaven technique. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened, and he felt a twinge of disappointment within. In light of this, he resolved to wait a while longer before proceeding. Ding! The system advised the host to enhance their physical training. The stronger the body, the greater the host's overall power would become. Taken aback by this, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement, stating, "The system is right. I must not only focus on cultivating my spiritual prowess, but I must also elevate my physical strength to enhance my capabilities. However, I currently lack the techniques and martial skills necessary for improving my physical form." Upon contemplating this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of headache wash over him. Setting aside his worries, he resolved to ascertain the extent of his current strength using the broken earth technique. With that thought, he turned his gaze towards Li Chang'an and said with a smile, "Senior brother, would you care to test just how formidable my abilities have become?" Li Chang'an, taken aback by the remark, soon responded with a grin, "Very well, junior brother, let us engage in a contest high above in the skies." Buzz! Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chugang swiftly ascended to the lofty heights of the Qingyun sect, soaring 10,000 meters into the sky. Several hundred meters apart, Jiang Xiaobai gazed defiantly. "Junior brother, unleash your full strength. Elder brother can withstand it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, "Senior brother, since that is the case, I shall not stand on ceremony." Buzz! Jiang Xiaobai immediately unleashed his full strength, an overwhelming aura emanating from his being. Upon witnessing this, Li Chang'an dared not underestimate him and promptly took a defensive stance. Soon, a terrifying shadow of a fist materialized from Jiang Xiaobai, rapidly advancing towards Li Chang'an. The speed was astonishing, leaving even Li Chang'an in shock. The gaze of everyone present was fixated on the unfolding confrontation. In an instant, numerous powerful punches from Jiang Xiaobai were thwarted by Li Chang'an. Boom! In a heartbeat, the skies above Qingyun sect trembled violently. Moments later, Li Chang'an remarked, "Junior brother, your current strength is indeed formidable. I estimate that you have reached at least the 7th stage of the celestial realm." His all-present gasped in awe. To possess the strength of the 7th stage of the celestial realm, while only at the peak of the 5th stage of the sacred realm, was nothing short of extraordinary. As the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, a smirk crept onto Jiang Xiaobai's lips as he regarded Li Chang'an. Noticing this, Li Chang'an's eyes narrowed, as if a realization dawned upon him. However, before he could react, Jiang Xiaobai's powerful groundbreaking strike collided with him, sending him crashing into the plaza of Qingyun sect. Boom! "Ah, junior brother, you scoundrel." Chapter 90. The Revelation, Li Chang'an, and Other Significant Matters. In the plaza of Qingyun sect, a massive pit several hundred meters wide had formed, with Li Chang'an lying at its depths like a frog, his body convulsing uncontrollably. All members of Qingyun sect stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Li Yingying and Xiaoman exchanged wide-eyed glances between Jiang Xiaobai and Li Chang'an in utter disbelief. "Xiaoman, soon we may not even be a match for junior brother." "Humph, what does it matter to me?" At that moment, Li Chang'an sprang to his feet, his countenance dark as he glared at Jiang Xiaobai, exclaiming furiously, "Junior brother, you have gone too far, launching a sneak attack on me." With an expression of utter innocence, Jiang Xiaobai raised his hands and said, "Master brother, you were the one who insisted that I give it my all. Everyone heard you. You cannot hold me accountable." Upon hearing this, Li Chugang's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. However, after a deep breath, he suddenly addressed Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "Junior brother, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Come." Without delay, Li Chugang turned and left, gesturing for Li Yingying and the others to follow. Seeing this, they immediately fell and stepped behind him. Jiang Xiaobai, after a moment of contemplation, addressed everyone, saying, "Please repair the large pit in the square and then attend to your respective tasks." "Yes, junior uncle." A quarter of an hour later, within Li Chugang's bamboo abode, Jiang Xiaobai and the others sat at the tea table, savoring the spiritual tea in their hands. "Master brother, is this what you deemed of great importance?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired as he enjoyed his tea. After taking a sip of his own cup, Li Chugang set it down, glanced at the group, and then fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai, saying, "Junior brother, could you first provide us with some clarity?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. "To the bottom?" What does the elder brother mean by this? Li Chungan and the others suddenly fixed their gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai, scrutinizing him as though he were an extraordinary creature. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm feeling shy. Just then, Li Chungan unexpectedly inquired, Junior brother, was it your doing that the terrifying thunder tribulations manifested several times at Qingyan sect? His eyes gleamed with fervor as he intently focused on Jiang Xiaobai, causing the latter to ponder deeply. Buzz, crackle, thunder rumbled. Suddenly, several bolts of thunder tribulation struck down upon Li Chungan and his companions without warning. Oh dear, elder brother, are you all right? I seem to have lost control. Indeed, the thunder tribulation was unleashed by me, but I couldn't contain it. Li Chungan and the others, now shrouded in darkness, were visibly fuming, their expressions grave as they glared at Jiang Xiaobai. Please, don't look at me like that. I truly did not intend for this to happen. My suspicions were indeed correct. The formidable thunder tribulation was indeed unleashed by you. Li Chungan and his companions were utterly astonished. It's merely a few bolts of lightning. There's no need for such alarm. Merely a few bolts of lightning? Junior brother, are you truly unaware of the terror of thunder tribulation? Li Yingying could no longer contain herself and exclaimed in astonishment. Junior brother, the thunder tribulation, aside from the heavenly Tao, is beyond the control of anyone. You must earnestly tell us, are you an incarnation of the heavenly Tao? Li Chungan's demeanor turned exceedingly solemn. An incarnation of the heavenly Tao? Does he even deserve that? A casual remark from Jiang Xiaobai left Li Chungan and the others in a state of shock, their mouths agape, staring at him in disbelief, unable to regain their composure. I must ask, why do you always react so dramatically? Is this truly the pressing matter you sought me out to discuss? The words of Jiang Xiaobai prompted a few to react, as Li Chungang, having just composed himself, fixed his fervent gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai. Junior brother, do enlighten us. Are you indeed the new disciple of that old fellow? Upon hearing Li Chunggang's inquiry, Li Yingying and the others turned their attention to Jiang Xiaobai, seemingly anticipating something. Jiang Xiaobai cast a glance at them and swiftly grasped the situation, asking, So, do you wish for me to be, or not to be? Neither. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai's words escaped his lips, they all responded in unison. Their reply genuinely took Jiang Xiaobai by surprise. Why are you all so unanimous? Does that old man evoke such disdain from you? The words of Jiang Xiaobai plunged several into silence, causing them to bow their heads in unison. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at them, utterly perplexed. Junior apprentice, are you truly a disciple recently accepted by that old fellow? Li Chungang raised his head and inquired once more, directing his gaze towards Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai remained silent for a considerable time, quietly observing the few individuals before him, pondering, what on earth is wrong with these people? It seems that from the very beginning, they harbored a disdain for the so-called leader of Qingyan sect. That individual is shrouded in mystery, having never made an appearance. Within the entire Qingyan sect, apart from Li Chungang and his 4 companions, as well as Li Yuqi, there are 3 others. One is the second senior brother. Another is the junior sister, and then the enigmatic leader of Qingyan sect. Yet, these individuals have yet to show themselves. From the moment Jiang Xiaobai became acquainted with Li Chungang and his companions, it appeared they had no fondness for the leader of Qingyan sect. Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaobai once again directed his gaze towards Li Chungang and the others, stating, I am indeed neither your junior disciple nor the newly accepted disciple you speak of. All of this was merely a fabrication on my part to casually join a sect. Then you are the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? Li Yingying's expression suddenly turned tense, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xiaobai, her fists clenched tightly. The expressions of Li Chungang and his companions also grew exceedingly grave. I have already stated, the heavenly Tao is unworthy. Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai detonated in the minds of several individuals, instantly easing their expressions. Ah, how wonderful. Truly wonderful. Li Yingying exclaimed with excitement. So, who exactly are you, little junior brother? Guoguo asked, gazing intently at Jiang Xiaobai. This question immediately captured the attention of Li Chungang and the others, as they all turned their gaze toward Jiang Xiaobai. Who I am is of little consequence. I am neither your little junior brother nor an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, so there is no need for concern. Furthermore, I possess but one singular ambition, to forge the most formidable sect across the myriad realms and dominate the entire universe. Jiang Xiaobai's emotions were extraordinarily elevated, resonating with everyone around him. By the way, why are you so concerned that I might be the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? It is quite evident that you do not seem particularly fond of the leader of Qingyun's sect, who happens to be your master." As Jiang Xiaobai uttered these words, an overwhelming silence enveloped the room. After a considerable interval, Li Chungan broke the stillness with a statement that left Jiang Xiaobai utterly astounded. "In name, we are disciples of that old man, yet in truth, we are but his slaves. We are mere prisoners confined within a cage." Chapter 91. The Secret. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. "What? Surely, you are not jesting with me." Upon hearing Li Chungan's words, Jiang Xiaobai stood up in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Li Chungan and the others could only shake their heads in resignation, affirming, "What the senior brother has said is indeed the truth. The few of us, including the senior sister Li Yuqi, are merely slaves of that old man, bound and imprisoned." Jiang Xiaobai momentarily found himself at a loss, standing in place, staring blankly at Li Chuangang and the others. After a considerable pause, he finally inquired, "Why did Xiaoman desire to become a disciple of that old fellow you mentioned?" Li Chuangang chuckled bitterly. "It is because Xiaoman is not even worthy of being a slave." "How can that be possible?" Jiang Xiaobai struggled to comprehend. Li Chuangang and his companions were undeniably gifted prodigies, yet Jiang Xiaobai's own extraordinary talent overshadowed theirs. The notion that such remarkably talented individuals were merely slaves to someone else was utterly unacceptable to him. If even Li Chuangang and his peers were reduced to mere subjugation, what did that render the entirety of the myriad beings in the Tianxian realm? Were they to be deemed insignificant? Jiang Xiaobai inwardly lamented, "Junior brother, are you truly not the embodiment of the heavenly Tao?" Li Chugang glanced at Jiang Xiaobai once more, seeking confirmation. "I am not. Yet, aside from the heavenly Tao, no one else possesses the ability to wield the power of the thunder tribulation." Li Yingying voiced her inner confusion, and after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xiaobai elucidated. "This is a form of innate divine ability that allows one to harness the power of the thunder tribulation. You all witnessed the martial arts techniques I employed earlier, did you not?" Upon hearing this, Li Chugang and the others nodded in agreement, stating, "Junior brother's martial arts techniques have likely transcended the boundaries of the heavenly profound realm. Even I am left in awe. What rank do your martial arts techniques belong to, junior brother?" Jiang Xiaobai gazed towards the heavens, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, "Divine rank, the highest level across all realms." Buzz. The words of Jiang Xiaobai left several individuals profoundly astonished, as if touched by the divine. A palpable tension hung in the air, their breaths quickening as they regarded Jiang Xiaobai with a newfound reverence. "Enough," he stated. "I have already made it clear that I am not an embodiment of the heavenly path. Such a notion is utterly unfounded. Now, pray tell, how did you all become mere slaves?" After a brief silence, Li Chugang broke the stillness, saying, "Junior brother, do you have any idea how long it has been since anyone ascended from the Tianxian realm?" Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, pondering how Li Chugang possessed such knowledge. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and replied, "I do not know. It has been millions of years, indeed, millions of years. And not a single indigenous inhabitant of the Tianxian realm, be they human, demon, or spirit, has managed to ascend to the immortal realm." "The immortal realm?" Jiang Xiaobai paused again, pondering. "It must be a planet grander than the Tianxian realm," he murmured to himself. "And then what? Junior apprentice, do you still recall our previous discussion about that formidable human cultivator who possesses the ability to devour spiritual roots? What does that have to do with him?" Jiang Xiaobai felt increasingly perplexed. "Junior apprentice, he, like you, can consume other spiritual roots to enhance his own," Xiaoman elucidated. As soon as her words fell, Li Chungan and Li Yingying sprang to their feet in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? Xiaoman, what did you just say? Does our junior apprentice possess the terrifying ability to devour spiritual roots as well?" Observing the shock on Li Chungan and Li Yingying's faces, Xiaoman and Guoguo nodded in affirmation. Upon witnessing their ascent, Li Chungan and Li Yingying's breaths became rapid once more, their incredulous gazes fixed upon Jiang Xiaobai. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, "What does this have to do with you, junior apprentice?" Ever since that human cultivator's demise, it is as if the entire Tianxian realm has been sealed off. Since then, no living being has been able to ascend to the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai began to grasp the intentions of Li Chungan and his companions. "What relevance does this have to whose slave you are?" Jiang Xiaobai once again voiced his inner doubts, and upon hearing his words, Li Chuangang and the others fell into silence once more. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at them for an extended period, during which Li Chungan remarked, because the five of us, along with Li Yuqi and her companions, are not native inhabitants of the Tianxin realm. We were all captured at various points in time. What? Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, rising once more. His face a canvas of astonishment as he looked at Li Chungan and the others. Are you suggesting that you believed I was also captured? Li Chungan and the others nodded in affirmation, causing Jiang Xiaobai's breath to quicken. This was the first time he had encountered such an absurd revelation. How did you all come to know each other? He inquired. It's quite simple. We were all seized by that old fellow, so naturally, we became acquainted with one another, replied Guoguo. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback by this statement. His gaze sharpened as he turned to the group and asked, Who is this old fellow you speak of? We are not quite certain ourselves. We have merely met him on a few occasions, they replied. Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched incessantly, as if he had plunged into a deep abyss. After quietly observing Li Chungan and the others for a quarter of an hour, he inquired once more, The old man you speak of, why has he brought you to the celestial realm? What are his intentions? We're not certain. Upon our arrival in the celestial realm, he merely instructed us to devote ourselves to rigorous cultivation and await the opportune moment. Beyond that, the old man divulged nothing. Is that so, my friends? Your cryptic words leave me feeling rather uncomfortable. I can't shake the impression that you are but pawns in someone else's game. The words of Jiang Xiaobai elicited bittersweet smiles from Li Chungang and the others, as they were acutely aware that they were perhaps not even mere pawns in this grand scheme. Senior brother, why have you not attempted to find a way to leave the heavenly Xian realm? Junior brother, how could we not have wished to? Previously, your second senior sister endeavored to ascend to the immortal realm, which resulted in her being severely injured by the tribulation lightning, leaving her with profound wounds on her path. It was this remark from Li Chungang that rekindled Jiang Xiaobai's memories. Indeed, Li Yingying had once sought to break through to the immortal realm. With this thought, Jiang Xiaobai was suddenly struck by an idea and asked the system, if the heavenly Xian realm cannot be transcended to reach the immortal realm, how then shall I ascend? Ding. Host, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. The key is for the host to wholeheartedly complete the system tasks and diligently enhance their strength. As long as the host's power is formidable enough, all problems across the myriad realms shall never pose an issue. The system's grand vision was enticing enough to satisfy